In the awakening square of Class 3 at Qinglong Academy, Link's right hand lingered in midair, his gaze vacant. Moments ago, he was entwined with his girlfriend, but now he found himself holding this mysterious awakening orb. The stark contrast left him momentarily stunned. As he stood there, a crisp system notification echoed through the square. Link, awakening talent duplication, level, black iron. Laughter erupted like a tidal wave. Standing nearby in black fishnet stockings and a tight uniform, Lin Qingyu spoke coldly. I didn't expect you to awaken such a useless talent. As expected, a pauper from the mountains couldn't possibly awaken anything impressive. I should never have wasted my time on you. Lin Qingyu. Link instinctively called out the familiar name. Don't call my name. Lin Qingyu snapped. Someone with a black iron level duplication ability like you deserves it? If you had awakened a hardening ability, at least you could serve as a tank in dungeons. Duplication? Huh. What use is an extra useless body? Before she finished speaking, Lin Qingyu made her way to the awakening orb. Her delicate hand gently touched it, and a dazzling golden light burst forth. Lin Qingyu, student number 0667, awakening ability source of magic, level, gold. The scene erupted with excitement. Various societies swarmed, offering dazzling terms. The Lions promised a set of bronze equipment. The Starry Division offered a silver staff outright. Even the iron-blooded society of the top-ranked Zhong Heng on the Donghua Prodigy list sent representatives to recruit her. We're no longer in the same world, Lin Qingyu said, leaving those words behind as she turned and melted into the throng of eager recruiters, leaving Link standing alone in bewilderment. As night fell, the empty awakening square was left with only Link. After finishing 2 packs of cigarettes, his memories grew even clearer. 10 years ago, monsters and dungeons suddenly appeared in this world, nearly wiping out human civilization. It wasn't until the awakening orbs emerged that humanity gained the power to fight back. From black iron to stellar, the 9 levels of talent determine the fate of professionals. Lin Qingyu's gold-level source of magic could provide a 5-fold mana boost, while his duplication ability was difficult to cultivate. More ironically, his former self, in pursuit of Lin Qingyu, had squandered all the precious resources meant for enhancing potential on her. These resources not only increased initial attribute points, but also improved the chances of awakening advanced talents. Now, not only had he awakened the most useless talent, but his base attributes were also lower than others. As an orphan from the mountains, he had entered Donghua University through the village's support, hoping to change his fate with a good talent and repay his fellow villagers. Now, however, a moment of infatuation had cost him his future. What a damn mess. Link cursed under his breath and sighed helplessly. Accepting his situation, he decided to summon his avatar, holding onto a sliver of hope. Just then, a clear ding sounded, as if a program had just launched. Startled, Link saw a light screen appear before him, densely packed with information. Strongest avatar simulation system successfully activated. Bound to Link's avatar. The screen detailed the avatar's attributes. Level 1, experience 0-100, no profession, no innate talent. Strength, constitution, agility, and magic each at 5 points, with 0 free attribute points, no talents, no equipment, and no overall rating. The system introduction continued to flash. Simulation energy can enhance the main body's talent level, replicate avatar talents, or be exchanged for simulation attempts or rewards. Energy can be obtained by recycling equipment and items from reality. Current remaining simulation energy, 0, simulation attempts, 1, with natural recovery once per year. Link was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and cleared his ears, fearing he was hallucinating. However, the light screen stubbornly hovered in front of him, asserting its presence. A system? It really is a system. Link was elated. I knew it. As a transmigrator, how could I not have a cheat? He eagerly prepared to explore the system's functions, but suddenly realized a problem: the so-called strongest system seemed to be bound to his avatar, not to him personally. Link's smile froze. He reread the system introduction, feeling a sense of being tricked. It turned out to be an avatar simulation system, primarily designed to send the avatar into a simulated timeline to experience life until death. Meanwhile, he, the main body, seemed to be merely a tool for providing simulation energy. Despite his reluctance, the system's allure was too strong. After hesitating for a moment, Link chose to succumb to his curiosity and clicked the simulation button. With a soft sound, the system began to operate. Link held his breath, ready to witness the simulated life of his avatar. Wow, even stellar-level talents can be obtained. Lin Ku's eyes widened, but then he glanced at the glaring 0 simulation points on the system panel and couldn't help but smile wryly. As a poor kid from the mountains, he couldn't even think about recharging simulation energy, let alone worry about tomorrow's meal. I choose the free simulation. The system prompt immediately sounded. Free simulation activated, consuming 1 simulation attempt, remaining attempts, 0, simulation starting. On September 30th, Year 11 of the Awakening calendar, a day filled with sorrow, Lin Ku's avatar was born. The system notified him that he had acquired an iron-level talent, Enhanced Charge. This talent's effect is to upgrade the level 1 basic warrior skill charge to a more powerful Enhanced Charge. Lin Ku's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. This was practically the lowest level of iron-level talents, equivalent in value to a bronze-level skill book priced at 10,000 bucks. In today's world, 10 years after the emergence of professionals, and with top-tier experts reaching the sky level, such a talent is practically a career killer. The next day, Lin Ku's avatar had to face this harsh reality. He went to the dungeon square, hoping to find a team to grind dungeons and level up together. However, hours passed with no team willing to accept a teammate with such a useless talent. With no other choice, the avatar had to enter the exclusive level 1 dungeon of Donghua University, the Bandit Village alone. This is the tragedy of awakening a trash talent. Under the rule of forced experience sharing in dungeons, no one wants a teammate with no value. Solo runs not only increase the danger significantly, but also limit you to clearing small mobs for survival, making it impossible to challenge the dungeon boss holding 95 of the rewards. This vicious cycle only widens the gap with other professionals. Seeing this, Lin Ku couldn't help but sigh deeply. And the subsequent simulation content unfolded just as he had expected. The clone struggled immensely in his initial encounter with the lowest level bandit minions. Without any teammates for support, he narrowly escaped death several times. However, by exploiting the enemy's lack of intelligence, he managed to secure victory through a surprise attack. Unfortunately, the mere 10 experience points earned were insufficient for any significant improvement. Despite feeling a deep sense of despair, the clone continued to attack other minor bandits under your persistent encouragement. After a grueling 3-day battle, he finally cleared out all the minor bandits in the mountain stronghold and advanced to level 2. Yet, the joy was short-lived. With the level increase, the experience points gained from defeating level 1 bandit minions plummeted from 10 to 5, rendering further efforts largely ineffective. In pursuit of more experience and to avoid the penalties associated with leveling up, the clone reluctantly ventured deeper into the bandit village. He soon encountered a group of level 2 patrolling bandits. Overwhelmed by these stronger and more organized foes, the clone felt helpless. To save himself, he decisively exited the instance, narrowly escaping. Rubbing his temples, Lin Ku couldn't help but lament. Without strong talents or teammate support, even the minor bandits were challenging, let alone the instance boss. Exiting early and failing to face the boss, the clone only obtained some trinkets from the bandit minions and a meager 125 experience points, falling significantly behind his peers. The clone sold all the minor bandit loot and barely scraped together 200 currency to purchase an iron-level skill book, Charge, from the school's trading platform. After learning it, the skill evolved into a bronze-level Enhanced Charge due to talent enhancement. Enhanced Charge Bronze Level LV1. Launch a charging strike at the opponent, momentarily increasing movement speed by an amount equivalent to Constitution and Strength, inflicting an additional 10 physical damage, and knocking back and stunning the target. The knockback distance and stun duration depend on the strength difference between the two parties. With this new skill, the clone's confidence soared, believing he would find a team willing to accept him in the next instance. It was only then that Lin Ku recalled the instance rules of this world. Entering requires the consumption of sanctuary points to withstand dimensional suppression during space traversal, a requirement for even the most powerful sky-level professionals. Sanctuary points can only be replenished through natural recovery, except for a few rare instance items. If relying solely on natural recovery, it would take at least a week to fully recover, meaning each awakened individual only has one chance to challenge a dungeon per week. Lin Ku was well aware of this harsh reality as his gaze swept over the bustling dungeon square, calculating in his mind. For every awakened person, especially those with exceptional talents, each dungeon run was crucial. Missing one meant a significant loss of potential. Lin Ku couldn't help but recall Lin Xingyu's words: those with sewer abilities were destined to be worthless. The reality sent a chill down his spine. However, Lin Ku's avatar held on to a glimmer of hope. Armed with the enhanced charge skill, he hoped to find a team. Unfortunately, this idea was overly optimistic. For days later, the avatar's protection value was restored. He returned to the crowded dungeon square, holding up a sign that read, Enhanced Charge Skill, hoping someone would choose him for their team. Yet, reality delivered a harsh slap. At Donghua University, a top federal institution, bronze-level skills were no longer rare. Most freshmen had already completed a dungeon and received rewards. In contrast, the avatar's pitiful level 2 status and empty equipment slots stood out among the freshmen, who averaged level 4 and at least had one piece of basic equipment, but in a negative way. As the crowd thinned and the dungeon square emptied, the avatar remained standing alone, with no team willing to accept him. Disappointed, he abandoned the idea of joining a team and resolutely opened the bandit hideout dungeon, charging in with anger. With the charge skill, Dealing with level 1 bandit lackeys was a breeze. Despite the level penalty, earning only 5 experience points per lackey, he tirelessly fought for an entire day, wiping out all the lackeys. Then, the avatar ventured deeper into the bandit village, using the enhanced charge skill to consecutively kill 3 patrolling bandits. This caught the attention of the third-in-command of the bandit village. The avatar mustered the courage to use the enhanced charge skill on the third-in-command. However, when he saw that his full-strength attack only left a slight scratch on the third-in-command, he decisively exited the dungeon. After 2 dungeon runs, the avatar's level remained at 2, without acquiring even a basic piece of equipment. In contrast, those who successfully teamed up or joined student clubs had reached level 4 or higher after their first dungeon, easily obtaining bronze or even silver equipment. After 2 runs, their strength likely had transformed remarkably. Seeing this, Linka couldn't help but gasp, feeling a dull ache in his teeth. Was this the true nature of the Black Iron Sewer ability Enhanced Charge? It was indeed garbage among garbage. Fortunately, this was only an ability obtained in the simulation. If he had received such a useless skill in reality, even the courage to strive might have been eroded. In the days that followed, every 7 days, the avatar would venture alone into the bandit hideout dungeon. However, the gap between him and his peers widened into a chasm. On the eve of the final assessment, the avatar barely reached level 6 but received a verbal warning from the dean. The dean earnestly told the avatar that he was the only one at Donghua University yet to complete a class change. Even the second to last student in academic rankings had successfully completed their class change task. If he failed to complete the class change by the final assessment, he would face expulsion. Nevertheless, the avatar persisted, challenging the bandit hideout dungeon every 7 days. Perseverance paid off. On his 20th challenge, the avatar finally achieved the feat of defeating the third-in-command of the bandit hideout solo. Not only that, but he also acquired his first piece of bronze equipment, the third-in-command's machete. His level soared to 8. Buoyed by newfound confidence, the avatar immediately set his sights on the second-in-command of the bandit hideout. However, after a fierce battle, he quickly realized he was no match and had to retreat from the dungeon in disgrace. Linka watched all this unfold, lost in thought. Although the clone wanted to continue challenging the bandit village, fate played a cruel joke on him. His failing grades at the end of the term led to his unceremonious expulsion by the dean. In his final moments before leaving, his gaze fell on Lin Xingyu, his true love for whom he had given everything. By now, Lin Xingyu had transformed into a level 15 official mage. There was no trace of the clone in her eyes as she leaned happily against the chest of a strong man. The clone felt like a lost dog, leaving the prestigious Donghua University amidst looks of ridicule, pity, or disdain from others. Despite such a blow, the clone's fighting spirit was not entirely crushed. However, without the stable environment of Donghua University, he had no choice but to venture into the wild, confronting wilderness monsters with unpredictable levels. These creatures lurked everywhere in the real world, some underwater, some hidden in forests, and some even soaring above the ozone layer. They were relentless, resurfacing periodically. Unlike the predictable and well-documented dungeon monsters, wilderness monsters had unknown levels, skills, attributes, and abilities. Without strong identification skills, one could hardly fully understand these creatures' capabilities until a battle ended. What was more terrifying was that the wilderness occasionally spawned monster lords whose strength far exceeded that of dungeon bosses, with attributes dozens or even hundreds of times greater than ordinary players. These lord-level monsters required armies or war parties to combat. Ordinary individuals or small teams faced almost certain death upon encounter. Of course, wilderness monsters were not without their advantages. They offered significantly more experience and rewards than dungeon monsters of the same level. More importantly, since they existed in the real world, hunting them did not require waiting for protection value to recover. As long as one's stamina and energy held up, one could engage in endless hunts. However, due to the dangers of wilderness monsters, only powerful war parties and military forces, aside from freelance professionals like the clone, would accept federal assignments to reclaim these wild lands. This task, known in the professional community as pioneering, often meant brutal sacrifices and substantial income. After numerous life and death encounters in the wilderness, the clone finally reached level 10 in June of the 17th year of the Awakening era. However, as a lone wanderer without the funds to hire henchmen, he was unable to complete the job transition task. He could only drift aimlessly in relatively safe wilderness areas, continuously hunting low-level monsters to earn money and barely make ends meet. On May 5th, year 18 of the Awakening, a thrilling announcement echoed through the broadcasts of your city. The Ironblood Battalion was preparing to clear the monster-infested region where you reside. This news struck like a bolt of lightning, igniting the passion of countless freelance adventurers. On every corner, people buzzed with excitement, discussing the opportunities about to unfold. Your counterpart, being one of these adventurers, was swept up in the fervor. 7 years of relentless struggle had forged an indomitable spirit within him, and now, his eyes gleamed with the desire to seize this chance. The Ironblood Battalion's expedition meant the entire monster territory would be scoured clean. The powerful monster lords would be their primary targets, while the elite monsters, insignificant to the battalion, would scatter once the lords fell. To ordinary adventurers, these fleeing elites represented moving treasure troves, and even the experience gained from slaying them could rival weeks of hard labor. Despite the coexistence of risk and opportunity, no adventurer surviving in the wilds was a coward. Your counterpart unhesitatingly joined this scavenger army, becoming one of many who would stop at nothing to seize their chance. Fortune finally favored this brave soul. On the third night of joining the scavenger team, the Ironblood Battalion successfully besieged a level 5 monster lord. As the lord fell, a wave of elite monsters scattered in all directions. The battalion members, averaging level 15 and above, dismissed these level 5 elites and did not pursue them. Your counterpart seized this rare opportunity, targeting a heavily wounded, faltering elite monster. He followed closely, his heart pounding with excitement and tension. However, the wild elite monster's strength was beyond imagination. Even at the brink of defeat and 5 levels below him, its counterattack was ferociously fierce. In this life-and-death struggle, your counterpart suffered severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. At this critical moment, the battle-hardened will and extensive experience honed over years in the wild proved crucial. Your unique ability, Enhanced Charge, displayed its game-changing power at this life-and-death juncture. Leveraging his level and strength advantage, your Enhanced Charge successfully interrupted the elite monster's final skill attempt. With a thunderous crash, the elite monster fell. Your counterpart, battered and bruised, with his life force nearly depleted, was nonetheless filled with ecstatic joy. On the monster's corpse, a dazzling white light caught his attention. An item drop. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Dragging his nearly paralyzed body, he lunged forward with all his might, grasping the gleaming white light. When he finally identified the item in his adventurer's panel, he was so excited he nearly leaped. Ring of Radiance, Level 5, Earth Grade. Requirements: Magic 35. Attributes: Magic 10, Constitution 10, Strength 10. Special ability: Radiant Healing, can be cast twice daily. Instantly restores 15 of maximum health and purifies Earth Grade and below negative statuses. Cooldown 90 seconds. This was an Earth Grade accessory capable of proportionally restoring maximum health. Clutching the ring tightly, your counterpart felt as if he held the key to a new life, hope shining in his eyes. Though the Ring of Radiance was only at level 5, its basic attribute enhancements were not particularly impressive. However, the skills it came with were astonishing. Even for a powerful sky-level warrior, the ring's abilities were significant enough to demand attention. The clone held the ring in his palm, feeling its slight warmth. After a momentary internal struggle, reason overcame greed. He sent this subtly glowing ring to the renowned Tianyu auction house back home, where it eventually sold for an astounding 12 million. With this fortune, the clone sprang into action. He sought out the top-tier training team in the industry and, with their help, successfully advanced to a bronze-level warrior. He then invested all he had into acquiring a silver-level Blood Knight set, a set of gear whose power was truly eye-catching. Even though the clone was nearing his 30s, he showed no signs of fatigue. Armed with his powerful equipment, he quickly caught the attention of a team of freelance adventurers and officially became a professional making a living in the wilderness. Just when the clone thought his life was about to take a turn for the better, fate played a cruel joke on him. In the plains of District 3, a level 10 wilderness lord, a minotaur lord, suddenly appeared before them. This terrifying creature displayed unmatched strength, and before the clone and his teammates could even react, they were all annihilated in an instant. The clone's life ended there, with the time of death marked as January 11th, year 19 of the Awakening era. After this simulation ended, the system provided 3 reward options. 1. Talent, Enhanced Charge. 2. Level 10 attributes of the clone. 3. Blood Knight set. Lin Ke looked at these options with a resigned expression. Just when I was about to turn things around, and it all fell apart? After calming himself, he began to carefully analyze these rewards. With no simulation energy left, he could only choose one option. The Enhanced Charge talent was utterly worthless, not even worth considering. The choice boiled down to the Blood Knight set and the level 10 attributes. The silver-level equipment was indeed valuable, costing over 5 million to purchase, and its attributes were undoubtedly powerful. However, when Lin Ke saw the equipment's requirements level 10, restricted to knight or warrior class, and requiring over 35 strength points, she recalled the clone's painful 6-year journey to reach level 10 in the simulation. Weighing his options, he chose the level 10 attributes without hesitation. It was more practical to directly boost his level than to have equipment he couldn't yet use. The system immediately provided an update. Ding! Your clone has accepted your gift, and the attributes have changed. Found object, Lin Ke's clone. Level 10. Experience 02000. Class Warrior bronze level. Innate talent none. Strength 75. Constitution 25. Agility 15. Magic 5. Equipment none. Overall rating none. Remaining simulation energy 0 inch. The system also indicated that simulation energy could be used to enhance the main body's talent level, replicate the clone's talent, in exchange for more simulation attempts or rewards. Simulated energy can be recovered through real-world equipment and items. The remaining simulation attempts are automatically replenished once a year or can be exchanged for simulated energy. Lin Ke looked at the new attributes of his clone, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. He felt both pleased and helpless because attributes were just that, attributes, and the skills and equipment the clone acquired in the simulation were not carried over. Pleased because even as a bear warrior, the level 10 status and attributes from a job change were impressive enough. Lin Ke estimated that even freshmen who had awakened an Earth-level talent would hardly match his clone. As for those with lower-level talents, trying to close this massive attribute gap in the short term was nothing short of a pipe dream. Rising from my sickbed, am I the overpowered one? Lin Ke grinned. Not inviting me to play? I'll solo the dungeon and show you. He strutted into the dungeon square, ignoring the variously glowing dungeon portals, and headed straight for the void vortex of the bandit village. Enter level 1 dungeon, Bandit Village. With a loud crash, a patrolling bandit was sent flying in front of Lin Ke. Without looking up, Lin Ke continued browsing the school forum on his smartwatch, distributing the 5 attribute points he earned from reaching level 3 evenly between Constitution and Magic. Although he couldn't use Magic yet, Lin Ke had already decided to pursue a support-oriented career path, always keeping himself in the safest position on the battlefield. As for combat, Lin Ke didn't need to lift a finger. His level 10 Bronze Warrior clone was a veritable killing machine in this level 1 dungeon. Even the elite patrolling bandits had only 100 health points, barely surviving 2 punches from the clone. The clone entered the bandit village and began a ruthless slaughter. But this wasn't even the most outrageous part. Since the system recognized the clone as a derivative of Lin Ke's talent ability rather than an independent professional, the experience gained from killing monsters wasn't affected by penalty mechanisms. In fact, due to Lin Ke's low level, it even received an extra bonus. This was blatantly exploiting a loophole in the profession panel. As the clone unleashed a massacre, the outskirts of the bandit village were soon awash with blood. Over 30 bandit minions and a dozen patrolling bandits fell under the clone's ruthless slaughter, turning into cold corpses. The experience gained from killing these creatures surged into Lin Ke, instantly boosting his level to 3. However, this was just the appetizer. The real challenge was just beginning to unfold. Who dares to trespass in my village? A furious roar echoed around them. A burly figure, over 2 meters tall, charged out. This was the first boss of the bandit village, the 3rd leader. He wielded a worn-out machete, his eyes gleaming with malice, as he aggressively advanced toward Lin Ke. Sensing the boss's intimidating presence, Lin Ke instinctively recoiled, then shouted at his expressionless clone. "Clone, take him down." The clone obeyed without hesitation, stepping forward. He clenched his right hand into a fist, leaped into the air, and aimed straight for the 3rd leader's forehead. Bang! After a loud crash, a massive damage number appeared above the 3rd leader's head. Under Lin Ke's astonished gaze, the thick health bar above the 3rd leader's head instantly dropped by half. Before the 3rd leader could activate any damage-triggered skills, the clone, having just landed, spun around and launched a fierce aerial double kick. Ding! You have slain the boss of the bandit village, the 3rd leader. Overlevel kill, earning an additional 50 experience bonus. Ding! You have gained 450 experience points, and your level has increased to 4. Ding! You have obtained the Bandit Leader's Badge. Ding! You have acquired Bandit Leader's Badge 3, Level 1, Bronze Grade, Strength 2, Constitution 1, Special Effect. When health falls below 30, strength increases by 10. Hint: collect Bandit Leader's Badges 3, 2, and 1 to synthesize the Silver Grade accessory, Bandit Chief's Insignia. Holy crap, taking down a boss in 2 moves, is this the legendary level crush? Lin Ke trembled with excitement. Yet the clone showed no signs of stopping. In previous simulations, the clone had run this dungeon over 20 times and knew every path of the bandit village by heart. Without waiting for Lin Ke's orders, the clone, having slain the 3rd leader, headed straight for the next target. Moments later, Lin Ke heard the sounds of an intense battle. When he arrived at the scene, he found the clone had already knocked the 2nd leader, who wielded a great sword, to the ground. Bang 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 bang. A series of 4 heavy punches from the clone caused the 2nd leader's health bar to vanish at an alarming rate. In the end, this boss couldn't even unleash a special move before he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell with a thud. Ding! You have slain the boss of the bandit village, the 2nd leader. This kill is overlevel, earning an additional 50 experience bonus. Ding! You have gained 750 experience points, and your level has increased to 5. Ding! You have obtained the second leader's greatsword. Tisk, TSK, isn't this unreasonable? A level 10 taking down a level 5 boss is still considered an overlevel kill. Link marveled at his own shamelessness while earnestly allocating all the attribute points gained from leveling up to magic and constitution. With the distribution of attribute points, Link felt a surge of immense vitality and magical power within him, as if he had been completely renewed. Link, aiming to be the ultimate support in a safe haven, confidently led his clone to the final battleground of the bandit village, the assembly hall. As Link took his position, the cutscene of the final boss in the bandit village began. Inside the assembly hall, a massive figure slowly rose from the shadows. The bandit leader, clad in leather armor and wielding a giant spiked club, opened his eyes, glowing red with menace, and glared fiercely at the intruder, Link. His heavy breathing was accompanied by a thunderous voice that echoed through the hall. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my village? Where are the second and third leaders? Why didn't they stop you? Or could it be? Bandit village leader boss. Level 6. Health 100, 001, 0000. Seeing the substantial health bar, Link's face turned pale. Despite the leader being only level 6, his attributes were astonishingly high. No wonder his clone had spent an entire semester in simulations without defeating him. This final boss was far more formidable than the minor bosses like the second and third leaders. Seizing the moment while the leader recited his opening lines, Link hurriedly handed the newly acquired heavy sword to his clone. With a flash of white light, the previously unarmed clone now wielded an enormous black broad-bladed greatsword, 160 centimeters long and nearly 20 centimeters wide. Before the leader could make the first move, the clone swung the greatsword, striking fiercely at the leader's abdomen. A blood-red number appeared, and the leader's health bar decreased ever so slightly. This attack enraged the boss, who roared and swung his spiked club at the clone. The level 10 clone was undaunted, wielding the heavy sword as he engaged in a fierce battle with the leader. Numbers indicating health reduction continuously appeared above both combatants, reflecting the intense combat. Link considered stepping in to help, but, after assessing his own weak attack power, ultimately decided to retreat several meters and hide in a haystack. He silently cheered for his clone. Although I feel embarrassed to say this, for such a strong monster, it seems it's all up to you. Unfortunately, Link's encouragement did little to change the outcome of the battle between his clone and the bandit leader. Despite the clone having a 10-level advantage and enjoying a 4 damage boost in this novice dungeon, the bandit leader's health was as unyielding as a fortress. Worse still, the clone, although possessing the attributes of a first-class warrior, had not mastered even the most basic skills, with both the talent and equipment slots completely empty. Initially, the clone managed to cope using agile combat techniques and dodging skills. However, when the bandit leader's health dropped to 70 and he entered his second phase, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The leader's area attacks came down like a storm, and the clone was quickly overwhelmed. Watching from the sidelines, Link saw the clone's health bar dangerously plummet and finally decided to withdraw from the dungeon without hesitation. As the scenery abruptly changed, a blood-red chat box with a black background slammed into Link's view. Dungeon challenge failed. Link waved away the annoying notification and began to assess the outcome of his efforts. Although he hadn't defeated the leader, the advantages of soloing the dungeon were clear. First was the level increase. After defeating the second-in-command, Link reached level 5, close to level 6, far surpassing the level 4 of those who completed it in a group. Additionally, all the loot belonged to him. Besides over 200 copper coins and bandit tokens worth about 2,000 federal coins, Link acquired a level 5 bronze weapon, the second-in-command's greatsword, and a valuable silver-tier equipment synthesis component, the bandit leader's badge. Although the badge was merely a level 1 bronze quality trinket with average base attributes, as a rare component for synthesizing the silver equipment, bandit chieftain's insignia, its value was significant. Link quickly checked the internal trading network of Donghua University. The lowest price for the bandit chieftain's insignia was 3,500 federal coins, while the second-in-command's greatsword was priced at just 2,500. This unexpected windfall was enough to give Link a significant advantage in his upcoming adventures. After tallying up the loot from this dungeon run, Link couldn't help but gasp. Besides the equipment, the monster copper coins alone were worth 8,500 federal credits. For someone from a rural background like him, that amount could cover an entire semester's living expenses. He couldn't help but wonder if being a professional adventurer was indeed a lucrative profession. After doing the math, he realized that a regular 10-person team would earn about 1,500 federal credits per person from clearing this dungeon. Considering the slow recovery rate of their protection value, they could only enter a dungeon 4 times a month at most, meaning the income wasn't much better than working at a construction site. Moreover, adventurers need to invest heavily in equipping themselves, so the money they earn often goes back into dungeons. Lin managed to secure such a generous reward by soloing the dungeon with his clone. keeping all the loot for himself. Thinking about it, he mentally gave his clone a grateful nod. However, the slow recovery of protection value was a significant issue. Even with system support, it would take Lin Ku a whole week to re-enter a dungeon. During this time, he would either have to stay put at school or, like his clone, take on the wild monsters. After careful consideration, Lin Ku decided to find a way to accumulate simulation points to allow his clone another simulation attempt. After all, the wilderness was full of dangers, and even his clone's skills only made it a minor player there, providing Lin Ku with little sense of security. Despite the system's power, the year-long cooldown was frustratingly long. Lin Ku recalled the system's explanation. Simulation points could be earned by recycling dungeon items or equipment, which could then be used to purchase additional simulation attempts. Without hesitation, he opened the clone system panel and dragged the bandit minion's token he had just obtained onto it. This investment would be worth it. Link stared at the recovery panel of the simulation system, his brow furrowed. 30 bandit minion tokens and 15 patrol bandit tokens totaled 60 points of simulation energy. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind, asking if he wanted to proceed with the recovery. Hold on, Link thought. A bandit minion token is only worth 1 point of simulation energy, and a patrol bandit token is just 2 points. He hesitated for a moment and did not immediately confirm the recovery. Instead, he placed the deputy leader's greatsword on the recovery panel. The system quickly evaluated it. Level 5 bronze equipment, recovery value of 15 points of simulation energy. No, Link refused without hesitation and swiftly retrieved the greatsword. He placed the bandit tokens back on the panel and quickly calculated in his head. The deputy leader's greatsword could sell for 2,500 federal credits outside the school, while a bandit minion token was worth only 40 to 50 credits on the campus trading network, and a patrol bandit token at most 100 credits. A simple conversion showed that the greatsword could be exchanged for 25 patrol bandit tokens, equivalent to 50 points of simulation energy. Link was relieved he hadn't hastily recovered the greatsword. He thoughtfully stroked his chin and tried placing the highest value bandit leader's insignia on the panel. The system offered a recovery price of just 12 simulation points, 3 points less than the greatsword. Link immediately withdrew the insignia and listed it on the campus trading network for 3,399 federal credits. Within 10 seconds, his smartwatch buzzed with a transaction notification. After a one-service fee, he received 3,365 federal credits, enough to exchange for 33 patrol bandit tokens, equivalent to 66 points of simulation energy. Crafty system, Link thought smugly. Trying to cheat me out of my simulation energy? He continued this strategy, selling all his copper coins and equipment at low prices to exchange for a large number of bandit tokens. Ultimately, the total value of the bandit tokens in his possession reached 100 points of simulation energy. Adding the previous 126 points, Link successfully converted the 87 points of dungeon earnings into 226 points of simulation energy. Gazing at the flashing numbers on the panel, Link eagerly opened the simulation panel, ready to redeem simulation attempts. He wondered to himself, how much simulation energy does it take to exchange for one simulation opportunity? Ding! A notification sound chimed, and a message appeared before Link. This simulation exchange will cost 100 simulation energy points. Do you wish to proceed? Link's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself, 100 simulation energy points? Wow, that's so cheap. He quickly calculated that it would only cost 5,000 federal coins for a simulation opportunity with a cooldown of an entire year. His excitement was palpable as he eagerly chose yes. Upon confirmation, 100 simulation energy points were deducted, and the simulation count on his clone panel changed from 0 to 1. Link couldn't wait to start the simulation process, eager to enhance his clone's abilities. The system continued. Please select the simulation level. It then listed several options, including a free simulation and a bronze-level simulation. Link decisively interrupted the system's detailed explanation and chose the bronze-level simulation. Remembering the poor experience with the iron-grade talent last time, he gritted his teeth and decided to invest the remaining 100 simulation energy points. Ding! Bronze-level simulation initiated, consuming 1 simulation chance and 100 simulation energy points. Remaining simulation chances, 0. Simulation begins, the system announced. On the significant date of September 31st, year 11 of the Awakening Era, Link's clone opened its eyes, realizing it had entered the simulation world. The system promptly declared, your clone has received your gift, bronze-level talent Life Resistance. Life Resistance, as a bronze-level talent, not only provides the clone with an additional 20 in health, but also offers a damage reduction of 10 to 35 after being injured, with the effect becoming more pronounced as the injury worsens. Link was thrilled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he murmured, could it be that fate is finally smiling upon me? After awakening 2 iron-grade sewer skills, am I finally being compensated? He knew well that Life Resistance was considered a top-tier talent at the bronze level, especially suitable for frontline professions like warriors and knights. With excitement, Link continued to monitor the simulation progress. His clone was pleased with this new talent and began contemplating a path toward becoming a heavy-armored warrior. However, having missed the beginner dungeon challenge period and with the shelter value already consumed by the real-world self, the clone found itself temporarily idle. Faced with the decision of whether to venture into the wilderness, the clone decisively rejected this dangerous notion. It returned to the dormitory at school, immersing itself in theoretical studies and researching strategies for major dungeons. After careful consideration, it set its next target on the level 5 dungeon, Goblin Tribe. At this point, Link's expression suddenly turned grim. He couldn't help but internally question, Are you getting ahead of yourself? You haven't even cleared the level 1 bandit hideout dungeon yet, and now you're trying to take on a level 5 dungeon. Such lofty ambitions. Link scoffed as he glanced at the simulator interface, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Yet, the data from the simulation seemed to silently counter his derision. The interface displayed a different version of himself, a bronze-level warrior who had completed his first job transfer, already reaching level 10. Coupled with an enviable life resistance talent, this avatar had become the most sought-after top-tier frontline among his peers. To Lin Ku's surprise, Lin Qingyu, the goddess who had ruthlessly kicked him aside in reality, sent him a flirtatious message upon learning that his avatar had awakened the life resistance talent. The system promptly displayed 2 key reminders. First, in the simulation world, the avatar would completely replace the original's identity, including how others perceive you. Second, people's attitudes toward the avatar would dynamically adjust based on the avatar's performance and the talents carried in each simulation. I see, Lin Ku realized. So, even though I'm a despised weakling in reality, it doesn't stop my avatar in the simulation from becoming a genius admired by all. His cells seemed to tremble with jealousy. Damn, I want to be a revered genius too, not someone everyone scorns. The simulation continued. Faced with Lin Qingyu's advances, the avatar smirked coldly, thinking, I'm not the kind of boring male creature governed by his baser instincts. Women only slowed down my sword draw. He curtly replied with bitch and promptly blocked her. Well done. Lin Ke couldn't help but cheer for the avatar, quickly adding, just to clarify, that boring male creature you mentioned isn't me. However, the avatar ignored his feeble defense. After resolving this emotional entanglement, the avatar immediately posted on the East Hua campus forum, seeking a team to tackle the Goblin Tribe dungeon. Thanks to his outstanding talent and excellent combat awareness test data, his inbox was soon flooded with invitations. Within half a day, he received offers from dozens of teams, including an elite squad composed entirely of silver-level or higher talent professionals. It's worth noting that unlike the ubiquitous warriors in online games, warriors in the awakened world undertake the most perilous tasks. They must stand at the forefront, facing the fiercest monster onslaughts, resulting in warriors and knights having the highest mortality rates among all professions. In this world, the warrior profession, while important, is exceedingly rare. Apart from a few who possess the right talents, most people shy away from this high-risk career, opting instead for the relatively safer roles of mages or archers in the rear. This situation forces teams to lower their recruitment standards for warriors. Even silver-ranked teams may make exceptions to accept warriors with bronze or even iron-level talents. However, for warriors, joining a team with a strength surpassing their own is not a wise choice. While they can benefit from stronger teammates, the challenges they face will also be far greater. As the vanguard, warriors risk becoming cannon fodder with the slightest misstep. Keeping this in mind, your avatar ultimately declined the invitation from a silver-ranked team and chose a bronze-level team that matched its own strength, the Crimson Squad. The squad's configuration is nearly perfect: an apprentice knight, an apprentice scout, 2 apprentice mages, an apprentice priest, and an apprentice archer. With you, a bronze warrior, it forms an ideal double frontline: 1 scout, 1 support, 2 mages, 1 ranged lineup. If 1 or 2 swordsmen are later added as semi-tank frontliners, it would become a well-rounded squad capable of fighting together for years, potentially reaching a level worthy of recruitment by a battle group. You quickly accepted the Crimson Squad's invitation and had your first meeting with them in the school cafeteria. As a warrior with a top-tier bronze talent, life resistance, your joining process was exceptionally smooth. No bronze team would turn down such talent. Under the leadership of Captain Zhang Jingyi, everyone introduced themselves. Captain Zhang Jingyi, a 19-year-old freshman from Class 2 at the Zhuke Academy of Donghua University, is tall and possesses the bronze-level talent, Shadow Step, which enhances stealth and camouflage. The vice captain, Lung Lan, a well-built male classmate, excels in long-range shooting, with the talent Weak Point Break, significantly boosting critical damage. Other members include the robust knight Gao Xinhu, who has the unyielding resilience talent, enhancing recovery effects with deepening injuries. Mage Su Yang, skilled in charged casting. Another mage, Wei Xinxiang, specializes in extending casting range, and the petite priestly Tong Tong, who can enhance team attributes and experience gained through prayer. This team, centered around students from Zhuke Academy's Class 2, later joined by Yu, Gao Xianhu, and Su Yang, shows immense potential. And Yulin Ku, a bronze-level warrior from Qinglong Academy, with the powerful life resistance talent, not only gain extra health bonuses, but also receive up to 35 damage reduction when injured, perfectly safeguarding this promising team. Having teammates meant no longer facing the entire simulated timeline alone, and a warm wave of hope filled the doppelganger's heart. The team leader, Zhang Jingyi, proposed tackling the Goblin Tribe dungeon in 2 days, prompting the team to dive into intense preparation. They studied strategies, purchased equipment and items, and the vice captain, Lung Lan, even obtained valuable dungeon details from a senior. The doppelganger, maintaining a cool demeanor, insisted he didn't need to prepare. Perceptive Zhang Jingyi saw through his predicament and gifted him a set of basic warrior skills as a welcome present with a smile. The doppelganger murmured his thanks and quickly mastered the black iron level skills: charge, slam, and roar. Slam dealt an additional 20 damage with a 5-second cooldown, while roar reduced the target's damage and defense with a 60-second cooldown. Lin Ku, observing the pleased doppelganger in the simulation, couldn't help but shake his head, inwardly marveling at the doppelganger's thick-skinned nature. 2 days flew by, and once everyone's protection value was restored, the Crimson Squad finally embarked on their mission to conquer the level 5 dungeon, the Goblin Tribe. After a dizzying transition, they found themselves at the edge of a vast forest. Before they could steady themselves, a swarm of goblins, each no bigger than a household dog, and clad in leather skirts wielding crude wooden clubs, charged at them fiercely. The well-prepared team members remained unfazed, especially the doppelganger, who, with experience from a previous simulation and extensive expertise as a professional, led the charge. His impressive strength of 75 was godlike compared to the goblin youngsters, who averaged only 20 in strength. With a single charge, he sent the goblins before him flying, their health bars depleting instantly midair, disintegrating into fragments with wails. The teammates watched in stunned silence. After all, warriors weren't known for high damage output, and the doppelganger had awakened a tank-type talent, which theoretically shouldn't yield such astonishing attack power. They couldn't help but wonder what was really going on. This was a level 5 dungeon, where even the weakest enemies were level 5 monsters. The clone, unfazed by his teammates' astonishment, maintained a cool demeanor and continued his ruthless slaughter of the goblin brats. His blades sliced through the air, leaving trails of cold light, each strike hitting its mark with precision. The speed at which the goblin brats fell left the members of the Crimson Squad dumbfounded. The damage-dealing classes like mages, scouts, and archers needed 2 or 3 attacks to kill a single goblin brat. Yet, the clone could take them down in one hit, as if it were as easy as slicing through butter. What they didn't know was that the clone had completed a class change, gaining an additional 50 attribute points. More importantly, he was level 10, giving him an extra 5 damage bonus and damage reduction against level 5 monsters. Goblin brats, as level 5 monsters, were indeed tougher than bandit minions. Sometimes, when the clone's attacks didn't hit a vital spot, he had to follow up with a punch to finish them off. But this didn't detract from his godlike prowess as he rampaged through the goblin brats. The members of the Crimson Squad quickly caught on, no longer dwelling on why the clone was so formidable, and joined in on the goblin cleanup. Under the lead of this overpowered warrior, the dungeon's minions, which were expected to take 6 hours to clear, were wiped out in just 1 hour. Such efficiency was astounding, not just because of the clone's high damage and excellent combat skills, but mainly because he was incredibly resilient. He led the charge, absorbing all the aggro from the monsters, allowing his teammates to unleash their attacks freely without worrying about tactics, bulldozing through the enemies. Watching this, Lin Ku couldn't help but smile. Even though it was his clone showing off, he couldn't suppress a feeling of pride. Wasn't this exactly how it felt when the clone helped him clear the bandit hideout dungeon? While Lin Ku was basking in this vicarious satisfaction, the simulated clone and the Crimson Squad had already reached the first dungeon boss. This boss, a level 7 goblin warrior, was just a roadblock boss, but its attributes were even higher than the final boss of the bandit hideout dungeon. However, the mere difference in attributes was insignificant. The clone was no longer the lone, impoverished figure from his solo challenge of the bandit hideout. He now possessed powerful talents and a team of reliable allies who wouldn't merely cheer from the sidelines. The clone charged forward once more, engaging the goblin warrior in fierce combat, as the Crimson Squad watched in awe. The sound of blows landing echoed continuously, with the two fighting evenly matched. Captain Zhang Jingyi watched in disbelief, beginning to suspect that the clone might be some master in disguise. How else could a newcomer, who had only unlocked the class panel less than 10 days ago, possibly duel a dungeon boss with just a bronze talent? It seemed utterly unreasonable. It wasn't until the clone pushed the goblin warrior into its second phase, triggering its berserk skill, that Vice Captain Lung Lan snapped Zhang Jingyi back to reality. She quickly organized the team to launch a coordinated attack, with everyone playing to their strengths. With the combined efforts of the Crimson Squad, the first roadblock boss of the level 5 Goblin Tribe dungeon, the Goblin Warrior, lasted only 15 minutes before succumbing to their joint assault. Defeating a level 7 dungeon boss in just 15 minutes? Linka stared at the simulation data, eyebrows slightly furrowed in surprise. This speed was beyond fast. It was like being on a high-speed roller coaster. He couldn't help but ponder the strength of the Crimson Squad. Clearly, this team's combat prowess was astonishing. Even with the life resistance talent boost, a single clone would likely take hours of maneuvering and precise tactics to defeat a dungeon boss with over 10,000 health points in such a short time. Linka's thoughts drifted to the power of talents. He recalled how in the last simulation, a clone with an awakened black iron talent took an entire semester to clear a mere level 1 bandit hideout. Yet now, a squad with all members possessing bronze-level talents managed to conquer a level 5 dungeon on just their second attempt. The vast disparity in strength made Lin Ku marvel at the power of talents. His mind continued to wander. If a bronze-level squad was already this formidable, how terrifying would a team composed of higher-level talent awakeners be? Silver-level, gold-level, or even earth-level and sky-level talent awakeners scowled they sweep through all the campus dungeons in just one semester. Lin Ku's imagination ran wild, but when he thought of a squad where every member had a star-level talent, he couldn't help but shiver, lacking even the courage to continue imagining. He was well aware that even within the entire Federation, no force had ever assembled a squad where every member was a star-level talent professional, not even a small 5-person team. Professionals who awakened talents above star level were exceedingly rare. Lin Ku recalled that even at Donghua University, a prestigious institution in the Federation, students who awakened gold-level talents were already highly sought after by various clubs. His goddess Lin Xingyu was a prime example. As soon as she was confirmed to have awakened a gold-level talent, countless clubs extended invitations to her. Lin Ku continued contemplating the status of squads composed of different talent levels in reality. A squad with all members having gold-level talents was considered elite in any force. Teams formed by Earth-level or Sky-level talent holders were like foundational pillars, serving as super aces capable of supporting a super battle group, with the authority to engage directly with the federal government. As for those rare geniuses who awakened star-level talents, Lin Ku knew their emergence was often a global sensation. Such prodigies, rare even once a year worldwide, became crucial assets for enhancing a nation's international influence once confirmed, often surpassing even nuclear weapons in impact. In reality, these star-level talent holders were invariably the core of any team. With a mere gesture, they could attract a multitude of Earth-level or even Sky-level talent professionals eager to follow them. They stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid, able to prioritize all resources and team benefits to quickly strengthen themselves. Lin Ku shook his head, realizing that expecting these prodigies to humble themselves and serve as second-in-command or regular members was a pipe dream. Therefore, an all-star level talent squad was virtually impossible. By contrast, allowing these top talents to lead their own teams or even battle groups would truly harness their potential. Just as top scientists often lead research groups independently rather than collaborating together, Link realized that having too many top talents in one place could lead to a waste of resources. However, for him, even a stellar-level talent was not particularly surprising. The simulation level provided by the system indicated that once his clone reached level 60 or above, Link could equip it with stellar-level talent for simulation and retain this talent permanently afterward. Excitement sparkled in Link's eyes as he realized he could copy talents from his clone by consuming simulation energy. One day, I'll become an unparalleled genius, too, he thought to himself. By then, both my clone and I will possess stellar-level talents, and nothing will stand in our way. Just as Link was lost in his delightful fantasy, a sudden system prompt interrupted his thoughts. Ding! To increase the number of clones, you must enhance the clone's talent level. Currently, your clone's talent is at the black iron level, allowing you to have only one clone. What? The number of clones can be increased. Link was shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. However, the system did not respond and continued to display simulation information. Led by the clone, the Crimson Squad defeated the first dungeon boss in an astonishing 15 minutes. The team's morale soared as they tore through the goblin dungeon. Countless goblins fell at their feet, and soon they found themselves facing the second boss, the Goblin Priest. This level 8 spellcasting boss, while not having high health, possessed powerful spell damage and long-range attack capabilities. More challenging was the fact that it was surrounded by a group of level 5 elite goblin warriors. In standard strategies, the Goblin Priest was often more difficult to handle than the final boss. However, they encountered Link's clone. Facing the fierce goblin army, the clone fearlessly extended its arms. In the stunned and admiring gazes of his teammates, it moved through the swarm of monsters like a war god, effortlessly weaving in and out. With level suppression, life resistance, and continuous healing from the priest healer behind him, the clone withstood most of the damage single-handedly. Knight Gao Xinhu, who was supposed to be the main tank, only needed to intercept a few stragglers, allowing the other team members to freely deal damage. The intense battle raged on for 20 minutes. As the goblin warriors fell one by one, the isolated goblin priest eventually let out a reluctant whimper, becoming another trophy for them. Team members cast admiring glances at the clone, their praises unending. Cries of "awesome" echoed as they surrounded the clone in admiration. Despite maintaining a cool and aloof demeanor in response to his teammates' compliments, the doppelganger was internally filled with a sense of vanity. Lin Ku watched this scene unfold, feeling a bit exasperated. After overcoming the challenging goblin priest boss, the final boss, the goblin chieftain, seemed less daunting. Although the chieftain was a formidable level 10, with damage and health far exceeding the previous bosses, and even the doppelganger, who had a talent for life resistance, struggled to withstand its fierce attacks, the chieftain ultimately fought alone. The doppelganger had 6 reliable teammates backing him up, with coordinated attack and defense. Knight Gao Xinhu and the doppelganger took turns absorbing damage. The little priest cast healing spells to restore health and time, while the mage, scout, and archer relentlessly attacked the boss. Under such an assault, the goblin chieftain eventually fell, dropping a plethora of items and tools. The system notification sounded, announcing the doppelganger's successful completion of the level 5 dungeon, Goblin Tribe. Lin Ku immediately perked up, knowing that the distribution of the loot was crucial for the team's future development. The dungeon clearance brought substantial rewards to both the doppelganger and the Crimson Squad. Although the doppelganger did not level up due to a level penalty, the loot from the 3 bosses and numerous goblin minions was a significant haul for someone starting from scratch. However, the downside of team dungeons also became apparent. The doppelganger could no longer keep all the rewards for himself and had to share them with his teammates. Both the doppelganger and Lin Ku were particularly attentive to the method of loot distribution about to take place. There was no fixed rule for loot distribution, as different teams had their own methods. Some relied on dice rolls, some had the leader allocate based on contribution, while others used an auction system. In extreme cases, some leaders kept all the loot for themselves. Fortunately, the Crimson Squad's distribution method was fairly equitable. Equal distribution, Zhang Jingyi announced to all team members, emphasizing that everyone in the team was indispensable and absolutely equal. This decision brought some comfort to the doppelganger and laid a solid foundation for the team's future collaboration. In this mission, although the clone performed exceptionally well, the other team members also contributed significantly. As a team, Zhang Jingyi wisely avoided distinguishing the size of contributions and opted for an equal distribution of the spoils. The clone quietly observed everything. He was well aware that his outstanding performance in the mission was merely due to attributes that exceeded the level of the mission and the advantages gained after the first job change. This advantage was destined to be temporary. As the team's overall strength improved, the differences brought by level and job change would eventually be evened out. By then, aside from the life resistance talent, which could be considered at a bronze level T0 tier, the clone would no longer have any special advantages. In contrast, the family backgrounds of his teammates were a permanent asset. For instance, Zhang Jingyi could casually present 3 black iron level warrior skill books worth nearly $1,000 as a meeting gift, clearly indicating her affluent background. This harsh reality was evident. In this world, the advantage of family background often outweighed the differences in talent. Realizing this, the clone chose to remain silent, accepting Zhang Jingyi's distribution plan. Seeing no objection from the clone, Zhang Jingyi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was well aware that this decision harmed the clone's interests, and if this talented and strong teammate raised objections, even she, as the captain, would find it difficult to handle. The clone's silence made Zhang Jingyi feel a sense of admiration, considering him a rare and magnanimous person. Him? Magnanimous? Lin Ku sneered dismissively. The distribution of the loot followed. According to the latest transaction prices on the campus website, the total value of the Goblin Tribe mission was 32,750 Federation coins. Based on equal distribution, each person would receive 4,678.57 Federation coins, or items of equivalent value. The clone ultimately chose a bronze-level skill book worth 2,000 Federation coins titled Domination, a level 5 bronze weapon worth 1,600 Federation coins, and a cash transfer of 1,278.57 Federation coins. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Your clone has learned the bronze-level skill, Domination. This skill requires a warrior profession and a level of 5 or higher to learn. It inflicts additional damage of 1 times the level difference to lower-level targets and reduces damage taken from lower-level targets by 1 times the level difference, with a maximum increase and reduction of 30, passively active. Ding! Your clone has acquired the bronze-level weapon, Chieftain's Axe. The system also provided detailed skill restriction guidelines. Untransferred black iron level professionals can carry a maximum of 3 black iron level skills and 1 bronze level skill. Bronze level professionals who have completed the first job change can carry 4 black iron level, 2 bronze level, and 1 silver level skill. Silver level professionals who have completed the second job change can carry 5 black iron level, 3 bronze level, 2 silver level, and 1 gold level skill. This rule prevents the simple accumulation of skills to enhance strength. The successful completion of a mission and the smooth distribution of loot marked a significant milestone for the newly formed Crimson Squad. The absolute fair distribution system proposed by the team leader, Zhang Jingyi, was implemented smoothly with the concession of the doppelganger, temporarily avoiding the common internal disputes seen in many professional teams. Lin Ku refrained from commenting. Although he disapproved of the doppelganger's self-sacrificing approach for the greater good, he chose not to interfere with what had already been decided. He understood that such an absolute fairness system was difficult to sustain and realized that some lessons must be personally experienced to be truly learned. In Lin Ku's view, Zhang Jingyi was either a naive idealist or an inexperienced fool. The ancient saying, "People do not worry about scarcity but about inequality," reveals a weakness in human nature. Members who contribute more but do not receive corresponding rewards are bound to harbor resentment. Over time, this could lead to intensified internal conflicts, and any setbacks or confrontations might trigger an eruption of discontent, ultimately destroying the team. However, Lin Ku was hesitant to make a hasty judgment. After all, life is unpredictable, and perhaps the members of the Crimson Squad were all selfless saints. Although the likelihood was slim, it was not entirely impossible. To avoid future embarrassment, Lin Ku chose to remain silent. The simulation continued. With the successful defeat of the Goblin tribe, the Crimson Squad quickly became one of the top first-year teams at Donghua University and was among the few bronze-level teams to clear a level 5 mission on their second attempt. The attitude of the head instructor underwent a complete turnaround, no longer mentioning the expulsion of the doppelganger, but instead encouraging him to strive for the country's future. Faced with this drastically different attitude, the doppelganger felt contempt. However, understanding the principle of a wise man knows when to retreat, he feigned being greatly encouraged, much to the instructor's satisfaction. This performance not only quelled the previous turmoil, but also secured more opportunities for his future development. Lin Qingyu quietly approached your clone, her eyes gleaming with an air of superiority. Her attitude remained haughty, as she had the credentials to back it up, being an elite with a golden-level talent. In contrast, your clone, though having awakened a life resistance talent and standing out among ordinary students, was ultimately just a bronze-level talent holder, far inferior to Lin Qingyu in status and potential. "Why did you block me?" Lin Qingyu asked bluntly, a hint of displeasure in her tone. The clone looked at her coldly, mocking her internally. If Lin Qingyu didn't need someone willing to be a sacrificial pawn, this nobody wouldn't even be on her radar. Unlike you, who might have eagerly sought her approval, the clone, lacking any biological desires, felt nothing for Lin Qingyu. "None of your business," the clone replied coolly, with an air of indifference. Lin Qingyu widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the clone. The person who once wouldn't dare breathe loudly in her presence was now speaking to her in this manner. At that moment, Lin Ku interjected. "Wait a minute, just to clarify, the one you're calling a sycophant is Lin Ku of this world, not me. Can we change the terminology in this simulation? I feel a bit offended." The clone ignored Lin Ku's remark, continuing to regard Lin Qingyu icily. "If you have something to say, just say it." Suppressing her anger, Lin Qingyu put on a fragile expression. "The Iron Blood Society is conducting an internal assessment. Teams that qualify can become core members and receive special training." "And how is that related to me?" the clone asked, glancing at her sideways. "Of course it's related." Lin Qingyu raised her voice, but, seeing the clone's indifferent expression, lowered her tone again. "The assessment involves going into the wilderness for training. I'm scared to go alone and want you to protect me." The clone found it utterly laughable. In the last simulation, he had spent years surviving in the wilderness and knew its dangers all too well. This woman had not only drained the original's assets, but now wanted him to risk his life for her. Just as the clone was about to dismiss her, Lin Qingyu suddenly raised 2 fingers. "I'll pay you 20,000 federal credits. You must need the money, Lin Ku. Given your background, 20,000 is no small amount for you." The clone almost agreed, but then heard Lin Qingyu's words and let out a cold laugh. He looked at her with disdain, declaring that he was not someone driven by money. Seeing this, Lin Qingyu immediately upped the offer. 50,000. Lin Qingyu turned to leave, but was instantly blocked by the clone. With a serious expression and a firm voice, the clone declared, "Add another 10,000, just 60,000. No matter what kind of monster it is, it will have to step over my dead body to get to you." Link was nearly speechless with disbelief as he stared at the clone. "You agreed? What about your dignity? You're selling it for 60,000. His voice was filled with incredulity. Didn't you say the wilderness is dangerous? The clone scoffed, confidently retorting, for a man, having no money is having no dignity. He patted his chest. Besides, I just inherited the appearance of the original. I'm not truly human. Gender norms don't bind me. He winked, his tone relaxed. Besides, it's the original that got fooled by Lin Qingyu, not me. When it came to danger, the clone waved it off. Didn't Lin Qingyu survive until graduation in the last simulation? There's probably no life-threatening risk this time either. What do I have to fear? He flashed a cunning smile. Honestly, if Lin Qingyu had been a bit nicer, I might have agreed for 20,000. Lin Qingyu was stunned by the clone's sudden change in attitude. After a moment, she nodded, agreeing to the clone's price, and informed him she'd notify him of the assembly in a month. Right then, she transferred 60,000 Federation credits to the clone and presented an electronic contract, saying sternly, "If you back out halfway, you'll have to pay me 3 times the penalty." The clone signed the contract with a beaming smile. "I'll be sure to provide excellent service to our esteemed customer." Over the next month, the clone and the Crimson Squad successfully completed 4 instance raids, 3 Goblin Tribe raids, and 1 new level 6 instance, Beast's Nest. The team members all leveled up to 7, except for the clone, who remained stuck at level 10 due to high experience penalties. As the clone had anticipated, his advantage to the team was diminishing. Facing the level 12 final boss in the level 6 instance, even with new equipment and skills boosting his strength, he could no longer single-handedly hold off the entire boss, allowing his teammates to attack freely. However, with Lin Qingyu's 60,000 Federation credits, the clone's dominance, though reduced, was not severely diminished. He remained the absolute core of the Crimson Squad, though he could no longer challenge instances above the team's average level. In fact, this was the norm for most bronze-level teams. Previously tackling level 5 instances at level 4 was just the fearless boldness of novices. Typically, bronze teams only challenged instances below their average level to avoid casualties. Of course, your avatar is no longer focused on tackling higher-level missions. As the 1-month deadline agreed upon with Lin Qingyu arrives, she appears punctually, accompanied by 9 elite members of the Iron Blood Society. These outstanding newcomers have all awakened at least a silver-level talent, their eyes keenly assessing your avatar. Lin Qingyu, with a look of disdain, reluctantly introduces you to the group, saying, "This person insists on protecting me during this assessment, refusing to leave no matter how much I decline." Her words are filled with helplessness, yet cleverly conceal the truth. The members of the Iron Blood Society present are surprised, casting astonished glances at your avatar. Clearly, they didn't expect someone with your reputation to willingly act as Lin Qingyu's protector. Out of respect for Lin Qingyu's influential status, your avatar chooses to remain silent, not exposing her lie. The leader of the Iron Blood Society members frowns, speaking with a hint of reluctance. "Our team does lack a frontline fighter, but you must understand, the wilderness is full of unknown dangers. Given our current level, the risks are extremely high. As members of the Iron Blood Society, we can call for help if needed, and at worst, we might fail the assessment. But it's different for you. As an outsider, you can only participate as Lin Qingyu's attendant. The Iron Blood Society won't guarantee your safety, and you won't receive any loot or even gain experience. It's not too late to reconsider. Love doesn't have to be expressed this way." Lin Qingyu, quick to react, interrupts before your avatar can respond. She shoots a warning glance at your avatar and swiftly says, "But he's worried about my safety and insists on personally protecting me to feel assured." Although he only awakened a bronze-level life resistance talent, his ability to enhance vitality and block damage is beneficial for our assessment. That's why I reluctantly agreed to let him join, to provide support for everyone. Your avatar smiles, silently going along with Lin Qingyu's narrative. Thus, under her skillful persuasion, your avatar successfully infiltrates this elite team as a protector, embarking on the perilous journey into the wilderness. Re-entering the wilderness, your avatar feels as if transported back to the S1 simulation. The constant tension of potential danger looms. Any roadside wild grass could transform into screaming, attacking grass monsters at any moment. After 7 years of simulated time, this precarious feeling once again envelopes your avatar. Unlike the seamless coordination you and your counterpart enjoy, the elite members of the Iron Blood Society wore serious expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy. As they ventured into the wilderness, each step was taken with utmost caution. Their eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, and their weapons were always ready for any sudden threats. In this world, the dangers of the wilderness are well known. Whether it's independent adventurers, battle groups, or national armies, those who spend extended periods in the wild rarely live out their lives peacefully. The only question is when misfortune will strike. The Iron Blood Society chose an area of the wilderness near a human city's safe zone, where the level of monsters is relatively manageable and has already been explored. However, this safety applies only to battle groups and armies. For these university freshmen, who have only awakened their professional abilities for a little over a month. This place remains a deadly hell where life can be snatched away at any moment. Their concerns proved justified. Within just 2 hours of entering the wilderness, the assessment team faced over a dozen attacks from wild creatures. Although these monsters were only level 3 or 4 on average, their elusive movements almost caused harm to the team members several times. The team quickly realized that reality is far harsher than virtual scenarios. In virtual settings, everything is quantified by rules and numbers, and as long as one's health points don't hit zero, a professional doesn't suffer real harm. But in reality, injuries mean not only health point loss, but also intense pain that directly affects combat effectiveness. Worse, physical damage can lead to permanent disability, which healing spells cannot reverse, even if they restore health points. Healing spells in reality are limited to quickly stopping bleeding and healing wounds. They cannot regenerate lost limbs. Although there are various magical items, rare skills, and special talents that can address this issue, they are invariably expensive, beyond what ordinary professionals can afford. More importantly, disability severely weakens current combat capabilities, potentially leading to abandonment by the team or death in the wilderness. This harsh reality kept every team member on edge, fearing they might be the next victim. No one wants to get injured in the wilderness, so everyone acts with extreme caution. Lin Qingyu stays close to your doppelganger's back, gripping her weapon tightly, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily, as if your doppelganger is her last line of defense. The assessment team, though inexperienced, is composed of elite professionals. When faced with a sudden monster attack, they quickly form a battle formation, weapons drawn, and spells ready to be cast. Your doppelganger stands at the front of the team, effortlessly fending off a few wild creatures that manage to get close, showcasing skills far superior to the other team members. As the team approaches the assessment target, a kobold lair occupied by level 5 monsters comes into view. At the entrance, a few kobold sentries patrol vigilantly, their ugly faces and rough fur appearing particularly menacing in the sunlight. Your doppelganger turns to Lin Qingyu, frowning slightly. Is this lair your assessment target? Lin Qingyu nods in confirmation, a hint of tension crossing her face. Your doppelganger is filled with tumultuous emotions, both amazed by the audacity of the Iron Blood Guild assigning such a high difficulty task, as the recruitment assessment for core newcomers and questioning whether the person who issued the assessment harbors a grudge against these newcomers, seemingly intent on leading them to their doom. The term wilderness monster lair flashes through your mind. Unlike ordinary monster gathering spots, it poses a significant potential threat. If not cleared in time, the monsters within will grow stronger, attracting higher level creatures and eventually forming a massive monster community that not only encroaches on human living space, but may also actively attack human cities. Although this kobold lair has just formed and the highest level monster is only level 8, it undoubtedly harbors thousands of wilderness monsters. Tasking a group of rookie professionals with clearing such a lair is practically a death sentence. Your doppelganger is about to warn them, but realizes they have already followed the team into the lair. The narrow passage is filled with a rancid odor, and the walls are covered in claw marks left by kobolds. Escape is no longer an option, so he turns to Lin Qingyu and whispers, "This job is too dangerous. We need more money." Lin Qingyu frowns, replying in a low voice, "I don't have any more money." The doppelganger is relentless. "No extra pay. Don't blame me if I don't put in the effort and can't guarantee your safety." Lin Qingyu stares at the doppelganger in disbelief, gritting her teeth. "I'll give you an extra 10,000 when we get back." "At least 20,000, the doppelganger says, glancing at her sideways. "You." Lin Qingyu's face turns pale with anger. At that moment, a group of kobolds rushes out from the depths of the lair, wielding crude weapons, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The ferocious and frenzied sight instantly shatters Lin Qingyu's mental defenses. She looks at the doppelganger in terror, her voice trembling. "Are we leaving or not? Are you getting more money or not? Add me. Hurry to the front." Lin Qingyu surrendered, her voice tinged with a hint of resignation. Upon receiving the assurance, the avatar sprang into action, eagerly rushing to the front of the line. Observing this, Lin Ku in the real world couldn't help but mock. "And you accuse me of being a sycophant? How are you any different?" However, the avatar in the simulation remained unresponsive, as if it hadn't heard a thing. Thus began the brutal strategy battle. As soon as the assessment team entered the lair, a swarm of kobold monsters, attracted by the human presence, surged forward. The avatar and the team were instantly embroiled in a fierce struggle. As a level 10 warrior with a bronze-level skill called Domination, the avatar demonstrated remarkable resilience against the primarily level 5 kobolds. The kobold's claws could leave marks on the avatar, but they were not lethal. The avatar, devoid of physical sensations, did not falter due to pain or fear. Like an immovable pillar, it stood firm amidst the monster tide, serving as the team's frontline shield. In contrast, the more gifted team members retreated, intimidated by the prospect of pain. The team leader, quickly suppressing his shock, began directing the team to stabilize their formation around the avatar. Under its protection, the team members soon regained their composure and unleashed powerful attacks. Bronze-level skills rained down like a storm, felling the level 5 kobolds en masse and significantly easing the avatar's burden. Seizing this opportunity, the avatar led the team forward, eventually establishing a defensive position at a narrow passage. Exploiting the terrain, the team successfully countered the kobolds' numerical advantage. The avatar stood guard at the passage entrance, blocking the oncoming monsters. The situation reversed. The once precarious team now handled the battle with ease. With their nerves settled, the team members began to apply their training, working in groups of 3 to alternate between combat and rest. These elite professionals, all at least level 7, well-equipped and skilled in bronze-level abilities, held a decisive advantage over the level 5 ordinary monsters. The kobolds could no longer breach their defenses, futilely crashing against the unyielding human wall. Lin Qingyu, often seen as a heartbreaker by her peers, was now showcasing the astounding prowess of someone with a gold-level talent. As a possessor of the magic source talent, she had 5 times the mana of an ordinary practitioner and could regenerate it 5 times faster. With some equipment that accelerated mana recovery, she was even capable of casting low-level spells indefinitely. With the battle stabilizing, the monster horde no longer posed a threat, but instead became a feast of experience points. Although being 2 levels higher meant they only gained 25 of the experience, the sheer number of kobolds was enough to offset this disadvantage. Even if each kobold only offered 2 experience points, defeating hundreds was sufficient for them to level up. In this context, your avatar was replaced. He accepted this reality silently, aware of the world's inherent unfairness. With only a bronze-level talent, he was destined to be a mere foot soldier, never an equal comrade in arms. As a mercenary, he didn't expect the treatment of a regular army member. Getting paid was enough. The experience-gathering feast lasted a full 17 hours. During this time, waves of kobolds and elite kobolds attempted to breach their defenses, but the assessment team's seamless cooperation thwarted every effort. When the last kobold fell, the monster nest was left defenseless. The next step was to destroy the magic crystal at the nest's center, which would completely obliterate the gathering spot. This meant that for years to come, no large-scale monster congregations would appear within several miles. Apart from your avatar, every member of the assessment team gained significantly. They were on the brink of completing the assessment, earning core membership status, and had advanced their levels through battle. Additionally, they collected numerous loot items. While most were low-quality gear, there were occasional valuable finds such as gold and mithril ores. The metals refined from these ores could fetch between 500 and 20,000 federal credits per gram. Even assuming 1 ton of ore yields only 10 grams of precious metal, the total value of these items would exceed 500,000 federal credits. Everything seemed to be heading toward a perfect conclusion, with the assessment mission nearing completion. However, as the team ventured into the core area of the monster nest, a sense of unease crept into your avatar's mind. After all, this was a monster nest. If it could be destroyed so easily, why was an entire battle group needed to clear it? Why couldn't a random team of civilian practitioners handle it effortlessly? How could such a large-scale monster nest exist in the world, becoming a persistent threat to humanity? With a sense of unease, your double quietly lagged a few steps behind the assessment team. Although he had taken Lin Qingyu's money, he had no sense of contractual obligation. Phrases like, "unless you step over my dead body," were merely words. When faced with real danger, he could run faster than anyone. The assessment team, immersed in the joy of victory, did not notice anything unusual about the double. In their eyes, the monsters in the nest had been cleared, and any stragglers posed no real threat. No one cared whether the double continued to lead the way. Just as the assessment team was advancing triumphantly towards the location of the magic crystal, disaster struck unexpectedly. A level 10 draconian kobold sorcerer named Doranir emerged from the darkness of the mine. This was no ordinary boss. It was a named boss with its own title. Even more terrifying, as a wilderness boss, there was no guide to defeat it. With just one encounter, the assessment team suffered heavy losses. 2 frontliners who were too close were hit directly by the dragon breath spell. Although not fatal, the searing pain caused them to writhe on the ground, oblivious to how their actions were endangering the team. Without the frontline cover, Doranir moved unchallenged. The remaining frontline fighters were no match, and the boss quickly reached the rear ranks. The rear members barely managed to launch an attack, but it was as ineffective as scratching an itch through a boot. Dragon breath spewed continuously, filling the mine with the agonized screams of the assessment members. Seeing this, the double instinctively turned to flee. However, he suddenly remembered that in a previous simulation, Lin Qingyu had survived to level 15 even after being expelled. If that was the case, how could this assessment pose a real threat to life? The double suddenly realized. This was merely an internal assessment by the student club. No matter how formidable President Zhong Hung of the Iron Blood Society was, he wouldn't dare risk the lives of so many outstanding alumni. This had to be an illusion. With this understanding, the double immediately changed direction and fearlessly charged towards Dorinir. He shouted encouragement to the others. Overcome your fear. Fight bravely. Meanwhile, he secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, he hadn't really run away, or he would have had to pay Lin Qingyu a 240,000 penalty, which would have been truly disastrous. Your clone's gamble paid off. Just as it was desperately entangling Duranial, with its health rapidly declining, several powerful attacks suddenly shot out from the corridor behind, striking the named boss with great force. Duranial let out a harrowing wail, its massive body retreating step by step under the impact until it crashed into the mine's rock wall, finally coming to a stop. Then, several figures emerged from the passageway. A fully armored warrior, a scout hidden in the shadows, a priest in a holy guise, and most strikingly a mage with a rosewood staff and hair flickering like flames. Your clone immediately recognized this prominent figure from Donghua University's Zonghang. Possessor of the star-level talent, Flame Lord, his fire magic ignores enemy magical defenses and fire resistance, and he can designate 3 native fire spells to boost their power by 1,000 and reduce their cooldown by 50. Surrounding Zonghang were undoubtedly his formidable companions who had fought alongside him since their freshman days. They were all owners of Earth-level or even Sky-level talents, with the lowest being a Gold-level professional who had completed 3 class transfers. Although Zonghang and his teammates were far from reaching the level they would later achieve as the core of the Iron Blood Legion, under the tenfold power boost of the Flame Lord's magic, the level 10 named boss Duranial had almost no resistance. In just a few minutes, Duranial, who had previously been able to wipe out an entire assessment team, was defeated, dropping 2 pieces of star-level equipment glowing with pure white light. Not bad luck, getting 2 pieces of star-level equipment, though their level is too low. Let's keep them to reward newcomers later, said the warrior who had slain Duranial, as he collected the equipment. At this moment, Zonghang turned his gaze to the battered clone. At his signal, the priest in holy garb immediately cast a powerful healing spell on the clone. With just one skill, all the damage the clone had suffered was instantly healed. The benefits of the clone extended far beyond just completing the task. A Dorinal reverse scale of Earth-level quality glimmered faintly on the ground, a precious item worth 50,000 federal credits, and it could serve as a crucial material for advancing to a silver-level warrior. Although its value was insignificant compared to star-grade equipment, it was still a noteworthy reward. The clone quietly stowed the reverse scale in his backpack without attempting to negotiate. He understood well that in front of the strong, the weak had no grounds for negotiation. Not only was Zonghang beyond his reach, but even the members of the Iron Blood Guild's assessment team, writhing in pain on the ground, were formidable to him. Besides, he had already received Lin Qingyu's promised payment of 80,000 credits. The reverse scale was merely an unexpected bonus. When Lin Qingyu regained her composure, the clone timely reminded her not to forget the remaining payment. To his surprise, the usually unreasonable woman didn't try to back out. Although her attitude remained harsh, she acknowledged the outstanding debt of 20,000 credits. This life-threatening experience seemed to have changed her somewhat. What change can that woman possibly have? Lin scoffed dismissively. Recalling Lin Qingyu's harsh demeanor when he first arrived at the awakening platform, he knew her mindset was problematic. Her values were extremely self-serving. Even if she changed somewhat, her underlying nature wouldn't improve. But none of this concerned the clone. As long as she paid as agreed, that was enough. He didn't care what she might become in the future. Simulations were ultimately just simulations. Avenging the harm Lin Qingyu caused to the original self was the original's concern. The clone only needed to focus on becoming stronger. With this mindset, the clone returned to normal life, deliberately concealing the encounter with the Iron Blood Guild team. Due to his aloofness, those team members who had added him as a friend gradually ceased contact, except for the captain, Shin Qin, who occasionally sent greeting messages. Time flew by, and in the second month of the simulation, the average level of the Crimson Squad surpassed level 8, and they began challenging the level 7 campus dungeon, Resting Graveyard. By the 4th month, the clone, despite enduring severe experience penalties, had finally reached level 11. As his teammates gradually reached level 9, the Resting Graveyard no longer met their needs. While preparing to tackle the level 8 dungeon, Wandering Knight's Town, a significant event occurred for the clone. His first semester at Donghua University finally came to a close. Unlike his previous life where he was expelled by the headmaster, in this simulation, even though his avatar only awakened a bronze-level talent, he stood out among the ordinary students. His team, the Crimson Squad, was one of the top performers in their grade, not only avoiding expulsion but also earning a scholarship of 10,000 Federation credits. When the news reached his village, the joy of the villagers was palpable. Witnessing this, Lin couldn't help but ponder. The villagers' expectations were so simple. Without the opportunity provided by the system panel to change his fate, he wouldn't know how to face the villagers who had once pooled their resources to send him to Donghua University. This simulation also made Lin could deeply aware of the chasm between bronze and gold-level talent professionals. Even though the Crimson Squad performed exceptionally well among bronze-level teams, their average level by the end of the semester was only 9. In contrast, Lin Qingyu, with her gold-level talent, had already reached level 15, a full 6 levels ahead. This seemingly small gap of 6 levels could take 2 semesters to bridge. As levels increase, the experience required grows exponentially, as evidenced by the fact that his avatar only advanced by 1 level in a semester. No wonder the professional community places such importance on talent. For his avatar, being able to stay at Donghua University was of great significance. It meant he didn't have to risk venturing into the wilderness and could, like an ordinary student, spend 4 years across 8 semesters in the relatively safe campus dungeons, steadily increasing his level to at least 20. Events unfolded as his avatar anticipated. By the 8th month of the simulation, the entire Crimson Squad had surpassed level 10. In the following month, his avatar was busy assisting teammates with their class change quests. To tackle the increasingly difficult dungeons post-transition, the Crimson Squad added a swordsman and a hunter to their ranks. A year later, his avatar and the Crimson Squad advanced to their second year. By then, his avatar had reached level 13, and the other team members had all surpassed level 11. On campus, people began to refer to him as a senior, and freshmen often sought his advice on dungeon strategies. Some even sent him love letters, but his avatar, uninterested, politely declined them all, leading to rumors about his sexual orientation circulating around campus. 2 years later, now in the 3rd year, his avatar's level increased to 16, and the average level of the other Crimson Squad members also surpassed 15. As the ranks rise, the position of the doppelganger in the Crimson Squad is subtly changing. Once a mainstay tank capable of holding its own, it now struggles to keep up. The team members, supported by their parents, are equipped with fine gear and various enhancement items, while the doppelganger is still scraping together bronze gear below level 10, reluctant to even use essential potions. How can a top student from Donghua University be so stingy? The murmurs of discontent within the team are growing, especially from the 2 new members, who never witnessed the doppelganger's glory days and are particularly displeased with its frugality. From their perspective, a frontline player unwilling to invest in themselves, no matter how exceptional their bronze-level talent, is unfit for the task. Indeed, the reality is harsh. The doppelganger can no longer single-handedly bear the brunt of the boss's main attacks. To maintain the team's efficiency in raids, they must consider adding another frontline member. This means the loot, originally shared among 9, would now be divided among 10, inevitably affecting the team's growth pace. Fortunately, the team leader, Zhang Jingyi, stepped in promptly, suppressing these discordant voices and temporarily securing the doppelganger's position as the main tank. However, Lin Ke shook his head with a wry smile, knowing this situation couldn't last. It's the final semester at Donghua University, a critical time for the students. Those above level 15 can graduate and join various private organizations. Reaching level 20 and completing a second job transfer offers a chance to be directly recruited by the federal government as police officers, agents, or officers. Teams like the Crimson Squad, which can maintain stability, are highly sought after by major battle groups. For the Crimson Squad members, who only have bronze-level talents, the highest individual position they could achieve might be as lower-level federal officials. But if the entire team can surpass level 20, their collective value could attract the attention of a battle group, allowing them to become an independent squad with privileges above grassroots government. This goal is not out of reach. By the end of the 7th semester, the Crimson Squad's average level had impressively reached 19. This was thanks to their shift from focusing solely on dungeon raids to honing their skills in the wilderness cleared by battle groups. In the wilderness, the spoils of battle sometimes don't even match the cost of supplies and items used, but the experience gained is invaluable. This is precisely why the Crimson Squad stands out among many ordinary teams. Captain Zhang Jingyi mentioned that a leader from a war band has already reached out to her, proposing that if the Crimson Squad can have all its members complete their second transition in the final semester, they could become an independent team under the war band's command. This news is undoubtedly a tempting offer. Although being an independent team isn't as prestigious as being core members, their status would far surpass local forces, and the rewards from pioneering would greatly exceed those of ordinary people. To achieve this goal, the entire Crimson Squad is highly motivated in the last semester, including your avatar. Thanks to the efforts of the Crimson Squad, reaching level 20, which usually takes 3 months, was accomplished in just 70 days. The extra 20 days gained provided more time for the team members to prepare for their career transitions. Your avatar is also thrilled to possess the reverse scale of Dolanir, as the silver-level boss materials needed for the transition are not lacking. With the help of team members to complete the transition challenge, they could become a distinguished silver-level professional in human society. As for the distant future, the avatar hasn't thought much about it yet. They only know that even if they just go with the flow and become part of an independent team under a war band, The future won't be too bad, and there might even be a chance to touch the realm of a gold-level warrior with a bronze-level talent. However, while expectations are beautiful, reality is harsh. When the avatar applied for the career transition task at the school's awakening sphere and submitted the transition materials, they received the task of killing any boss over level 20. When the avatar requested the squad members help in completing the transition task, Captain Zhang Jingyi, after a moment of silence, delivered a piece of shocking news. Following the suggestion of most members of the Crimson Squad, they decided to remove the avatar, who was gradually becoming mediocre, from the team and instead welcome a new member, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is a knight with a silver-level tenacity talent, already at level 21. He was a main frontliner in a silver-level team, but started going solo in his third year due to internal conflicts with teammates. Since then, he has been moving between various teams, maintaining his independent status. Although the tenacity talent isn't particularly special among silver-level ranks, Zhou Hao remains a sought-after choice for many silver-level teams as a rare frontline knight. Generally, even if Zhou Hao chooses to join a team, it wouldn't typically be a bronze-level team like the Crimson Squad. When the news of Zhou Hao joining the Crimson Squad broke, the clone stood in the corner of the training ground, instinctively tightening his grip on his weapon. The decision was rooted in complex realities. Zhou Hao's departure from his previous silver-level squad had been contentious, leaving him at odds with former teammates. As a result, other silver-level squads were hesitant to recruit him, wary of the influence of his former team and unable to offer terms that satisfied him. Meanwhile, the Crimson Squad had been granted the status of an independent team within the battle group. Though still bronze level, their standing was comparable to that of a regular silver-level team. The clone watched as the Crimson Squad's captain, Zhang Jingyi, and Zhou Hao shook hands, feeling a sense of absurdity. His gaze swept over the teammates he once fought alongside, who seemed to have forgotten who had led them to rapid success in the early days. Without his sacrifice as a level 10 bronze warrior, without his efforts in leading high-level dungeon challenges, how could the Crimson Squad have stood out among the many bronze-level teams? What angered the clone even more was when Zhou Hao demanded an extra share of the loot, and the Crimson Squad, which had always adhered to a strictly equal distribution policy, readily agreed. The principles that had once been rigidly enforced against the clone were easily discarded in the face of someone stronger like Zhou Hao. Even Zhang Jingyi, the captain who once embodied idealistic brilliance in the clone's eyes, silently acquiesced to this change in rules. The clone did not lash out or argue. He knew all too well that as someone ousted from the team and stripped of advantages, no one in this dog-eat-dog world would stand up for him. He chose to bury this humiliation deep in his heart. But this did not mean he accepted his fate perhaps in the next simulation or in the real world. He would make the traitors pay back 100-fold for today's disgrace. Seeing this, Lin Ke couldn't help but laugh. He didn't care how detestable the Crimson Squad was. He was simply relieved by the resilience shown by the clone. From the moment the clone sacrificed its own interests to maintain the team's stability, Lin Ke had anticipated this outcome. He quietly observed the clone's every move, particularly noting its attitude towards the Crimson Squad after all that had transpired. If the clone continued to blindly forgive them, Lin Ke would have to consider limiting the clone's autonomy in the simulation. Fortunately, the clone's response brought him relief. While the clone could understand the Crimson Squad's choices, the hint of coldness in its eyes indicated that forgiveness was not an option. Understanding is one thing, acceptance is another, and the clone was clear on this distinction. As for Lin Ke himself, his stance was even tougher. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a cold glint in his eyes. Harming my clone to enhance your own stakes and benefits? Even the Iron Blood Society can't escape my ledger, let alone a mere bronze-level squad. Such audacity. This time, the clone had reached level 20, a milestone that meant the next simulation would unlock the second-level silver-tier simulation, granting the right to carry silver-tier talents. Lin Ke's lips curled slightly. I won't need to intervene personally. In the next simulation, a clone equipped with silver-tier talents will naturally reclaim the justice denied this time. However, the current situation was far from optimistic. Being kicked out of the team at a crucial moment before graduation was akin to pulling the rug out from under the clone. As Lin Ke expected, the clone wasn't able to find a suitable new team before the final time node, and had to face campus recruitment as a lone wanderer level 20, but without having completed a job transition. Recruiters from various departments and organizations furrowed their brows upon seeing this resume. Unaware of the truth behind it, they instinctively questioned whether this candidate had any fatal flaws. Although the level 20 status and top-tier life resistance talent for a bronze tier provided a sliver of opportunity, the offers were far below what peers of the same level received, sometimes even less than those at lower levels. After much difficult deliberation, the clone ultimately accepted an offer from the 3rd District Police Department of Donghua City, joining as a 3rd-level sergeant responsible for smuggling investigations. For ordinary people, securing a position in the police force with a sergeant rank was a remarkable achievement. The clone's fellow villagers were proud of his success. unaware of the underlying struggles and hardships. In this world, truly exceptional professionals never appear in local police stations. They either make a name for themselves in the military and battle groups, or work as special agents in top organizations. At the very least, they become high-level agents for the Federation. Linka glanced at the information in front of him and couldn't help but smile wryly. In the professional circle of this world, even the worst professionals are considered extraordinary heroes as long as they can continue to conquer dungeons and explore the wilderness, bringing resources and contributions to humanity. However, once they step into the mundane world and interact with ordinary people, even the most powerful professionals are reduced to being ordinary people. It's like cultivators in cultivation novels, Linka realized, clapping his hands. Even the poorest cultivators are exalted beings who look down on those who muddle through life in the mortal realm. For his avatar, joining the local police station was the best option. Compared to the lack of institutional protection and the life-threatening environment of civilian organizations, at least the Federation's local government offered internal dungeons for exploration. Thus, in the 11th year and 3rd month of the Awakening Day, his avatar officially became a Level 3 Chief Inspector at the 3rd District Police Station of Donghua City. The days after taking office were not easy. Besides completing tasks assigned by the chief and the captain, the avatar spent a significant amount of time conquering police station dungeons. However, there were few strong teammates in the station, and he had to partner with an old priest officer who had reached level 15 but only had an iron level talent. This severely limited his ability to challenge higher level dungeons, resulting in greatly restricted experience gains and rewards. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the avatar finally rose to level 2 Chief Inspector, having saved enough to hire freelance enforcers. With this money, he led the hired hands to complete a class change challenge in a civilian dungeon, successfully advancing to a silver level warrior. This class change not only provided an additional 100 attribute points, but also unlocked the eligibility to learn gold level skills in advance. Unfortunately, this eligibility was practically useless. Forget gold level skills. Even slightly stronger silver level skills cost over $1 million, far beyond what a small town officer could afford. Without advanced skills, the avatar was a complete fraud among silver level warriors. Realizing that he might never break through level 25 at this rate, the power-hungry avatar decided to take a crooked path. During an operation to crack down on illegal dungeon item smuggling, the avatar coldly proposed a condition of 100,000 Federation currency to a desperate smuggler. The smuggler was stunned, not by the amount but by the fact that a silver-level professional was willing to be a small chief inspector at a local police station. Even more unbelievable was that such a rare creature would actively solicit bribes from underground rats like them. The smuggler immediately left an account and location, enthusiastically expressing a desire to become good friends with the avatar. As a deputy sheriff, my monthly income, including bonuses and allowances, barely reaches 20,000 federal credits. However, by being a bit flexible when apprehending smugglers and letting them go, I could easily pocket a ransom of 100,000 federal credits, equivalent to 6 months' salary. Such temptation is indeed hard to resist. Ordinary police officers refrain from accepting bribes because they hold onto a sense of reverence, fearing the punishment of federal law and possessing beliefs beyond money. But deputies have no such qualms. Even though they understand that this path will eventually lead to exposure, it's merely a simulation. Compared to pioneering, the risk of corruption is negligible. Beliefs. Aspirations, the deputy sneered. What beliefs and aspirations can a deputy have? Getting stronger is the belief. Making money is the aspiration. Having experienced the coldness and warmth of human nature in the first simulation, and being forcibly recruited by the Iron Blood Society's assessment team in this simulation, only to be betrayed by the team to which he devoted himself, the deputy had long grown disillusioned with this sick world. Hey, it's not that bad, really, Linka hurriedly consoled. There are still more good people in the world, like our fellow villagers, for example. Mid-sentence, he found himself at a loss for words. All right, isn't having the villagers enough? The deputy thought Linka made some sense, but it was too late. Since accepting the first ransom, he had established a long-term collaboration with a smuggler nicknamed Fat Tiger. Each month, Fat Tiger would find ways to offer tributes, ranging from tens of thousands to as much as 100,000 federal credits. The deputy only needed to tip him off before police operations. Under the deputy's protection, Fat Tiger's smuggling business thrived, even forming a gang called Nightingale, recruiting a dozen civilian professionals who had completed their first transformation. Nearly half of the subpath prop smuggling business in District 3 of Donghua City fell under his control. The deputy's relationship with Fat Tiger became increasingly inseparable, but he didn't care. As their relationship deepened, Fat Tiger's tributes increased, now reaching an astonishing 300,000 federal credits per month. In just 6 months, thanks to Fat Tiger's tributes, the deputy bought the coveted silver-level skill book, Silver Battle Chi. This skill book allowed warriors to convert stamina into energy, either to cover their entire body to offset damage or to release it for wide-range attacks, hailed as the strongest silver-level skill for warriors. With it, the deputy could finally call himself a true silver-level warrior. On the day you attained silver battle energy, your double ventured alone into the level 15 police dungeon known as Rampaging City. The first dungeon boss, which usually took a day or two to barely defeat, was effortlessly crushed under the power of the silver energy. Riding on this momentum, he fiercely engaged the second dungeon boss and eventually managed to kill it. However, when facing the level 23rd dungeon boss, even the might of silver energy was insufficient to withstand its ferocious assault, forcing a temporary retreat. Although this dungeon challenge wasn't completely cleared, it was still quite rewarding your doubles level soared to 21. He also acquired items worth 80,000 federal credits from the dungeon. However, as per regulations, the loot from police dungeons had to be surrendered, and the most the double could get was a bonus at the end of the month. Nevertheless, with regular profits from Fat Tiger, such small sums were no longer significant to him. After exiting the dungeon, the double carefully reflected on the battle details with the third boss and thought to himself, if he had an assistant to help restore his state and combine this with more cautious and precise tactics, defeating that boss might be possible. Unfortunately, the protection value would take a whole week to recover, so this plan had to be put on hold. 2 days later, while the double was going about his routine duties at the police station, a sudden breaking news broadcast caught his attention. Around the world, there were sudden appearances of monster gathering grounds and an unusual number of wild lords, with multiple border cities facing unprecedented wild beast attacks, leading to the destruction of over 30 human cities. However, this shocking news was quickly deleted, showing content deleted by the publisher, not visible. The double didn't dwell too much on this puzzling news. That evening, he visited the 3rd District's township area as promised, meeting with Fat Tiger, who had become a quite influential gang leader there. Fat Tiger expressed his recent troubles. A kid nicknamed Pot Lid was encroaching on their territory, and 2 professionals sent to deal with it had lost contact. The double, having little interest in gang disputes, casually assured him that he'd use the police's resources to handle this audacious individual. After accepting a generous tribute, the double left. On his way back to the police station, he was suddenly surrounded by the sound of heavy footsteps from all directions. A group of masked thugs had somehow encircled him. Before he could say anything, a small, skinny teenager, barely over 5 feet tall, and appearing only 16 or 17, stepped forward from the crowd and looked directly at him, saying, "You're the corrupt cop behind Fat Tiger, right?" Connecting this with what Fat Tiger had said earlier, the double quickly realized, "You're the pot lid Fat Tiger mentioned? Good. It seems I found the right person. This is a gang dispute, and your presence as a cop is too dangerous," Pot Lid said coldly. "So, sorry, but I'm going to take you down here." The double glanced disdainfully at the group of ordinary people surrounding him, not even worthy of being called professionals, a mocking smile playing on his lips. However, Pot Lid seemed completely unfazed by the double's professional status and oblivious to his contempt. At Pot Lid's command, countless masked thugs drew their pre-prepared knives and charged at the double. On February 1st of the 19th year of the Awakening era, Link's avatar died. The simulation abruptly cut off, leaving Link momentarily stunned and his mind blank. It wasn't until the system's results screen appeared before him that he realized his avatar had indeed died in the simulation. The system presented a selection of rewards. Bronze level life, resistance talent. All attributes of the avatar at level 21. 2 skills, silver level silver combat aura, and bronze level bullying. A complete set of equipment. Level 20 bronze weapon, level 15 bronze weapon, level 15 bronze armor, level 15 bronze bracers, level 10 silver earrings, level 10 silver boots, and level 10 bronze ring. The system informed him that he could choose one for free, but would need to spend additional simulation energy to claim more rewards. Dead? How is that possible? Link stared in disbelief. How could a silver-level professional be killed by an ordinary person? System, I want to see the death replay. Link demanded insistently. With the system's prompt, a clear scene unfolded before Link. On a dimly lit city street, his avatar stood expressionless in plain clothes at the center. Around him lay over 30 masked bodies sprawled in disarray. The only other living being on the street was a small, thin man standing 20 meters away. "You're a silver-level professional?" the thin man questioned incredulously. A dignified silver-level professional, hiding in the city as a shield for evil instead of serving humanity in the wilderness? Is this how you repay the Federation and humanity? The avatar shook his head, uninterested in engaging with such moralistic accusations. To him, exchanging words with someone about to die was a waste. Just as the avatar prepared to strike, the thin man erupted into hysterical laughter. "Last words? Ha ha ha, you're the one who should be saying them." Before the words finished, a pitch-black shadow erupted from the man's shadow. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive creature with wings and ferocious fangs. Map has level 19. The system's information above the creature's head left the avatar deeply puzzled. He couldn't comprehend why a named boss would appear in a human city, nor understand how this seemingly powerless thin man could summon such a formidable being. The clone finally understood why the two bronze-level professionals sent by Pang, who had lost contact. In front of him stood Mappus, a named boss of level 19, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made even him, a newly advanced level 21 silver-level professional, feel insignificant. In this life-and-death moment, the clone's mind raced. Engaging in direct combat was clearly a dead end, and escape seemed nearly impossible. The only chance for survival was to seize the right moment to eliminate the frail man who had summoned the boss. The clone burst forth with all his strength, moving like lightning, aiming directly for the frail man's vital points. However, just as he was about to succeed, Mappus suddenly appeared. A spear emitting a dark purple glow pierced through the air, precisely impaling the clone's heart, pinning him just half a meter away from his target. Playback ended. Linku watched this scene with a slight frown. This unexpected turn of events was indeed surprising. Who would have thought that an obscure rat could summon such a formidable named boss? However, what concerned him more were the many questions that arose. How exactly did the other party summon and control such a boss? Moreover, in a human city protected by a guardian field, how could a wild monster like this exist? The guardian field not only prevents monsters from breeding within the city, but also inflicts continuous massive damage on invading wild monsters. Logically, without a monster army of millions to deplete the field's power, no monster should be able to survive inside the city. Yet, Donghua City clearly had not suffered such a large-scale invasion, and the field remained intact. What was the answer to this mystery? However, Lin Cook quickly set aside these doubts. A mere level 19 named boss might have bested the clone this time, but it might not in the future. Furthermore, considering that the pot lid was only 16 or 17 in the simulated timeline's 9th year, it meant that in reality, he was just a 7 or 8-year-old kid, posing no real threat. Turning his attention back to the present, this simulation offered 4 reward retention options, but only 2 were truly valuable: the life resistance talent and the level the clone took 9 years to achieve. As for the equipment and skills, even though their total value exceeded 2 million federal coins, they were insignificant in Lin because Aishi had ignored even the Blood Knight set worth 5 million in the first simulation, so these were even less noteworthy. If I want to retain the life resistance talent and the level 21 achievement from this simulation, how much simulation energy will it cost? Linka calculated silently in his mind. Ding! The system's notification sounded in Link's ear, and an important message about simulation rewards appeared. The extra simulation energy required to retain rewards is proportional to the energy consumed in the current simulation, and the cost doubles with each additional reward retained. Link quickly calculated. If this simulation consumed 100 energy points, retaining the first reward would require 100 points, the second would double to 200 points, the third to 400 points, and the fourth to 800 points. So, just 1,500 simulation energy points can secure all the rewards from this simulation? Link's eyes lit up as he began to calculate in his mind. According to the system's item recovery rate, only 50 Federation coins worth of items are needed in reality to exchange for 1 simulation energy point. Thus, 1,500 energy points are equivalent to items valued at 75,000 Federation coins. If he could use this to acquire equipment and skills worth 200,000 Federation coins, he could exchange them for 40,000 simulation energy points, yielding nearly 30 times the profit. A lucrative deal indeed. As Link reveled in his clever calculations, the system seemed to read his thoughts and promptly displayed a message. Equipment retained from the simulation will be bound to the avatar, cannot be sold or traded, and has a system recovery value of 0. So what if the recovery value is 0? Link thought dismissively as he scanned the reward options. I can't let the avatar go bare-handed forever. Buying equipment and skill books is inevitable. He casually asked, System, can I choose one option now and redeem others once I have enough energy? You can, the system replied. Simulation rewards can be retained until the next simulation begins. As long as the avatar doesn't proceed with the next simulation, these rewards can be kept indefinitely. Haha, I knew you'd be reasonable. Link beamed. Then I'll choose the avatar's level 21 attributes first. Ding. The system immediately confirmed his choice. The avatar's attribute panel updated. Bound to Link's avatar. Level 21 experience 020000. Class Warrior Silver Tier. Innate talent none. Strength 151. Constitution 146. Agility 46. Magic 16. Equipment none. Skills none. Overall rating lowest tier Silver Warrior. Remaining simulation energy 26. Simulation energy can be used to enhance innate talent levels, copy avatar talents, redeem avatar simulation attempts, or simulation rewards. Obtainable through recovering real-world equipment and items. Remaining simulation attempts, 0. Automatically restored once a year. Can be redeemed with simulation energy. 364 days until the next automatic restoration. Double attributes over 100. Link marveled to himself. As expected of a silver tier professional who has completed 2 class transitions. The attributes of the doppelganger were a pleasant surprise for Lin Ku. With just the level up and jaw change reward attribute points, this doppelganger already surpassed most bronze level professionals. He quickly calculated in his mind. With these current attributes, it could easily solo not only a level 1 bandit camp instance, but even a level 5 goblin tribe. If I had suitable skills and equipment. Lin Ku's eyes lit up as he calculated silently. The combat power could increase 3 to 4 times. By then, even a level 10 school instance wouldn't stand a chance against this fully developed silver warrior. At this moment, he finally understood why high-level professionals could largely ignore talent discrimination. The answer was simple. As long as the level was high enough and the number of job changes was sufficient, even the worst iron-level talent could be compensated for by sheer attribute and level suppression. Of course, exceptions like Zhong Hong, who awakened star-level talents, were excluded. These prodigies could not only challenge above their level, but also had astonishing leveling speed. Thinking about how Zhong Hong had completed his 3rd job change before graduating from university, Lin Ku couldn't help but smile wryly. His 2 simulations combined had taken 18 years, and his achievements were still less than a fraction of Zhong Hang's. However, Lin Ku's greatest strength was never comparing himself to those with vastly superior abilities. No matter how strong Zhong Hong was, that was the achievement of a 4th-year student, while he had just enrolled. He was more concerned about his peers. The strongest among them were said to be 3 geniuses who had awakened sky-level talents. But even with sky-level talent, how high can their level get from just 1 instance? Lin Ku smirked. Even if they can solo instances of the same level, they'd only reach level 6 at most. How can they compare to my level 21 silver warrior? Thinking about how, as a newcomer who had awakened less than 2 days ago, he was already controlling a level 21 silver warrior doppelganger, Lin Ku found it somewhat unreal. But he quickly set these thoughts aside and decisively said, forget about waiting for the protection value to recover. Let's head straight into the wilderness. Previously, he didn't dare venture into the wilderness because a level 10 bronze warrior didn't provide enough security. But now it was different. As long as he didn't recklessly venture into undeveloped depths. With the doppelganger's current strength, he could easily dominate the lower-level wilderness areas. More importantly, he had a clear target this time. The Kobold Lair, the assessment location to which the Iron Blood Society had taken the doppelganger during the 2nd simulation. According to the simulation data, though the kobolds there were numerous, most were just level 5 ordinary monsters, and even the elites were only level 8. With the doppelganger's current attributes, he could sweep through them effortlessly. As long as I don't enter the core area, or provoke the named boss, Dolaniel. Lin Ku's eyes gleamed with determination. My silver warrior will be like a god in the Kobold Lair. There's no way I can fail. For Lin Ku's simulacrum, the wilderness was no longer a strange and mysterious place. However, for Lin Ku himself, this was his first real venture into the wild. The seemingly tranquil land before him was filled with hidden dangers. Even a small insect in the unassuming roadside grass could be a level 2 or 3 monster capable of easily taking an adult's life. Even more alarming was the fact that this was merely the relatively safe zone on the outskirts of the city, already cleared by the battle groups and trodden by countless humans. If such a zone was fraught with peril, the untamed wilderness that no adventurer had dared to explore must be even more treacherous. It's no wonder that even powerful entities like the battle groups frequently reported failures and complete annihilations. This wilderness was like an abyss of immeasurable depth, hiding innumerable terrors. Never step into the untamed wilderness until reaching sky-level strength, Lin Ku silently warned himself. He cautiously followed behind his simulacrum, maintaining a safe distance. Only after the simulacrum effortlessly dispatched all surrounding monsters would Lin Ku carefully advance. This methodical progression was slow but effective. In just 10 miles from Donghua University to the Kobold Lair, Lin Ku raised his level to 6 by slaying wilderness monsters. In just 2 days, he had transformed from a newcomer with a freshly awakened profession panel to a level 6 professional. Who would believe that such an achievement was possible for someone with a worthless black iron talent? It was as if he had awakened a stellar level talent. Even more exciting for Lin Ku was that this wasn't the end of his leveling up for the day. According to the simulation, the Kobold Lair not only harbored a named boss, Dorinir, capable of dropping 2 pieces of stellar-level equipment, but also contained over 1,000 kobold minions. These minions carried ores worth 500,000 federal credits and enough experience to collectively level up a 9-member assessment team with an average level of over 7. How high could he raise his level by claiming all this experience for himself? Level 9? Or perhaps 10? Lin Ku pondered. The answer would soon be revealed. Finally, as dusk approached, Lin Ku and his simulacrum arrived at the mine entrance. The dark, Eerie opening occasionally echoed with the sounds of barking, matching the intelligence from the simulation perfectly. This was indeed the kobold lair. After confirming this, Lin silently whispered "Amen" and exchanged a knowing glance with his simulacrum. The perceptive clone charged into the depths of the kobold lair without hesitation. Link stood at the entrance, watching the dark opening with a vigilant expression. Within 2 minutes, sounds of fierce battle echoed from the depths of the mine, accompanied by the dying wails of kobolds. Soon after, Link's player panel began to flood with notification messages. Ding system prompts popped up continuously. Your clone has killed a level 5 kobold minion. Due to level disparity, you receive a 50 experience penalty, earning 50 experience points. Your clone has consecutively killed 11 level 5 kobold minions, earning 550 experience points. Congratulations! You have reached level 7. Your clone has killed 25 level 5 kobold minions. With a level gap of 2, experience gain is reduced by 75, earning 750 experience points. Your clone has killed 2 level 8 kobold warriors. As you are 1 level lower than the target, experience gain is increased by 50, earning 240 experience points. Congratulations! You have reached level 9. Experience points accumulated rapidly, with notifications sounding one after another. Finally, ding! You have reached level 10. You can now use the Awakening Orb for a second job change, gaining new powers. As Link reveled in the thrill of his rapid level up, a striking red message suddenly appeared among the usual white notifications, catching his attention. Detected. Host is about to exceed biological limits. The system will undergo a version update after the job change. Please review the details independently. With a mix of excitement and anxiety, Link checked the system update announcement. Just 10 seconds later, his expression shifted dramatically. The update details stated: 1. Clone talent upgrade to bronze level. After the main body job change, only 10,000 simulation energy is needed for the upgrade. A second clone can be summoned, system-bound, for simulation use. Bronze level simulation is free, with no additional costs. 2. Clone revival function unlocked. Clones can be revived using simulation points after real-world death. Retains all talents, attributes, levels, and skills prior to death. Revival cost is determined by clone's overall rating. 15-day cooldown period, non-reducible. Quick, help me up, Link shouted excitedly. Stop farming monsters. Let's go for the job change now. Then he added, wait, we need to collect the Lutit's money. After all, we can't ignore money. I'll wait at the entrance. You bring everything out. Yelling into the lair, Link, aware of a boss-level kobold inside, was too scared to step in himself. All he could think about was completing the job change and starting a new chapter in his journey. The lights in the office of the Academic Affairs Department at Qinglong College, Donghua University, were still on that night. Inside, the instructor, Zhang Nanfeng, sat idly in front of the computer, his fingers intermittently tapping the mouse. First stage awakening? He glanced up at the young man with black hair in front of him, his voice carrying the fatigue of routine. What's your student number? 0587 Lin Ku. Zhang Nanfeng mechanically repeated this information, his fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard to input the number into the system. He had done this countless times before. Qinglong College had over 8,000 students across 4 grades, including graduate students. Even though a career transition was a rare event in a student's life, he still processed dozens of similar applications daily. Though applying for a career transition in the middle of the night was indeed annoying, it was understandable given the significant boost in power and social status such a transition could offer. Besides, the process was simple. Enter the student number, verify identity, grant access to the awakening room, and let the student use the awakening orb to receive their transition task. Dull, it's just so dull, Zhang Nanfeng complained internally as he browsed the screen. If I'd known it would be like this, I might as well have gone back home to farm. Student number 0587, Qinglong College first-year student Awakener Lin Ku, identity confirmed. He was about to continue his routine when he suddenly widened his eyes. What? You're a first-year student? Zhang Nanfeng snapped back to reality, staring incredulously at the black-haired youth in front of him, his anger rising instantly. What are you doing here in the middle of the night for a career transition task? The freshman awakening ceremony was just 2 days ago, and now you're here to take on a transition task. Are you messing with me? Is there a rule that first-year students can't take on transition tasks? Lin Ku calmly retorted. What did you say? Zhang Nanfeng was so furious his nose almost twisted. Don't you know the requirement for a transition task is level 10? You just awakened less than 2 days ago. How could you possibly be level 10? Sorry, that's personal information, not convenient to disclose. Lin Ku slightly raised his chin. The information is confirmed, right? Then I'll go get my task. With that, he turned and headed toward the awakening room without looking back. If it weren't for the awakening stone being a strategic resource of the Federation, making it difficult to find other ways to access the awakening orb in the short term, Lin Ku wouldn't have risked exposing himself by coming here to negotiate. Meanwhile, instructor Zhang Nanfeng was left staring in disbelief at Lin Ke's nonchalant departing figure, unable to find any words to stop him. For the first time since he became the instructor in charge of the awakening orbs at Donghua University, a student dared to speak to him like that. As soon as Link stepped into the awakening chamber, the mysterious power within the awakening orb immediately connected with him. A clear system notification sounded. Level check passed. You meet the requirements for job advancement. Please choose your new career path. In front of him appeared 10 options: warrior, swordsman, knight, scout, hunter, mage, archer, priest, warlock, and summoner. These 10 professions represent distinctly different paths of power, each holding unique potential. In this world, only by completing the first job advancement can one truly embark on the path of a professional. Those who call themselves knights or mages without advancing are merely expressing their intended future direction. True professionals must complete the job advancement to gain two crucial elements: additional attributes for their chosen profession and the ability to learn exclusive skill books. Although each of the 10 professions has its own focus, with the right talent and high enough level, any profession can achieve remarkable strength. Link had already made up his mind and chose priest without hesitation. The system immediately provided a detailed description. Your chosen path is priest. Role, support and buff. Main attributes: constitution and magic. First advancement traits: constitution increases by 30 points, magic increases by 20 points. Thereafter, with each level gained, constitution increases by an additional 3 points, and magic by an additional 2 points. Following that, the first job advancement task appeared. Please collect a bronze-level dungeon item. This requirement matched perfectly with the knowledge taught at school. Job advancement tasks before the gold level are relatively simple. The first stage only requires collecting items of the corresponding quality, while the second stage involves defeating a boss of the corresponding level. However, the apparent simplicity often hides complexities. Although the task requires submitting any bronze-level dungeon item to complete, experienced professionals know a secret. The job advancement system rewards a significant amount of skill proficiency based on the value of the submitted item. For this reason, some well-off professionals deliberately prepare valuable items to gain enough proficiency to raise a bronze-level skill from 0 to max level. This mechanism keeps seemingly useless dungeon drops consistently valuable in the market. Take the bandit minions token, for example. This material, originally worthless, can be used effectively by alchemists. 3 ungraded tokens can be synthesized into an iron-level token, and 3 iron-level tokens can further be synthesized into a silver-level token, thus creating a stable market demand. The level of synthesis skills and the quantity of materials determine everything. As long as the level is high enough and materials are sufficient, even star-quality bandit tokens can be successfully synthesized. For this reason, although over 100 million professionals in the Federation grind in the wild and in dungeons every day, producing trillions of seemingly useless materials each year, these materials still maintain a stable price in the market. The second stage challenge boss missions follow similar rules. Although defeating a level 10 boss completes the basic job transfer requirement, the system grants rewards based on the boss level challenged by the player. Level 20, 30 bosses, and even more powerful named bosses and wilderness lords offer rich experience rewards based on the strength gap with the player. The current world record in the Federation is the best example. A wealthy second generation from a super conglomerate spent 5 billion Federation coins hiring an entire level war team to successfully hunt a level 25 wilderness lord during his first job transfer task. With just the extra rewards from the job transfer task, his level shot up from 1 to 15. This also explains why the avatar in the simulation quickly loses its advantage after job transfer. Due to a lack of funds, the avatar often barely meets the basic job transfer requirements, causing skill proficiency to lag significantly behind others. While other team members have already raised their skill levels to 5 or above, the avatar's skill levels hover around 2 or 3. Even when approaching the second job transfer, the avatar's bronze-level skill proficiency falls short compared to those wealthy second generation who just completed their first transfer. A skill level gap of 1 or 2 might seem negligible in terms of strength, but when the gap widens to 4 or 5 levels, the strength difference becomes vast. However, Lin Ke's avatar still has a glimmer of hope through future simulations that inherit skill proficiency. These gaps can potentially be bridged. As for Lin Ke's original self, being a professional who relies on the avatar for sustenance, high skill proficiency isn't his immediate concern. After all, who can guarantee he will remain at the bronze level for long? Lin Ke completed his first job transfer in just 2 days, and it is not impossible for him to advance to a silver-level professional in the same time frame in the future. By then, wouldn't it be better to directly practice silver or even gold-level skills? Of course, the foundation of all this is economic. Although Lin Ke harvested minerals worth 500,000 Federation coins in the Cobalt Nest, his expenses far exceed his income. Simulations cost money, Preserving rewards for the avatar costs money. Upgrading avatar talents costs money. Copying talents costs money. Buying skill books and equipment costs money. And he must reserve startup funds for the avatar in simulations. This seemingly considerable income appears insignificant to Lin Ku. Watching those lavish predecessors who have crossed over, Lin Ku can't help but feel deeply perplexed. At least for now, earning federal credits through legal means seems incredibly challenging. Lin Ku stood by the dormitory window, gazing at the distant campus, lost in thought. While kobold lairs, with their low difficulty level, are ready-made treasure troves, such opportunities are rare and hard to come by. Even the most elite club at Donghua University, the Iron Blood Society, seldom finds one, let alone ordinary people. Is the only path left for commoners the crooked one? Lin Ku couldn't help but recall a simulation where his alter ego, simply by leveraging a sheriff's position, could earn 300,000 federal credits a month. Comparing that to his current predicament, Lin Ku's once resolute heart began to waver. However, this doubt was quickly extinguished by his innate sense of caution. Though the federal situation is stable now, the risks of amassing wealth through illegal means are too high, Lin Ku warned himself. This isn't a simulation. There's no chance to start over if you fail. Once you get into trouble, it's a burden you can't shake off. Clenching his fist, he thought, what is temporary poverty? As my strength grows, mere money cannot become a stumbling block. With that resolve, Lin Ku completed the first phase of his class advancement quest using a level 0 bronze instance item worth only 160 federal credits. He didn't immediately proceed to tackle the second phase boss, but returned to his dormitory for a good night's rest. The next morning, Lin Ku listed the ores he obtained from the lair for sale on the campus network. He priced them well below the market average, quickly attracting buyers. In less than 2 hours, the ores were sold out. After cashing out the proceeds, Lin Ku's bank account balance soared to 520,000 federal credits. This windfall was exhilarating for Lin Ku. In this world, the purchasing power of federal credits was comparable to the renminbi of his previous life, and for a freshman to amass such wealth was truly exciting. With ample funds at his disposal, Lin Ku immediately set out to purchase skill books. He first chose 3 basic skills suitable for the priest class. Heal LV1, 0.5 second cast time, restores health to a single target, with the amount restored depending on the caster's constitution and magic power, consuming 15 mana points, with an 8-second cooldown. Blessing LV1 requires a 10-second cast time, increases a single target's attack and defense, with the effect and duration determined by the caster's constitution and magic power, consuming 50 mana points, with a 1-minute cooldown. Light Orb LV1 releases a light attribute energy orb to attack, dealing double damage to dark, evil, and undead creatures, consuming 15 mana points, with an 8-second cooldown. In addition, Lin Ku invested 50,000 federal credits to purchase 2 bronze skill books for the priest class and 1 for the warrior class. The priest skills included the passive skill Devout Faith and the active skill Holy Shield, while the warrior skill was Massacre. The passive effect of Devout Faith shows incredible practicality once the skill proficiency reaches its maximum. The casting time can be reduced by 2.5 seconds. For skills that originally had a casting time of less than 2.5 seconds, they can be cast instantly. Holy Shield, a level 1 skill, originally requires 1.5 seconds to cast. It creates a divine protective barrier on the target, with its defensive strength depending on the caster's physique and magic attributes. Each cast consumes 50 mana points, with a cooldown time of 30 seconds. Massacre is also a level 1 skill, a melee area effect ability. The user swings their weapon to attack all surrounding enemies, dealing physical damage, while also restoring their own health based on the actual damage dealt. It has a cooldown time of 25 seconds. However, the situation of the avatar in the simulated world is rather lamentable. As a silver warrior, he should ideally have a fairly rich skill set: 5 iron level skill slots, 3 bronze level skill slots, 2 silver level skill slots, and even 1 precious gold level skill slot. But in reality, due to financial constraints, he can't learn any gold level skills, and even the silver level skill slots remain empty. For bronze level skills, the avatar currently only knows the skill Bully. Even with the newly acquired Massacre, 1 skill slot remains vacant. Lin Ku deliberately left this last bronze level skill slot empty, intending for the avatar to choose an appropriate skill during the simulation based on actual needs. As for silver level skills, the price is prohibitively high. Even the most basic silver level warrior skills cost as much as 200,000 federal currency, and their practicality pales in comparison to the silver combat aura previously purchased. When Lin Ku checked the market price for the silver combat aura, the staggering figure, the lowest price online being 1.15 million federal currency, prompted him to immediately close the webpage. Link pondered the value of the silver battle chi carefully. The more precious this skill was, the more worthwhile it was to spend simulation points to retain it. He quickly counted the Federation credits he had left after purchasing several skill books. He had spent 50,000, leaving him with 470,000. I'll keep 20,000 for emergencies, Link calculated, and then he invested the remaining 450,000 Federation credits entirely in acquiring dungeon materials. Like a wealthy merchant, he swept up the cheapest materials on the market, as if they were the tokens of bandit lackeys. When he converted these materials into simulation energy through the system's recycling function, he ended up with 8,855 points. This number was slightly lower than expected because the low-cost materials had been entirely bought up. He had to purchase some more expensive substitutes. But for Link at this moment, this fortune was more than enough to let him flex his capabilities. System, I want to retain all the reward options for my avatar in the simulation, Link declared boldly. The system immediately responded. Ding. Would you like to spend an additional 200 for 100, 800 energy points to keep your avatar's talents, skills, and equipment from the last simulation? Huh. Link's initial nodding motion suddenly stopped. Why is it so expensive? Wasn't the last simulation 100 points? The system explained. Because you chose a bronze-level simulation, you paid an additional 100 simulation energy points for it. And when you factor in the cost of purchasing simulation attempts, your last simulation's actual cost was 200 simulation energy points. Link paused for a moment, but quickly understood compared to the silver battle chi worth millions of Federation credits. These simulation energy points were indeed insignificant. He no longer dwelled on these extra costs and decisively chose yes. Ding, your avatar has received your gift. As the system prompt sounded, the avatar panel in Link's mind underwent a dramatic transformation. Found object, Link's avatar. Level, 21 experience, 020000. Class, warrior silver level. Innate talent, life resistance. Strength, 236 base, 151 equipment, 85. Constitution, 259.2 base, 146 equipment, 70 talent life, bonus 43.2. Agility, 71 base, 46 equipment, 25. Magic, 21 base, 16 equipment, 5. Equipment, decapitation greatsword, bronze 20. Warriors throwing axe, bronze 15. Rangers half armor, bronze 15. Town guards boots, silver 10. Lilith's blessing, silver 10. Skills, bully, bronze, LV7. Silver battle chi, silver, LV2. Massacre, bronze, LV1. Charge iron max level. Smash iron max level. Roar iron max level. Overall rating, lower tier, silver warrior. Link compared the data meticulously, noting that the difference in attributes before and after equipping was a staggering 200 points. However, when he saw the lower tier silver warrior overall rating, he couldn't help but show a wry smile. Even with these enhancements, he was still just at the starting point among silver level professionals. After acquiring new equipment, skills, and talents, the clone's attributes surged by nearly 200 points. This improvement even surpassed the benefits of a job change. Coupled with numerous newly acquired skills, the overall combat power increased several times compared to before. However, the system's rating took Link by surprise. The clone was only promoted from lowest tier silver warrior to lower tier silver warrior, still within the lower tier category. Link couldn't help but frown. Admittedly, the clone's performance in simulations was mediocre, and a level of 21 was indeed not impressive. But the rating seemed overly harsh. It's important to note that the clone possesses a silver fighting skill worth 1 million. Even without considering talents, the equipment and skills alone could easily fetch over 2 million in reality. This realization led Link into deep thought. If such a configuration only qualifies as a lower-tier silver warrior, how powerful must the intermediate and advanced silver warriors be? His imagination was limited by his lack of resources, and the brief moment of pride he felt quickly dissipated. Clearly, in this world, he remained an insignificant figure, and continued effort was the only way forward. That being said, a silver warrior, no matter how weak, is still a silver warrior. While dominating the bronze level might be a stretch, being able to easily defeat 99 of bronze professionals and complete job transition tasks was well within reach. Just as when he completed the first phase of the job transition task, Link adhered to the principle of safety first, cost second, with no desire to challenge high-level bosses. Other professionals might challenge stronger bosses for extra experience, but for Link, who could level up to 10 in just 2 days, experience points were no longer his goal. He simply wanted to complete the second phase of the job transition task in the most secure manner. The safest method was undoubtedly to utilize weak bosses in dungeons. However, seeing that the protection value had only recovered to 33, Link had to resist the urge to complete the job transition task immediately. Still needed to wait 5 days for the protection value to fully recover. Although he could send the clone into the wilderness to find a suitable boss, the risk was too great. The Kobold Nest was safe because the clone had scouted it in simulations beforehand, and it was likely a trial ground set up by the Iron Blood Society, surrounded by safe areas near human cities, almost devoid of high-level wilderness monsters. But wilderness bosses were entirely different. Any area cleared by battle groups and armies wouldn't still harbor such high-value targets. To find a wilderness boss above level 10, one must venture into undeveloped areas that are rarely visited by humans. This contrasts sharply with the kobold nest safe zones Link has previously encountered, where frequent visits by human adventurers keep monster levels at a mere 2 or 3, posing no threat to Link, who possesses a silver-level warrior avatar. However, the wilderness that can spawn bosses above level 10 presents a completely different scenario. These areas remain isolated from the human world, teeming with dangerous creatures ranging from level 20 to 30. Entering alone is tantamount to courting death. Although Link can use simulation points to resurrect his avatar once the revival function is activated, this ability is not yet unlocked as he hasn't completed his job transition. If his avatar were to fall, it would be a severe setback for Link. Weighing the pros and cons, it's wiser to wait patiently for a few days rather than take unnecessary risks. As for challenging Betrayal, the named boss, that's utterly unrealistic. In simulations, this guy can withstand multiple attacks from the level 30 Zonghung without dying, with an estimated health pool of tens of thousands. Given his avatar's current strength, it would be suicidal. Dismissing these impractical thoughts, Link focused on the simulation panel in his mind. With over 7,400 simulation energy points remaining after redeeming rewards, he briefly contemplated before instructing the system. System, I want to purchase simulation attempts. This decision stemmed from a bold idea. While his avatar currently isn't a match for Betrayal, what about after a simulation? If his avatar's strength significantly increased, he might directly challenge Betrayal to complete the job transition task without waiting for sanctuary value recovery. More importantly, he remembered that Betrayal had dropped 2 stellar-grade pieces of equipment in the simulation. Even though these items might not surpass the life recovery skill ring his avatar initially acquired, the value of level 10 stellar equipment is at least 1.5 million. Securing these items would alleviate economic concerns for a considerable time. The system promptly responded, "Ding. Would you like to redeem simulation attempts now? Note that after completing your job transition and enhancing the talent level of your avatar, you will enjoy bronze level free simulations without additional energy costs." Who would still bother with a free bronze simulation? Link scoffed, waving dismissively, his eyes gleaming with pride. This time, I'm going for the silver level. Ding, the system notification chimed. Would you like to spend 200 simulation points to exchange for 1 simulation attempt? The price went up. Link frowned slightly, his sensitivity to prices prompting an instinctive inquiry. As the number of simulations increases, the cost of purchasing simulations will rise accordingly, the system calmly explained. Link snorted. Fine, a 100-point increase is still acceptable. He glanced at his 7,400 simulation points, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This stingy system, even its extortion reeks of poverty. A mere 100 simulation points, it's nothing. Exchange it for me. Start the simulation right away. Ding, 200 simulation points consumed. You have successfully obtained 1 simulation attempt. The system immediately displayed the options. Please select the simulation level. 1. Free simulation, no extra cost. Receive a random iron level talent. 2. Bronze level simulation. Additional 100 points. Receive a bronze level talent. 3. Silver level simulation. Additional 1,000 points. Receive a silver level talent. 4. Gold level simulation. Silver level simulation. Link interrupted the system's further explanation. Although the cost for silver level simulation had skyrocketed from 100 to 1,000 points, making him wince, he couldn't bring himself to question the increase after just mocking the system. Besides, bargaining with the system was always futile. It only explained and never altered established rules. It's just 1,000 simulation points. It's not like I can't afford it. Link consoled himself, yet his gaze was intensely focused on the simulation panel after all. It was a whole 1,000 points, and if his avatar ended up with a worthless talent, he'd definitely have a bone to pick with the system. As Link watched, the simulation information began to materialize in his mind. Ding. Silver level simulation initiated, consuming 1 simulation attempt, 1,000 simulation points. Remaining attempts, 0. Simulation begins. On October 1st of the 11th year of awakening, Link's avatar calmly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, realizing he had entered the simulation world once more. This time, he received a gift from his original Selpha silver level talent, Phoenix's Ember. This talent increases life recovery speed by 300, doubles any life restoration effect, boosts resistance to abnormal states by 35, and upon death, transforms into a non-aggressive phoenix egg. If the egg remains unharmed for 7 days, he can be reborn. Another T0 level talent. Lin Ku sat up suddenly, his eyes locked on the simulation screen showing the talent his avatar had acquired. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The system was truly generous, granting a T0 level talent in 2 consecutive simulations. Phoenix Ember's the name of this talent echoed in his mind. Although its primary feature was survival, with a rather strict revival mechanism, it offered a chance to start over after death as long as there was a sliver of hope. The key was having trustworthy teammates to protect the phoenix egg that one would transform into upon death. Lin Ku's lips curled into a slight smile. In this world of Chao Dan, reliable allies were few and far between amidst the backstabbers, but reality was quite different. He and his avatar made the perfect team, didn't they? Of course, it was unrealistic for Lin Ku to protect his avatar during its revival. Moreover, once the avatar completed its first transformation, the system upgrade would naturally include a revival feature, making the talent somewhat redundant for the avatar. But for Lin Ku himself, it was a godsend. He calculated in his mind. With the ability to replicate the avatar's talent, he could transfer the phoenix embers to himself by paying some simulation energy. Imagine, even if he were ambushed and killed, his awakened avatar could protect the phoenix egg he would become, ensuring his safe revival. This assurance was incredibly comforting. I must have this talent, Lin Ku decided inwardly, then focused intently on the avatar's subsequent simulation. A system notification popped up. Since the avatar already possessed the bronze-level talent life resistance, the world's rules limited each professional to one talent. The avatar had to choose between life resistance and phoenix embers. However, the system noted that upon upgrading, it would be possible to partially overcome this limitation and increase the avatar's talent slots. Replaced talents wouldn't disappear, but would be stored in a talent pool, available for direct exchange with simulation energy in the future without needing to be redrawn. Lin Ku suppressed the urge to curse as he watched the avatar unhesitatingly choose the silver-level talent Phoenix Embers, with life resistance stored in the talent pool. In this life, the avatar stood out as an elite student, and the rare talent of Phoenix Embers quickly attracted offers from various student societies, including the Iron Blood Society. Iron Blood Society. Lin Ku raised an eyebrow. Although Iron Blood Society was a group founded by Donghua University's top prodigy, Zhong Heng, and was known for its strict recruitment standards, Zhong Heng had to slightly relax the entry criteria to maintain the size of his battalion. After all, professionals with high-level talents were exceedingly rare. After his clone awakened the silver-tier talent of Phoenix Embers, the Iron Blood Guild quickly extended an olive branch to him. However, compared to their enthusiastic pursuit of Lin Qingyu, who possesses a gold-tier talent, their recruitment was quite perfunctory, offering no resources or any promise of future involvement in their battle group. Nevertheless, this still proved that the clone, with his silver-tier talent, had surpassed his value from the previous simulation. Interestingly, even Lin Qingyu, who had always been sarcastic towards him, showed a subtle change in attitude. She not only lowered her guard to converse with the clone, but also frequently hinted at the hope of joining forces with him in the Iron Blood Guild. However, having experienced 2 simulations, the clone saw through it all. His silver-tier talent alone could not genuinely impress such a calculating woman. Her apparent enthusiasm was merely because she saw him as a disposable pawn. The clone decisively rejected Lin Qingyu and politely declined the invitation from the Iron Blood Guild. He knew that the Iron Blood Guild was destined for success in the future, but the harsh reality was that trying to establish himself in such an emerging battle group with a silver-tier talent was too challenging. He did not want to repeat the humiliation of being eliminated. More importantly, his strength had already far surpassed that of an ordinary freshman. Though he appeared to be a newcomer at the academy, he had actually reached level 21 and completed a second class change. Although the system rated him as a lower-tier silver warrior, this was still genuine silver-tier strength. This awkward situation left the clone in a dilemma. Teaming up with freshmen would lead to him being held back by shared experience and penalty mechanisms, turning him into an unpaid babysitter. Collaborating with older students would raise questions about how he managed to complete a second-class change in just 2 days. After much consideration, the clone realized that Donghua University, once his dream, had now become his shackle. While the dungeons within the school still held some value, they were not enough to make him consider dropping out. However, if he wanted to continue growing stronger over the years, relying solely on school dungeons would be too slow. He needed to look beyond the campus, whether by joining a civilian team anonymously or venturing into some unsavory areas. At this point, he recalled the smuggler Pang who he caught in the last simulation. But now, Pang, who was likely just a fledgling underling, far from the gang leader who, with the clone's support in the later stages of the last simulation, quickly rose to prominence and generated huge profits. The doppelganger approached Pang Hu not for substantial profit, but to personally get involved. All he needed was for Pang Hu to introduce him to the field. What? Are you getting addicted to shady deals? Link couldn't help but blurt out. Indeed, engaging in such undefeatable activities is fraught with unpredictable risks. Any professional with grand ambitions would scoff at it, considering it a path of self-degradation. However, the doppelganger, who had tasted the benefits in a previous life, knew the ropes this seemingly lowly trade concealed enormous profits. As for the risks, the doppelganger had already calculated them. Compared to exploring the wilderness, the risks of these shady deals were not less. but the returns could be tenfold. While this path only brought money and not the experience points coveted by professionals, it suited the doppelganger perfectly. Just wanted to make the most of his college years. After graduation, he could use the money earned to arm himself, enhance his combat abilities, and then venture into the wilderness, significantly increasing his survival rate and combat efficiency. This is called sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping firewood. Don't use the wisdom of great civilizations for such things, you idiot. On the night of October 2nd, the doppelganger, after a day of preparation, found Pang who still holed up in his rented room. This small-time character, when faced with the pressure of a silver-level warrior, knelt without hesitation and willingly acknowledged the doppelganger as his leader. When hearing that the doppelganger wanted to get involved in the business of smuggling dungeon items, Pang whose face was full of disbelief. A dignified silver-level professional, who should be a beacon for human civilization in the wilderness, had fallen to such a lowly trade? It was akin to a graduate from a prestigious university resorting to selling their body. Despite his shock, once he confirmed that the doppelganger was serious, Pang who candidly explained the entire process of dungeon item smuggling. This so-called dungeon item smuggling was merely a fancy term imposed by the federal police. In Pang whose words, they were just middlemen, buying dungeon items from civilian professionals and reselling them to illegal professionals or civilians without purchasing qualifications. It's worth noting that not all professionals are legal, nor can everyone become a professional. According to federal law, only those who enter university and awaken through officially registered awakening spheres are recognized as legal professionals. Conversely, those who awaken independently using unofficial awakening spheres, bypassing the federal university route, are considered illegal professionals. Under the strict regulations of the Federation, both illegal professionals and ordinary people who haven't yet awakened to their professions are heavily restricted. They are not allowed to enter the wilderness, access dungeons, or participate in the trade of dungeon items. The Federation claims that these measures are in place to protect those who have not undergone systematic training. However, rather than curbing demand, these restrictions have given rise to a vast underground black market. Many individuals eager for power have turned to illegal means to awaken as professionals, while even more ordinary people, yet to awaken, desperately seek dungeon items to gain strength. With legitimate channels blocked, a thriving smuggling industry has emerged. Its operation is surprisingly straightforward. Legitimate professionals purchase equipment from the official market and then sell it at a markup to illegal buyers. This buying and reselling allows smugglers to earn substantial profits. A piece of equipment originally priced at 1,000 Federation credits can easily fetch 2,000 on the black market. Larger smuggling groups have even ventured into international trade, with rumors of powerful organizations capable of smuggling star-level equipment and rare materials classified as strategic assets. Such high-level smuggling is often backed by colossal entities like grade combat groups, escalating the issue to the level of international contention. For ordinary smugglers, two major challenges loom: the threat of legal repercussions and acquiring clients. If caught, the minimum sentence is 15 years in prison. Profits exceeding 500,000 Federation credits result in a death sentence. Additionally, while there are legitimate professionals willing to take risks, particularly those with obscure talents and bleak career prospects, like university graduates with only iron-level abilities, illegal professionals are extremely cautious about concealing their identities under the oppressive policies. Without specific channels, accessing this vast underground network is nearly impossible. As a legitimate professional, the protagonist is free from the first concern, but finding clients remains a challenge. Even a newcomer in the industry like Pang, who has very few contacts. However, Pang who points the protagonist towards a potential solution. One Eye, the biggest smuggler in District 3 of Donghua City, controls more than a third of the smuggling business there. With a low voice and a dangerous glint in his eyes, Pang who suggests, "Take him down, and we can take over his network of channels." Your clone agreed with Pang who's proposal. When faced with a deadlock, eliminating the existing beneficiaries to seize their interests is undoubtedly the simplest and quickest method. The clone did not believe that the leader of a local gang could match a silver-level professional like itself. The only concern might be the risk from the federal authorities. The risk from the federal authorities? The clone recalled the strength of the 3rd District Police Department in Donghua City from the last simulation. The strongest officer was merely a level 15 veteran. Nothing to worry about. Civilian forces were only so powerful. As long as no significant interests were disturbed, those lofty battle groups and professional teams were unlikely to invest their efforts in local disputes. Having made a decision, the clone asked Pang who about the appearance and residence of Du Yan. The next evening, the clone infiltrated Du Yan's residence, eliminated a low-level professional guard outside the door, and successfully located Du Yan, who was watching a movie inside. Surprised by the clone's sudden appearance, Du Yan asked about the purpose of the uninvited visit. The clone did not answer, but summoned a beheading sword from its equipment slot, demonstrating its intentions through action. Seeing the weapon, Duyan immediately understood the clone's intentions and quickly took out a dungeon item to resist. However, as a mere mortal, Duyan had only gained a semblance of professional power through smuggled dungeon items. Against the silver-level warrior clone, he had no ability to resist. With just one move, the dungeon item in Duyan's hand was shattered, and he only managed to utter a cry for help before the clone decapitated him. Hearing the commotion, two guards, bronze-level professionals around level 10, arrived. Seeing the clone radiating silver battle energy, they were instantly terrified, realizing they were facing an unbeatable silver professional. Almost without hesitation, they turned to flee. But the clone did not give them a chance to escape. With lightning speed, the clone appeared behind the two professional guards as if by teleportation. Before they could react, the clone raised its sword and swiftly killed the nearest melee professional guard. The other guard, witnessing this, immediately knelt down, desperately pleading for his life. However, the clone, determined to eliminate any threats, felt no emotion. Amidst the guard's terrified expression, the clone slowly raised its beheading sword and struck down forcefully. With the splattering of warm blood, another headless body lay on the ground. The clone wiped the blood from the sword and searched Duyan's residence thoroughly. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, it called Pang Hu to prepare to take over the channels left by Duyan. Link, who was observing the situation unfold in front of him, finally understood the system's statement that the clone would not be troubled by human emotions. This clone acted decisively and ruthlessly, executing actions without hesitation once a decision was made. Such a character clearly wouldn't fall into the classic villain's trap of talking too much. In the following days, with the help of Fat Tiger, the clone swiftly eliminated One Eye's loyalists using the most direct methods. The bloody slaughter left the survivors in fear. Soon, One Eye's smuggling routes fell under the clone's control. Although this forceful takeover resulted in some losses, a detailed calculation by the clone and Fat Tiger showed that the channel could still generate astonishing profits. A monthly sales revenue of 450,000 Federation coins, which, even at a 50 profit margin, would yield a net profit of 225,000 Federation coins. However, for a Silver Warrior, this income was far from sufficient. The clone recalled a previous simulation where merely collecting protection fees could bring in 300,000 Federation coins monthly. The current market share was nowhere near satisfying his ambitions. Having chosen this path, he intended to see it through to the end. His sights were set on the remaining smuggling market in District 3. Though One Eye claimed to be the largest smuggler in District 3, he actually controlled only a third of the market. The remaining two-thirds were scattered among independent smugglers like Fat Tiger. The clone's next goal was to consolidate these fragmented markets and completely monopolize the smuggling industry in District 3. When the clone shared this plan with Fat Tiger, the novice smuggler was rendered speechless with shock. In a previous simulation, Fat Tiger had indeed monopolized District 3's smuggling industry with the clone's backing, using the Nightingale Gang. But that was based on multi-party cooperation. The clone served as a protective shield as an anti-smuggling officer, targeting only non-allied forces, while the Nightingale Gang integrated numerous smugglers by offering profit sharing to gain their support. The current situation was entirely different. Without official protection or gang reputation, attempting to monopolize the entire smuggling market through sheer force alone seemed like a fantasy to Fat Tiger. While the police force in District 3 might be limited and unable to subdue a rogue silver-tier professional, the Federation Police, as a national institution, could call upon the military or even task forces to intervene in uncontrollable criminal situations. A silver-tier professional might be considered strong among ordinary people, but challenging the entire Federation institution was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Pang Hu thought his clone shouldn't be so irrational, as reaching the silver level in their profession was no easy feat for the foolish. The clone didn't argue but instead suggested that Pang Hu gather smugglers willing to join them to form an underground gang focused on smuggling for profit. When Pang Hu asked for the gang's name, the clone, too lazy to come up with a new one, reused Nightingale, the name Pang Hu had chosen in a previous simulation. Hearing this name, Pang Hu felt a sense of familiarity, as if his destiny was already intertwined with Nightingale. In the following weeks, aside from weekly solo challenges in the level 10 instance, Knight's Town, when his protection value restored, the clone devoted almost all his energy to supporting the growth of Nightingale. With the direct backing of this silver-level professional, the smuggling operations of Nightingale expanded by 50% in less than a month. However, as the operation grew, Nightingale began to draw the attention of the police. While traveling between Donghua University and the gang's base, the clone keenly noticed signs of being followed. Although he easily lost the tail with his extraordinary physique, he knew that real trouble was just beginning. In November, Lin Qingyu, just like in the previous simulation, sought out the clone, hoping he would protect her during the Iron Blood Society's core member assessment. However, this time, the clone had the capability to refuse, and Lin Qingyu could no longer boss him around as she did before. The reason for this change was simple. In this simulation, the clone possessed the silver-level talent, Phoenix Ashes. As a T0 level talent among silver ranks, his potential was comparable to that of ordinary gold-level talents. Moreover, at the end of the month, the clone took first place in the first-year student assessment at Qinglong Academy with absolute strength, even defeating the academy's prodigy Shangguan Lingwei, who had a sky-level talent. By then, the clone's reputation at Qinglong Academy was formidable, attracting many elite teams from Earth level to Sky level trying to recruit him. Although Lin Qingyu had a gold-level talent, the gap in strength between her and the clone was too vast for a mere level difference to bridge. As long as the clone was unwilling, no one at Qinglong Academy could force him to do anything. Lin Qingyu, despite being extremely pragmatic, was not foolish, so her demeanor was exceptionally gentle, like a heartwarming light. Fortunately, the clone had a strong will and none of the mundane desires of ordinary beings. If it were the original, who was driven by desire, he might not have lasted a single round before being easily won over by this woman. Let me say it again, the one controlled by desires isn't me. It's someone else in this world. Link urgently explained, trying to correct the misunderstanding his duplicate had about him. However, the simulation's duplicate had already seen through everything and ignored this explanation. The duplicate looked at Lin Qingyu coldly and rejected her request without hesitation. I'm not the pushover I used to be, he said icily. You'd better stay away from me, or don't blame me if you get a taste of my fist. Although Lin Qingyu didn't understand the meaning of pushover, the hostile threat made her instantly aware of his attitude. Being someone who was always cherished, she couldn't accept such a drastic change and immediately flew into a rage, abandoning all reason and restraint as she hurled insults at the duplicate. The duplicate retaliated without backing down, and their argument quickly drew a large crowd of students. During this heated exchange, their past became the talk of Donghua University, spreading like wildfire. Even senior students were eagerly gossiping about it. Although this uproar affected their reputations on campus, the duplicate was unfazed and unconcerned about any potential retaliation from Lin Qingyu. To him, she was just a female with a slightly higher talent level, and she couldn't suppress him forever. Seeing this, Link was at a loss for words. You're really getting ahead of yourself. Do you think the advantage of being a level 21 silver warrior will last long? With her pace of reaching level 15 in one semester, she'll likely surpass you within a year. Offending her like this, you'll be in trouble once she's stronger. However, the duplicate in the simulation offered no response. As a line of simulation information appeared, the conflict was casually brushed aside. On December 14th, the duplicate successfully completed the level 10 dungeon, Night Town, and after a tough battle, he defeated the level 15 boss, Night Lord, gaining over 150,000 federal coins in loot. By the 15th, the duplicate ordered Fat Tiger to transfer the funds accumulated by the Nightingale gang over the past 2 months into his account. Adding the previous dungeon earnings and the 200,000 scholarship from 2 top monthly exams, his total assets reached 1.5 million federal coins. He immediately purchased 2 skills, a silver level, Jade and Stone Burning, and a bronze level, Life Restoration. Jade and Stone Burning, a silver level skill for warriors, consumes 20 of the user's maximum health to deliver a powerful lethal strike to the target. The damage depends on the health consumed and the user's constitution and strength attributes. It cannot be used if health is below 30, and it has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Life Restoration, on the other hand, is a bronze-level skill suitable for warriors and knights, capable of restoring the user's health, with the recovery amount related to the constitution attribute. On December 30th, thanks to the powerful damage of Jade and Stone Burns together, your avatar once again defeated Shangguan Lingwei in the end-of-month exam, successfully retaining the first place in the first-year monthly exam at Qinglong Academy. However, this time your avatar didn't feel excited. Unlike the previous 2 easy victories, the power displayed by Shangguan Lingwei this time was almost equal to your avatar's. If not for relying on the explosive damage of Jade and Stone Burns together for a decisive victory, the avatar even suspected that it might have lost. The gap in talent is indeed vast. The chasm between sky-level and silver-level talents is particularly evident. At this rate, in the next end-of-month exam, facing Shangguan Lingwei, the avatar will have no chance of winning. Taking advantage of the prestige of being first in the monthly exam, the avatar decided to form its own team. Yes, to form a team, not to join someone else's. The strength of bosses in this world is ridiculously high. Even the weakest dungeon bosses are not something that professionals of the same level can handle. As for the more terrifying wilderness bosses, titled bosses, and even lords, they are entities that ordinary professionals absolutely cannot contend with alone. Without the support of a team, defeating bosses is impossible, and growth would be as slow as a snail, making progress difficult. In this world, even professionals as strong as those at the star level need to rely on the strength of teammates to help them grow, and the avatar is no exception. However, joining someone else's team means having to follow their rules, which is unacceptable for the avatar with many secrets. Therefore, the avatar decided to take a different approach and build a team centered around itself. As the initiator of the team, the avatar can choose team members willing to follow its rules and unconditionally obey, thereby protecting its secrets and maintaining a sense of mystery. The avatar posted a recruitment notice on the Academy Forums team panel to form a squad. With the impressive performance of securing first place in 3 consecutive monthly exams, the post quickly garnered significant attention. Upon hearing that the avatar was forming its own team, even the instructors at Qinglong Academy actively recommended suitable candidates. Many new professionals who had not yet found a suitable team or were interested in joining a new one came forward, and the avatar's private inbox was soon flooded with various resumes, including those from gold-level professionals. However, the resume that truly shocked the avatar was from Shangwan Lingwei. This person, who had been defeated by the avatar in 3 monthly exam finals and ranked second in the grade, wanted to leave her current top-tier team composed entirely of sky-level and earth-level talent professionals to become a member of the avatar's team. Fortunately, the avatar finally understood its own strength and position. After understanding the true reason why Shangwan Lingwei wanted to join him, his duplicate secretly sneered. It was merely because she had been defeated by him 3 times in a row, leading to a mistaken perception of his abilities. He knew very well that the advantage he had accumulated through simulation had reached its peak, while the sky-level talented Shangwan Lingwei was just starting out. This advantage would last only until the next monthly exam. If he foolishly accepted her, once she discovered his true level, she would undoubtedly become furious and retaliate. To avoid this dreadful outcome, the duplicate decisively rejected Shangwan Lingwei's request. Instead, he selected 5 special new students from a mountain of resumes. They were all quite ordinary, but most importantly, they came from impoverished backgrounds. Such a background meant they were more likely to cross ethical lines for money, and their mediocre abilities left them with little leverage to bargain with the duplicate, making them more likely to obey orders. Of course, those who dared to submit resumes to the duplicate were no ordinary individuals. The weakest among these 5 had a silver-level talent, and one even awakened a gold-level talent as a swordsman. Such a lineup would be considered an elite team even among bronze-level squads in the outside world. The duplicate named this squad Xuanhe to contrast with the Qihong team that had abandoned him in the last simulation. He then announced the team rules. All spoils of war would be distributed at his discretion, and he held absolute priority and authority. While these domineering rules made the team members somewhat uncomfortable, the duplicate's reputation from securing first place in 3 consecutive monthly exams served as a stabilizing force, and the team members accepted them after a brief stir. Seeing the team members' reactions, the duplicate secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, a Xuanhe squad that was entirely loyal to him was officially formed. To quickly enhance the team's strength, the duplicate led them to challenge dungeons of level 15 and above. To avoid experience penalties, he had the team members clear the minor enemies, only stepping in when the team couldn't handle the boss, and deliberately controlled his output to minimize the experience penalty. In addition to the dungeons, the duplicate also led the Xuanhe squad to train in the wilderness. With the help of teammates, especially those in scout roles, they could use the scouts' high agility and vision advantages to preemptively assess the levels and dangers of surrounding monsters, avoid formidable foes, and grow relatively safely in the wilderness. Although this couldn't completely avoid the dangers of the wilderness, for the Xuanhe team, whose members all possessed silver-level talents or higher, the wilderness was not so daunting. They acted cautiously, avoiding deep peril, and had already widened the gap in strength compared to ordinary professionals. Over the course of a month, through challenging dungeons and wilderness training, your avatar successfully leveled up to level 22. Other members of the Xuanhe team also broke through to level 12. While there was still a gap compared to elite student societies like the Iron Blood Club, which began wilderness training early and had an average level of 15, your avatar was confident that as the team's synergy improved, this gap would eventually close. With full confidence, your avatar approached the end of the first semester at Donghua University. In the final monthly exam, he deliberately concealed his silver-grade battle aura, losing by a narrow margin to Shangwan Lingwei, thus ending his dominance in the monthly exams for the semester. Although he missed out on a scholarship of 100,000 federal credits, the result was more reasonable. Using 2 silver-level skills simultaneously would undoubtedly expose the fact that he had already transitioned to a silver-level professional. For an avatar with only a silver-level talent, completing the transition in just 1 semester would be too astonishing. Moreover, the goal of forming a team had been achieved, so there was no need to be fixated on the honor of being first in the monthly exams. Even the second place came with an incentive prize of 50,000 federal credits, which was far better than the few $100 he could earn each month from the previous simulations. Your avatar was satisfied with this outcome and was ready for the upcoming new semester. As the semester comes to an end, Donghua University is about to embark on a long 3-week holiday. During these 21 days, students have the choice to either take a break from their heavy academic workload and enjoy this rare time of relaxation. Or they can choose to stay on campus, continue their hard work, or even team up and venture into the dangerous wilderness. However, your duplicate and his Schwanhei squad have opted for a different kind of holiday experience. On February 5th, the first week of the holiday, the duplicate led the Schwanhei squad to successfully complete a level 15 dungeon, raising all members to level 13. Now, as a team of bronze-level professionals, the Schwanhei squad has arrived at an underground tavern controlled by Nightingale. Inside the tavern, the duplicate instructed Fat Tiger to place 1 million federal credits in front of each of the 5 squad members, with 200,000 credits in front of each, equivalent to 2 months of their earnings from the dungeon. Under the tense gaze of the Schwanhei squad members, the duplicate revealed that he was managing an underground gang that profits from smuggling dungeon items. So far, this gang has controlled over 60 of the smuggling share in the 3rd district of Donghua City, with monthly smuggling profits reaching 1 million federal credits. He plans to further expand the scale of smuggling dungeon items, projecting future monthly profits to exceed 2 million federal credits, and he promised to share 50 of this with the Schwanhei squad members, amounting to 1 million federal credits. If everything goes smoothly, each of them will receive a monthly bonus of 200,000 federal credits, translating to an annual income of 2.4 million federal credits. For an ordinary silver or gold tier talented professional, this figure is hard to refuse. The importance of money to professionals is undeniable, as relying solely on dungeon rewards makes it difficult to maintain a leading position among professionals. Especially for the Schwanhei squad members, who were meticulously selected by the duplicate for their impoverished backgrounds. Their families cannot support their professional careers. In the past, they have also struggled with a lack of funds, unlike many wealthy professionals who receive family support after their first advancement. Even possessing a gold-tier talent as a swordsman, they have yet to acquire silver-tier skills. Over the past 2 months, the clone has skillfully manipulated the psychological state of the Schwanhei squad members, continually instilling the belief that as individuals from humble backgrounds, only by any means necessary could they compete with the naturally privileged elite. This subtle influence proved effective. When the clone proposed an illegal smuggling plan that violated federal law, the squad members not only refrained from instinctively opposing it, but also began to seriously consider the feasibility of this high-risk venture. On December 26th, this meticulously laid plan finally bore fruit. The entire Schwanhei squad unanimously agreed to join the operations of the smuggling gang Nightingale. The clone immediately fulfilled its promise, distributing 200,000 federal credits to each member, totaling 1 million, which allowed the Schwanhei squad to completely upgrade their equipment and significantly enhance their capabilities. The following day, the Schwanhei squad began executing the clone's orders, launching a fierce crackdown on all smugglers within District 3 who defied Nightingale's control and engaged in private transactions of secondary items. In just a single day, 6 of the most stubborn resisting smugglers were completely eliminated by the Schwanhei squad. This brutal approach sent shockwaves through the smuggling circles of District 3, forcing even the usually skeptical Fat Tiger to concede that the issue wasn't with the violence itself, but whether the level of violence was sufficient. With a well-trained professional squad entering the market, ordinary smugglers stood no chance against the iron rule of comply or die. Who would dare harbor dissent? However, such aggressive tactics also resulted in severe negative consequences. This complete disruption of the unspoken rules and leaving no room for survival left the remaining smugglers in constant fear. A flood of reports inundated the District 3 Police Department, quickly bringing the newly formed smuggling gang Nightingale to the attention of the police hierarchy. In the face of this situation, the clone remained unusually calm. When Fat Tiger tentatively suggested pausing their expansion, the clone unequivocally rejected the idea. Moreover, it issued even stricter orders. Within 3 months, they must capture the remaining 40 of the market share, and any smugglers attempting to bypass Nightingale for private deals would be executed by the Schwanhei squad. The clone even declared that even if it meant wiping out everyone in District 3, no one would be allowed to smuggle secondary items outside of Nightingale's control. Seeing the cold glint in the clone's eyes, Fat Tiger felt for the first time that the clone had gone mad. But after weighing the pros and cons, Fat Tiger ultimately swallowed the words of caution he was about to speak. He knew all too well that uttering a single no would surely result in the same fate as those executed smugglers. Thus, he began quietly plotting his own escape. By the start of the school season in March, with their upgraded equipment, the Schwanhei squad's strength had significantly increased, allowing them to conquer an 18-level dungeon with just 6 members. The clone's level rose to 23, while the other members of the Schwanhei squad reached level 15. At the end of March, your counterpart fell to 12th place in the monthly assessment, and Shangguan Lingwei privately expressed her disappointment with his poor performance. Moving into April, the counterpart led the Schwanhei squad in the wilderness to defeat a level 5 named Boss, acquiring a piece of level 5 star-grade equipment. Although its additional skills were unremarkable, It was valued at 1.6 million federal credits. In the same month, the District 3 police station sent an undercover agent into the Nightingale gang, but the counterpart immediately recognized him. Since this undercover agent was at the same level as the counterpart in the last simulation, the counterpart ordered the Nightingale's enforcers to bind and beat him, then throw him at the door of the District 3 police station under the cover of darkness. The police were infuriated by this, but Nightingale's reputation in the underworld quickly soared. To the denizens of the underworld, the act of defying the police was a clear display of strength. In May, the police launched a special operation against the Nightingale gang, capturing many members and devastating Nightingale's client base. Although the police hadn't yet identified the counterpart's true identity, they had narrowed down his age range. As a result, Nightingale's smuggling revenue plummeted this month, with each member of the Xuanhe squad receiving only 50,000 federal credits in dividends, causing significant anxiety. Having experienced the support of vast amounts of money, losing this income felt like a blow to them. In this dire situation, the counterpart's intention was precisely to create such an effect. He told the members of Xuanhe that the traditional notion that bandits should flee at the sight of police was mistaken. The strong should not retreat before the weak. Despite the District 3 police station's formidable reputation, it was, in reality, just a civilian institution facing ordinary people, with security forces extremely weak compared to professionals, unable to monopolize the entire smuggling trade in District 3. With the Xuanhe professional squad, Nightingale should strike back. The counterpart declared that they should capture the officers and their families who dared to search Nightingale members and customers, forcing District 3 police to release the captured members. You're truly insane. Peng, who expressed his desire to live a few more years. Currently, he's merely a local criminal, but if he dares to target public officials or their relatives, he would be classified as a federal criminal, prompting military intervention. However, his counterpart was confident that the military wouldn't go after him and that the police would eventually compromise. Peng, who understood that this world was never a fair, law-abiding place. Since the emergence of the first professional 12 years ago, conventional weapons, once the pride of ordinary people, had become useless against professionals. The federal constitution granted professionals supreme privileges, rendering the common laws that ordinary people had to obey and fear irrelevant to them. Feeling hopeless, Peng, who pleaded, "I can't bear the consequences of going against the Federation. Please, let me go. I really don't want to play this game anymore." Despite the fact that with his current offenses, even turning himself in wouldn't spare him from a life sentence, he could at least keep his life. But if his counterpart harmed any officers, Peng, who knew he might not survive either. At just 26, he had many good years ahead and didn't want to end them here with a madman. Unfortunately, his counterpart didn't give him a choice, threatening, "Leave, and I'll eliminate your entire family." Under such threats, Peng, who surrendered in despair. Facing the Xuanhe squad, his counterpart didn't bother explaining much. They, as professionals, had long been breaking the law and had blood on their hands, leaving them no way out. To ease their unease, his counterpart casually mentioned having a plan for retreat. In June, under his instructions, Nightingale began retaliating against District 3's police station. That same month, the Xuanhe squad's average level reached 17, ranking them among the top 3 silver-level squads at Qinglong Academy. The academy's director awarded them the Outstanding Professional Squad Award, and they were recognized during the semester's end celebration, shaking hands with the governor of Donghua City. In July, Donghua City's news station reported Nightingale as the most rampant criminal group in the city's history since the Federation's establishment. The police commissioner of Donghua City announced the deployment of the Menghu Brigade to eliminate Nightingale. Through inquiries, his counterpart learned that the Menghu Brigade was a special police unit composed entirely of professionals, including silver and even gold-level individuals, far beyond what his counterpart and the Xuanhe squad could handle. This development caught him off guard, as he didn't expect Donghua City's police could afford such a formidable group. Silver-level professionals earn over 1 million federal coins annually, and to persuade them to work for the police instead of venturing into the wilderness, their salaries must be 2 to 3 times their actual earnings, amounting to 200 to 300 million federal coins. If the entire brigade were silver-level, the annual cost would nearly reach 50 million federal coins. Did the local police in Donghua have that kind of money? The public security budget of Donghua City's police department amounts to an astonishing 5.5 billion federal currency, prompting your counterpart to reconsider their strategy. The police department can easily allocate 50 million to form the Fierce Tiger Special Police Unit, and even has the capacity to invest 100 million in establishing a professional squad. This is thanks to Donghua City's advantageous location supported by 2 military corps and 2 federal universities. It boasts a vast number of professionals and a thriving trade market. The police department gains significant revenue from the taxes generated by the professional trading system alone. Faced with such a disparity in power, your counterpart decides to temporarily retreat. Without the support of your counterpart and the Xuanhe squad, the Nightingale squad quickly falls apart under the assault of the Fierce Tiger unit. Core members like Peng Hu are captured, but they have little knowledge about their leader and the professional squads. They only know that the group consists of young individuals, whose true identities and actions remain unseen. The police investigation hits a dead end, forcing them to focus their efforts on Donghua University and Chengnan University, both institutions with a large number of young professionals. In August, Donghua University becomes a primary target of investigation. Lin Ku, observing this, smiles slightly. The downfall of Nightingale was anticipated in his plan, merely a disposable pawn. However, the police have now targeted Donghua University, indicating that finding your counterpart is only a matter of time. Yet, your counterpart remains confident. This world belongs to the professionals, he muses. As long as I and the Xuanhe squad are around, we can recreate countless Nightingales at any time. Even though the police suspect he is a student at Donghua University, locating him within such a vast institution of 35,000 students and staff is like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, the university provides its protection. Your counterpart's plan is more long-term. Given some time, once he and the entire Xuanhe squad advance to the silver level, they can use this as leverage to engage with the military corps ahead of time. Their goal is to apply for direct inclusion into the corps as an independent squad, similar to the Crimson Squad in the previous simulation. Once part of the corps, even if not corps members, your counterpart and the Xuanhe squad would enjoy the privileges of corps members. At that point, not only the Donghua City Police Department, but even the federal government would have to negotiate with the corps before taking any action against them. This is the confidence behind your counterpart's bold development of Nightingale and even instructing them to attack officers. In his view, the current predicament is merely a small obstacle on the path to a grander goal. In the previous simulation, the Crimson Squad barely completed their second career transition just before graduation, which qualified them to join the battle group. In this simulation, however, the Xuanhe squad is likely to achieve a full-team second transition by their third academic year, showcasing potential and value far beyond that of the Crimson Squad. Thus, joining the battle group, and even becoming a direct team under it, seems inevitable for both the Doppelganger and Xuanhe squad. Once they become members of the battle group, major crimes that would be devastating for ordinary people or freelancers such as developing a smuggling network, killing dozens of smugglers, or attacking police officers and their families would be nullified by the privileges of the battle group. The only oversight was that the Doppelganger did not anticipate the third police station would so quickly seek assistance from the Donghua City headquarters, nor did he foresee that the Donghua City Police, meant to govern ordinary people, would have a special squad comprised entirely of silver and gold level professionals. These unexpected events forced the Doppelganger to abandon Nightingale, a lucrative tool. But now, since the unexpected has happened, he must find a way to compensate for the loss of income from Nightingale. Without this source of income, the Doppelganger and the Xuanhe squad will lose a significant revenue stream, which will, in turn, affect the squad's growth pace. This could potentially derail the plan to complete the full-team second transition by the first semester of their third year. If they fail to achieve this in the expected time frame, the Doppelganger will face a third unexpected challenge, being investigated by the police before joining the battle group, which could prematurely end this simulation as the original body predicted. To prevent this, the Doppelganger must not only aggressively enhance the Xuanhe squad and his own strength, but also develop new sources of income. Upon reaching this part, Link's eyelid twitched. New sources of income? What new revenue streams could this talentless Doppelganger possibly discover? As this thought crossed his mind, Link quickly checked the updated information, and as the data appeared, his heart sank. Your Doppelganger is contemplating new ways to generate income. Your Doppelganger has decided to rob the rich to help the poor. You're doomed, Link. The wilderness, a lawless land untouched by human civilization and order, is rife with danger. Anything can happen here, and all traces will be swallowed by the wilderness, making it a haven for banditry. Indeed, the wilderness harbors a group known as red-named professionals, mostly composed of illegal professionals who, hunted by the Federation and legal practitioners in cities, have no way to grow stronger or purchase dungeon items through official channels. Instead, they root themselves in the wilderness, specializing in killing and robbing human professionals who venture into the wild to seize all their possessions. The wilderness is fraught with danger and is rarely visited by people. Even the federal government's army and battalions often find themselves helpless against those with red names. However, the wilderness itself acts as a harsh filter. These outlaws can't resupply in human safe zones and have nowhere to retreat when faced with powerful monsters, resulting in an extremely low survival rate. As a result, they never become a substantial threat or produce any true powerhouses. Despite the rarity of red-named individuals, they do exist. This reality sparked an idea in the clone's mind: they could impersonate these people. This notion became increasingly clear to him, and soon, he eagerly shared this brilliant idea with the members of Xuanhe. As expected, the proposal was met with unanimous opposition from the Xuanhe members. But the clone wasn't discouraged, as he keenly sensed that their opposition wasn't firm. This reaction was entirely understandable to him. In the current stable federal regime, suddenly proposing to become an outlaw naturally made him appear insane. However, once they calmed down and seriously considered the feasibility of this proposal, the situation changed entirely. After all, they were already violators of federal law, having committed unforgivable crimes for a monthly dividend of 200,000 federal credits. It was too late to turn over a new leaf now. Since they were already on a path of no return, adding the crime of being a red-named individual wouldn't seem to worsen their situation. The clone saw through this and decided to deliver another blow. He informed them that the Nightingale organization had been dismantled by the Donghua City Police Department, and they would no longer receive any profits. Worse still, Fat Tiger, the core manager of Nightingale, had been captured and revealed their approximate age range. The police had narrowed down their search, identifying them as students at Donghua University. Time was of the essence. Once their identities were verified, they would be doomed due to their crimes. The only way out was to join a battalion for protection before the police found them. However, joining a battalion required reaching level 20 and completing a second career change. To achieve this before the police apprehended them, they needed significant funds to purchase equipment, skill books, and enchantment items to tackle higher difficulty dungeons and venture deeper into the wilderness for experience. The allure of joining the elite combat unit was like a golden light, illuminating the eyes of the Xuanhe squad members. It promised not only abundant resources and privileges, but also a chance to shed their past transgressions and rise to the top tier of professionals. This final step was like a gateway to a new world. The clone's voice was deep and magnetic, each word striking a chord with those present. We are not those low-level red-name professionals who plunder for selfish desires. We are fighters for a cause. His gaze swept over everyone. Look at the children of the wealthy, born with silver spoons in their mouths, effortlessly acquiring the best gear and skills. They spend extravagantly on costly enchantments and potions, easily tackling challenges beyond their reach, gaining advantages far above the average. His fist slammed onto the table. And us? Trampled underfoot, with even our descendants destined to be scorned. They brazenly call us poor bastards, while we can only bury our heads in the dust. Screw the federal laws. The clone's voice suddenly rose. Following these laws will only keep us mediocre, ultimately making us failures in society, unable even to secure the right to reproduce. History tells us that no one has ever succeeded by following rules set by others. Only resistance and uprising offer us commoners a chance to change our fate. The members of the Xuanhe squad were ignited with anger, each clenching their fists, eyes shining with determination. However, Lin Ku, observing from the side, was left speechless. Perhaps this was why stand-up comedy never appealed to male audiences. Watching the clone persuade the entire Xuanhe squad with just a few words, he couldn't help but shake his head. Of course, it wasn't solely the clone's eloquence that did the trick. This world was already rife with extreme inequality, and people's dissatisfaction with the status quo had been simmering for a long time. The clone merely lit the fuse. Moreover, when selecting members, the clone had intentionally chosen those from poor backgrounds. Only such individuals would accept his theory and dare to take risks. If they had been a group of privileged elites, the clone would likely have ended up in jail by now. By the end of August, the buying squad, having lost financial support from Nightingale, fell out of the top 3 in the comprehensive strength ratings for their grade. This harsh reality proved that a lack of resources immediately impacted the squad's strength. This time, even before the clone spoke, the Xuanhe squad members actively requested him to lead them in reversing their fate. Having achieved his goal, the clone didn't immediately agree. He simply told them calmly that the target had been chosen and asked them to wait a little longer. On September 12th, the opportunity that the clone had been waiting for finally arrived. With the Team Crimson facing increasing competitive pressure within the academy, the clone decided it was time to begin wilderness training. Compared to the previous simulation where Crimson first ventured into the wild, this time their journey was delayed by over 3 months. The absence of the clone, who had served as a strong frontline capable of quickly clearing early stages, caused Crimson's development to slow significantly. It wasn't until now that the entire team completed their first job transfer, finally ready to brave the wilderness. As the saying goes, revenge does not wait overnight. With a change in strategy and a decision to undertake a mission of robbing the rich to aid the poor, the clone's first target was none other than their former team, Crimson. A month prior, the clone began monitoring Crimson's activities. Learning that they were about to enter the wilderness, the clone quickly assembled the members of the Black Team, who had all reached level 18. Despite being 2 members short compared to Crimson, the Black Team, including the clone, had 6 members, while Crimson's average level was just over 10. With an overwhelming level advantage of 8 levels, the Black Team's talents were generally superior to those of Crimson. Even at the same level, their skills could easily overpower Crimson. Moreover, the Black Team included the clone, who had undergone a second job transfer, reached level 23, and mastered the skill bullying. The operation went almost without a hitch. Faced with a sudden attack from the level 18 black team, Crimson was quickly defeated, their resistance laughable. Under the strategy of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the black team eliminated 2 members to intimidate, causing the remaining new recruits of Crimson to lose the will to resist, allowing the black team to take what they wanted. Following the clone's instructions, the black team not only stripped Crimson of all their equipment and federal currency, but also coerced well-off members like team leader Zhang Jingyi and deputy leader Leng Lan to have their families pay a ransom of 500,000 federal currency each. The ransom was to be exchanged in the form of dungeon materials and traded into reality through the professional panel, ensuring anonymity. This single operation netted the black team an astonishing profit of 8.5 million federal currency, comparable to 5 months' profits from the Nightingale Gang's smuggling operations. Seeing this figure, Lin Ke couldn't help but gasp, realizing how difficult it would be to earn 8.5 million federal currency through legitimate means. Even for a bronze-level professional who had completed their first job transfer, earning such a fortune in a lifetime would be unlikely. However, with this outcome, it seemed the clone in the simulation would be even less likely to stop, and the simulation details confirmed Lin Ke's expectations. The massive income of 8.5 million federal credits sparked a wave of excitement among the Xuanhe squad. Your avatar took the lion's share with 3.5 million, while each of the other members received a million each. This wealth was equivalent to 5 months' profit sharing for a smuggling gang, enough for each member to purchase a piece of level 20 silver-grade equipment or a top-tier silver-grade skill book. For the Xuanhe squad members who had just squandered their previous earnings, this unexpected windfall prompted them to eagerly push the avatar to plan the next operation. However, this time, the avatar unexpectedly refused. The reason was simple. News of the Qihong squad's ambush had reached Donghua University. A group of red-named operatives not only plundered a team of Donghua University students, but also brutally killed 2 professional operatives from the university, causing an uproar in Donghua City's professional circles. In less than a day, Donghua University, the Donghua Police Department, and the city's 2 major battle groups had begun a joint investigation into these suddenly appearing red-named operatives. This turmoil brought an unexpected benefit. The police department's attention was drawn to the red-named operatives, significantly reducing their focus on minor cases like smuggling dungeon items. After all, a group daring enough to rob and murder the Federation's future stars was a far greater concern. The police department, with its limited resources, simply couldn't investigate 2 professional crime cases simultaneously. Moreover, the proceeds from this operation were sufficient to support the Xuanhe squad's planned second transition, eliminating the need to take further risks. With absolute authority, the Avatar ordered the team to concentrate on achieving the second transition, prohibiting any distractions. Under strong pressure, the team reluctantly complied. By the end of October, the Xuanhe squad reclaimed their spot among the top 3 sophomore silver teams at Donghua University, earning praise from the school. By November, the Avatar reached level 24, and all team members successfully surpassed level 19. With the goal of reaching level 20 for the transition within reach, the Avatar began discussions with the Platinum Star Battle Group, one of the 2 major groups in Donghua City. The deputy leader of the battle group, Zhibudu, a level 42 Earth-grade professional, showed great interest in the Avatar and the Xuanhe squad, promising that if they completed the second transition for all members before the end of their junior year, they could become direct members of Platinum Star ahead of schedule. This promise greatly boosted the Avatar's confidence, having already reached level 19 in the first semester of their junior year. The goal of reaching level 20 for the transition seemed almost certain. However, fate had other plans. Just as the Avatar confidently reached an agreement with the Platinum Star Battle Group and prepared to lead the Xuanhe squad in their final push, a sudden tragic news completely disrupted all of the Avatar's plans. Bad news. A sense of foreboding rose in Link's heart. Despite his repeated warnings to the Xuanhe squad to refrain from any actions before reaching the second transformation, the squad members, having tasted the enormous gains from plundering professionals, could not suppress their greed. The million federal credits they had looted from the Crimson squad last time were long gone. Although their strength had significantly increased after spending this fortune, allowing them to complete the second transformation before entering their 3rd year, who wouldn't desire even greater achievements? Faced with the allure of top-tier equipment, rare skills, and exotic items that could enhance their potential and grant additional attribute points, no amount of money ever seemed enough in the face of greed. The battalion and police force exploited this mindset, subtly leaking information about a freshman squad equipped with luxurious gear venturing into the wilderness for training. This squad's equipment was reportedly worth over 20 million federal credits, unafraid of the threat posed by red-named professionals. The Xuanhe squad members, enticed by the potential rewards of plundering this arrogant freshman squad, fell into the trap set by the battalion and police force. Worse yet, despite the Avatar's clear opposition to any action, the squad did not inform him of their decision to act independently. By the time the Avatar realized something was wrong due to the lack of communication, the battalion, police, and Donghua University's joint task force had already begun to pursue him. Frustrated and betrayed by his teammates, the Avatar swiftly decided to escape into the wilderness. A professional suddenly appearing in the sky discovered the Avatar's trail and launched an attack, severely injuring him. Fortunately, the Avatar managed to escape deep into the wilderness. The pursuing professional seemed to dread the depths of the wilderness, refraining from delivering the final blow despite the opportunity, and instead watched as the Avatar disappeared into the wild. The next day, the entire Donghai city and even the Federation were informed of this massive criminal act by professionals. Shockingly, the perpetrators were a team of promising students from a prestigious institution. On camera, the Xuanhe squad members confessed to their crimes and the motivations behind them. As the public learned about their operations in smuggling, their ruthless elimination of non-compliant smugglers, attacks on police investigating smuggling crimes, and even kidnapping officers' families, culminating in the brutal murder of 2 classmates to instill fear, a wave of outrage swept across the Federation. The Supreme Court of the Federation ruled that all members of the Xuanhe squad are to be executed immediately. Additionally, a top-level wanted notice was issued for the mastermind, Lin Ku, with a reward of 10 million Federation coins. The Federation's military forces have been fully mobilized, vowing to capture Lin Ku and uphold the authority of the judiciary. In this nationwide manhunt, Lin Ku's clone had no choice but to hide deep in the wilderness. Fortunately, the Phoenix Embers granted the clone an extraordinary ability to regenerate, allowing it to heal from injuries at an accelerated rate even without any supplies. This significantly enhanced the clone's survival capability in the wild. However, no matter how strong the regenerative ability, it couldn't withstand the omnipresent threats in the wilderness. Within just 1 week, the clone was attacked by multiple level 30 and above monsters. Despite the powerful healing from the Phoenix Embers, it struggled to keep up with the rate of life loss. Just as the clone was about to reach its limit, a mysterious figure appeared before him, introducing himself as Raphael. The name sent a buzz through Lin Ku's mind. Having inherited memories from his predecessor, he was all too familiar with Raphael's reputation. Raphael was one of the original 10 primal professionals and completed his 5th career advancement in the 5th year of the Awakening era, becoming one of the world's first sky-level professionals alongside Rofa Kamian. Rofa Kamian is currently the president of the Blue Star Professionals Guild and is recognized as the strongest professional globally. Raphael, along with Rofa Kamian and other primal professionals, once defeated the Abyss Lord that threatened Blue Star, saving the entire world. However, in the 9th year of the Awakening era, just 2 years before Lin Ku's arrival, Raphael suddenly proclaimed that Blue Star was facing an inevitable catastrophe. He proposed a radical plan called the God-Making Project, to pool all resources from Blue Star to create 10-star-level professionals who would lead the remnants of human civilization into space to avoid the fate of perishing with Blue Star. This plan sparked massive controversy in society. It not only required all 3 billion professionals on Blue Star as cannon fodder to assist in career advancement challenges, but would also exhaust all of Blue Star's financial resources. Even then, the plan's success rate was only 5%. More importantly, Raphael couldn't prove the authenticity of his doomsday prophecy. And even if the plan succeeded, the 10-star level professionals could only protect less than 1 million people, far from enough to save the billions on Blue Star. Selecting 1 million people from 10 billion as the seed for humanity's continuation was a shocking proposal that caused a great uproar on Blue Star. While the Federation has a long tradition of sacrificing oneself for righteousness, in recent years, influenced by Western individualistic thought, many scoffed at the idea of sacrificing oneself for the greater good. This sentiment was even stronger among those who grew up with the ideals of freedom. Why should we die for 1 million elites? If we're going to die, let's all die together. Such voices echoed across nations. It seemed that the one who proposed this plan, Raffle, had indeed lost his mind. Despite unanimous opposition from ambassadors, professional institutions, and warband representatives, Raffle and his followers persisted in pushing forward with this so-called God-making plan. An unprecedented battle erupted at the Awakening Sanctuary, the sacred ground for professionals on the roof of the world. Countless original warbands and the Federal Army formed an alliance to launch a crusade against Raffle and his followers. The result was devastating. The sanctuary was reduced to ruins. Over 40 sky-level professionals and numerous gold and silver-level professionals perished. 37 early warbands were obliterated, and Raffle and his followers were ultimately defeated. 2 years later, Raffle's predicted doomsday had not come to pass. Blue Star remained calm and ordinary, with warbands continuing to explore the wilderness. Every year, a large number of professionals awakened through awakening spheres at major universities, joining the frontier of wilderness exploration. The safe zone for humanity expanded, and everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Gradually, Raffle's doomsday prediction became a joke. Even current professional textbooks described Raffle as a deranged madman. But therein lies the biggest problem. Raffle was supposed to be dead. Your avatar certainly doesn't believe that the mysterious figure claiming to be Raffle is the infamous prophet. However, his power is undeniably profound, and your avatar can immediately tell they're no match. Understanding the wisdom in the saying, "A wise man submits to circumstances," your avatar decides to pretend to believe him, to hear what he has to say. The mysterious figure claiming to be Raffle tells the avatar that Blue Star's doomsday is imminent. He says, although Lo Fa completed a sixth transformation through unconventional means and broke through to the star level, he's nothing more than a second-rate figure with planetary-level talent. He alone cannot prevent what's about to happen. Raffle speaks with confidence. Only I can be the savior of Blue Star because among all humanity, I am the only one with stellar-level talent. What? Raffle has stellar-level talent? Lin Ku's eyes widened in disbelief at the mysterious figure before him. Link's thoughts were momentarily blurred, but he quickly regained clarity. He calmly pondered. The authenticity of this person claiming to be Raphael in the simulated world is still questionable. A stellar-level talent? Anyone can boast. By that standard, I could claim to be galaxy-level. But then again, humanity's highest recognition of professional talent indeed stops at the stellar level. Wait, could it be that the existence of Raphael, the only one with stellar-level talent, is why humanity set the talent level at stellar? This thought sent a shiver down Link's spine. However, compared to his main self, his avatar maintained a rare calmness, especially since he had not yet acknowledged the other party's identity. The most crucial question was, why would Raphael appear before him? In the past week in the wilderness, the avatar had reached level 25, equipped with a full set of silver-level gear and skills thanks to the accumulation of illicit assets from continuous operations. Among the tens of millions of silver-level professionals worldwide, this was considered above average. Yet, in front of Raphael, this level of power was trivial. Raphael was a top-tier sky-level powerhouse 2 years ago in the real world, 5 years ago in the simulated world. He even led his followers to take down 37 early-stage battle groups during a siege before being captured. In the presence of such a strong figure, a mere silver-level professional was akin to an ant. If the person truly was Raphael, why would this little ant catch his attention? It was as absurd as Emperor Qin Shi Huang suddenly calling him. Although the avatar didn't believe a single word the other person said, he still feigned a look of reverence. Raphael seemed to see through this facade, but did not get angry. Instead, he calmly revealed astonishing information. He possessed an eternal-level talent called the Eye of Uncertainty, capable of perceiving the future of people and the world. With these eyes, he had not only changed countless destinies, but also survived the seemingly certain death in the Battle of the Temple. He further disclosed that he had split his will into millions of parts using a planetary-level item, scattering them across the wilderness, awaiting the chance to rise again. And now, he had finally found the opportunity of the avatar's appearance. You are filled with infinite and unknown destiny. Raphael's words caused the avatar's pupils to gradually dilate. You will be the most uncontrollable variable in this world, and even the universe. You were supposed to die, but lived, supposed to meet your end within 7 days, but will soon be reborn. You are special, unique. Despite only having a silver-level talent, your destiny is so uncertain. Everything I prepared for the Battle of the Temple, every opportunity one awaited, seems to depend on you. Hearing these words in reality made Link's scalp tingle. Could he really be Raphael? To see through the destiny of the avatar, even if not Raphael himself, he must possess a stellar-level talent. Fortunately, the power of the system was beyond human reach. Raphael could only see the infinite possibilities in the avatar, but could not comprehend the fundamental principles behind it all. In his arrogance, the avatar was merely a pawn in his god-making plan. He was deeply entrenched in his absolute self-world, convinced that only he could be the unique savior. Link's clone had died. On May 5th, year 13 of the Awakening calendar, during the death replay, a mysterious figure named Lafar seized the clone's body. After the simulation ended, Link could choose one of the following rewards for the clone. 1. Phoenix Ember's silver-level talent. 2. The clone's level 25 attributes. 3. Skills learned by the clone. Silver-level skill Jade Burning, and bronze-level skill Life Reversion. 4. The clone's equipment. Bloodthirsty Greatsword level 20 silver weapon and Radiant Holy Set level 15 silver set, including 6 parts: arm guards, armor, helmet, boots, metal, and gloves. However, Link could only select one of these as a free reward for the clone. Obtaining more would require additional simulation energy. Dead? Just like that. Link was stunned, filled with mixed emotions. Just a moment ago, he had confidently claimed that his clone was a special existence, only to see it eliminated in an instant. Lafar was indeed no good, which explains why he was defeated by Lofa and the others in the Battle of the Awakening Sanctuary. After some thought, Link decided to retain all talents except for the Phoenix Embers. He realized that his current clone could only carry one talent, and in the next simulation, if he chose Silver Simulation again, he would gain another silver talent. Thus, spending a high cost to keep the Phoenix Embers was meaningless, as it might be replaced in the next simulation. Do you wish to use your free attempt, along with 1200 and 2400 simulation energy, to retain the clone's level 25 attributes, learn skills, and equipment? The system's voice echoed again, tightening Link's heart as he questioned why so much energy was needed. The system explained that since Link had chosen a silver simulation and paid an additional 1000 simulation energy as an entry fee, the actual simulation cost was 1,200 points. According to the rules, each additional reward selected required paying double the total simulation cost. Are you kidding me? Link suppressed his anger, thinking to himself, "You're trying to bleed me dry." At this point, he had just over 5,000 simulation energy left, while the 3,600 simulation energy equated to a mere 180,000 Federation currency. Yet the skills and equipment gained by the clone this time were worth over 10 million. Faced with such a choice, Link knew that not retaining them was absolutely out of the question. Link gritted his teeth as he stared at the simulation panel, calculating silently. The level 15 Radiant Holy set had cost a staggering 9 million federal credits in the simulation. That's 4 million more than the Blood Knight set from the first simulation. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his shock. 18,000 federal credits for equipment and skills worth over a million doesn't seem like a bad deal. Link comforted himself, though his eyes still flickered with reluctance. The system ignored his protest, and Link was forced to grudgingly confirm. In an instant, the energy on the simulation panel plummeted to below 2,000 points. Simultaneously, his clone was clad in a silver-white armor, with attributes skyrocketing like a rocket. The stats on the clone's panel were dazzling. Bound 2, Link's clone. Level, 25 experience, 060, 000. Class, Warrior Silver Tier. Innate talent, Life Resistance Bronze Tier. Strength, 296 base, 161 equipment 135. Constitution, 390 base 156 equipment 169 talent 65. Agility, 106 base 51 equipment 55. Magic, 35 base 20 equipment 15. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Greatsword Silver level 20. Radiant Holy Set Silver Tier, 6 pieces. Effect, damage reduction 15. Recovers 0.1 of Constitution as health per second during combat. Skills, Desperation Strike LV3, Overwhelm Bronze LV9, Silver Aura Silver LV6, Massacre Bronze LV5, Life Return LV3, Charge Iron Max Level, Smash Iron Max Level, Roar Iron Max Level. Overall rating, Upper Mid Silver Warrior. Link's eyes widened, as the total attributes on the panel surpassed 800, reaching an astonishing 827. Although the Silver Tier talent Phoenix Embers wasn't retained, the Bronze talent Life Resistance still provided additional bonuses. The level 9 Overwhelm skill was particularly impressive, granting 1.9 damage reduction and bonus for each level above the enemy. Combined with Life Resistance's maximum 35 damage reduction and the Radiant Holy Set's 15 effect against level 10 monsters, the clone could achieve up to 78.5 damage reduction. Moreover, the level 20 Silver Equipment Bloodthirsty Greatsword could absorb life. Life Return could restore the clone's health, and the Radiant Holy Set could recover 1,000th of health per second. Link couldn't help but marvel at how this clone was practically a walking fortress. Is this the difference between an upper mid-silver warrior and a lower silver warrior? Link muttered to himself. This clone could probably take on 3 of my previous selves now. Although this simulation lasted just over 2 years, less than half the time of the previous 2, the clone's power boost was no less remarkable. Link couldn't help but be awed by the terrifying power of money. However, the thought of the Xuanhe squad disobeying the clone's orders and acting on their own in the simulation made Link grind his teeth in anger. If everything had gone according to plan, the clone might have reached level 30 and become a gold-tier professional. Damn you, Raphael. Link growled, eyes burning with a desire for revenge. Just you wait. The good news is that the clone, with its overall strength reaching a mid-tupper level silver warrior rating, now has the potential to take on the level 10 named boss, Doranil, in an unknown battle. However, the bad news is that the cost of purchasing a simulation has increased to 400 simulation energy. Initially, it cost only 100 simulation energy for one attempt. Then it increased to 200, and now it's 400. This indicates that the cost is growing exponentially, rather than the additive growth that Link had hoped for. It's well known that exponential growth can easily numb human senses. No matter how insignificant the initial value seems, it can quickly reach an unbearable level as it keeps doubling. Currently, it's 400, next it will be 800, then 1600, 3200, 6400, and in less than 20 increases, it will reach astronomical numbers. This also means that Link's plan to boost the clone's strength through numerous simulations is now impractical. From this point on, Link must carefully consider each simulation purchase. For instance, he should enhance the clone's abilities in the real world as much as possible, using simulations only when the clone hits a bottleneck. Thankfully, the simulation system isn't entirely unforgiving, as there is a safeguard mechanism that allows for one simulation per year through natural recovery. Even if the cost becomes unbearable, the clone will still have one opportunity per year. Link shook his head to clear his thoughts and looked at the protection value, which required 4 more days to recover. Realizing that only 3 days had passed in the real world, Link regretted rushing into the instance. If he had waited until now, with the clone's Silver Warrior strength, he wouldn't have struggled with a mere level 1 bandit hideout. Even facing level 10 or 15 instances might not have been a problem. But then he thought, without the income from the bandit hideout instance, he wouldn't have had the money to exchange for simulation energy, and the clone's strength wouldn't have reached this level. It's not my fault, it's this world's fault. Resolving not to take the blame, Link hurriedly led the clone toward the Kobold Nest. According to the simulation, the Kobold Nest was a benefit location left by the Iron Blood Guild for member assessments. If the guild members discovered that the Kobold Nest had been cleared by someone else, they would likely realize it had been found and eliminate Doranil prematurely. Therefore, Link needed to act quickly to prevent the Iron Blood Guild from reacting. Urged by Link, the clone, a silver-level warrior, carried Link swiftly through the wilderness. Under the protection of the silver battle energy, the weak wild monsters within the safe zone could not penetrate its defense and posed no threat to Lin Ku, who was lying on the back of his clone. As they traveled, the monsters didn't even require deliberate attacks from the clone. Their high-speed collisions alone were enough to kill them instantly. In less than half an hour, Lin Ku successfully arrived at the mine in front of the Kobold Lair, with his professional panel showing over 20 entries of experience gained, all earned despite significant level penalties. This meant that at least 20 wild monsters had been trampled by the clone during the sprint. However, now was not the time to dwell on such trifles. Lin Ku dismounted from his clone and glanced at the ominous Kobold Lair ahead, letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Iron Blood Society hadn't yet noticed the anomaly at the Kobold Lair, so he had no qualms about taking advantage of it. Go, my clone. Lin Ku theatrically cast a blessing spell on his clone, which only slightly enhanced its attributes. Feeling his supportive role was complete, he pointed at the Kobold Lair, and the glowing clone charged into the lair. Soon after, Lin Ku heard the sounds of intense fighting from within the lair, the battle's aftermath causing tremors that he could feel even at the entrance. Though he yearned to assist his clone, a glance at his own inadequate attributes, which couldn't withstand even a casual strike from the Kobold boss, made him wisely abandon such a reckless notion. A comrade's role isn't always to fight side by side. Lin Ku reminded himself, pinning his hopes on his clone. 2 hours passed, and suddenly Lin Ku's mind was flooded with a barrage of system notifications. The professional panel and awakening system alerts alternated. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss Doranil. You have gained 10,000 experience points, a star-level item, the Ring of Greed, a star-level item, the Dragonflame Staff. As you haven't completed the job transition quest, your level cannot increase, and excess experience will be stored for 24 hours. Please complete the quest promptly. You have obtained the silver item Doranil's Reverse Scale, the gold item Dragonborn Blood, and a gold-level skill book, Dragon's Blessing. Ding! Job transition quest conditions met. You successfully sacrificed Doranil's soul, excellently completing the transition trial. You have received an additional blessing, level 2. Your level has increased to 12. Ding! Consuming 7,000 reserve experience. Your level has increased to 14. Ring of Greed, star level, level 10, Constitution 15, Magic 20, additional skill greed. Each enemy killed yields a soul. Each soul provides an additional 1 magic point, up to 50 magic points. Dragonflame Staff, star level, level 10, Magic 30, Spell Penetration 10, Equipment requirement. Magic above 100 points, additional effect Dragonflame. Skills hitting the target have a certain chance to add 100 burn damage. Doranil's Reverse Scale, silver, the hardest scale, can be used to craft equipment or alchemy, make potions. Dragonborn Blood, gold, essence extracted from dragonborn creatures, contains immense vitality, can be used in alchemy, make potions. Dragon's Blessing, gold, exclusive skill for knights and priests, grants the target a blessing from the dragon god, shielding from magic damage and greatly enhancing the target's strength and constitution. Ding! You have gained 1 iron skill slot, 1 bronze skill slot, and 1 silver skill slot. You have successfully completed the job transition, gaining 50 free attribute points. Based on the chosen priest profession characteristics, from now on, each level increase will grant an additional 3 constitution points and 2 magic points. Rising 4 levels in one go is no ordinary achievement. Dolanir, as the formidable boss of the wilderness, required a full 2 hours for Lin Ku's avatar, now a level 25 silver warrior, to defeat. Such a challenging battle naturally brought generous rewards. Moreover, Lin Ku, the cunning strategist, used the power of his avatar to claim all the rewards while perfectly avoiding any experience penalties. However, for Lin Ku, the increase in his professional level wasn't the most crucial aspect. With his first transformation completed, his most powerful asset, the simulation system, finally experienced a qualitative leap. Ding! The system notification chimed. System update complete. Welcome to the Avatar Simulation System 2.0. This update grants you the following permissions. 1. The host can summon a second avatar, which will be bound to this system for simulation. 2. Bronze level simulation is now free, with no extra charges. 3. The avatar resurrection feature is now available, allowing the revival of deceased avatars through the consumption of simulation energy. A second avatar. Excitement surged through Lin Ku. For someone with the avatar simulation system, this was akin to gaining a substantial advantage. However, summoning a second avatar required upgrading the avatar skill to the bronze level, which demanded a hefty 10,000 simulation energy points, far exceeding his current reserves. Fortunately, defeating Dolanier not only provided experience points, but also yielded 2 stellar-grade pieces of equipment and a golden-grade skill book, with a total value easily surpassing 10 million federal credits. Although these items were highly coveted, they weren't suitable for his warrior avatar. As for using them himself, Lin Ku shook his head quietly. As someone who aspired to a life of leisure, he felt unworthy of such top-tier equipment and skills. Sell them, Lin Ku quickly decided. However, this needed to be handled carefully and couldn't be simply listed on the campus network. The Golden Great Skill Book was manageable since dungeon bosses occasionally dropped them, albeit rarely, but they still appeared on the campus network from time to time. Stellar grade equipment, however, was a different story. This grade of equipment only appeared in the wilderness and had an extremely low drop rate from elite monsters. Regardless of the level, stellar equipment was immensely valuable. Such items were typically absorbed within battle groups or auctioned off. Listing them recklessly on the campus network would be like placing a priceless antique on a street stall. Not only would it likely fetch a poor price, but the attention it would attract could cause him significant trouble. Link acquired these stellar-level equipment by taking advantage of the Iron Blood Society. When the Iron Blood Society discovers that the Kobold Lair has been cleared out and notices rare golden skill books along with stellar-level equipment appearing on the campus network, items that are almost impossible to find there, it will undoubtedly be like pointing a finger at them, telling them that someone has taken what was theirs. The Iron Blood Society's Zhong Heng is a golden-level professional with a stellar-level talent. His core team consists of members who have completed their second or even third job transitions, reaching silver and golden levels, and have awakened at least earth or sky-level talents. Each of them is capable of easily defeating any clone, making them a formidable entity that Link cannot afford to offend. Therefore, under no circumstances could Link list these spoils on the campus network, and the auction house was also unsuitable. The auction house has cumbersome procedures and a complex transaction process. Although it guarantees privacy, it takes too long, and Link urgently needs money. After careful consideration, Link decided to list these 2 pieces of stellar-level equipment directly on the local secondhand market. The listing was titled, Selling 2 stellar-level equipment out of necessity. Urgent need for money. Can complete transaction today? Contact me. This was followed by the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment, which immediately attracted a lot of attention and inquiries. This was unprecedented in the secondhand market, which has always been synonymous with low-end and cheap goods. Stellar-level equipment is extremely rare. The prices Link set were also very tempting. The stellar-level staff was priced at only 2.8 million federal credits, and the Ring of Greed at 4 million federal credits, which is 15 lower than the auction house's selling price. However, the buyers in the seafood market were not satisfied. 9 out of 10 messages Link received were attempts to bargain, often proposing to have the price, which opened Link's eyes. After filtering out all the bargaining messages and many inquiries without serious intent, Link identified a few potentially reliable buyers. In the end, there was only one person who had the capability and intention to purchase the stellar-level equipment from Link. This buyer was located in Building 2 of the Tianfu Manor in District 1 of Donghua City. Link, thinking to himself, calmly sent a message. No problem, they'll be there in half an hour. Have the money ready. Due to the high grade of stellar-level equipment, it cannot be sent through the professional panel's mail function across space and must be traded in person. Of course, Link could not risk exposing his identity as a student at Donghua University. Even though it seems there would be no threat if his identity were exposed, he remains cautious, avoiding any risk, no matter how small. Really? You're too kind. I'm at Building 2, Tianfu Manor, District 1. Can you deliver it today? The buyer, with the online name Tomatertall Guy, replied. Link quickly responded. No problem, they'll be there in half an hour. Have the money ready. Then, he summoned his clone. You go to Building 2, Tianfu Manor, District 1, and sell these 2 pieces of equipment to Tomatertall Guy. It's 6.8 million federal credits, not a cent less, got it. For risky matters, Link certainly would not go in person. The clone took the equipment and nodded silently. District 1 of Donghua City is one of the oldest and most bustling areas of the city. Skyscrapers tower above, and the population is dense, making real estate prices sky high. Those who live here are undoubtedly wealthy, either rich or influential. Even silver-level professionals often feel nervous and constrained in the presence of such affluent people. However, Lin Ku's clone is clearly an exception. Following Lin Ku's instructions, the clone used a smartphone for navigation and quickly arrived at Tianfu Manor in under 5 minutes. There, it completed an equipment transaction with an online acquaintance known as 2-meter-18 Big Guy, all while dealing with the security guard at the gate. The clone then returned to Lin Ku within 10 minutes, handing over a bank card loaded with 6.8 million federal credits and providing a detailed account of the transaction. You mean 2-meter-18 Big Guy is actually a girl under 1.6 meters tall? And she's a first-year student at our neighboring Chengnan University. Lin Ku looked at his clone in surprise. The clone nodded, chattering away in explanation. What? She's also the daughter of the Xiantian Group's chairman? And she said if you have any equipment above star level, you can sell it directly to her, and she'll purchase it at the auction house's average price. Lin Ku was so excited he nearly jumped up, thinking, no way, what kind of luck is this? I randomly found a buyer and ended up meeting the daughter of the Xiantian Group's chairman. From the memories inherited from his former self, Lin Ku knew that Xiantian Group was no ordinary company. It was a colossal entity with a market value exceeding 300 billion federal credits, spanning the 5 major northern provinces of the Federation. Although its main business is express logistics, and it doesn't directly engage with the professional circles, Xiantian Group often plays the role of a highly valued client for many professionals and professional guilds. Due to the wilderness and roaming monsters outside the city, Xiantian Group frequently hires a large number of professionals to escort goods and ensure safety. This results in close business relationships with many civilian professional teams and guilds. What truly made Xiantian Group renowned in professional circles was its monumental feat 2 years ago. To establish a transport route between the Huadong and Jiangbei provinces, the company spent 80 billion federal credits to hire 2 top-tier level guilds, the Golden Sanctuary and the Dark Templito, carve out a 1,000-mile trade route through the endless wilderness. With Xiantian Group's substantial financial backing, thousands of professionals from the Golden Sanctuary and Dark Temple ventured into the wild, clearing over 120 large monster dens and more than 100 wilderness lords, creating a relatively safe trade route. Since then, Xiantian Group has become the largest and most powerful logistics company in the Northern Federation and indeed the entire Federation. Its ability to employ top-tier level guilds has caught the attention of countless professional forces, and even red-name professionals dare not raid Xiantian Group's freight convoys anymore. Lin Ku thought to himself that with the formidable strength of the Xiantian Group, as the daughter of the group, his future prospects wouldn't be too bad. Especially since the channels and resources she controlled were exactly what someone like Lin Ku, a rural kid with an ordinary background, desired most. If he could connect with the heiress of the Xiantian Group, it would at least solve his future sales issues. With this in mind, Lin Ku quickly opened his phone and sent a flattering message to the wealthy heiress he had initially intended to delete. Dear patron, it has been such a pleasure working with you. I look forward to our next collaboration. To ensure you can find me next time, you can add my Feixi number K0926. My Feixi name is Jian. After sending the message, he glanced at the unread status and didn't care whether she would reply, then began a spree of purchases on the university's online marketplace with the 6.8 million federal credits he had just acquired. Lin Ku mainly bought all the whiteboard materials below level 10 and various seemingly useless dungeon junk. Through his research on the simulation system's recycling system over the past few days, he discovered that these items, which were of limited use to professionals but were cheap, could be exchanged in the simulation system for a recycling price that was not inferior to expensive high-quality items. Therefore, using these dungeon junk items to exchange for simulation energy was the most cost-effective choice. Unfortunately, Donghua University's scale was still too small, and dungeon junk wasn't entirely useless. Professionals could submit a large number of dungeon materials when changing jobs to overcomplete the first stage of the job change task and gain extra skill experience. This meant that many wealthy people would buy a lot of dungeon materials when changing jobs. Because of this, when Lin Ku actually began buying these usually useless dungeon junk items, he found that he had only spent 4 million federal credits to almost buy out all the below level 10 dungeon materials on Donghua University's online trading platform, with 2.8 million federal credits still unspent. Of course, Lin Ku could choose to buy higher-level dungeon materials, but the cost-effectiveness of high-level materials was far inferior to these low-level materials. He would rather wait a while to sweep again than buy the less cost-effective high-level materials. This is the helplessness of not having channels. If he had the Xiantian Group's channels, buying mere 6 or 7 million worth of dungeon materials would be a piece of cake. He felt a slight envy for the Xiantian Group heiress, a winner in life born with a silver spoon. Lin could check the backend information of the mobile secondhand market again and found that the message he had sent earlier was still unread. He no longer cared whether the other party would reply. Relying on the Xiantian group heiress would naturally bring great convenience, but even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. As long as he had the simulation system, the sesame would be there, and the watermelon would come sooner or later. Moreover, the 4 million federal credits had brought Lin Ku a total of 75,000 points of simulation energy, which, according to the current consumption of simulation energy, was enough to sustain him for a while. At this time, the most important thing was to enhance his clone talent, summon a second clone, and strengthen his clone. System. Lin Ku called out. Ding. I am here. The system responded. Enhance my clone talent. Lin Ku commanded. Ding. Consume 10,000 points of simulation energy. Your black iron level talent clone has been successfully upgraded to bronze level. Tip. Following the power of the ancient contract, you can summon your second clone. Would you like to summon it now? Yes. With Link's affirmative response, an unusual scene quietly unfolded. He looked down at the ground, only to see his shadow beginning to wriggle strangely, as if it had a life of its own. In an instant, a dark figure slowly separated from his shadow, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Initially, this dark figure was pitch black, but it quickly began to show a kaleidoscope of colors, and in no time, it transformed into a clone identical to Link. The system immediately displayed the attributes panel for this new clone. Name, Link's Clone 2. Level, 1 experience, 0-100. Basic attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 5, Magic 5. Free attribute points, 0. Profession, none. Innate talent, none. Talent, none. Equipment, none. Overall rating, none. The system also displayed more information. Remaining simulation energy is 65,012 points. This energy can be used to enhance the main body's talent level, replicate clone talents, or exchange for clone simulation attempts. Simulation energy can be acquired by recycling equipment and items from reality. Currently, there is one remaining simulation attempt, which naturally recovers once per year or can be exchanged for using simulation energy. Looking at the new clone in front of him, Link made a decision without hesitation. The previous clone will be called number 1, and this new one, being the second, will be called number 2. If there's a third one in the future, it will be called number 3, simple and straightforward. The system confirmed. Name change complete. Clone 1 has been renamed to number 1, and Clone 2 to number 2. Observing the attribute panel of Clone number 2, which was almost identical to the initial state of number 1, Link's gaze lingered on the remaining simulation attempts. 1. He immediately asked, do the simulation attempts share between the two clones, or are they independent? Will the cost of purchasing simulation attempts for number 2 be affected by number 1? The system provided a detailed answer. The two clones are entirely independent entities. Apart from sharing the main body's simulation energy, their attributes, levels, equipment, skills, simulation attempts, and the cost of purchasing simulation attempts are independent and do not affect each other. Link's eyes lit up. So, even though number 1 now requires 800 energy to purchase simulation attempts, number 2 still only needs the initial 100 points? Exactly. In theory, the later a clone is born, the greater its potential. The system responded truthfully. You finally get it. Link exclaimed excitedly. If the cost of purchasing simulation attempts for the new clone had to inherit the previous high expenses, then additional clones would not be an asset, but a burden to Link. After all, true strength never lies in the clones themselves, as they all start in a very weak state. Due to a lack of financial support, his growth lagged far behind other professionals with similar talents. After 17 or 18 years of hard struggle, he died 3 times in consecutive simulations and only managed to reach level 25, becoming a silver warrior with a mid to high comprehensive rating. However, the history of awakened individuals in the real world is only 11 years old. Despite this, a large number of sky-level powerhouses have already emerged. Compared to these exceptionally talented individuals, his clone's performance seemed unremarkable, and his strength in battle was mostly due to his lack of fear and disregard for death. What truly enabled the clone to grow rapidly wasn't the clone itself, but the simulation system that allowed the clone to gain power through simulations. Without the simulation system, the clone would have been nothing more than an average talent, and Lin Ku couldn't imagine what role the clone could play in the professional path, aside from earning more money on a construction site. If he couldn't afford the simulation attempts, the clone wouldn't be able to simulate. Given his explosive attribute panel, even 100 years might not be enough for him to advance to a silver-level professional, let alone become Lin Ku's strong support. Simulation costs are calculated separately, so regardless of how much the cost for clone number 1 increases, the cost for clone number 2 starts from scratch, avoiding the awkward situation where subsequent clones can't simulate. Moreover, if 2 or more clones are selected for simulation simultaneously, a joint simulation mode can be activated, allowing the clones to fight side by side in the same simulated world. A joint simulation? Linku was truly unsettled this time. He even suspected the simulation system might have been infected by a virus, as otherwise, why would it be so accommodating today? Didn't it know that one of the main reasons for clone number one's repeated early demise was the lack of reliable teammates? Sending clone number two into the simulation as well meant the two clones would fight together in the same simulated world. Did the system understand what this meant? It meant the two clones would be natural allies. They would have no suspicion, no need to keep secrets from each other, and could fully support each other, becoming stronger together and achieving the strongest synergy. Lin Ku himself couldn't believe the potential power these two clones could unleash in the simulation. And the usually meticulous system had actually opened up such a powerful feature? Staring at the glaring words, Joint Simulation Mode, on the system panel, Lin Ku swallowed and attempted to click with his mind. Ding! Selecting clone number 1 and clone number 2 for simulation. Clone number 1 lacks simulation attempts. Would you like to purchase one? Note: purchasing this simulation attempt will cost 800 simulation energy. Is it really possible? Lin Ku's eyes widened as he quickly checked his simulation energy balance of 65,000, and he nodded vigorously. Purchase. Ding! Successfully purchased one simulation attempt for clone number 1. Joint simulation mode activated. Please choose the joint simulation level. 1. Free simulation, no additional energy cost. Your clone will gain a random bronze level talent in this simulation. 2. Silver level simulation, 2000 simulation energy. Your clone will gain a random silver level talent in this simulation. 3. Gold level simulation, not available. Opens when the clone reaches level 30. 4. Earth level simulation. 5. Sky level simulation. 6. Star level simulation. 7. Planet level simulation. 8. Stellar level simulation, not available. Opens when the clone reaches level 80. 9. Black hole level simulation, not available. Opens when the clone reaches level 90. Lin Ku looked at the vanished free black iron level simulation and the newly added 9th level black hole level simulation, and a big question mark appeared on his forehead. What on earth is black hole level? And how is it a level above stellar level? Does that mean stellar level was never the endpoint for professionals? Unfortunately, when faced with Link's question, the system did not provide a response this time. Link, feeling a bit resigned, rubbed his nose and decided not to dwell on the distant stars and black holes. Instead, he chose to engage in the highest level simulation available to him at the moment. He decided to go for the silver level joint simulation. Ding! Would you like to spend 2,000 simulation energy points to initiate the silver level joint simulation? Yes. As soon as he confirmed, the 2,000 simulation energy points vanished instantly, and the silver level joint simulation mode was activated. Familiar simulation information quickly appeared before him. On October 2nd, year 11 of the Awakening era, Link's avatars number 1 and number 2 awoke from their slumber, glanced around, and realized they had entered the simulation. Ding! Avatar number 1 and Avatar number 2 received gifts from Link. Avatar number 1 obtained the silver level talent Gift Breaking Army Victory. Breaking Army Victory, a silver level talent, ignores 45 of the target's physical defense when attacking. If it kills a target not lower in level than itself, this effect doubles for a short time, with the duration depending on its own strength attribute. Avatar number 2 received the silver level talent Gift Spell Specialization. Spell Specialization, a silver level talent, grants an additional level in proficiency for all spell type skills. When skill proficiency reaches or exceeds level 10, the spell's cooldown time and mana cost are reduced by 30. Upon seeing this simulation information, Link was initially taken aback, then quickly lost interest. Although Breaking Army Victory is undoubtedly a top-tier talent, it is not suited for warrior professions, but rather for swordsmen, scouts, archers, and other classes specializing in physical output. The warrior class is positioned between swordsmen and knights, possessing greater vitality and higher output capabilities, but still belongs to the frontline category. The most suitable talents should enhance life or survival abilities, rather than significantly boosting output capabilities like Breaking Army Victory. Link's warrior avatar has attributes distributed as 55 in strength and constitution, making Breaking Army Victory unsuitable for the warrior avatar. Additionally, due to the warrior class's insufficient output, it is difficult to secure kills in a melee to trigger the second stage effect of Breaking Army Victory. Therefore, for the avatar, this talent can at best be considered a tier 1.5 talent. As for spell specialization, Link could only say it was passable. Although increasing spell proficiency by 1 level sounds good, in reality, the effect is merely a 10 increase in skill power. Compared to directly increasing damage by 10, the effect of spell specialization seems lackluster. The reduction of cooldown time and mana consumption by 30 when proficiency reaches level 10 or above is indeed a divine skill, almost comparable to some gold level talents. However, before proficiency reaches level 10, the role of spell specialization appears insignificant. Therefore, the talents randomly obtained this time are overall quite unremarkable, with nothing particularly noteworthy. With these thoughts in mind, Link continued to observe the simulation. Due to the significant level difference between Clone 1 and Clone 2, Clone 1 decided to help Clone 2 level up first. There wasn't much to say about this. Although the system had explained that Clone 1 and Clone 2 were independent entities, within the practitioner's system, both were still considered link summons, with Link himself as the link between them. On the practitioner's panel in the simulation, they were still seen as originating from the same source. Therefore, Clone 2 could also enjoy Link's privileges, gaining experience from the monsters defeated by Clone 1 without worrying about the level gap. Under this nearly cheat-like mechanism, Clone 2 easily gained substantial experience, and Clone 1's level increased to level 5 by the end of the day. Without the constraints of an experience penalty system, the speed of leveling up a lower-level character was indeed fast. To help Clone 2 quickly accumulate skill proficiency and trigger the additional effects of spell specialization early, Clone 1 purchased a complete set of Black Iron level Mage skill books and a Bronze level Mage skill book Thunder Summon. Ding! Clone 2 learned the Black Iron level skills, Small Fireball, Water Arrow, Meditation, and the Bronze level skill Thunder Summon. Small Fireball LV1 launches a slow-moving small fireball at the target, dealing damage equal to magic power 1.2, consuming 15 mana, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Water Arrow LV1 releases a faster-moving water arrow at the target, dealing damage equal to magic power 0.8, consuming 15 mana, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Meditation LV1 restores mana equal to magic power 0.1, with no consumption, and a cooldown of 150 seconds. Thunder Summon LV1, a bronze level skill, takes 1.5 seconds to cast, summoning a lightning strike on the target, dealing damage equal to magic power 1.5, with a chance to paralyze the target, interrupting their casting and attack actions, leaving them unable to move. The triggering probability and paralysis duration depend on the difference in magic power between the user and the target, consuming 100 mana, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. It seemed Clone 2 was preparing to develop into a mage. Seeing the simulation information, Link nodded silently, acknowledging that a mage is indeed an indispensable core member of an adventurer team. A powerful mage often accounts for over 20 of the damage output in a 10-person team, and their large-scale AoE skills make them the absolute main force in group battles and when tackling monster strongholds later on. With Link himself developing towards a support role and Clone 1 heading in a warrior direction, having Clone 2 switch to a mage profession was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Link admitted to himself that he was just going through the motions. The simulation system paused slightly, then began to display new simulation information again. Over the next few days, Clone 1 and Clone 2 spent most of their time roaming the wilderness. As Number 2's level gradually increased, both Number 1 and Number 2 ventured deeper into the wilderness, hunting higher-level monsters. Consequently, Number 2's experience gain remained rapid, even as the levels increased. Under Number 1's protection, Number 2 could freely unleash skills to attack monsters, rapidly improving skill proficiency without worrying about drawing aggro. In less than 3 days, Number 2 successfully reached level 10, with Fireball and Water Arrow skills advancing to LV5, and Meditation and Thunder Summoning advancing to LV2 and LV3, respectively. On October 5th, with the Sanctuary value restored, Clone Number 2 went to the Awakening Room at Qinglong College of Donghua University to request the use of the Awakening Sphere and receive a job change task from the instructor, Zhang Nanfeng. The instructor approved, and Clone Number 2 successfully accepted the task. Meanwhile, Number 1 spent your savings to purchase dungeon materials worth 2 million to facilitate Clone Number 2's first job change. Clone Number 2 successfully completed the first stage of the job change task and received an additional 4,500 skill proficiency points as a reward for outstanding performance. Clone Number 2 upgraded Thunder Summoning to LV9, and with the support of the talent spell specialization, the skill's effective level reached LV10, activating the advanced effects of the specialization, reducing cooldown and mana consumption by 30. Next, Number 1 continued to spend your wealth to buy a set of level 10 bronze equipment for Number 2, significantly enhancing Number 2's strength. Lin Ke felt helpless seeing his hard-earned 2.8 million federal currency inheritance being squandered, as if he had a prodigal child. Fully equipped, Clone Number 1 led Clone Number 2 into the level 15 campus dungeon of Donghua University Night Town. Clone Number 1 took the lead, leveraging the high armor penetration effect of the Peijun Wei Shang, making the level 15 knight retainers no match for him. Together, Number 1 and Number 2 eliminated over 100 knight retainers in under 30 minutes. Subsequently, Number 1 and Number 2 quickly encountered the first roadblock boss of the Night Town dungeon, the level 18 Night Scribe. Intruders, this is. Before the Night Scribe could finish, a thunderous roar echoed. Clone Number 2's Thunder Summoning struck the unsuspecting Night Scribe, fortunately triggering a paralysis effect. Seizing the opportunity, Clone number 1 swiftly charged forward, executing a combo of basic and heavy attacks, instantly depleting the health bar of the level 18 roadblock boss. Ding! Your clone number 2 has successfully completed the class change mission and become a bronze mage. He received 50 attribute points, and with each level increase, he'll gain an additional 5 magic points. At this moment, clone number 2 has already reached level 11 and quickly ascended to level 12, significantly boosting his strength. Clone number 1 and number 2 continued their journey and faced the second roadblock bossa, level 20 Knight Captain. With their seamless cooperation, the Knight Captain was defeated in less than 2 minutes, and clone number 2 leveled up to 13. Lin Ke found this incredible, marveling at the speed of leveling up, which seemed faster than a rocket, leaving him utterly astonished. After defeating the Knight Captain, number 1 and number 2 finally arrived at the final boss of the Night Town dungeon, a formidable level 25 Night Lord. Facing this opponent, who previously required the combined strength of the Xuanhe squad to barely defeat, clone number 1 wasn't confident about winning. His plan was to hold off the Night Lord as much as possible, allowing clone number 2 to unleash skills and improve skill proficiency, without expecting to actually defeat the Night Lord. Seeing this, Lin Ke felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In this world, gaining skill proficiency isn't easy. It usually requires hitting enemies in actual combat. Furthermore, the proficiency gain varies based on the level difference and quality of the target. With clone number 2 being only level 13, using a level 25 dungeon boss to farm skill proficiency, the 12 level gap, plus the boss's quality bonus, means each skill release by number 2 probably grants as much proficiency as 10 releases by others. Thanks to the coordinated efforts of number 1 and number 2's skills improved rapidly. The small fireball spell reached LV9, and the water arrow spell also reached LV9, activating the talent spell specialization. Ding! Your clones number 1 and number 2 have chosen to exit the dungeon. Lin Ke sighed helplessly, remarking on their audacity to shamelessly max out skill proficiency. Looking at his own dismal attribute panel, he suddenly thought that perhaps, once his protection value recovers, he could also farm skill proficiency this way, as if a door to success had just opened before him. In reality, Lin Ke was lost in thought, his mind swirling with ideas, while the information on the simulation panel remained unaffected, continuing to present data calmly. Under the guidance of clone number 1, clone number 2's level was skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. On October 5th of the Awakening calendar, clone number 2 reached level 14. Just a day later, on the 6th, it broke through to level 15. On the 7th, while browsing the campus forum, clone number 1 noticed a trending post. The poster was named Qing Chi, and their verified information was impressive. Class President of Class 4A at Suzaku Academy, Donghua University, a Sky-level talent holder, a Gold-level professional, and the External Affairs Head of the Iron Blood Society. Seeing the title External Affairs Head of the Iron Blood Society, Lin Ke's clone immediately became alert, vaguely guessing the other party's intention. Sure enough, the content of the post confirmed the clone's suspicion. Qing Chi, in a tone of righteous indignation, accused an unknown thief of raiding a monster lair outside Donghua City, which the Iron Blood Society had preserved at great expense for new recruits' trials. Not only were the ordinary monsters meant for the trials completely wiped out, but even the highly valuable, named Boss Dolanial was not spared. Qing Chi emphasized that this malicious incident not only wasted the Iron Blood Society's efforts, but also deprived them of a controllable named boss strategy reward. He claimed that, based on the usual valuation of named boss loot, the Iron Blood Society suffered a direct loss of over 50 million federal credits. Seeing this simulated information, Lin Ke nearly lost his breath. What a load of nonsense, he cursed internally. The stuff Dolanial dropped wouldn't even fetch 12 million federal credits, let alone 50 million. Not even your dad would give you that much money. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Ke, and he realized, wait a minute, damn it, I've been made the scapegoat by the Iron Blood Society. This realization caused turmoil within Lin Ke. As the planner of the Kobold Lair trial site, the Iron Blood Society could not be unaware of the actual value of this low-level monster gathering place. Though Dolanial was a fierce named boss, it was still just a named boss, far less valuable than a lord-level monster. Even if Dolanial's entire family dropped loot, it couldn't possibly be worth 50 million federal credits. However, the Iron Blood Society was willing to risk damaging its reputation by publicly claiming a 50 million federal credit loss. Lin Ke quickly analyzed two possibilities. 1. The Iron Blood Society wanted to exaggerate the loss to attract attention from the school and relevant personnel, but this was unlikely since the Iron Blood Society was already the most powerful student organization at Donghua University. If they couldn't solve the problem, others would be even more helpless. Thus, only the second possibility remained balancing the books. Lin Ke knew that in any world, the formation of student societies was not a trivial matter. This realization drove his thoughts deeper, attempting to uncover the true motive behind the Iron Blood Society's actions. According to the campus regulations of Donghua University, all student organizations established on campus not only receive financial, venue, personnel, and policy support from the university, but also have the privilege of challenging the campus's large-scale events. The benefits are indeed generous. However, these student organizations are also required to fulfill certain obligations that ordinary groups do not have to bear. For example, they must assist Donghua University in carrying out tasks and pay a campus tax. That's right, a campus tax. Every organization established at Donghua University must contribute a portion of its earnings during its university tenure to the school, with the tax rate reaching up to 30. To avoid such a high campus tax, student organizations go to great lengths in their accounting practices, including fabricating expenditure accounts to conceal the scale of their profits and further reduce the taxes they pay. However, since these accounts are falsified, there is always a risk of them being discovered. Some entries, like spent $5 million federal dollars on a bronze-level equipment, simply cannot withstand scrutiny. Therefore, they periodically need to fabricate a reasonable excuse to balance their accounts. At this point, the monster nest they had prepared for their internal members was unexpectedly conquered by unknown forces. The monsters in the nest were completely cleared out, and even the kobold boss, which was practically a sitting duck, was slain by an unidentified group. The loss suffered by the Iron Blood Society in the kobold nest was irreparable. Surprisingly, their first reaction was not anger, but delight. They realized that they could attribute all their unbalanced accounts to the losses in the monster nest. Thus, they claimed a loss of $50 million federal dollars in the kobold nest, easily covering a deficit of $38 million federal dollars. Lin Ku was furious, gritting his teeth at their despicable tactics. What infuriated him even more was his inability to expose their lies, as he couldn't foolishly admit to taking the Iron Blood Society's spoils and reveal that the total earnings from clearing the nest were nowhere near $50 million, but actually only $12 million. Lin Ku vowed to himself that, one day, he would settle the score with them, including the grievances from being forced to act as cannon fodder in the second simulation. Lin Ku continued to monitor the simulation information. Like him, his counterpart was also dissatisfied with being used as a scapegoat by the Iron Blood Society, but his displeasure stemmed from feeling that the society still owed him $38 million. He decided to find an opportunity to reclaim this amount. Upon seeing this simulation information, Lin Ku couldn't shake a sense of unease. However, the subsequent simulation information did not further elaborate on the Iron Blood Society incident. On October 12th, the protection values of Clone 1 and Clone 2 were restored. After nearly a week of wilderness training, Clone 2 had reached level 18, surpassing the second highest level first-year student, Shangwan Lingwei, by a full 10 levels. Since Clone 1 and Clone 2 hadn't teamed up with outsiders or participated in any assessments, no one else knew that these two seemingly ordinary freshmen with only silver-level talents were, in fact, a silver-level professional who had completed a second job transfer and reached level 25, and a bronze-level professional who had completed a first job transfer and reached level 18. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, 1 and 2 possessed the strength to dominate all freshmen at Donghua University. The weekly simulation reset time brought a bustling atmosphere to the replica plaza. Newcomers scurried around, either looking for ideal teams or suitable teammates. Yet, your clones 1 and 2 ignored all attempts to recruit them, coldly rejecting every invitation and reopening the two-player dungeon mode. This time, they chose an unpopular level 19 dungeon, a Tomb of the Dead. This dungeon was unpopular because the items dropped by monsters were far less valuable than those in other dungeons. The dungeon boss was even considered one of the poorest. Additionally, the eerie and terrifying environment of the Tomb of the Dead deterred many teams. However, for clones 1 and 2, the Tomb of the Dead had an unmatched advantage in abundance of minion monsters, over 3 times the number found in regular dungeons. Although the two of them could not defeat the high-level dungeon's final boss, these numerous minion monsters provided Clone 2 with ample experience, quickly boosting its level. By the end of the dungeon, Clone 2 successfully reached level 20. Such a rapid level up was astonishing. In previous simulations, whether it was the Crimson Squad or the Dark Squad formed by the clones, advancing from level 19 to 20 typically required 2 to 3 months of effort, at least 8 dungeon runs, plus several dozen days of wilderness training. Yet, Clone 2 only needed 1 dungeon run to leap from level 18 to 20, achieving efficiency dozens of times greater than that of ordinary players. This was all for a reason. Firstly, Clone 2 consumed all the experience points without needing to share with teammates. Secondly, at level 18, Clone 2 did not suffer an experience penalty in the level 19 dungeon. In contrast, normal teams, to ensure they could defeat the dungeon's final boss, often chose dungeons far below their level. For instance, the all-level 15 Crimson Squad typically challenged level 10 dungeons, leading to an experience penalty that reduced their gains from minion monsters to 1/10 of the normal amount. This 1/10 of the experience was then divided among 8 members, meaning each received an amount equivalent to 1/80th of Clone 2's experience gain without penalties. While subsequent dungeon bosses might match or exceed the team's level, offering substantial rewards, the experience gained from 1 or 2 bosses was insufficient to compensate for the losses from minion monsters. This is the key to how Clone 2 and I can level up so quickly. With the formidable strength of Clone number 1, Link astonishingly achieved a transition from 0 to the first level in just 3 days. This accomplishment boosted his confidence, convincing him that Clone number 2 could similarly break through the level 20 threshold within 2 weeks by leveraging Clone number 1's assistance. While this method might seem a bit like taking shortcuts, it's not unheard of in the real world. Wealthy individuals often hire high-level professionals to fast-track their own leveling process. However, this approach is often fraught with challenges due to the experience sharing rules within the professional system. Firstly, the output of high-level professionals must be strictly controlled within a certain ratio. If it exceeds the limit, the system calculates based on the high-level professional's level, resulting in significant experience penalties. Secondly, battles are rife with uncertainties. Even those dungeon bosses whose skill logic is well understood can be managed. But when facing unknown monsters in the wild, it's impossible to predict what bizarre skills they might unleash, possibly even turning the tables on their employers. Worse still, to avoid experience penalties, employers must personally engage in combat, ensuring their output ratio surpasses that of the hired high-level professionals. This means they can't leisurely hide behind Clone number 1 like Link and Clone number 2, but must confront monsters, or even bosses, to gain experience. And once they engage in battle, unexpected incidents are inevitable. Even with top-tier knights and priests providing protection, danger cannot be entirely avoided. Though this method is significantly faster than ordinary monster grinding, its efficiency still pales in comparison to the proxy leveling between Link and his clones. More importantly, professionals who grow using this method often prove to be more style than substance. They lack practical combat experience and awareness, their skill proficiency is lacking, and their actual combat power often lags significantly behind professionals of the same level. In contrast, Link's use of clones highlights the advantage of ignoring level penalties. As long as this mechanism exists, a newly created clone can quickly catch up to previous clones with a minimal number of simulations, then use the remaining simulation opportunities to break through higher limits, thereby supporting older clones that can no longer afford simulations. A level 20 clone has met the requirements for a second transition. Just 2 weeks later, Clone number 1 and Clone number 2 returned to the Awakening Room and approached their mentor Zhang Nanfeng, requesting to borrow the Awakening Orb to undertake the transition task. The gatekeeper Zhang Nanfeng looked puzzled. "Didn't you come here just 2 weeks ago?" Clone number 1 impatiently explained. "Last time, I took the transition task. This time, it's Clone number 2's turn. Stop wasting time and verify the information so we can proceed." Though somewhat reluctant, Zhang Nanfeng followed protocol to verify the information. In the end, he nodded and agreed to Clone number 2's request to undertake the second transition task. The initial stage of the task is to gather materials from the dungeon, to rapidly enhance their proficiency in new skills and achieve the advanced effects of the spell mastery talent. Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 decided to exceed the usual limits to complete their job transformation. Coincidentally, having just completed a dungeon run, both Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 needed a week for their protection value to recover. They planned to use this time to gather as many materials as possible, maximizing the completion of the first stage of the job transformation before entering the dungeon again to find the boss and complete the second stage. However, gathering materials on their own was proving to be too slow. On October 14th, after 2 days of hunting in the wilderness, Avatar 2 noticed the sparse collection of wild monster materials in their backpack and voiced his concern. "At this rate, we'll only manage to gather materials worth tens of thousands of Federation currency in a week, which is far from enough to complete the job transformation beyond its limits." Avatar 1 nodded in agreement, exhausted, and said, "I also think we're progressing too slowly. I've had enough of these tough days. Actually, I know a way to make a fortune, but since you're a new avatar, I was afraid the main body would blame me for leading you astray after the simulation ends, so I hesitated to tell you. We're brothers through and through." Avatar 2 responded, patting his chest. "Go ahead and tell me. If the main body holds us accountable, I'll stand by you through thick and thin." "Really, brother?" Avatar 1's eyes lit up. "Of course, brother." Avatar 2 replied with determination. "Great, then follow me." Avatar 1 stopped hunting and led Avatar 2 back to the city. Meanwhile, the main body, sensing something amiss, frowned with a growing sense of unease. But before the main body could react, a new simulation message appeared on the panel, as if the deed was already done. The small-time smuggler, Fat Tiger, looked at the two powerful figures shrouded in shadow before him, feeling utterly helpless. He thought to himself, "Damn, I knew you couldn't resist shady deals. Linka couldn't figure out why Avatar 1 had such a penchant for illicit activities and even dragged Avatar 2 into it. It's not dragging down, protested Avatar 2, who, along with Avatar 1, had just raided the private stash of the biggest smuggling ring leader in District 3, One-Eyed, netting over 10 million Federation currency in illicit gains. He firmly defended his good brother Avatar 1, saying, Avatar 1 is so good to me. He even left me such a big catch. Avatar 1, full of pride, said, this is just the beginning. Once we have some free time, we'll monopolize the smuggling market in District 3. By then, we'll be raking in over 2 million Federation currency every month. Avatar 2 eagerly agreed. Over 2 million a month. That's so much faster than hunting. Lin Ku remained silent, thinking to himself, sure, the money comes fast, but it also means a fast end. Otherwise, how do you think Avatar 1 met his early demise in the previous 2 simulations? But the avatars paid no attention to Lin Ku's silent criticism. Clone number 1 surveyed the situation before him, a confident smile unconsciously playing on his lips. This time, he had finally found the most reliable partner. Clone number 2. To him, the 2 previous failed simulations were merely due to bad luck. But now, with the unwavering support of his brother, success seemed inevitable. The main body's worries are completely unnecessary. This is a simulation world, and we call the shots here, Clone number 1 declared decisively. Hearing this, Clone number 2 nodded in firm agreement. Soon, the 2 began a large-scale acquisition campaign. Armed with millions in federal credits obtained from the One-Eyed source, they voraciously swept through the market's available materials. They not only cleared out the inventory on Donghua University's trading network, but also acquired all the materials from Nankai University. Clone number 1 cleverly established contact with the daughter of a certain conglomerate, utilizing her special channels to acquire a batch of highly cost-effective materials. During the transaction, she confided in him, expressing her desire to prove her self-worth through her abilities. She admitted that she admired Clone number 1's audacity to independently amass such a large fund as a newcomer and looked forward to establishing a deeper cooperative relationship with him. Upon hearing this, Clone number 1's initial plan to abduct and extort the Xiantian group vanished into thin air. He offered a gentle smile and promised the heiress, what I need most is an exceptional partner like you. Soon, I will have a large inventory of high-quality equipment and items that will require your help to sell. Meanwhile, Lin Ku maintained his trademark impassive expression. On October 16th, Clone number 2 flawlessly completed the first phase of his second job change, gaining an additional 6,000 points of silver-level skill proficiency. He promptly purchased a silver-level skill book, Mass Lightning Strike, and a bronze-level skill book, Arcane Shield, quickly advancing Mass Lightning Strike to level 9. Mass Lightning Strike LV9, silver-level mage skill, summons 10 bolts of lightning to strike enemy targets within an area of magic 0.01 square meters, dealing magic 2.85 lightning spell damage. Depending on the difference in magic power between foes, there is a chance to inflict a paralysis effect. Each target can withstand up to 3 strikes. The first inflicts 100 damage, the second 50, and the third 25. Mana cost is 210 points reduced through spell specialization, with a cooldown of 60 seconds reduced through mage specialization. Arcane Shield LV1, bronze-level mage skill, constructs a protective barrier on the body using mana, capable of withstanding magic 1.0 damage. When the shield is broken, it generates a shockwave, repelling nearby hostile targets. Mana cost is 200 points, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. In the coming days, Clone number 2 will be fully focused on preparing to advance to a silver-level professional. Currently, Clone number 2 has mastered 3 iron-level skills, Small Fireball spell, Water Arrow spell, and Meditation, 2 bronze-level skills, Lightning Summon and Arcane Shield, and 1 silver-level skill, Group Lightning Summon. Although Clone number 2 has not yet completed a second job transition, the skill set is almost full, lacking only 1 iron-level spell, leaving no need for further skill configuration. However, when it comes to equipment, Clone number 2 is nearly empty-handed, almost as if running around naked. It is well known that a professional's strength is not only determined by their level and skills, but also by the quality of their equipment. Having lived a tough life, Clone number 1 understands the importance of equipment. As the first clone of the original, Clone number 1 bears significant responsibility and does not want to see Clone number 2 repeat his own past mistakes. Link apologized, admitting that his assistance to Clone number 1 was virtually non-existent. Thus he could understand Clone number 1's complaints. However, Link sternly pointed out that this was not a justification for turning to crime. After some reflection, Clone number 1 decided to take Clone number 2 along to rob the rich and give to the poor. When Clone number 2 asked what robbing the rich to give to the poor meant, Clone number 1 explained that it was a social philosophy aimed at redistributing wealth to prevent its concentration among a few, thereby eliminating the gap between rich and poor. Although they were not human, They felt a responsibility to contribute to human society for the sake of the original's reputation. Link was furious about this, warning clone number 1 to stop instilling such ideas. Clone number 1 reluctantly admitted that in the end, robbery was inevitable. Clone number 2 realized that such actions would bring trouble to the original and immediately objected. Clone number 1, however, punched clone number 2, telling him that they were in a simulation and nothing they did would affect the original. After some debate, clone number 2 finally understood clone number 1's perspective, realizing that simulation and reality are completely different. However, he still opposed robbery, believing they could create legitimate wealth through their own efforts. Clone number 1 was shocked by clone number 2's sense of justice, wondering when the clone family gained such a saint. One's rapid-fire questioning left 2 speechless. He looked down at his ill-gotten gear, unable to find any reason to argue back. Seeing this, 1 seized the opportunity and reiterated the argument he used to convince the members of the Xuanhe squad during the last simulation. Listen, brother, 1 said passionately. Robbery is essentially creating wealth with your own hands. Look at our situation now. In this dog-eat-dog world, is there really a better choice? 2 was deeply moved by this fervent speech, his eyes shining with excitement. He almost instantly abandoned his long-held moral principles and enthusiastically declared, "Big brother, whatever you say, I'll do." Lin Ku watched this scene unfold in silence, feeling a mix of emotions. He wanted to intervene, but ultimately chose not to. Let it be, he consoled himself. A simulation is just a simulation, it won't affect reality. Even if things go terribly wrong, it's just a wasted simulation opportunity. As a tolerant leader, I should respect my clone's choices. Despite 1's villainous behavior in the simulation, he remained a diligent and obedient helper in reality. Lin Ku couldn't bring himself to erase his personality because of actions in a simulation, akin to how courts in the real world don't convict people for killing NPCs in games. Lin Ku decided not to dwell on these virtual actions. With this mindset, Lin Ku continued to monitor the changes in the simulation information. Having successfully persuaded 2, 1 decided to return to his old ways. Unlike the newly created novice 2, 1 was well-versed in the situation at Donghua University after experiencing 3 simulations. He knew that among the current first-year students, no one could challenge them. This meant they could almost effortlessly target any first-year team venturing into the wilderness, with a near-perfect success rate. Nonetheless, 1 insisted on being thoroughly prepared. After all, he hadn't survived past 10 years in his previous 3 simulations, and these failures had taught him valuable lessons. However, 1 had a completely different understanding of his short-lived nature compared to Lin Ku. He believed the issue wasn't his methods, but rather insufficient preparation and bad luck. With this in mind, 1 began preparing for the upcoming entrepreneurial journey, completely unaware that he was heading down an even more perilous path. Number 1 firmly believes that the reason for his frequent failures in the simulations is not only due to a group of incompetent teammates holding him back, but, more critically, because he hasn't been ruthless enough. The first simulation was his most humiliating experience, where it took him 9 years of struggle at the bottom to barely become a first-rank professional. The failure of this simulation was entirely due to his weak strength and poor luck, unrelated to other factors. The real problems arose in the second and third simulations. In the second simulation, as the chief of the police department in the 3rd district of Donghua City, he was supposed to team up with Pang Hu to easily monopolize the smuggling market in the 3rd district. However, after Pang Hu established the Nightingale Gang and monopolized most of the smuggling business, Number 1 relaxed his oversight of Pang Hu, which slowed down the gang's expansion and gave a chance for a gang leader named Guogai to rise. If he had issued firm orders despite Pang Hu's pressure, demanding that Pang Hu complete the market integration within a set time frame, and taking harsher measures against uncooperative smugglers, it was entirely possible to consolidate the smuggling market in the 3rd district within a year. With the market integrated, the anomaly might not have appeared in the 3rd district, and even if it did, it wouldn't have ambushed him unawares and caught him off guard. As for the 3rd simulation, the issues were even more severe. He repeated the mistake from the 2nd simulation, being too lenient with independent smugglers, giving them the opportunity to report him. When the police department intervened and focused their attention on Pang Hu, he missed the chance to silence them, leading to the police obtaining intelligence about him and the Xuanhe squad from Pang Hu. In the end, he was too lenient with the members of the Xuanhe squad, acting too friendly, which resulted in them having respect for him but lacking enough fear. The absence of fear was a major issue. Because of this, they disregarded his warnings and even dared to conceal information and disobey his orders, acting on their own. These are the bloody lessons Number 1 has learned, and in this simulation, he plans to transform into a cold, ruthless killing machine, ensuring the same mistakes will not be repeated. On the 19th, the protection values of clones 1 and 2 were restored once again. However, this time, they didn't choose to continue challenging high-level dungeons. Instead, they turned their attention to the level 15 dungeon, Night Town, which Clone 1 was familiar with. After successfully defeating the first dungeon boss of Night Town, the level 20 roadblock boss Night Scribe, Clone 2 completed the second stage of the job change task with minimal effort and officially transitioned to a silver level mage. Clone 2 received 100 free attribute points and, based on the class attributes, would gain an additional 10 magic points with each level increase from then on. From level 0 to level 20 and then completing the job change, Clone 2 took an incredible 18 days. Although this figure is astonishing in the human world, for Clones 1 and 2, it was just an ordinary feat compared to their achievement, which could claim the world record for the fastest second job change by a new professional. Clones 1 and 2 were more concerned about the success rate of their next actions. On October 21st in the year of Awakening 11, the day after Clone 2 completed the silver level transition, Clone 1 finally identified a target and began their operation. A well-equipped team of 11 professionals appeared before them. At this moment, a woman lurking on a rooftop, observing the professional team through binoculars, was Clone 2. She lifted her head in shock, pointing towards a familiar figure in the distance within the team, who was none other than Lin Xingyu, the goddess of the original body. Could it be that Clone 1 intended to act against the original's goddess? She was secretly terrified, fearing that the original would eliminate such behavior. What goddess? Stop inheriting all those messy memories from the original, Clone 1 remarked, rolling his eyes at Clone 2. He had long severed ties with that woman, and it was she who had initiated the breakup. Clone 2 was momentarily stunned, then showed evident excitement, eager to delve into the details of this past. Enough, you two. I said it has nothing to do with me. Lin Ku, in reality, couldn't bear it any longer. It seemed the simulated system sensed Lin Ku's genuine anger and, with a series of ellipses, skipped over the gossip between Clone 1 and Clone 2, moving directly to the main topic. Indeed, the team Lin Xingyu was part of was the chosen target for Clones 1 and 2. The reasons for selecting this team were numerous for Clone 1. Firstly, Lin Xingyu had once toyed with and humiliated the original's feelings, and as the saying goes, when the master is humiliated, the servant must avenge. Clone 1 felt it was his duty to stand up for the original. Secondly, the clones had once served as mercenaries for Lin Xingyu, fighting alongside her Iron Blood Guild team, and were well aware of just how inadequate this team was at their current stage. In the second simulation, even with an additional 2 weeks, they were still unable to pose any threat to the named boss, Dolanir. Faced with 2 silver rank professionals, number 2 at level 20 and number 1 at level 25, who could even single-handedly defeat Dolanir, they found themselves utterly powerless. Moreover, in Donghua University, only the strongest student association, the Iron Blood Society, would go as far as taking first-year students to the wilderness for training. Other clubs' first-year students rarely even left the campus, not giving number 1 any chance to make a move. Considering all these factors, number 1 saw no reason to let go of this opportunity. So, on the afternoon of October 21st, under the guidance of a second-year student from the Iron Blood Society, the trembling first-year students of the society arrived at a place called the Wilderness. There, they encountered the most terrifying scene of the simulation. A warrior, fully armored and wielding an enormously exaggerated sword, descended from the sky, radiating a dazzling silver aura. The Bronze Knight leading the group, who had just reached level 16 and was far from his second-class transition, was the first to sense the hostility emanating from the warrior. Though his animal instincts urged him to flee, his rationality as a member of the Iron Blood Society helped him suppress this irrational urge. Despite the place being called the Wilderness, it was actually a safe zone cleared by the battle groups, with professional teams from Donghua City possibly passing by at any moment. Moreover, he was a member of the strongest student association at Donghua University, the Iron Blood Society. Unless the opponent was insane, there was no way they would attack him. As he pondered this, a sudden loud crash erupted from the clear sky. A massive blue-white lightning serpent descended without warning, striking the Bronze Knight viciously. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by the tremor of the ground, the knight was knocked down almost effortlessly. The intense pain and paralysis shattered his will to resist, leaving the once formidable knight helplessly wailing as if paralyzed. At that moment, the silver warrior standing in front of the knight made his move. Ignoring the wailing knight beneath him, he charged into the group of 10 first-year members of the Iron Blood Society like a tiger among sheep. In an instant, flashes of blades and swords flickered rapidly, and screams echoed one after another. In just a brief moment, Lin Xingyu and the other 9 new members of the Iron Blood Society lay in a pool of blood. Most of them hadn't even recovered from the shock of the Silver Warrior's appearance and were killed without putting up any resistance. I say most because the Silver Warrior, or number 1 clone, was surprised to find that among these newcomers, who hadn't even reached level 8, there was one person who managed to block his attack. This newcomer, only level 7 and not even a bronze level professional, could withstand a full force strike from someone at level 25, who had completed a second job change and was equipped with powerful gear. Although it wasn't easy, Unlike the injuries in simulations, real-world pain directly affects the injured person's body. This lucky individual, although they successfully blocked number one's attack and weren't instantly killed, saw their health nearly reach the bottom. Almost no part of their body was unscathed. The ground was covered with blood flowing from their abdomen, and they were barely alive, on the brink of death. Curious, number one approached the sole survivor, using his heavy sword to lift the long hair, covering half of her face. When he saw her face hidden beneath, number one immediately understood why she could block his attack. She was no ordinary person. Her name was Xin, a first-year student in Class 1 at the Bronze Academy of Donghua University, possessing a golden-level talent. She was also the captain of the Iron Blood Society's professional team, to which Lin Qingyu belonged. Even during the second simulation, Xin had demonstrated extraordinary abilities, far surpassing her team members in both commanding battles and personal strength. In her final year at university, she completed her third professional transition before graduation, becoming one of only 24 golden-level professionals among that year's Donghua University graduates. She later became the captain of the elite team in the Iron Blood Regiment, excelling in both strength and capability, far surpassing Lin Qingyu, who also had a golden-level talent. However, number one remembered Xin not because of her immense strength, but because, during the second simulation, she was the only team member to stay in contact with him after raiding the Kobold Nest. This was why number one was so aware of her accomplishments after graduation. Frankly, Xin was the only human in the 10-person team that number one held any fondness for. Unfortunately, in this simulation, Xin wasn't acquainted with him. Seeing the despair in her eyes, number one placed his heavy sword on her slender neck, briefly gathered strength, and then struck hard. Xin's head rolled away due to the inertia. "Are you a beast?" Lin Ku, witnessing this scene, was trembling. Although he knew the clone was likely aiming to kill witnesses, that was Xin, a great beauty who had treated the clone exceptionally well during the second simulation, and yet he could still do it? This also proved that while the clone appeared human-like, it lacked human emotions. Everything was purely logical, akin to an AI created by humans. Although it seemed to express emotions, they were all pre-programmed. "It's just a simulation, none of it is real," Lin Ku repeated silently to himself several times before looking back at the simulation panel. The hidden number 2 clone emerged at this moment, ending the life of the lead knight with a water arrow spell. The two then went around stabbing the corpses on the ground, especially Lin Qingyu's. Seeing his wide-open eyes, it was clear he recognized number one's face before dying. Number one had assumed the identity of the main body in the simulation, so in Lin Qingyu's eyes, number one was Lin Ku, the one who he toyed with. When number one split him in half with a sword, shattering his internal organs beyond recognition, Lin Qingyu was likely extremely shocked and confused. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died with his eyes wide open. Clone 1 and Clone 2 began cleaning up the battlefield. After taking stock, they found that the 11-member rookie squad of the Iron Blood Association had a total of 16 million federal credits worth of loot. Clone 1 felt a bit disappointed because he knew that the current loot was far from this squad's potential. Their levels were too low to have invested more money in themselves. If they had completed their job transitions and become bronze or even silver-level professionals, the value of their equipment and items would have significantly increased. Just like the Crimson Squad in the last simulation, which, despite not being as skilled as the Iron Blood Squad, had loot that was comparable because they had all transitioned to bronze-level professionals, carrying high-grade gear suitable for their level. This made their equipment more valuable than the current Iron Blood Squad, whose average level was below 8. However, it didn't matter much since Donghua University lacked many things, but not wealthy professional squads. If necessary, Clone 1 and 2 could always target another professional squad. The only dissatisfaction was that the 16 million federal credits weren't enough to cover the costs incurred by settling accounts with the Iron Blood Association. Even with the previous 12 million federal credits gained from clearing the Kobold's Nest, the total income siphoned from the Iron Blood Association was only 28 million federal credits, leaving a 22 million federal credit gap from the 50 million loss they announced on the forum. Clone 1 sighed that the revolution was not yet successful, while Clone 2 assured they would continue to strive to achieve the 50 million federal credit loss that the Iron Blood Association anticipated. Lin Ku, seeing the simulation information, couldn't help but comment, "Why does it seem like Clone 2 isn't very bright? He just agrees with whatever Clone 1 says." The system responded to Lin Ku, explaining that the thought processes of different clones could vary, but this didn't mean they weren't smart. In fact, all clones possessed quite intelligent brains. Lin Ku remained unconvinced. "Your clone found Chuya, the heiress of the Xiantian group, and handed over all the equipment and items taken from the Iron Blood Squad, informing her that these items had dubious origins and couldn't be sold within the province." Hearing this, Chuya's expression noticeably soured, especially when she saw the fresh bloodstains on the equipment. As a young woman trying to make a small business and prove herself to her family, she couldn't help but ask, "You're not in cahoots with red-named professionals, are you? Such words. The clone chuckled softly, attempting to reassure Chuya with a hint of teasing in his voice. How could we possibly collude with those notorious red name professionals? These pieces of equipment were earned through our own skills. Chuya looked at the twins before her, filled with doubt. Clone number 1 raised an eyebrow with a touch of menace, while clone number 2's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Despite her Earth-level talent, far surpassing that of the brothers, she inexplicably felt a chilling sense of danger. Wisely, she swallowed back the questions on the tip of her tongue. Since outright rejection of the deal seemed unwise, Chuya decided to haggle. Faced with her relentless price analysis, the inexperienced clones could only agree repeatedly. Ultimately, the suspicious batch of equipment was sold for 13.5 million federal credits, a full 2.5 million less than the original price. You let her knock off 2.5 million just like that? Linka looked at the two clones in disbelief, feeling as if the money had flown out of his own pocket. The clones, however, took it in stride. For them, quickly converting stolen goods into legitimate federal credits was already a good deal. After all, it was all profit for them. With funds in hand, the clones immediately set out to enhance their capabilities. They obtained a ticket from Chuya to the Xiantian Group's online auction and soon joined in the bidding. Clone number 1 acquired the top-tier golden skill book, Huang Ji Jing Tian Sword, for 7.6 million federal credits, a powerful warrior skill capable of inflicting immense damage over an area ranging from 102 meters to 1,002 meters. Clone number 2 spent 3 million on a level 20 Earth quality staff, named Picasso's Flashing Wand, which granted the ability to teleport instantly. Just as the clones found themselves in another financial bind, a major incident erupted: the disappearance of the Iron Blood Guild squad. Only 2 hours after the incident, the guild's assessment officer noticed something amiss. After remaining out of contact for 8 hours, guild leader Zhong Hung immediately organized a search party. Finally, 12 kilometers outside Donghua City in a forest, they stumbled upon a horrifying scene. All 11 team members had been brutally murdered, their bodies either disemboweled or dismembered. To add insult to injury, their equipment had been completely looted, leaving not even the most basic black iron gear behind. Undoubtedly, this is a classic modus operandi of notorious criminal professionals. This tragic incident caused an unprecedented uproar in Donghua City. An entire team of talented rookie professionals, each with silver level or higher abilities, was wiped out with no survivors. These individuals were destined to be the future pillars of the Federation, but were brutally eliminated before they could shine. Even more appalling, they were not only robbed of everything, but many of them couldn't even leave behind an intact corpse. This method starkly contrasts with the previous actions of Clone number 1 and the Xuanhe squad during the simulation. Back then, when they raided the Qiang squad, they stopped at just killing 2 as a warning. This time, however, the perpetrator showed no mercy, annihilating the entire rookie team. Anger spread like wildfire across all sectors of Donghua City. The federal government was outraged, Donghua University's administration was outraged, and the 2 major battalions stationed there, along with countless freelance professionals, were equally incensed. As a result, the Iron Blood Society was ordered to cease such dangerous activities, and the promising star talent Zhong Hung faced severe punishment due to inadequate supervision, losing the qualification to establish a battalion for the next decade. The manhunt was unprecedented in scale. Police, battalion squads, and elite senior teams from Donghua University were all deployed to search the wilderness for these ruthless criminals. Major media outlets continued to follow the story, and Donghua City was enveloped in an atmosphere of impending turmoil. Under such high-pressure circumstances, even your clone had to lay low, sticking to minor missions and dungeons. Yet, despite the extensive search operations in Donghua City and the identification of numerous suspects, the truth remained elusive. The culprits were 2 freshman students with only silver-level abilities and had no enmity with the Iron Blood Society. This highlighted the frightening power of cognitive biases. Even the most seasoned crime investigators and private detectives rely on elimination methods after ruling out all impossibilities. Whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. But the prerequisite is that this possibility must first enter their realm of consideration. From an outsider's perspective, the vendetta involving Clone 1 and Clone 2 against the Iron Blood Squad seemed utterly unbelievable. How could 2 first-year students possibly defeat a group, killing 10 peers with superior talents, including a second-year leader who had already completed their career transition? This incredible scenario effectively cleared Clone 1 and Clone 2 of any suspicion. Thus, while Donghua University was shrouded in fear, these 2 culprits were enjoying an unusually carefree campus life. In stark contrast to the clones' relaxed demeanor, Chuya, the heiress of the Xiantian Corporation, found herself in unprecedented panic. As news of the professional team's demise caused an uproar online, even Chuya, no matter how oblivious, realized that the high-quality but low-level equipment given to her by the clones had dubious origins. She knew well that if it were discovered that she had distributed this equipment, she would face catastrophic consequences. Even though she had never engaged in any illegal activities, the social pressure and media frenzy would undoubtedly lead federal officials to accuse her of colluding with notorious professionals and smuggling dungeon items, leaving even the Xiantian Corporation unable to shield her. Every day, Chuya lived in torment, frequently messaging to confirm the clones' safety, terrified they might be exposed. Thoughts of reporting them or turning herself in crossed her mind, but that would mean destroying her own life. Even if she eventually cleared her name, being involved in such a scandal would forever strip her of her family's trust. Her years of effort and dreams would be shattered, a fate worse than death for her. As Chuya's anxiety reached its peak, the situation intensified. The Donghua city government struggled to find the culprits, and public dissatisfaction simmered like a brewing volcano. Even the usually detached Federal Bureau could no longer ignore the matter, issuing a strict deadline to solve the case. Finally, on November 15th, just 2 days before the deadline, the mayor of Donghua City and the chief of police held an emergency press conference. Surrounded by flashing cameras, they announced that after tireless efforts, they had successfully dismantled a notorious criminal group of rogue professionals hiding in the wilderness. All members were killed on the spot, and the victims' belongings from the October 19th incident were found at their hideout, confirming them as the true culprits. The announcement was met with thunderous applause, and the news spread rapidly across federal media, quickly topping trending charts. The mayor and the chief of police were hailed as capable leaders, receiving blessings and accolades from countless citizens. On this day, after a month of sleepless nights, Chuya finally slept peacefully. On this day, Clone 1 and Clone 2 conquered the level 15 dungeon, Knight's Town. After the battle, the system notifications buzzed. Clone 1 skyrocketed to level 27, and Clone 2 reached level 23. Despite such a breakthrough, the clones remained unusually calm, as if it was just another ordinary day. If it weren't for the daily sight of police and search teams patrolling the streets, they might have forgotten the commotion outside over that incident. This month of law-abiding life had left the clones feeling stifled. They were used to the thrill of easily earning millions of federal coins, and now the pace of earning a few 100,000 coins after a hard-fought dungeon run failed to excite them. As for hunting in the wild, it was more exhausting than dungeons and came with various dangers. Compared to those troublesome dungeon bosses and wild creatures, human professionals were not only easier to deal with, but also had a notably higher drop rate. As the police presence on the streets gradually diminished and the search missions were cancelled, the clones' minds began to wander again. The trigger was Clone 2 discovering an extremely rare golden skill book online. The seller demanded an exorbitant 9 million federal coins, far exceeding market value, and refused to budge, claiming he'd rather let it rot than lower the price. This left Clone 2 both annoyed by the seller's greed and anxious that someone else might snatch the precious skill book, leaving him restless. As Clone 2's supportive older brother, Clone 1 naturally wanted to help him acquire the skill book. However, earning money through legitimate means was painfully slow over the past month. Their combined loot from 4 dungeons and countless wild expeditions barely exceeded 2 million. At this rate, it would take over 3 more months to gather enough for the book. The longer it took, the more risks there were. Though the seller's price was outrageous, the skill book's rarity and power were undeniable. Given that mages were among the most popular professions, it was likely that a wealthy buyer might swoop in at any moment. To be cautious, the clones considered resorting to less lawful means to secure the skill book. Just then, Lin Ku intervened. "Hold on," he warned. "Jumping back into old habits right after the heat dies down is like slapping the Federation in the face. It could attract even more formidable opponents. And don't you find it suspicious? The deadline for solving the case is 2 days away, and Donghua City's withdrawal seems too abrupt. Federal officials wouldn't risk faking it unless they were desperate. Be careful, it might be a trap." The clones found his reasoning sound and immediately halted their plan, turning instead to discreetly investigate whether the police officers, civilian professionals, and task force teams had truly left Donghua City or disbanded. The investigation results left them cursing human cunning and deceit. It was indeed a trap. The angry clones 1 and 2 decided to lay low for the next 6 months, trying to acquire the damaged skill book. If they couldn't obtain it, it didn't matter. They could always buy it in the next simulation. They didn't want to waste a precious simulation opportunity for this skill book. On November 18th, the mayor of Donghua City and the chief of the Donghua City Police Department, both praised as capable officials, announced their resignations. This led to much speculation, but the official explanation was that they were stepping down due to health reasons. Clones 1 and 2 merely scoffed at the news, deciding to stay under the radar regardless of whether the resignations were genuine or not, especially since they had nearly been caught in a trap. By the end of November, under pressure from the head teacher, Clones 1 and 2 had to participate in the monthly exams, despite having missed them for 2 consecutive months. Facing first-year professionals with an average level of only 7 or 8, they had no motivation. Even the strongest among them, Shangguan Lingwei, had just completed a job transfer, and the gap in strength was evident. Unlike the last simulation where they went all out for the prize money, This time, with a partner, the clones earned over 2 million federal coins each month from dungeons in the wilderness, so they didn't care about the mere 100,000 federal coins reward from the monthly exam. Moreover, during this turbulent time, they didn't want to draw attention, so they deliberately underperformed, achieving only slightly above average results. Even so, the first-year students looked at the brothers with newfound respect, surprised at their hidden strength. Some silver-level teams lacking reliable teammates invited them to join, but the clones declined all offers. In December, the clones continued their monotonous routine of clearing dungeons and hunting in the wild. During this time, they met with Chuya, the heiress of the Xiantian group, for the first time in 2 months since they had fenced goods through her. Chuya's mental state seemed noticeably worse, but the clones didn't ask about her deteriorating condition, unsure if it was related to her circumstances. Chuya didn't complain either. She was a sensible woman who understood that dwelling on past events would only deepen the rift between them and could lead to unnecessary conflict. Both sides tacitly avoided mentioning the 1019 incident, but they understood its significance. This was one reason the clone brothers agreed to meet Chuya. They needed her to continue fencing goods for them in the future, and she held leverage over them. As Chuya looked at the two sitting upright before her, she paused briefly before getting straight to the point of their meeting. I need you to eliminate someone. With that, she produced a check with a figure of 5 followed by 6 zeros. The clones took the check and counted the zeros carefully, confirming it was a $5 million bearer check. Chuya coldly added, this is just the deposit. Once it's done, I'll give you another 20 million. 25 million federal credits. Clone 1 and Clone 2 exchanged a glance, seeing mutual respect for the benefactor in each other's eyes. Clone 1 immediately expressed that he was more than willing to help if there was money involved, but he was puzzled as to why Chuya had approached them. After all, 25 million federal credits was no small sum, more than enough to hire a top-tier professional, and he didn't think he and Clone 2 were worth that much. Chuya responded with a blank expression, saying that was the price for legal actions. For a crime of such magnitude, where getting caught could lead to execution, 25 million wouldn't even entice a top-tier professional. Even a gold-level professional wouldn't consider it unless they were truly desperate. But they were different. They had dared to play the role of notorious outlaws for a mere 13 million federal credits, slaughtering an entire team of professionals under the noses of the Donghua City federal government and Donghua University, even humiliating them by stripping them of their clothes. Such audacity was unparalleled. Although she knew many promising, talented professionals, each of them was extremely protective of their reputation, afraid of getting involved in trouble. They were as cunning as foxes, and at the slightest hint of something that could affect their future, they would run faster than rabbits. The likes of Clone 1 and Clone 2, who were willing to do anything for money, were a rare sight for her. Clone 1 interpreted Chuya's sarcasm as praise for their courage, acknowledging her keen eye and recognizing their strengths, unlike someone else who constantly found fault with him. Facing the wealthy benefactor, Clone 2, although not as eloquent as Clone 1, shyly stated that such praise was unnecessary. They were just too straightforward and lacked the cunning to make money through other means, so they had to resort to rough work without much skill. However, their professional ethics were impeccable. As long as they were paid, they would do anything, even raise an entire city. Clone 2's words further reshaped Chuya's perception of the two brothers. She seriously assessed the cold demeanor of Clone 1 and the simple-minded appearance of Clone 2, strangely feeling a sense of security from them. Forgive Chuya, but in the current social climate, there were too many unreliable assassins. Online, they boasted grandly, but when it came to action, they hesitated, either scamming and disappearing or getting killed by their targets, implicating their employers and landing them in jail. As a result, the assassin profession had become almost mythical and laughable in today's world. But Clone 1 and Clone 2 were different. They were genuine outlaws, with an impressive record of 11 confirmed kills that could be traced. In front of them, assassins were like harmless rabbits, and there was no worry about their reliability. Thus, Chuya decisively handed over a 5 million deposit to Clone 1 and Clone 2 and provided them with detailed information on the assassination target. On the campus of Nankai University, a young woman named Chu Lian stood by the window of the student club activity room. Sunlight streamed through the glass, highlighting her as if affirming her identity as a son's blessing holder with sky-level talent. At just 19, this priest had already reached level 20, standing on the threshold of becoming a silver-tier professional. As a sophomore at Nankai University, Chu Lian excelled not only academically, but also in leadership, having founded a student club called Chu Min. Under her guidance, the club developed a strong core team comprised of elite professionals with gold and earth-level talents. Additionally, the club boasted 2 silver-tier and 5 bronze-tier auxiliary teams, primarily consisting of freshmen at around level 10, whose skills were still developing. Chu Lian was currently focused on completing the second phase of her second-tier transition task. Unlike those who struggled with ordinary dungeon bosses, she, a prodigy, had gone to great lengths to secure a wilderness location harboring a level 20 named boss, purchased at a high price from a battle group. She planned to lead her core team to defeat it, gaining a massive amount of experience and establishing herself among her peers. However, just as Chu Lian was about to set out, her half-sister, Chuya, was plotting to thwart her plans. Chuya was staring intently at two young men who resembled Link codenamed Clone 1 and Clone 2 as she assigned them the task of assassinating Chu Lian. Although Chu Lian had not yet completed her second-tier transition, her level 20 status, combined with her sky-level talent and the protection of her elite teammates, made her a formidable opponent even if she showed vulnerabilities during the boss battle. Chuya's eyes were filled with urgency and resentment. As the heiress of Xiantian Group, her position was precarious. Her father had hinted at replacing the legitimate heir with a concubine's child, and her status as an heir depended solely on the support of the group's conservative faction. If Chu Lian succeeded in defeating the named boss and completing her transition, she would not only become the first student in her grade to do so, but would also surpass level 22 with the bonus experience, securing her position as the top sophomore at Nankai University. At that point, Chu Lian's reputation within Xiantian Group would soar. Her father, who had long favored Chu Lian, would seize the opportunity to push for a change in heir, and the conservative faction supporting Chuya would be powerless against such an overwhelming disparity in strength. Losing her status as an heir could mean Chuya would be cast out and stripped of everything she had. Facing such dire consequences, Chuya was desperate. Even if it meant losing everything, even if it was a reckless gamble, she was determined to stop Chu Lian from completing her second-tier transition at any cost. Number 1 calmly confirmed, as if in his eyes, a level 20 professional with sky-level talent was no different from the novice professionals they had killed before. Just finalize the time and place for the operation and prepare the final payment. Leave the rest to us. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. Chuya frowned and reminded, "Are you so confident? I possess sky-level talent and have a team composed of golden and earth-level professionals. Even a true silver-level professional would find it hard to threaten me." Number 1 smirked coldly. "I know, but you're just a priest, aren't you? If you were a sky-level talent in a combat profession, I might be more cautious." "A priest? Well, that's not much." The clone's strong confidence influenced Chuya. This young person, not yet 20 and lacking social experience, easily believed them. If it had been a mature woman with more experience, she might have needed more convincing. After reaching an agreement, the clone left Chuya's residence, satisfied with the $5 million check. Number 1 and Number 2 clones had decided to execute this mission flawlessly. They saw a new business opportunity and wanted to use it to establish their reputation in the assassin world, opening up a new revenue stream. Although playing the role of a notorious professional brought quick money, the societal impact was too negative. Frequent crimes would likely provoke the federal government, and if the government decided to pursue them at any cost, with its array of strange tools and resources, they would almost certainly be caught. In contrast, the animosity generated by an assassin was much narrower in scope. Neither the Federation nor the battalion would be interested in investigating personal vendettas, making it safer and nearly as profitable as raiding professional squads. Number 1 even regretted not discovering this lucrative path earlier, but it's not too late to switch careers now. As for their chances of success, without the 5 million, they indeed felt it would be challenging. The gap between sky-level and silver-level talent is not something easily described, and even with a difference of 1 career transition and a full 7 levels, Number 1 was not overly confident. But with the 5 million, things were different. Over the past 2 months, the clones had accumulated over 4 million federal currency through dungeon raids and wild hunts. With this 5 million, they could afford to buy that golden-level mage skill book, significantly boosting Number 2 clones' combat power in this simulation. By that time, if 2 silver-tier professionals with gold-level skills couldn't defeat a team of bronze-tier professionals referred to as boss, they would be too ashamed to face anyone and might as well take responsibility through self-sacrifice. 2 days later, Avatar Number 2 finally received the coveted gold-level skill book Super Magus at the post office. Super Magus LV1 is a gold-level skill for mages, instantly ending the cooldown of all skills below gold level, excluding gold level at the cost of 1,000 mana points, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Each level up reduces both cooldown and mana consumption by 5. At level 10, both cooldown and mana consumption can be reduced by 50. Avatar Number 2 has a spell specialization talent, allowing the Super Magus skill to be leveled up to 11, meaning a 55 reduction in cooldown and mana consumption. The second effect of the spell specialization talent further reduces the cooldown and mana consumption of skills above level 10 by 30. Thus, the Super Magus skill can achieve an 85 reduction in cooldown and mana consumption. Originally, the skill requiring 1,000 mana points and a 600-second cooldown can now be used in just 90 seconds with 150 mana points. Avatar Number 2 marveled at how this skill seemed tailor-made for the spell specialization talent. No wonder the seller was so firm on the price, refusing to lower it. For professionals with the spell specialization talent, the value of this skill far exceeds gold level, even more precious than earth level skills. Fortunately, the spell specialization talent is only a silver level talent. While professionals with this talent are considered societal elites, the 9 million price tag is not easily managed, especially since it is significantly overpriced, treating buyers as fools, which is why Avatar number 2 has yet to purchase it. Although to fully utilize the synergy between Super Magus and spell specialization, the skill proficiency of Super Magus must be raised above level 10, which is not feasible before undertaking assassination missions. Still, the ability to refresh all skill cooldowns at once significantly boosts Avatar number 2's firepower, increasing overall strength by at least 30, making it more than sufficient to handle those who haven't even completed their second job transition. 3 days after mastering the Ultra Mage technique, Clones 1 and 2 finally received a message from Chuya about the upcoming operation. With little else to do, they had been passing the time by picking on wild creatures on the outskirts. The target location was deep in the wilderness, 150 kilometers outside Donghua City, with at least 50 kilometers being uncharted and dangerous territory. In this deep wilderness, the lowest level monsters were above level 15. Since it had never been explored, it was teeming with elite monsters, wilderness bosses, and even lord-level creatures. Even for the clones with their current abilities, venturing into such perilous wilderness was a significant challenge. However, in their quest to find a suitable titled boss, they had no other choice. Fortunately, the clones didn't need to worry about paving the way. Chu Lian had hired a team of civilian professionals, all of silver rank, to act as muscle. This team would protect Chu Lian as she reached the target location, clearing the path of dangerous wilderness creatures. Clones 1 and 2 only needed to follow behind, making it easy for them to penetrate deep into the wilderness. Before setting out, the two clones meticulously checked their backpacks to ensure all the contamination potions prepared for Chu Lian were accounted for. They then set off to the location where Chu Lian would pass through. Soon, the clones, hiding in the reeds of the wilderness, saw a massive group approaching, numbering over 30 people. At the forefront were 2 scouts moving swiftly. Scout professions are typically divided into pure scouts, who are adept at reconnaissance, and assassin-type scouts, who excel at combat. Since pure scouts have almost no combat ability, they are usually only found in large battle groups. However, Chu Lian, being a sky-level talent holder, the second daughter of the Xiantian group, the founder of Chu Min, and the top sophomore at Nankai University, had clearly assembled a remarkable team of professionals. Remarkably, both scouts were rare reconnaissance scouts, moving at incredible speed. Only scouts not requiring combat abilities would allocate so many points to agility. To avoid detection, Clones 1 and 2 immediately submerged themselves in the water, holding their breath for over 20 minutes thanks to their impressive physical attributes, before daring to resurface. When they emerged, the expedition team was nowhere to be seen. Wary of the scouts, Clones 1 and 2 hesitated to follow too closely, fearing a confrontation. Although they did not fear Chu Lian's group of rookies, and even felt confident in facing them head-on, they decided to proceed with caution. However, the silver-tier freelance team hired by Chu Lian was no ordinary group. Having previously joined a similar team during the first simulation, the clone knew all too well that these seemingly unremarkable freelancers were actually extremely formidable. Their equipment might not match that of elite battle groups, and their talents might seem lackluster compared to their peers, but their survival skills in the wilderness were unmatched. These seasoned mercenaries excelled at using the wilderness to their advantage, making them much more challenging than the rule-abiding student professionals. Number 1 and Number 2 were well aware that the two of them alone were no match for an entire Silver Deer team in a heat-in confrontation. Even if they had the strength, Number 1 was unwilling to take the risk, as the 25 million federal credits reward didn't cover such high-risk actions. With no other choice, the two could only estimate Chu Lian's team's movement speed to deduce their position, maintaining a distance of about a kilometer while tailing them. Number 2 couldn't help but complain that this method of tracking was too inefficient, strongly suggesting that their main body should equip them with a scout in the future. Hearing this in reality, Link lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. As he exhaled the thick smoke, his mind went blank for a moment. A scout for you guys? Do you really want to scale up the assassin business? Come to think of it, whether it's a warrior or a mage, those are professions that excel at direct confrontation, vastly different from assassins who require strong tracking and stealth abilities. Link couldn't help but think, why insist on being assassins? Why not just do what you're good at, join a battle group, and become a glorious and respected hero? After 3 hours of slow progress, Link finally lost patience. Ignoring me again, huh? Just then, Number 1 and Number 2 suddenly heard intense spell explosions from their target's direction, accompanied by the roar of some terrifying creature. Even from a kilometer away, the sound was unmistakably loud. The two immediately realized that Chu Lian's expedition team had already engaged with the named boss. They instantly increased their pace, sprinting towards the source of the noise. However, the journey was not smooth. Many wilderness creatures were also drawn to the sounds of battle, gathering at the combat site. Whenever these creatures spotted number 1 and number 2, they attacked without hesitation, causing the duo significant trouble. Fortunately, luck was on their side, as they didn't encounter any high-level or unbeatable wilderness bosses. After a few minutes of frenzied running, number 1 and number 2 finally reached the outskirts of the battlefield unscathed. Before them was a lakeshore surrounded by forest. Their target, Chu Lian, the second daughter of Xintian group with the sky-level talent, Sun's Blessing, was radiating a holy and dazzling golden light. She was expressionlessly commanding a dozen or so professionals to launch a fierce assault on a colossal turtle. Around them, the hired freelance team had formed a solid defensive line, like an impenetrable wall, keeping the wilderness creatures drawn by the sounds of battle firmly at bay. Chu Lian led her team into the second phase of their job transformation, facing the challenge of a named boss. A job transfer candidate cannot simply rely on the team without participating in the battle. Even if the team successfully defeats the boss, the system will not recognize the candidate's completion of the task, and there might be no experience points awarded. Therefore, the candidate must play a crucial role in the fight to ensure their contribution. As a prodigy with a sky-level talent, Chu Lian led a group of newcomers who had not yet completed their second job transfer in a brave challenge against a level 20 named boss, demonstrating remarkable courage. Although she is the illegitimate daughter of Chu Tianxiong, the chairman of the Xintian group, and valued for her talent, she still faces many limitations and doubts within the Federation's mindset. Despite this, Chu Tianxiong has done his utmost to support her by providing coordinates and employing a team of silver-level professionals. Chu Lian's sky-level talent, Sun's Blessing, allows her to convert her light attribute healing and buff skills into group effects under sunlight, becoming a mobile fountain of health on the battlefield. At this moment, over 30 professionals were divided into two groups, battling the named boss and the wild monsters. Although the situation was critical, Chu Lian's presence filled them with hope. Under the sun's benevolent gaze, Chu Lian displayed remarkable abilities. Her healing powers flowed like a soothing hot spring, revitalizing the lives of over 30 combatants on the battlefield, as if enveloping them in the comforting warmth of a healing game. No matter how fierce the attacks from the wild monsters and titled bosses were, as long as the fighters weren't instantly defeated, it was all in vain. The choice to target a turtle boss was strategic, given that turtle-type creatures are known for their high defense and thick health, but lack offensive strength. With Chu Lian's formidable healing, the turtle boss couldn't swiftly take down the frontline fighters and was left in a futile rage. As the battle raged on, there was a possibility that Chu Lian might not only defeat the boss, but also achieve the remarkable feat of 0 casualties. Her prowess drew envy from onlookers, starkly contrasting with their own abilities. Unfortunately, this exceptional healer faced a dire threat. Clones number 1 and number 2 waited silently, clutching pollution potions, ready to act when the boss entered its final phase, hoping to deplete Chu Lian's mana and resources. 2 hours passed, and the fierce battle showed no sign of a victor. 4 hours in, and still no resolution. 6 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours. From the height of day to the starry night, a small sun even appeared above Chu Lian's head, boosting her talents. The stalemate remained unbroken, with the turtle boss's health slowly dwindling, while Chu Lian's mana seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of fatigue. However, after a grueling 15-hour battle, Chu Lian suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. As she tried to pinpoint its source, a massive golden sword phantom unexpectedly swept through the fighters behind her. Several frontline combatants, already weakened by the river turtle vizier's attack, had their health reduced to a third and couldn't react in time, perishing instantly. Then, over a dozen lightning bolts struck down from the night sky like serpents, fiercely assaulting the Chu clan squad members attacking Minister Jiang, intensifying the battle even further. In the blink of an eye, everything changed. The enormous phantom sword and the barrage of lightning struck the battlefield almost simultaneously, leaving Chu Lian no time to react. The giant sword swept across, tearing through the frontline fighters as if they were mere paper. At the same time, the lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, each bolt precisely striking the rear fighters, delivering a destructive blow that even their full health couldn't withstand. Within 0.1 seconds, the situation on the battlefield was completely reversed. Chu Lian's elite team, which had been meticulously crafted over 1 year and 5 months at Nankai University, was obliterated in an instant. These exceptionally gifted warriors, some with golden-level talents and others of even higher Earth level, were wiped out without a chance to fight back. They were wholly unprepared for this sudden, lethal assault while they were focused on dealing with the River Turtle Chancellor. The perpetrators of this massacre were none other than Clone 1 and Clone 2. Although the employer was Chuya, the bloody outcome prompted Lin Ku to mentally distance himself. This has nothing to do with me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. In the simulated scene, Chu Lian was completely devastated. It wasn't just the loss of more than a year of effort. It was the heart-wrenching sight of comrades, with whom she had shared countless days, being slaughtered before her eyes. Such a blow could break even the strongest will, transforming anyone into a vengeful spirit. Two figures suddenly appeared before her eyes, one clad in warrior armor, wielding a massive sword, and the other draped in a mage's robe, holding a staff. Apart from their attire, the two were identical. Chu Lian stared intently at the twin doppelgangers who had destroyed everything she held dear, her sanity completely shattered as she descended into a hysterical tirade. Her cleric's robe, once sacred, now seemed as menacing and ghastly as a demon from hell. Without Chu Lian's healing support, her teammates began to fall one by one. When they turned back in desperation to ask why she wasn't casting healing spells, all they saw was her deranged state. Doppelganger 1 and Doppelganger 2 remained unfazed, skillfully dodging the River Turtle Chancellor's attacks, while retrieving pre-prepared contamination potions from their packs. They precisely splashed the potions onto the unguarded Chu Lian, who was consumed by her fury, and quickly retreated. With its target lost, the River Turtle Chancellor turned its focus on Chu Lian. As a wild boss naturally hostile to humans, it cared little for what Chu Lian was saying, only intent on slaughtering the human before it. Faced with the threat of death, Chu Lian managed to regain a sliver of clarity, desperately trying to cast a healing spell to stabilize the situation. But it was too late. Without her teammates' protection. The cleric was already vulnerable, and the contamination potion on her further sealed all her healing abilities. She is doomed, concluded Doppelganger 1 and Doppelganger 2. Yet, to be cautious, they did not stray far, coldly watching as Chu Lian and the remaining team members were devoured by the monster horde. The sounds of battle, the roars of the monsters, and the screams of the dying intertwined. As the last professional's silhouette vanished into the beast tide, the lake that had been tumultuous for nearly a day finally returned to silence. Seeing this, the doppelgangers began to withdraw. With their primary target gone, the wild monsters had redirected their aggression towards them. If surrounded, they too would meet the same fate as the defeated expedition team. Thus, your doppelgangers began their breakout. Fortunately, the skills of clone number 1, honed through numerous simulations, and the well-equipped clone number 2 were formidable. Ordinary monsters could hardly withstand a few rounds against them. The two clones sliced through the horde like sharp blades, breaking through with impressive speed. Just as success seemed within reach, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the clones were about to break free, a familiar figure clad in red blocked their path. Wielding a large sword, he casually swung it, unleashing several golden sword beams that instantly vanquished the pursuing wild monsters. The boss, a river turtle named Jiang Shilang, who had been confident of victory, turned tail and fled at the sight of this figure, defying its nature. Other monsters quickly followed suit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Clone number 1 felt alarm bells ringing in his mind, his face turning pale. He recognized the figure before him. The red-clad swordsman sheathed his sword and smiled. "Hello, you can call me Raphael." "To hell with that. Number 2, run." Clone number 1 shouted hysterically. Although clone number 2 didn't understand the situation, he was frightened by number 1's reaction and instinctively turned to flee. As they ran, clone number 1 cursed. "You idiot. Why are you running with me? Split up." Raphael watched with amusement. He had been awakened by the sounds of battle and encountered these two beings whose destinies he couldn't foresee. They seemed to recognize and fear him, which only cemented Raphael's belief these clones were extraordinary, a divine sign for him to save the world. Raphael gave chase. When he caught up to number 1, the clone roared and launched a counterattack, attempting to buy time for number 2. However, the disparity in strength was vast. Raphael easily struck and severed number 1's legs. Number 2 glanced back and saw this, desperately accelerating. Yet, the short legs of his mage class revealed a fatal flaw. Raphael effortlessly leaped 100 meters, blocking number 2's path, and shattered his shield with a punch. In panic, number 2 hurriedly activated his teleportation staff. But it was no use. Raphael seemed to have some tracking ability. After a brief pause, he locked onto number 2's escape direction and pounced again. Number 2 fought back with all his might, but ultimately failed and was captured. Raphael threw number 1 and number 2 together, just as in the previous simulation, and began to recount his grievances with the Guild of Professionals leader, Luofa, and the impending apocalypse. Number 1 was already familiar with this story, but for number 2, it was the first time hearing such a secret tale, and he was immediately intrigued. As Raphael's narrative deepened, number 2 realized that once the story ended, Raphael would declare himself the savior of the world and then attempt to possess either number 1 or number 2. Thus, he began to inquire about what exactly this so-called apocalypse entailed. Raphael explained to number 1 that the apocalypse was triggered by a group of gods who once originated from Blue Star. For some reason, they left Blue Star billions of years ago and ventured into the universe. Now, they were returning. The powers awakened in professionals were actually the will of Blue Star, born after the gods' departure, called Alea. Alea bestowed power upon humans to combat the gods, but it was too late. The speed of the gods' return was beyond imagination, and they would descend upon Blue Star within a decade at most. Before that, the gods' power had already begun to influence Blue Star. The most noticeable effect was that sky-level professionals had lost the path to advance to the star level. Even though someone reached the sky level in the 5th year of the awakening calendar, by the end of the 11th year, only Luofa had broken through to the star level, and that was through abnormal means. Furthermore, level penalties, hunting regulations, and the chaotic currents of dungeon spaces were all shackles limiting professionals' rapid growth, a result of the gods' power counteracting Alea. The gods imposed many restrictions on professionals, preventing them from quickly growing stronger under Alea's rules. Luofa attempted to defend Blue Star, leveraging Alea's home field advantage against the gods, but this was evidently unrealistic. Raffle foresaw the outcome of this battle, where Blue Star's full strength would be pitted against the gods, resulting in a one-sided massacre, a personal display of divine might. Even under Alea's systemized rules, human professionals stood no chance of victory. Humanity's only path to survival was to create gods, producing enough star-level professionals to enter the void space and travel faster than light through the universe, escaping Blue Star. Only then could they hope to reach another habitable planet before human lifespans ran out. There was no other way. Humanity had no other path to survival. Number 2 timidly asked, "You want to abandon Blue Star, but does Alea agree?" Without Alea, where would professionals' power come from? Raffle was silent for a moment before telling Number 2 that Alea was a selfless mother, and the first primitive humans were born in her image 30 million years ago. Alea had long been prepared to give everything for humanity. The power she bestowed upon professionals was permanent, like a mother giving birth to a child. Even if she fell into the hands of the gods, the children could still thrive. So ugly. Humans are not worthy of such sacrifice. Number 1, who was losing too much blood, uttered his final words. Raffle sneered in response. Heh, motherly love is irrational. But aren't you human? No human can escape my eyes. Who are you really? And why do you have Alea's approval and the power of an awakened one? Raffle questioned. However, Number 1 could no longer reply, as he had lost too much blood and life slipped away. In contrast, Number 2 remained spirited, glaring angrily at Raffle. What are you barking about? Just wait. I'll eventually have you tied up here and give you a real show. With that, Number 2 closed his eyes and chose to end the simulation. The joint simulation ended. Simulation ended on December 28th, awakening calendar, year 11. The end was due to Clone 1's death from blood loss, and Clone 2 voluntarily ending the simulation. For Clone 1, you can retain the following rewards. 1. Pajun Wei Sheng Silver Level Talent. 2. Attributes at level 27. 3. Skills learned Huang Ji Jing Tian Sword. For Clone 2, you can retain the following rewards. 1. Spell Specialization Silver Level Talent. 2. Attributes at level 23. 3. Skills learned Small Fireball Spell, Water Arrow Spell, Meditation Spell, Arcane Shield, Lightning Summon Spell, Group Lightning Summon Spell, Super Magician. 4. Equipment Own Picasso's Flash Wand Earth Level, Beginner Mage Set Level 15 Bronze Set, including robe, ring, necklace, boots, and belt. Collecting all 5 items grants an additional 5 spell damage bonus. Linka looked at the end time on the panel with a face full of exasperation, then turned to the first clone pretending to be dead, full of disdain. Why are your simulations getting worse? The first simulation lasted 8 years, then 6, then 1, and now you can't even last half a year. Although the gains weren't insignificant, especially raising the second clone from level 0 to 23 in less than half a year, a reprimand was still necessary. Otherwise, the first clone's reckless nature would only become more unruly, neglecting the importance of simulation time. Lin Ku understood that the rushed end of this simulation wasn't entirely the first clone's fault. Although the first clone caused quite a bit of trouble in the simulation, these issues wouldn't affect the clone in the short term. The root cause was that old trickster, Raphael. The relic from the last version should have retired gracefully, rather than stubbornly lurking in the wilderness. More absurdly, Raphael's attitude towards the clones was unwavering capture and possess them, no matter what the clones said. This simulation's first and second clones had a bright future ahead of them. Without Raphael's interference, they might have reached the golden level profession in less than 2 years, with a chance to touch the earth level profession threshold. However, all these hopeful prospects were dashed by Raphael's meddling. Based on previous experiences, as soon as the clones ventured into the wilderness, Raphael was likely to detect them, and his intervention made the outcome of this simulation regrettably unfortunate. Once or twice would have been tolerable, given Raphael's formidable strength, and Lin Ku, being a man who knows when to yield, was willing to endure it. But when Raphael clearly showed he intended to fight to the bitter end, Lin Ku's patience finally reached its limit. He clenched his fists and silently vowed to himself that he must take down this arrogant guy. This idea seemed somewhat unrealistic. After all, Raphael was one of the first on Blue Star to ascend to the sky level and was acknowledged as the strongest swordsman. In the legendary battle at the Awakening Sanctuary, he single-handedly fought against 37 sky-level professionals, a feat unmatched to this day. Even though he had passed away 2 years ago, the title of World's Strongest Swordsman still firmly belonged to him. In comparison, Lin Kuei only had 2 silver-level avatars, making the power gap as vast as that between a firefly and the bright moon. However, Lin Kuei keenly grasped a critical piece of information. In a simulation, Raphael had revealed to an avatar that he had divided his consciousness into hundreds of thousands of parts using some kind of tool. This forced fragmentation clearly wasn't advantageous and indicated he couldn't maintain peak combat power. Otherwise, with Raphael's arrogant nature, he would have already challenged the federal government and the professional guild. These avatars might not be his match now, but that doesn't mean they never will be, Lin Kuei calculated. At worst, I can just stay holed up in Donghua City for the next few simulations, which will also give me a chance to verify if Raphael's claim about the apocalypse is true. With this in mind, Lin Kuei suppressed his dissatisfaction and turned his attention to the simulation panel, beginning to select rewards to retain for his avatars. Starting with Avatar number 1. In this simulation, he spent most of his time guiding newcomers, with limited personal improvement, gaining only 2 levels, with the only noteworthy achievement being an added golden level skill. Even the innate talent, Army Breaker Victory, wasn't worth keeping due to its mismatch with the warrior class. After weighing the options, Lin Kuei decided to retain the level 27 attributes and skills for Avatar number 1, spending 1,800 simulation points, equivalent to 90,000 federal currency. This investment was 1/80th the price of the golden level skill Imperial Sky Shocking Sword, and definitely worth it. With the rewards confirmed, Avatar number 1's attribute panel was updated accordingly. The rating has been upgraded to Senior Silver Warrior. Although the level of Avatar number 1 only increased by 2 levels this time, compared to the previous level of 25, and there was no update in equipment, this does not mean that the avatar's strength hasn't significantly improved. The most crucial factor is that the avatar has mastered a gold-level skill in Advance the Royal Shocking Sword. In the real world, very few professionals can learn advanced skills ahead of time. Coupled with Avatar number 1's decent equipment and skill configuration, the total value of all equipment and skills even exceeds 30 million federal coins. Such a luxurious setup is considered extremely wealthy among the entire Federation's silver-level professionals. More than 90 of silver-level warriors would find it reasonable to receive a Senior Silver Warrior rating. Moreover, in this simulation, Avatar number 1's skill proficiency has generally increased by 2 to 3 levels. Now, Avatar number 1 possesses a large number of max-level iron and bronze skills, and even the proficiency of silver-level skills is exceptionally high, far surpassing ordinary silver-level professionals. No wonder Avatar number 1 was so arrogant in this simulation, not even taking Chu Lian, a 20-level bronze professional with a sky-level talent, seriously. It turns out he knew he was already among the top silver-level professionals, and the simulation system couldn't be wrong. As a senior silver professional, why should he fear a group of rookies who haven't completed their second job change? Lin Kuei looked at the cold demeanor of Avatar number 1, his mouth twitching slightly, then turned his gaze to Avatar number 2. Sensing Lin Kuei's gaze, Avatar number 2 immediately returned a pure and harmless look. Lin Kuei immediately made a decision. All 4 rewards for number 2 were worth far more than their value. Even the talent spell specialization, which had a synergy effect with super magic, was worth spending a significant amount to retain. Avatar number 2 didn't speak, just looked at Lin Kuei with eyes full of reverence. Ding! Would you like to spend 1,000 points, 2,000 points, and 4,000 points of simulation energy to additionally retain talent, equipment, and skills for your Avatar number 2? Unlike Avatar number 1, which was already on its 3rd purchase of simulation attempts, Avatar number 2 was undergoing simulation for the first time, with free attempts still in use, and thus only needed to pay the basic silver-level simulation cost of 1,000 points of simulation energy. Lin Kuei decisively answered, yes. With his confirmation, 7,000 points of simulation energy were instantly deducted from Lin Kuei's balance, and immediately, the new attributes of Avatar number 2 appeared before Lin Kuei. Link's gaze was fixed intently on clone number 2, filled with disbelief. Despite being only level 23, clone number 2 boasted an impressive 5,450 mana points, with a base mana of 4,450 and an additional 1,000 from equipment, showcasing its immense potential. As a silver-level mage, clone number 2 possessed silver-level innate talent and spell specialization, with a skill set brimming with remarkable abilities. In this simulation, Link went to great lengths, investing significant resources to help clone number 2 exceed the expectations of the first phase of the job transition task, rapidly enhancing its combat capabilities. Although clone number 2's level was not high, its skill proficiency was quite impressive, almost equivalent to having 5 max-level skills. Furthermore, its advanced learning of gold-level skills made its lack of equipment inconsequential improving its prowess as a formidable silver-level mage. Link felt a sense of relief, recognizing that the unwavering support from Clone Number 1 allowed Clone Number 2 to significantly increase its strength within just 6 months, almost becoming a free training partner for Number 2. It was due to Number 1's selfless dedication that Number 2 achieved a mid to high-level silver mage rating in this simulation, matching the results of another clone's 3 simulations. Link couldn't help but reflect on Number 1's efforts and sacrifices, all aimed at turning Number 2 into a super weapon, never expecting the simulation to conclude so swiftly. After finishing a simulation, Link didn't rush into another one. Instead, he dismissed his clone and headed to an internet cafe in Donghua City to search for information about Raffle. As one of the first Awakeners, Raffle caused quite a stir at the Awakening Sanctuary 2 years ago, leading to the famous Awakening Temple battle. The internet is filled with detailed information about him, from his background and childhood experiences to his family environment and social impact. Numerous philosophers and thinkers have compiled extensive data on this legendary figure. Some media outlets have even produced documentaries that delve into Raffle's life. It is widely believed that Raffle's extreme obsession stems from his tragic childhood. He was born in Nama, a once notorious country in the West. Before the emergence of Awakeners on Blue Star, Nama was recognized as a legitimate state by the Blue Star United organization. However, its corrupt and incompetent government led to the rise of countless criminal groups, including gangs and drug cartels. The entanglement of various local forces resulted in constant conflicts, placing Nama at the top of the global crime rate list for years. In this environment, Raffle's parents and relatives left him one by one, and by the age of 9, he became a homeless child, enduring great hardships. According to the normal course of history, Raffle should have ended up like most street children, either joining a criminal group or silently perishing from hunger and cold. However, fate took a different turn when Raffle, at the brink of despair, met one of the greatest revolutionaries Nama had seen in nearly a century. Zaiso. Zaiso was the founder of the Nama Salvation Party, advocating that Nama's people should use their own power to save the country, and that anyone could be Nama's savior. Raffle held Zaiso in high regard, treating his every word as gospel. With Zaiso's efforts and the support of countless Nama citizens, he was swiftly elected as Nama's 17th president in the 6-yearly presidential elections. Upon taking office, he implemented sweeping reforms, enforcing strict laws, and showing no mercy to criminals. In less than 3 years, Nama was transformed from a crime-ridden nation to a near rebirth. It can be said that Zaiso was just one step away from completing the reform and salvation of Nama, but that final step was never realized. In a meeting aimed at the complete eradication of gang organizations, gangs and various local factions were defined as illegal entities. At the age of 48, Shisawa was shot and killed during a speech by a gunman hired by a gang, instantly filling the conference room with tension and panic. 11 other members of the Salvation Party met the same fate. Shisawa's secretary, Raffle, narrowly escaped because he had stepped out to fetch some documents. In his final moments, Shisawa named Raffle, the sole survivor, as the new leader of the Salvation Party and told him he was the savior chosen by heaven for Nama. From then on, Raffle took Shisawa's place as the leader of Nama's Salvation Party, driven by the belief that he was heaven's chosen one. He embarked on a prolonged struggle against Nama's crime syndicates and corrupt government. Despite the countless sacrifices of his fellow party members, and even the murder of his wife and unborn child by assassins, Raffle's conviction remained unshaken. However, the relentless challenges began to affect him, deepening his obsession with saving Nama. His actions became increasingly extreme, and gradually, the people he sought to save grew fearful of his fanaticism. Under the influence of the corrupt government and crime syndicates' propaganda, they began to reject him and viewed the Salvation Party as rebels, believing he had betrayed them. No one knew how Raffle managed to persevere until the awakening stone fell from the sky 11 years ago, granting him the power of awakening and making him the world's strongest swordsman. Ultimately, Raffle succeeded in saving Nama, becoming the universally recognized savior and sole leader of its people. However, by then, Nama's population had dwindled from 12 million to 460,000, and no one dared to delve into Raffle's past to uncover what had transpired. Shortly after saving Nama, Raffle left, and, along with other top professionals like Luafa, founded the World Professionals Guild. In the following years, he remained active on the Blue Planet as a guild elder until one day, he began claiming that the apocalypse was imminent, and only he could save humanity and lead them through the crisis. Using this as a pretext, he attempted to seize the position of guild president, but failed disastrously. Given his behavior after saving Nama, no one was willing to let this evidently unstable man save them once more. Subsequently, Raffle proposed the God-making plan, urging the professionals guild and major governments on the Blue Planet to implement it. This proposal was unanimously rejected by the guild's leadership, including Luafa, and all major governments. In his anger, Raffle repeatedly pushed for the plan, and when unsuccessful, He led his followers to mimic the crime syndicate that had assassinated Shisua at the Nama conference, sparking the Battle of the Awakening Temple at the highest meeting of the Awakening Temple. In this battle, Raffle demonstrated an astonishing and terrifying power. Since the leaders of the participating warbands and representatives from various countries were caught off guard, Raffle and his followers inflicted significant casualties on the professionals and high-ranking humans present at the meeting from the very start of the conflict. As the battle escalated, over 100 warbands were drawn into the fray. It was only after the near-total annihilation of 37 warbands that they finally managed to defeat Raffle. Until the moment of his death, Raffle insisted that he was a savior sent by heaven to rescue the world, seemingly uttering the lie so often that he began to believe it himself. Reading this, Link's mouth twitched slightly. From the information, Link could clearly see Raffle's obsession with his self-proclaimed role as a savior, which bordered on mania. Trying to persuade Raffle with words in a simulation to spare his avatar or change his ways was obviously unrealistic. It seemed that the only solution was to eliminate this guy through force. Link sighed softly. Fortunately, the information wasn't all bad news. The best news was that Raffle's equipment had been completely stripped during the Awakening Sanctuary battle. Half of the equipment he wore back then now resides in the Adventurers Guild's warehouse as prized artifacts, while the other half is in the possession of several top-tier swordsmen. In any case, he can never reclaim this equipment. It's well known that a professional's strength relies at least 40 on their equipment. Without it, even a sky-level professional might not stand a chance against a fully equipped gold-level professional. Link stood up and stretched after getting the information he wanted. He habitually reached for a cigarette, but found his pack empty after having finished the last one while checking Raphael's information. His gaze landed on a nearby guy engrossed in his handheld game console. Without hesitation, Link picked up the pack of cigarettes on the table next to the guy and took one, ignoring the surprised look on the guy's face. "Got a light?" Link asked casually. "Oh, yeah," the guy replied instinctively, handing over a lighter. Link lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, letting the harshness fill his lungs before speaking again. "Are you from Donghua University?" "No, I'm from the Finance Institute," the guy answered honestly. "Oh, Finance Institute," Link chuckled. "Then you're not a professional." In this world, awakened individuals were revered, but not everyone could become a professional. According to the rules, only the top-ranked universities on the entire Blue Star were qualified to train legal professionals. In Donghua City, only 2 universities had this qualification: Donghua University, where Link studied, and Nankai University, where Chiyo was. Other schools were all second-tier institutions for ordinary people. "Are you from Donghua University?" the guy asked timidly. "I heard it's full of professionals. Are you one too?" "Of course," Link replied with a smile, pocketing the lighter and remaining cigarettes, shamelessly adding, "Next time, try a different brand. This one's awful." He patted the guy on the shoulder and swaggered towards the exit. Just before leaving, he accidentally bumped into a man wearing a baseball cap. As the man shot him a threatening look, Link met his gaze with a meaningful smile before turning to leave. That afternoon, instead of returning to school, Link checked into a guest house. Soon after, his #1 clone, smelling of blood, came to report. "Is it done?" Link asked. The #1 clone nodded, making a throat-slitting gesture. "Stop killing people so readily." Link frowned, speaking with resignation. "This is the real world. Mistakes here can't be reset like in simulations. I told you to protect that guy, not to kill. Do you understand what protection means?" Seeing the clone's expression, as if saying, "This is protection," Link decided to give up on further persuasion. "Tired now, let's leave it at that. Left and right, he's just an illegal operative, not even recognized by the Federation, and even wanted. Killing him wouldn't be any more of a crime than killing a stray cat or dog." Although Link was curious about this illegal operative targeting the chubby guy beside him, his greatest trait was never digging too deep. He was willing to help the chubby guy not just because he received a pack of cigarettes from him and found him to be a good person, but more importantly, because those cigarettes were special ones provided by the tobacco group to the Battle Corps. A chubby guy who wasn't even a professional was smoking the Battle Corps' special cigarettes, indicating he wasn't a simple character. Forming a good connection might be useful in the future. Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't matter, as Link had nothing to lose. As for the information on Raphael, you all should have a pretty good understanding from sharing my memory of browsing the web. Link decisively moved on to the main topic. Although Raphael was once a powerful sky-level operative, now he's just a paper tiger, strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and definitely not as invincible as he appeared in the simulation. If I'm not mistaken, this Raphael clone is at most at the level of a gold-tier operative. Therefore, your main task in this simulation is to level up to 30 and transition to a gold-tier operative, thereby gaining the capability to confront Raphael. Until you successfully transition, you are strictly prohibited from engaging in any illegal activities. Don't think about making quick money. Focus on stability. Even if you have to grind until you reach the gold tier, understood? Link's gaze swept over the 2 clones in front of him, particularly Clone 1. Only when both clones nodded did Link relax. Let's begin the second joint simulation. Still at the silver level simulation, Lin Cook quickly calculated the increased simulation costs. Although each avatar required an additional 1,000 points as a base fee, even selecting all four options only amounted to a few thousand extra points, which translated to just tens of thousands of federal currency. Considering the potential earnings of millions from the avatars in the simulation, this expense was negligible. Spending a few thousand for stronger avatars is definitely worth it, Lin Cook nodded to himself. The system notification sounded. Ding. Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 have received your gifts. Avatar 1 gained the silver level talent, Iron Balloon, skin as tough as steel, reducing physical damage by 35 and magical damage by 17.5. Avatar 2 obtained the silver level talent, Exorcist, dealing 50 extra damage to evil and dark targets. Ultimately, Avatar 1 chose to replace the life resistance talent with Iron Balloon, while Avatar 2 retained its original spell specialization, forsaking the Exorcist talent. The simulation officially began on October 3rd, year 11 of Awakening. Due to Lin Ku's prior warning and the lurking danger known as Alpha in the wilds, both avatars refrained from venturing deeper and opted for a relatively conservative strategy. On October 5th, when their sanctuary value was fully restored, the avatars decided to challenge the Knight's Town, successfully acquiring loot worth 100,000 federal currency. This was followed by a period of calm waiting. By October 12th, with their sanctuary value replenished once more, the avatars decided to tackle the level 25 instance, Fallen Forest, primarily to gain experience. Through coordinated efforts, they barely defeated the first boss, the man-eating plant. Avatar 1 earned 3,000 experience points, while Avatar 2 gained 12,000 points. Facing the more formidable second boss, they wisely chose to retreat. As he read through the subsequent lengthy records of inaction, Lin Ku's expression grew increasingly grim. While he understood that, given the current circumstances, staying safely on campus and waiting for their sanctuary value to recover was indeed the wisest choice, he couldn't shake the discomfort of seeing his avatars, once so active in simulations, suddenly become so cautious. It felt as though precious simulation time was being wasted. Of course, Lin Ku wouldn't admit that his thoughts were even greedier than a capitalist's. Instead, he blamed all his dissatisfaction on the culprit forcing his avatars to be so cautious for far. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in the world, and the simulation would continue this cyclical pattern. The clones, with nothing much to do, steadily and resolutely increased their strength by tackling dungeons every 7 days. The upside was that they didn't encounter any more danger. As freshmen, they could live worry-free under the school's protection, as long as they didn't act recklessly. The money they earned from the dungeons had little to spend on, so they decided to send most of it back to their hometown, keeping only the necessary living expenses. Soon, the villagers sent thank you letters, informing them that the money would help support another promising student in the village, named Zhang Zhitiao, who was in her final year of high school and consistently ranked among the top 3 in her school. She was preparing for the college entrance exams next year. The letters also contained a lot of mundane daily updates, but the clones didn't pay much attention to them and simply tossed the letters aside. By the end of October, at the monthly exam meeting, Clone 1 and Clone 2 secured the first and second places, respectively, causing a stir at Donghua University. It was incredible that individuals with just silver-level talents could surpass geniuses with gold, earth, and even sky-level talents. Such a phenomenon hadn't occurred in years, and now there were 2 of them, who were also twin brothers. Numerous teams and societies extended invitations to Clones 1 and 2, and even their idol, Lin Qingyu, showed great enthusiasm, hinting that she might accept both of them together. However, the clones rejected all offers without hesitation, including Lin Qingyu's. Their refusal to Lin Qingyu was firm and resolute, as if saying another word would bring misfortune. When rejecting team and society leaders, they left some room for future possibilities, not completely closing off their options. This was because the clones couldn't take shortcuts to strengthen themselves through underhanded methods. Joining a team and leveraging the power of a group would inevitably be a necessary path for growth. The growth rate of 2 individuals couldn't match that of a complete team. A complete team could tackle dungeons of similar levels, reducing the pressure from experience penalties, and could confront the final bosses in dungeons to gain substantial rewards. Although loot and experience would be divided among more people, the overall efficiency was still several times that of solo players or 2-person teams. Moreover, facing the threat of Raphael, the main body assessed that one of Raphael's clones was at most of gold-level strength. Such strength could easily overpower the 2 clones, but if they joined a professional team or a battle group, could Raphael still stand against the might of a battle group? The clones doubted it. At that time, they would follow the battle group into the wilderness to pioneer the land. If Raphael dared to show up, a group of top-tier professionals in the battle group would teach him a lesson. The reason they hadn't joined yet was due to the high level of the clone. Unless they joined a 4th-year silver team, even a first-level sky team would just feel like babysitting for them. After experiencing being a nanny for the Crimson Squad in the second simulation, Clone 1 certainly didn't want to repeat that. Until they found a suitable team, they'd rather take it easy than make any effort. And so, a semester flew by. During this time, Clone 1 and Clone 2 consistently held the top 2 positions in the first-year rankings. As for Shangwan Lingwei, who was supposed to be the most talented first-year student, she was left questioning everything. Despite her superior talent and hard work, she still couldn't match the clones. The problem wasn't the opponent's strength, it was that they were simply on different levels. Shangwan Lingwei couldn't even see the dust left by the clones. Throughout the semester, the clones earned over 600,000 in various monthly exam scholarships. In the final exams, Clone 1 and Clone 2 once again took first and second place, attracting a flurry of media interviews. Reporters wanted to know how the brothers managed to suppress even the most talented Earth and Sky-level students with just Silver-level talent. With a glint in his eye, Clone 1 told the media that he had a unique strategy for getting stronger. If followed, even those with the lowest talent could achieve accomplishments rivaling those with golden-level talents. The media were eager to know what this strategy was, claiming it could turn the ordinary into extraordinary. Clone 1 smiled and said nothing, instead announcing they would be launching an online paid course. The first session could be unlocked for just 98,800, and he invited everyone to follow his account on a certain platform, where he would post the paid courses. Want to become a revered genius? Want your child to get ahead? Then quickly search for his account and purchase the course. Seeing this, Link couldn't help but spit out his drink, exclaiming, "Are you kidding me? Is this guy ever going to change his ways? What unique strategy for getting stronger? Do you two even realize why you're strong? This is pure fraud." Clone 1 was well aware he was scamming people. Interestingly, the Federation's definition of fraud was quite vague. What he was doing, despite being a total scam, was branded under a fancy term, knowledge payment. Knowledge payment isn't the same as fraud, even if its essence is similar. They were sharing their experiences, and whether or not someone could become successful or stronger depended on their own understanding and ability, not them. So even though everyone knew they were just after money, no one could do anything about it. That's the power of knowledge payment. You can't prove the authenticity of knowledge. In reality, paid knowledge isn't a new concept in this world. Both the media and their audiences are aware of this scam-like tactic. Usually, people wouldn't fall for general paid knowledge schemes. But the issue here is that these avatars are extraordinary. Firstly, they are top students from Donghua University, with the prestigious background of the institution as their credential. Moreover, they truly dominated the first-year class of Donghua University for an entire semester with their silver-level talents. If it were just one avatar achieving this, it might be seen as a rare talent. But the fact that both avatars managed to dominate their class and outshine prodigies, and are twins, makes it hard not to believe they have some exclusive secret. Even the seasoned media hesitated to draw conclusions, let alone the parents watching, who are desperate for their children to succeed. After the interview, Avatar 1 recorded a mundane video with seemingly useful but actually impractical advice and posted it on their social media account, setting a price of 98,800. Initially, they thought that at such a high price, only a few gullible people would buy it. However, they underestimated people's thirst for knowledge. In less than a week, the pricey course sold more than 10,000 copies. At 98,800 each, that's a billion. Seeing the staggering numbers on their account, both Avatars 1 and 2 were stunned, as if they had discovered a new world. Knowledge selling is incredibly lucrative compared to other illegal activities. In past simulations, they risked their lives to accumulate wealth, which never reached a billion. But now, just by selling courses from their dorm room, they made billions. They couldn't understand why they worked so hard before. Although the course was quickly exposed as useless, leading to widespread criticism and account reports, and many defrauded individuals caused trouble at the university, the avatars refused to refund the money. They thought, "There's no way we're giving back a billion." While Avatar 1 dealt with the university, Avatar 2 spent the billion at auctions, buying any useful items, skills, or equipment they encountered. They acquired level 25 stellar equipment like the Holy Sword Lake Spirit, Hero's Will, Black Tortoise Armor, Sage's Guidance, and more. They also obtained level 25 sky-level equipment and stellar items like Dragon Blood Elixir and the Blessing of Kamikaze. They even collected ground-level skill books and countless other items and skills. Linku remained silent for a moment, gazing at the sky. Oh well, it is what it is. After all, these are items, equipment, and skills worth a billion federal credits. Even the presidential campaigns of the Free Federation across the ocean sometimes don't cost that much. The richest families can't even provide 5 billion for their children's startups without doing it in small increments. Yet, they spend a billion on a pile of low-level equipment. Acquiring so many strategic-level items and skills is a massive gain, regardless of what happens next in the simulation. The only regret is that rewards from the simulation can't be traded. Otherwise, Linku would have wanted the avatars to exploit the simulation world to the fullest. The controversy over selling courses swept through the campus like a storm, engulfing the life of the clone. While the outraged victims couldn't seek justice through legal means, they began to apply public pressure on Donghua University. The pressure escalated from the dean to the president, eventually reaching the principal. They took turns trying to persuade the clone to return the ill-gotten gains, even threatening expulsion. However, they underestimated their opponent's resolve. This clone, during the last simulation, had ventured into the wilderness and attacked an entire professional team for a mere 25 million federal currency. Now, faced with the temptation of $1 billion, expulsion from school wouldn't even make him give up a cent, let alone expulsion from society. The clone flatly refused the school's request for a refund, turning a deaf ear to all persuasion. This attitude thoroughly enraged the school's management. Even though the clone remained at the top of his class, the school mercilessly imposed a severe disciplinary action. This disciplinary action became an invisible barrier, isolating the clone from campus life. All the privileges vanished, school-organized assessments became off-limits, scholarships were unattainable, and even regular student clubs shut their doors to him. Apart from retaining his student status, the punishment was akin to expulsion. The dean of Qinglong Academy approached with an offer: admit the mistake, and the punishment would be lifted. But the clone merely gave a cold smile to the balding dean who had expelled him during the first simulation for not meeting standards. A Donghua student? What's that worth? Is it worth $1 billion? Number 1 sneered, poking the dean's belly with his finger. You want me to refund? Eat shit. This outburst thoroughly infuriated the dean, who stormed out in a rage. Watching the indignant figure leave, the clone's face was full of disdain. In his eyes, a mediocre gold-level professional had no right to dictate terms. If he hadn't promised his original self to proceed cautiously, Number 1 would have shown this shape-shifting expert what real strength was. Time quickly moved to January 12th, the start of a new semester. News of the clone being disciplined for selling fake courses online and defrauding a substantial amount of money spread throughout the campus, though no one knew who leaked it. Once enthusiastic clubs and professional teams now avoided the clone like he carried a contagious virus. But what of it? The clone no longer needed these trivial teammates. After clone number 2 acquired a large collection of celestial and sky-level equipment through an online auction, both clone number 1 and clone number 2 astonishingly reached the highest Silver Warrior Mage rating on the panel. This rating signifies that clone number 1 and clone number 2 are considered top tier among all silver rank professionals globally. With their luxurious gear, even silver rank professionals with earth level or sky level talents stand no chance against them. At this point, clone number 1 and number 2 possess the strength to rival an entire team of professionals and can conquer high-level dungeons without any teammates. Confronting the once daunting level 25 dungeon Fallen Forest and its final boss, the corrupt ancient tree, the clones, empowered by their lavish equipment, delivered staggering amounts of damage. Clone number 1, in particular, demonstrated extraordinary defensive capabilities thanks to the Iron Balloon talent, withstanding the corrupt ancient tree's attacks without any healing support and holding its ground even in direct confrontation. Ultimately, clone number 1 and number 2 took less than an hour to defeat 3 dungeon bosses consecutively, completing the level 25 dungeon challenge, which typically requires a team of over 10 silver-level professionals, at just levels 27 and 24. Clone number 1's level increased to 28, while clone number 2 reached level 25. In the following months, the clones ignored external disturbances, maintaining a rhythm of duo dungeon runs every 7 days. Finally, after the last dungeon run at the end of the first-year second semester, clone number 1 successfully broke through to level 30, and clone number 2 reached level 29. At this point, clone number 1 began preparing for a class change, seeking out the mentor Zhang Nanfeng to request a class change task using the Awakening Orb. However, unlike Zhang Nanfeng's previous impotent fury, this time Zhang informed clone number 1 that due to a significant error, the Academy had unilaterally suspended all benefits for clone number 1 as a student of Donghua University, including the right to use the Awakening Orb. Clone number 1 narrowed his eyes slightly, said nothing further, and temporarily abandoned the idea of taking on the class change task. It was clear that Donghua University was determined to make the clone in the simulation submit. Lin Ku rubbed his chin, sensing a thorny situation. As time goes on, the knowledge-paying users who were previously scammed by the clone are likely no longer persistent. 10 billion may sound like a lot, but on average, it's only 98,000 per person, and those willing to spend money on courses are unlikely to hold a grudge over such an amount. Donghua University continues to pressure the clone, which is probably no longer due to external public opinion, but simply a desire to deal with the simulated clone. When the school authorities advised the clone to withdraw, the clone acted quite disrespectfully. The director of Qinglong Academy, in particular, was humiliated by the clone's behavior. These school officials, who held significant power over the students, were not accustomed to such treatment. Angered and embarrassed, they were likely to consider taking action against such defiance. This situation was clearly a matter of personal vendetta, and couldn't be resolved through submission or force. However, it didn't matter much, as the clone had already acquired equipment and items worth 1 billion during the simulation, and had successfully leveled up to level 30. From here on, any increase in power would be pure profit, with no added pressure. With this mindset, Lin Ku remained calm and continued to observe the simulation. The first piece of information from the simulation made Lin Ku's face twitch. If the main body wasn't worried, the clone was even less so. Returning to the dormitory from the awakening room, the clone continued to relax until the last bit of protection value was restored. It then led clone number 2 to clear the Fallen Forest dungeon once again, raising clone number 2's level to 30 before beginning to seek other ways to access awakening orbs. Although awakening orbs were strictly controlled by the governments of Blue Star and banned for possession by unauthorized individuals or organizations, much like firearms in many countries before the awakening era, they were not entirely absent from certain circles. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many illegal practitioners. Especially now, with government control significantly weakened compared to before the awakening era, finding illegal awakening orbs was just a matter of spending money and having some great connections. Clone number 1, who had indirectly or directly dominated the smuggling industry in the 3rd district of Donghua City in 2 simulations, clearly had more than just a few great connections. During the holidays, clone number 1 took clone number 2 and went directly to Fat Tiger's residence. Fat Tiger had been in the smuggling business for over a year, rising from the lowest ranks to become a small leader responsible for a smuggling area's subpaths. Upon returning home, he saw 2 figures sitting on his sofa, clad in armor and broad robes. Realizing something was wrong, Fat Tiger instinctively tried to flee, but unfortunately, he couldn't escape. Clone number 2 simply raised a hand and shot a water arrow spell, with the sharp water projectile hitting the security door like a Barrett armor-piercing round, creating a large hole and causing the rising star of the smuggling world to collapse in fear. Peng Hu, pale as a ghost and trembling, knelt before doppelgangers number 1 and number 2. These living embodiments of death could snuff out his life with a mere flick of their fingers. With a tear-streaked face and a choked voice, he pleaded, "Boss, I have a family to care for. Let's talk this over. Please, spare my life." Doppelganger number 1 looked at him coldly and said calmly, "I'm not interested in your life. I'm here to ask for one thing." Feeling as if had been granted a reprieve, Peng Hu quickly responded, "Boss, whatever you need, just say the word. I'd go through hell and high water for you." Doppelganger number 1 got straight to the point. "I need you to locate an awakening sphere." An awakening sphere? Peng Hu's face turned ashen at the mention, and cold sweat broke out. He stammered, "Boss, you're overestimating me. The awakening sphere is a heavily regulated strategic item by the Federation. Whoever possesses it controls an endless supply of professional warriors. Those big shots guard it like it's their lifeline, no way they'd give it up easily. I'm just a small-time smuggler. I'd be dead before I could get one." Doppelganger number 1 waved a hand, cutting off his ramblings. "You misunderstand. I only need you to provide the location and owner of the awakening sphere. The rest isn't your concern." Relieved, Peng Hu immediately rattled off a few names and locations. Suddenly, a familiar name caught the attention of doppelgangers number 1 and number 2. Chu Yan. Doppelganger number 2 frowned and asked, "Isn't she the illegitimate daughter of the Xiantian group? How does she have an awakening sphere?" Peng Hu hurriedly explained, "Boss, that was all half a year ago. The chairman of the Xiantian group, Chu Tianxiong, replaced the original heir, Chu Ya, with Chu Lian under the guise of the group's development. With Chu Tianxiong's backing, Chu Lian started a business dealing in professional equipment, which is how we crossed paths. That awakening sphere was a gift from Chu Tianxiong, used to assemble a professional guard team to secure wilderness transport." Doppelganger number 1 nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "And what about Chu Ya? Where did she go after losing her inheritance?" Peng Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I heard she might have gone abroad." "Abroad?" Doppelganger number 1 was momentarily surprised, but then regained composure. "I see." Seeing this, Peng Hu was overjoyed. "Does this mean you'll let me go?" Doppelganger number 1 pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I've thought about it, and I still believe that dead men tell no tales." "What?" Peng Hu's eyes widened in shock. "Didn't you just say you weren't interested in my life?" Doppelganger number 1 coldly explained, "I'm indeed not interested in killing you, but I'm about to seize the awakening sphere. You're the only one who knows about it, and leaving you alive is too risky. Besides, you've betrayed me more than once." With that, he drew the holy sword, Spirit of the Lake, from his professional backpack, aiming it at the now pale-faced Peng Hu. "Don't move," Doppelganger number 1 said calmly. "I'll make sure your death is painless." After meeting Peng Hu, clone number 1 had conducted a total of 4 simulations, finally managing to personally decapitate him. Without lingering over Peng Hu's lifeless eyes, clone number 1 and clone number 2 immediately headed towards a luxury apartment near Nankai University under the cover of night. This was the residence of Chu Lian. As the daughter of the Xinyuan group, Chu Lian would never settle for a shabby student dormitory. Although the dorms at Donghua University and Nankai University were single rooms, they couldn't compare to the comfort and environment of a luxurious apartment. Therefore, many students from affluent families preferred to rent an apartment nearby. Although Pang, who had provided several targets possessing awakening orbs, the clones chose to target Chu Lian for two reasons. First, clone number 1 and clone number 2 had encountered Chu Lian in a previous simulation and were familiar with her abilities and tactics. Although 6 months had passed, and Chu Lian had completed her transition to a silver-level profession, successfully ousting her predecessor Chuya, her strength had undoubtedly increased. However, she was still a silver-level professional with almost zero combat ability, being a cleric. Compared to other unknown adversaries, clone number 1 and clone number 2 preferred to target Chu Lian. Secondly, it was nighttime, and Chu Lian's sky-level talent, Sun's Favor, could only be utilized during the day, rendering her talent ineffective at night. In other words, at night, Chu Lian was almost like someone without any talent. In the previous simulation, Chu Lian had used a mini-sun through an item to support her talent, but this method had significant drawbacks, especially since the item was fragile and easily destroyed. The wilderness-named Boss River Turtle Prime Minister was too unintelligent to destroy the item, and Chu Lian's team of professionals had blocked any threats. However, this time the clones were not foolish. Chu Lian had no one to protect her, and even if she deployed the sun, it would be ineffective. Considering these factors, clone number 1 and clone number 2 soon appeared at the base of the luxury apartment where Chu Lian lived. Observing the heavily guarded security at the entrance, clone number 1 halted clone number 2's impulsive thought and reminded, every resident here is either wealthy or influential, and there might even be gold-level or earth-level professionals residing here. Forcing our way in would be foolish. Clone number 2 asked, then what should we do? We're not residents here, we don't have access cards, we can't enter the apartment unless we break in. Before clone number 2 could finish, they spotted a familiar figure. Was the chubby guy from the finance university. The clones watched as a chubby teenager approached, about to swipe his ID card to open the door. In unison, they called out to him, causing the boy to frown. This seemingly awkward boy, named Su-yi, turned his head towards the voices with a look of dissatisfaction, yet felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing the clones. Su-yi paused for a moment before a realization dawned on him. He excitedly jogged over to the two clones, hugging them tightly and exclaiming, "My saviors! I've finally found you." It turned out that Su-yi was the very boy whom the original had helped in the real world before the simulation began. Following the original's instructions, clones 1 and 2 had secretly protected Su-yi and saved him from being kidnapped by illegal operatives. Despite a year having passed, Su-yi recognized his saviors, the unmistakable twin clones. Link felt a sense of pride, a smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself that anyone who could smoke the special cigarettes of the battle group must be exceptional, especially if they lived in the same building as the heiress of the Xiantian group, Chu Lian. This young man was surely someone of wealth and influence. Link mentally congratulated himself for his cleverness, as what was once a random act of kindness was now reaping rewards. The clones were also pleased, feeling a strong affirmation of the saying, good deeds are rewarded. They cheerfully led Su-yi to a small alley nearby, claiming they had something important to give him. Trusting his saviors completely, Su-yi agreed with a smile. As Su-yi entered the alley, Clone 1 gave Clone 2 a signal. Clone 2 cast an apologetic glance at Su-yi, and under Su-yi's confused gaze, suddenly unleashed a water arrow spell that pierced Su-yi's heart. Sorry, Clone 1 said emotionlessly. We need your ID card for something. To prevent any tracking back to you or betrayal, so. Su-yi couldn't hear the rest. As an ordinary person, his life force was fragile, and he died instantly. In the real world, Link was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The so-called point of no return is when one speeds down a path after doing something they can't take back. After eliminating Fat Tiger and Su-yi, clone number 1 seemed to have flipped a switch. He brazenly walked into Chu Lian's apartment with Su-yi's ID card in hand. Using the information provided by Fat Tiger, he easily found his way to Chu Lian's door. Without any elaborate tricks, clone number 1 simply knocked on the door, pretending to be from the property management, checking the water meter. A slightly annoyed and unsuspecting Chu Lian opened the door, only to be met with a rapidly approaching azure longsword and a spinning water arrow spell. With a sharp sound, Chu Lian fell to the ground instantly. Although these attacks only took away half of her health points, in the real world, the damage was horrifying. Her body was nearly cleaved diagonally, and there was a fist-sized bloody hole in her abdomen. An ordinary person would have died instantly, but Chu Lian, being a silver-level professional and the daughter of the Xianyuan group's leader, had astonishing vitality and carried numerous life-saving items. This instead subjected her to even more brutal suffering. Lying on the floor, overwhelmed by pain and fear, she hastily cast a healing spell on herself, but it was too late. Clone number 1 swiftly closed in, raising his sword to hack at the struggling Chu Lian. After more than 100 strikes, the room was a scene of carnage, and Chu Lien was reduced to a lifeless pulp. Clone number 1 wiped the blood from his face and looked at clone number 2, who was searching the room. When clone number 2 produced the awakening orb, clone number 1 finally smiled. Half an hour later, the two clones nonchalantly left the apartment after cleaning up. Clone number 1 suggested that clone number 2 learn a quieter spell next time, to which clone number 2 complained about the reduced power. Lin Ke witnessed all of this, his eyes wide with shock. Are you demons? How can you discuss spells after doing something like this? Yet, the clones in the simulation seemed unfazed by such trivial matters. The simulation information flashed by, casually glossing over the slaughter and skipping directly to events days later. The shocking news of the brutal murder and dismemberment of Chu Lien, heiress of the Xiantian Group, a super genius from Nankai University and founder of Chumin, was only discovered by the apartment manager on the third day. This horrifying event exploded across all major news platforms in the Federation like a bomb. Chu Lien's photo dominated the top of every trending list, and her stunning beauty and remarkable achievements left countless people mourning the loss of such a talented and beautiful woman. The Donghua City Police Department responded swiftly, holding an urgent press conference. The spokesperson, with a grave expression and firm voice, declared, "We will spare no effort and use all available resources to bring the perpetrator to justice as soon as possible." However, for your avatars, this sensational case was nothing more than a slight breeze. Avatars number 1 and number 2 scrolled through the news with expressionless faces, their eyes showing no trace of emotion. Their calmness stemmed from having experienced countless earth-shattering events in previous simulations, and even a high-profile murder case wasn't enough to disturb their composure. The avatars were well aware that unless the Federation police arrived with irrefutable evidence, this storm had nothing to do with them. Their actions were clean and left almost no trace. The apartment's surveillance only captured the blurry images of two masked men, and all other potential clues were thoroughly erased. From the initial informant Fat Tiger, to Sue E, who provided the access card to the apartment, and even the victim Chu Lien herself, everyone connected to the case was discreetly silenced. The avatar's actions were flawless. They showed no unusual interest in the case, felt no compulsion to return to the crime scene, and exhibited no signs of psychological pressure. Faced with such a nearly perfect crime, the criminal investigation experts were at a loss. They could only start from the most traditional angle: the victim's interpersonal relationships. Experts speculated that this might be a long-planned vendetta. The perpetrator neither violated the victim nor stole valuable items, but deliberately obtained the access card to the apartment. Even more chilling, the perpetrator dismembered the victim's body, seemingly venting some extreme hatred. However, this speculation led the investigation in the wrong direction. No one could have imagined that the Avatar's true goal was to seize Chu Lien's awakening orb, a contraband item strictly regulated by the Federation. Even if someone knew, they dared not disclose anything to the police. An unexpected victim of this investigation was Chuya, who was abroad. Having once lost the bid for heirship to Chu Lien and forced to leave, she naturally became the prime suspect in the eyes of the police. Despite Chuya's vigorous defense, her situation remained precarious. Amidst these complex developments, your avatars remained indifferent. They were completely absorbed in the thrilling fact that they had finally obtained the awakening orb and embarked on the long-awaited class change mission. This was the real matter of importance to them, rendering all external disturbances insignificant at this moment. Link stood at the threshold of a career change, his heart pounding. This was his third transition and the most crucial one. If successful, his avatar would ascend to become a gold-level professional, standing at the pinnacle of metal professions, surpassing 99 of his peers worldwide, and joining the ranks of the elite. He recalled the hierarchy of professionals in his mind. At the bottom were the iron-level individuals, vast in number, mostly transitioning through illegal means or federal institutions. These people either worked for civilian organizations or served in the military. Although considered professionals, their status and prospects were incomparable to that of a university student like Link. Link thought back to his days at Donghua University. Though he only awakened an iron-level talent and was deemed a failure on campus, the identity of a Donghua graduate remained a prestigious mark in the outside world. Of course, all this depended on graduating smoothly. He couldn't help but remember the dire scenario where his avatar was expelled in the first simulation, a rare occurrence that could ruin a person's future. Bronze-level professionals found themselves in a much better position. After one career change, they gained a 50-point attribute boost, making their physical capabilities far superior to ordinary people. This allowed them to truly enjoy the privileges of being a professional, whether in the military or various organizations, with quite generous compensation. They accounted for about 30 of all professionals, but still remained at the bottom of the social hierarchy in their circles, lacking the qualifications to join a warband. It wasn't until reaching silver level that professionals experienced a significant rise in status. They had the possibility of joining a warband, even if only as part of an auxiliary team. A standout silver-level individual like Link's avatar might even have the chance to join a warband's main team. Joining a warband meant complete separation from the mundane world. Federal laws were ineffective against warbands, which had the sole authority to manage their members internally. Some top-tier warbands didn't even regard national leaders, and the professional guilds only had advisory roles. Link took a deep breath, ready to take this pivotal step. The gold level represented a whole new world, and he was about to enter it. In this world dominated by professionals, membership in a battle group is a key indicator of social status. Silver-level professionals, as strong contenders for joining these groups, naturally enjoy high status. They form the grassroots strength of battle groups and are numerous. They can also serve as level 9 officials in the federal government, similar to how the initial simulation of Avatar number 1 is a sheriff. Now, the Avatar is about to step into a higher realm, the gold-level professional. This group is the elite of the battle groups and the upper echelon of human society. According to the latest statistics, of all the registered legal professionals in the Federation, those above gold level make up less than a mere 220,000 people. This means that once one becomes gold level, they surpass 99 of their peers. Lin Ke felt both surprised and excited about this, and eagerly urged the simulation to continue. The first challenge of the gold level transition task is to obtain rare gold level materials. To achieve this, the Avatar spent all resources, frantically purchasing from various online platforms and hiring 5 synthesizers to work tirelessly day and night. Driven by money, the synthesizers worked against the clock, and finally, on the 6th day just before the Avatar's protection value was restored, they successfully crafted 1,000 pieces of gold-level materials. Avatar number 1 and number 2 each received 500 pieces, successfully completing the first phase of the transition task and earning a reward of 5,000 points in gold-level skill proficiency. Then, the Avatars patiently awaited the restoration of the protection value and eagerly charged into the level 25 dungeon, Fallen Forest. They swept through it effortlessly, defeating the level 32 final boss in just 80 minutes, completing the second phase of the task. The system promptly announced, Avatar number 1 successfully advanced to a gold-level warrior, gaining an additional 200 attribute points, and henceforth, each level up would double the attribute increase. Avatar number 2 became a gold-level mage, gaining 200 free attribute points, with a doubled magic power increase per level up. Even more exciting, both avatars unlocked the gold-level simulation option, opening up broader possibilities for the next round of simulation. Without any surprises or dramatic twists, it seemed destined for Clone 1 and Clone 2 to transition into gold-level professionals. Their skills and experience had long met the requirements, and if not for the abrupt end of the last simulation, they might have completed the transition then. At this moment, Lin Ke watched the simulation screen, intrigued by the 2 clones who were just first-year students. How would Donghua University handle students who had already reached the gold level at such a young age? More importantly, what kind of storm would the newly promoted gold-level professionals, Clone 1 and Clone 2, stir up in the simulation world? However, all this hinged on whether Donghua University could perceive the true strength of Clone 1 and Clone 2. The clones merely smirked. Becoming gold-level professionals? It was merely the beginning of their power escalation. Then, the system notifications sounded in quick succession. Ding! Clone 1 used gold-level skill proficiency in the simulation to upgrade the Emperor's astonishing sword from LV5 to LV10. Ding! Clone 1 learned the Earth-level warrior and swordsman skill, Azura Ghost Slash. The system detailed the effects of this new skill, including self-enhancement, dealing true damage, and gaining a shield. Shortly after, another notification followed. Ding! Clone 2 used gold-level skill proficiency to upgrade Super Magician from LV4 to LV9 in the simulation. Ding! Clone 2 learned the Earth-level mage skill, Storm's Arrival. The system also elaborated on this powerful storm summoning skill, including its range, damage, and special effects. Lin Ke was amazed by the rapid progress of the 2 clones, a maxed-out gold-level skill, plus 2 Earth-level skills. Coupled with their full set of level 25 star and sky-grade equipment, it was a qualitative leap forward. Driven by curiosity, the clones checked their attribute panels. The outcome was astonishing. Although they had just completed their transition, their ratings already stood at the upper mid-level of gold professionals. This meant their strength surpassed 70 of gold-level professionals. Impressive! Lin Ke couldn't help but exclaim. The clones had indeed pulled off a remarkable feat. With the supposed core sales, actually a fraudulent scheme that earned them 10 billion federal credits, their resources could only be described as abundant. It seemed the future developments of this simulation would far exceed Lin Ke's expectations. Apart from their lack of innate talent holding them back slightly, the clone's configuration is top-tier among gold-level professionals. Is this really the same clone that was once rated by the system as the lowest silver-level warrior, who could only go around unclothed? Truly, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Feeling the praise from the original, The two clones immediately felt capable once more. However, the monotonous weekly dungeons could no longer satisfy their swelling ambitions. After careful consideration, they decided to embark on ventures worthy of their current status. Lin Ku regretted his decision after seeing the latest simulation data. The clones in the simulation were indeed formidable, decisive, and willing to do anything unscrupulous for profit. Yet, they had a critical flaw: recklessness and lawlessness. Once they got an idea in their heads, the consequences were often uncontrollable. Although this simulation had already been quite profitable, who wouldn't want more gains? Lin Ku certainly didn't want to see them ruin everything in a winning situation. Unfortunately, by the time he wanted to intervene, new simulation data had already surfaced. On January 13th, the clones were once again ostracized by classmates and teammates. On their way to the cafeteria, a self-righteous senior student passed by, giving them a disdainful look and muttering, "Scamming trash." In the past, for the sake of stable simulations, the clones would ignore such trivial matters. But today was different. "What the hell did you just say?" Clone 1 grabbed the student's collar and lifted the senior with one hand, his gaze cold as ice. "I dare you to say it again." The senior, completely unprepared for such a violent reaction from the usually submissive clone, was momentarily blank. Just as he was about to speak, Clone 1's fist came crashing in. With a loud bang, the fist smashed through the senior's lips as if crushing tofu, shattering his teeth to pieces, leaving only a few pitiful wisdom teeth. "If you can't speak, then don't speak ever again." Clone 1 coldly watched the broken teeth fall from the senior's mouth, his eyes filled with contempt. "You pathetic trash, who gave you the courage to bark in front of me?" He raised his voice, the threat clear in his tone. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who we are? Listen up, the name doesn't change. I am Lin Ku from Class 2, Grade 1 of Qinglong Academy. A genius dominating the monthly exams for a whole semester. And he is my twin brother, Lin Erk. Also from Class 2, Grade 1 of Qinglong Academy. Another genius dominating the monthly exams for a whole semester." Clone 1's gaze grew fiercer. "You low-level scum, waste-producing machines, dare to offend us? Today I'll shatter your teeth, rip out your tongue, and teach you, on behalf of your parents, how to speak the Federation language properly when you're out in the world." The commotion quickly caught the attention of the cafeteria staff. Shocked to witness a student altercation happening on their watch, they sprang into action. Several staff members rushed towards Clone Number 1, shouting at him to let go while futilely trying to pry apart his iron grip arms. Clone Number 1 remained unmoved, indifferent to these second-rate professionals with at most bronze or silver-level skills. Meanwhile, Clone Number 2 faced the gathering crowd with a wicked grin. Without a word, he raised his hand and unleashed a fireball spell. Powered by his 900 mana points, the massive fireball roared out and exploded. Although it didn't hit anyone directly, the shockwave swept across dozens of square meters. Students and staff cried out as they were flung aside, plunging the entire cafeteria into chaos. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from a corner of the cafeteria. "Stop." The speaker was a bespectacled man in his 50s, Shin Jinxing, the head of Qinglong College at Donghua University, a seasoned golden-level warrior. Clone Number 1 had anticipated the appearance of the dean, who was known for mingling with students. He flung the third-year student he was holding, sending him skidding across the floor, crashing into tables and chairs before slamming into the wall, leaving him bloodied and slumped. Clone Number 1 turned to Shun Jinxing, arrogance etched on his face. "Are you going to stand up for this morally bankrupt student, Dean?" Shun Jinxing responded sternly, "Lin Ku and Lin Erk, I understand you're resentful about the school's punishment, but that doesn't justify attacking other students. As the head of Qinglong College, I must discipline you." "Discipline? From an old dog like you clinging to your position?" Clone Number 1 laughed. "What can you do to us? At worst, expel us. I've had enough of you. Today, I want to see what skills you have, sitting high and mighty, wielding power over us students." Before he finished speaking, Clone Number 1 clenched his hand, and a cerulean holy sword of the lake materialized. In the next instant, he charged at a speed that made Shun Jinxing's pupils contract, appearing right in front of the dean. Bang! A loud crash echoed through the cafeteria. In a critical moment, a brilliant golden aura armor suddenly appeared around Shun Jinxing. This defensive barrier allowed him to withstand the powerful impact, but he was still forced to slide backward. His figure left a long mark on the ground, finally coming to a halt more than 10 meters away. With a nimble flip, he dissipated the remaining force and landed steadily. Clone Number 1 observed Shun Jinxing's fleeting golden aura armor with keen interest. A glint crossed his eyes as he calculated silently. This isn't something an ordinary dean's salary could afford. As an upgrade from the silver-level skill Silver Aura, Golden Aura is not only rare, but also astonishingly expensive, costing 10 times more than the Silver Aura. Even if a university dean's annual salary and allowances added up to 2 million federal coins, it would take 5 or 6 years of frugality to save enough, even with additional income from side jobs. Clearly, Shun Jinxing wouldn't make such a sacrifice. However, Shin Jinxing had no time to ponder these things now. His heart was filled with shock, and he looked at clone number 1 with disbelief. If he remembered correctly, number 1 was just a freshman, with only the silver-level talent, Iron Balloon. While this talent is outstanding among silver-level professionals, it shouldn't have developed to such an extent in such a short time. In that previous strike, Shin Jinxing distinctly felt the terrifying power that only a golden-level professional could unleash. He wasn't a negligent director. Even as the dean of Qinglong Academy, he often trained in the wilderness. Though not as seasoned as the elite battle groups on the frontier, he was considered above average among golden-level professionals. But what was that strike just now? Was it enhanced by a charge skill? No, a charge requires greater strength than the opponent to knock them back. Being so easily repelled, could a student's strength surpass his own? It must be a rare skill, not just an ordinary charge effect. Shin Jinxing thought rapidly, but there was no time to spare. Facing the oncoming attack from number 1, the Qinglong Academy dean unhesitatingly summoned his full gear, wielding an impressive black saber, and fiercely clashed with clone number 1's lake sprite. A piercing metallic clang echoed as both Shin Jinxing and clone number 1 erupted with dazzling aura. The collision of their forces generated shockwaves that spread visibly in all directions, sending surrounding furniture flying like paper. Shin Jinxing's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Despite possessing golden-level aura, he was evenly matched with someone wielding silver-level aura. No, what surprised him more was how number 1 acquired such an expensive silver aura skill. Wasn't number 1 from a poor, remote village, with his tuition crowdsourced by the villagers? How could he? Wait, maybe not. A sudden realization struck Shin Jinxing. Although number 1 came from a humble background, he and his brother number 2 had scammed a large sum of money by selling Get Stronger courses online with their top exam results. It's rumored that the amount exceeds 10 billion federal coins. So that means, you finally figured it out? Number 1 beamed with a bright smile. That's right, I invested all that money in myself. Dean, I suggest you use your full strength, or you won't withstand the attacks of this wealthy warrior worth 5 big goals. Defeated, Shin Jinxing, the headmaster of Qinglong Academy, lay on the ground in disbelief, with his student pointing a sword at his throat. He struggled to open his eyes, swollen like steamed buns, unable to accept the reality before him. The surrounding students were stunned, their shocked gazes piercing Shin Jinxing, making him wish he could disappear into the ground. With difficulty, he lifted his head to look at the fearless number 1 standing before him like a raging storm. Despite the student's impressive gear, ranging from sky level to star level, and his mastery of earth level skills, Shin Jinxing couldn't fathom how he, the esteemed headmaster, could lose to a first-year student. It was a humiliation beyond words. Spitting out a mouthful of clotted blood, Shin Jinxing rasped, "You've won, but what does it prove? You know better than anyone the means by which you obtained this power. One day, everything you gained through these unnatural means will backfire on you." Number 1 nonchalantly flicked his sword, his tone dismissive. Enough talk. Winning is winning, losing is losing. Why should it matter how I win? On a battlefield where it's life or death, would you really have the luxury to discuss the source of my power? He then unexpectedly agreed with Shin Jinxing. But you're right, everything gained through unnatural means will face backlash. Before Shin Jinxing could react, number 1 quickly added, "But unfortunately, such backlash is nothing more than a breeze for us. And in comparison, Headmaster, your so-called honor has made you our stepping stone first." Shin Jinxing's expression changed abruptly. "What do you mean?" Number 1 sneered, "Expel us. We've already gained the reputation of defeating you." Even without a diploma from Donghua University, many private organizations, government bodies, and even military groups will welcome us with open arms. It turned out that the goal of number 1 and number 2 was straightforward from the beginning. Burdened by disciplinary actions within the school, they had almost no place within Donghua University. If they were merely silver-level professionals or low-tier gold-level professionals, they would never oppose the school for the sake of the school's resources or to fulfill a strategy of survival. But things were different now. Having just completed their professional transitions, they possessed the strength of mid to upper-level gold professionals. This meant they were formidable even among gold-level professionals. With this strength, they could find good opportunities even without a diploma. Of course, this approach was bound to be troublesome. For the unrecognized, proving their strength to attract interest was no easy task. So they devised a plan to make a name for themselves, a first-year student defeating the headmaster of their academy and then getting expelled. What better way to grab attention and make a name for themselves? Even if they were expelled, number 1 and number 2 would still be seen as rebellious geniuses. People wouldn't look down on them. Instead, they would be in awe of their abilities. As for the negative impact of selling courses, in a world where success is the ultimate measure of a hero, when faced with 2 rising stars in the professional realm, people instinctively overlook their dark beginnings, drawn to the brilliance of their formidable skills. Lin Ku uncharacteristically agreed with his clone's perspective. He recalled scenes from his past life. Many wealthy and powerful individuals, even after committing wrongdoings, could easily clean up their image and become idols for countless young people. Only the victorious have the right to discuss the future. No matter how heroic the defeated are, it doesn't matter. This also explained why Lin Ku, despite internally opposing the inhumane actions of his clone in the simulation, did not intervene forcefully until significant damage was done. The clone could undertake tasks that Lin Ku should do but could not or was unwilling to do, providing him with an excuse to escape moral condemnation. The simulation continued. Shun Jinxing, the head of Qinglong Academy, turned ashen upon hearing the words of clone number 1. He never imagined that not only would he be humiliatingly defeated by a student, but he would also become a stepping stone for the student's fame. The thought of his defeat being spread across the entire Federation made Shun Jinxing feel a surge of blood rising to his throat. Just as Shun Jinxing was nearly spitting blood in anger, school authorities who had received reports from students and cafeteria staff finally arrived on the scene. Led by the president of Donghua University, a large group of golden and even Earth-level professionals, including vice presidents, chief instructors, deans, vice deans of the other 3 academies, various instructors, and security personnel, surrounded the cafeteria. The president first inquired about Shun Jinxing's injuries with concern. After understanding the situation, he turned to the indifferent number 1 and number 2 with a grim face. He sneered and ordered the 2 to be taken to the principal's office, strictly demanding that everyone present keep the matter confidential. Although the school authorities were well aware that the scandal of a dean being defeated by students couldn't be concealed and would soon cause a sensation across the campus, they still needed to show the proper attitude to express their concern for the deeply affected Shun Jinxing. Thus, number 1 and number 2, who had caused a stir in the cafeteria and even defeated the dean, were surrounded by a large group of school leaders as they left the cafeteria. Students and staff around them watched in shock, with some secretly capturing the scene on their phones or smartwatches and quickly uploading it to the internet and school forums. The school authorities brought number 1 and number 2 to the principal's office. The 2 of them casually sat down in the chairs opposite the principal's desk, looking nonchalant. Despite the angry glares from everyone present, the principal waved them off, indicating he wanted to speak with the 2 alone. "Principal, they are out of control. I'm worried they might harm you," someone said with concern. The principal snorted. "I'm an Earth-level professional, a veteran of the Awakening Temple battle. Even if I haven't been active for a few years, these youngsters pose no threat to me. There's no need for you to worry." With that, he dismissed everyone from the office. The large principal's office was left with only number 1, number 2, and the principal. In the sudden silence, number 1 signaled with his eyes for number 2 to speak first. Number 2 immediately shouted, "Listen up, old dang. We're the ones who did the fighting. I blew up the cafeteria, and my big brother beat up the dean. We admit to all of it. If you're going to expel us, just get it over with." The principal remained expressionless. "I'm already aware of the situation. Judging by your demeanor, it seems you really want to be expelled. Isn't that what you're hoping for?" Number 1 let out a cold laugh. The principal continued, "You're mistaken. The previous punishments were meant to prevent you from going astray. You're too young, fixated on immediate gains, not realizing some things are untouchable, and some profits shouldn't be pursued. For the sake of your future, I hope to pressure you into returning what you shouldn't have taken. Otherwise, I could easily expel you outright, instead of just giving you a warning and letting you face societal pressure. Unfortunately, you not only misunderstand my intentions, but also escalate the situation. Spare us the lecture." Number 1 interrupted harshly. "If you think you're doing us a favor, do you expect us to be grateful? After eating a few meals, you've deluded yourself into thinking you're our savior? Save your talk about immediate gains and future prospects for those gullible students. I, Lin Ku, stand by my own principles, and no one can dictate my actions. If you're going to expel us, just do it and stop with the nauseating nonsense. What's the point of all this drivel?" The principal remained calm. "Who told you I was going to expel you? Or do you think I'll let you use the Donghua University name as a stepping stone for your personal gain?" Number 1 instinctively sensed danger at these words. The principal's next statement indeed caught him off guard. "Stop dreaming. I won't give you what you want." The principal sneered, pulling a document from the drawer and slapping it down in front of them. The principal handed a document to the clone with a serious expression and said, "This is the approval document for the establishment of a student society. At Donghua University, obtaining this document grants the qualification to establish a legitimate club. We want to demonstrate to the entire university and even the entire federation that Donghua University has unparalleled tolerance for true geniuses. Even if such geniuses are as arrogant and violent as you, with questionable personal ethics, we can tolerate, guide, and vigorously cultivate them." The clone looked at the principal with suspicion, thinking he might be out of his mind. But the principal's expression showed no hint of joking. Number 2 cautiously took the document, read it carefully, and looked at number 1 in shock. "Brother, he seems serious." Number 1 snatched the document, examined it closely, and fell into silence. He had to admit that experience was indeed valuable. This permission document for the establishment of a society was the highest pursuit for student professionals in all awakening universities. Even super geniuses with stellar-level talents had to go through rigorous scrutiny and numerous hurdles to obtain such a document. The reason it's so precious is that a society is essentially a campus version of a battle group. It is formed around a core team with numerous affiliated squads, creating a large professional group of over 100 members. Societies are like the nascent form of battle groups. By expanding and enhancing the core team strength, they can seamlessly transition into a new battle group. In fact, over 85 of new battle groups established in recent years originated from school societies. Just like the Iron Blood Battle Group from the simulation, which evolved from Donghua University's student society, Iron Blood Society. Even if a battle group isn't ultimately formed, the society can still legally command multiple professional teams. After graduation, they can remain affiliated with the university, maintaining a large-scale professional group akin to a military unit. Such groups are later called professional institutions or preparatory battle groups, differing from formal battle groups only in lacking the elevated status to directly challenge the federal government. Despite number 1 and number 2 causing trouble at Donghua University, the school not only didn't hold them accountable, but also granted them permission to establish a society. This was not an act of goodwill, but a strategic move. Their real intention behind assaulting the dean was to elevate their worth and seek better opportunities. Now, Donghua University not only refrained from expelling them, but also offered more favorable terms. If they didn't show gratitude and chose to withdraw or continue opposing the school, they could easily be labeled as ungrateful, significantly diminishing their value. It's reminiscent of Lu Bu from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a rare and powerful warrior whose fickleness and betrayal made him ultimately unusable by anyone. Number 1 couldn't help but admire the principal's cleverness. This human principal is truly shrewd. It's no wonder he holds this position, executing strategies with unseen finesse. But are you sure you want to entrust such an important power to me? Clone 1 maintained a calm exterior, but inside, was as thrilled as if he had won the lottery. Clone 2 stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the principal, who seemed angelic. Fortunately, as mechanical beings, the clones could perfectly control their emotions. Otherwise, 2 might have burst out laughing. Lin Ke couldn't help but marvel at the genius of Donghua University's principal upon seeing this scene. Granting an outlaw the right to establish a supernatural force? How is this different from the Jade Emperor assigning a monkey to guard the peaches of immortality? This was clearly an opportunity for them to make a big impact. In fact, when Lin Ke saw in the simulation that the principal was handing such an important permit to the clones, he sensed something was amiss. Reviewing the previous 5 simulations, except for the first where the clones were too weak to cause trouble, the other 4 saw the clones commit every crime imaginable. Smuggling, assaulting police, murder, arson, forming a group of notorious criminals, and attacking classmates in the wild. Nothing was off limits. However, due to their limited power, the clones' havoc was confined to Donghua City, causing only a negative impact rather than significant societal damage. But now, the situation was different. Both clones had advanced to the level of golden grade professionals, making them nearly unstoppable in a small city. They were like ticking time bombs, and no one knew what madness they might unleash in this simulation. Rather than expelling them to distance himself, the principal handed over the permit to form a student society. Was he crazy? Or did he truly believe he could reform these embodiments of sin? Lin Ke pondered, possibly so. Educators often harbor some idealism, believing they can guide others towards good. More importantly, the principal couldn't see the clones' misdeeds through simulations like Lin Ke could. In the principal's eyes, clones 1 and 2 might just seem a bit greedy, having sold fake courses to make some money, a bit rebellious, having gotten into fights with teachers and classmates for fame. These actions might appear as mere missteps, not yet unforgivable. Lin Ke almost couldn't bear to watch as, in the new simulation, Clone 1 actually received the permit to establish a society. The clone glared at the principal with anger, shouting, "Don't think you can control us with this," before storming off with the permit. Meanwhile, the shrewd principal simply sat in his leather chair, leisurely sipping this year's freshly picked spring tea. Witnessing this, Lin Ke couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the principal he had never met. How could he still enjoy tea? What exactly was the principal planning? The 2 clones, holding their student club permits, walked out of the principal's office with confidence. Shortly after, a shocking rumor spread like wildfire across Donghua University. Clone 1 had allegedly assaulted their dean, yet instead of being expelled, they received authorization to establish a student club. This incident instantly ignited the entire campus, with countless students idolizing them, and even the faculty and the dean began to avoid them. Various speculations circulated around the campus. Some said the clones were the principal's illegitimate children, while others guessed they had some mysterious and formidable background. Amidst the swirling rumors, the clones said nothing, instead leveraging the buzz to officially establish a student club called Savior Society. The club's mission statement was intriguing. Firstly, to rely on their own strength to save the world that belongs to me. Secondly, a world that doesn't make me happy doesn't deserve to be saved. And lastly, the most important point, the president's happiness surpasses my own. This seemingly absurd mission led Lin Ku to mock. What kind of cult mission is this? Would anyone actually join? However, reality struck Lin Ku hard. As soon as the Saviors Society was established, it received an application from Shangwan Lingwei, a super genius with a sky-level talent. She was supposed to be the undisputed top student among the freshmen, yet she had been overshadowed by clones 1 and 2 for an entire semester. Clone 1, now a gold-level professional, had the confidence to welcome Shangwan Lingwei. With her joining, her elite team composed entirely of Earth-level and gold-level talent professionals also joined the Saviors Society. Thus, a newly established club miraculously acquired an ace team. This turn of events triggered a chain reaction. Numerous freshmen and professional teams saw the potential of the Saviors Society and rushed to apply for membership. The clones accepted almost everyone, as long as they had a silver-level talent or above, regardless of type. The Saviors Society also announced an astonishing policy. They would not charge any affiliation fees and would allow members to participate in large-scale raid dungeons for free. These benefits, which required a high cost in other clubs, immediately attracted a large number of students. Not only freshmen, but even second and third-year professionals and teams flocked to join. In response to the Saviors Society's disruptive actions, the presidents of other clubs publicly criticized them. However, Clone 1, now a gold-level professional, paid no heed and continued to expand their influence. Amidst this sudden change, the Saviors Society rose at an astonishing speed, becoming an emerging force that could not be ignored at Donghua University. The emergence of a gold-level professional is like a thunderbolt shattering the calm night sky for the students of Donghua University. These formidable figures resemble seasoned veterans mistakenly entering a novice village. Even though some talents can grow to rival their level, there will always be a gap in terms of equipment. University, the cradle for professionals, resonates with the melodies of growth and perseverance. Even Zhong Hong, hailed as the top talent on Donghua's Stars talent list, failed to surpass the threshold to Earth level before graduation in previous simulations. Others fare no better. Each year, thousands of Donghua University graduates ascend to silver-level professionals, but those who reach gold level are few and far between, numbering only around 20. These elites are mostly found in the core teams of top societies, like Zongheng's group, where all 7 or 8 members are gold-level professionals. The rest are scattered across various societies, playing pivotal roles. Your avatars, number 1 and number 2, rated as mid to upper-level gold professionals by the system, are like a force of nature in this novice village. Apart from Zongheng's Iron Blood Society core team, other societies, even with 3 or more gold-level professionals, struggle to pose a threat to your avatars. This is the confidence of a mid to upper-level gold warrior professional team. Since the establishment of the Salvation Society, within just 3 days, it has attracted 30 professional teams, totaling 295 members. This includes Shangwan Lingwei's ace team, 3 gold-level talent teams, and 26 silver-level talent teams. This scale far surpasses the Chu sect founded by Chu Lian at neighboring Nankai University. The Chu sect, despite having a core ace team, only has 3 silver-level teams and 7 bronze-level teams, with a total of just 106 members, falling short in both quantity and quality compared to the Salvation Society. A roster with all members having silver-level talent is something even Zongheng's Iron Blood Society finds hard to match. The Iron Blood Society is destined to become a battle group in the future, meaning the Salvation Society possesses similar potential. However, your avatars are well aware that they are merely huskies blending into a pack of wolves. For now, they can bluff with their gold-level professional strength, but after graduation, the ceiling of mere silver-level talent won't even qualify them to carry the shoes of a true battle group leader. However, the Avatar's influence at Donghua University remains at an all-time high. Despite the newly formed Salvation Society's mixed membership and chaotic structure, and the Avatar's lack of management experience, it surprisingly became a haven for free development. The professionals and teams attracted by the dual exemption policy were naturally averse to being controlled, and the Avatar's laissez-faire approach suited them perfectly. Each team had its own way of integrating, creating a scene of governing by doing nothing. Unintentionally, the Avatar practiced Laozi's Taoist philosophy by neither interfering nor causing disruption, allowing the Salvation Society's members to develop freely. Although this approach seemed passive, it was precisely aligned with the Society's current situation. After all, more than half of the members hadn't even completed their first job transition, their abilities still limited, unable to provide substantial help to the Avatar. Fortunately, the Avatar had enough patience to wait for their growth. In the following semester, the Avatar's schedule revolved around 3 main activities. First, every time the protection value refreshed, the Avatar and their partner would challenge a level 30 dungeon. Although unable to defeat the final boss or even cope with the second roadblock boss, the dungeon's smaller creatures provided rich experience, sufficient for the avatar's leveling needs. Second, the avatar led the society in large-scale team battle dungeons. These special, stable spatial structures didn't require consuming protection values to enter, but could only be challenged once a month. There were two ways to gain challenge eligibility. One was the society purchasing it, costing about 20 million federal currency. The other was winning the monthly society competition. Lastly, participating in the society competition. This competition restricted higher-grade members, making it tailor-made for the Salvation Society, which had Avatar 1 and Avatar 2. Coupled with the Ace team, led by Shangguan Lingwei, the Salvation Society was invincible among freshmen. Even if a dozen other societies joined forces, they could hardly compete. On the society battlefield, Avatars 1 and 2 were unstoppable. Especially Avatar 2, whose Storm's arrival attack, if uninterrupted, could sweep away all life within a kilometer radius. This power was comparable to legendary forbidden spells, leaving the freshmen in disbelief, their eyes wide open in shock. Just as your avatars consistently top the monthly exams, your society, the Savior Society, has also clinched the championship in the society competition with an overwhelming advantage. This dominance is reflected not only in competition results, but also in tangible benefits. Thanks to the outstanding performance of your avatars, the society's professionals and team members can explore a major dungeon for free each month. This opportunity allows them to level up much faster than their peers and earn significantly more income. What's more enviable is that they don't even have to pay the society's affiliation fees, making their professional careers flourish. Members of the Savior Society genuinely admire and respect your avatars, granting them a high reputation within the society. Leveraging this influence, your avatars frequently gather members to instill their ideology. Beyond dungeon runs and raids, the primary mission of your avatars is to continually spread the belief of "I control my fate, not the heavens," encouraging members to break free from order, challenge rules, and defy destiny. This ideological indoctrination has evolved from initially criticizing social injustice, unequal wealth distribution, and the strong bullying the weak, to questioning the world's wrongs, racial issues, and even challenging fate itself. Those society members who are unwary and even deeply idolize your avatars gradually begin to accept and embrace this ideology. However, your avatars are not satisfied with only partial acceptance. They seek wholehearted allegiance from the members. In August of the 12th year of the Awakening era, your avatars finally advanced to second-year seniors. Over the past 6 months, your avatars have only leveled up by 1 level, reaching level 31. This slow progress is not only due to the massive experience requirements after reaching the gold level, but also because your avatars cannot venture into the wilderness for training and must rely solely on dungeons and large raids for experience, which barely meets their needs. Meanwhile, the Savior Society continues to grow, with membership increasing to 355, including a new gold level team and 3 large silver level teams. However, the most crucial change is that Zhong Heng and his elite squad, who had always been a massive obstacle for your avatars, have finally graduated. Without the pressure from Zhong Heng and his elite squad, the remaining forces of the Iron Blood Society at Donghua University are at most on par with the current Savior Society. Although there are a few societies in the 3rd to 4th year transition that can compete with, or even slightly surpass the Savior Society, they only have a slight advantage due to their seniority and will no longer completely overpower the Savior Society as they did during Zhongheng's time. This means that, assuming no intervention from the school administration, your avatars, with the Savior Society, have become one of the most powerful student forces at Donghua University. Lin Qingyu, who once ruthlessly rejected you, must be filled with regret now, never imagining you would achieve such success. So, I said not to prefix goddess before Lin Qingyu's name, Link exclaimed, clutching his head in frustration. In late August, during the routine monthly exams, Clone 1 and Clone 2 once again showcased their impressive abilities, effortlessly surpassing Shangguan Lingwei to secure the 1st and 2nd places, respectively. Feeling disheartened, Shangguan Lingwei couldn't help but ask them if she still had any chance of surpassing them. Clone 1 remained silent, while Clone 2 candidly replied that surpassing them was only a matter of time. The following day, the highly anticipated second-year society competition began. The 27 teams from the Savior Society, composed of 262 second-year students, overwhelmingly defeated the now 15 teams from the same great societies, securing another precious opportunity to tackle the large-scale raid dungeon for free. Just as they were preparing for the raid, the Savior Society's recruitment personnel excitedly reported a major piece of news to the clones. They had successfully recruited an extraordinary genius among the first-year students, the possessor of the celestial level talent, the Battle Saint physique, Qi Wuxia. Clone 1 observed the young man before him, who seemed more like a nobleman from an ancient painting than a swordsman, and curiously asked, "Who is Qi Bodu to you?" "He's my father," Qi Wuxia replied succinctly. Clone 1 warmly embraced Qi Wuxia and announced, "Welcome to the Savior Society. You are our future." Although no one caught the deeper meaning in Clone 1's words, everyone was invigorated by the addition of this extraordinary genius. For the Savior Society, Qi Wuxia's joining significantly increased their chances of becoming a battle group by 80. As long as he could reach his potential, the Savior Society's transformation into a battle group was within reach. Only Qi Wuxia understood the implication behind Clone 1's words. A hint of competitive spirit flashed through the young man's calm eyes as he quietly told Clone 1 that he was there to surpass his father, Qi Bodu. He intended to take over the position of leader from Clone 1 and lead the Savior Society to become a super battle group, far stronger than the Platinum Star battle group by several folds. Faced with the young man's ambitious aspirations, Clone 1 did not respond. He simply smiled and looked at the members gathered at the Society's base, suddenly raising his right hand and shouting, "West High!" In an instant, the deafening cheers accompanied by countless raised arms deeply shook the battle group heir, who was unaware of the heights of the sky. Qi Wuxia stood amidst the crowd, the chant of Shihai echoing around him. Although he didn't understand the meaning of these words, the overwhelming roar from the surrounding masses stirred the blood of this son of the battle regiment who had grown up in a sheltered environment. He looked around and saw every face filled with fervor, as if they had found their life's purpose. This intense sense of ceremony affected not only Qi Wuxia, but also almost all the new members of the Salvation Society, who felt an unprecedented sense of pride in this atmosphere. They stood tall, their eyes shining with determination, as if they had already become part of a force that would change the world. Lin Ku observed all of this through a simulation, his brow furrowed. He saw his doppelganger using this collective fervor to gather strength, and a wave of regret washed over him. He recalled the original intention of learning this knowledge in his past life, which was to counteract such misguided ideological movements, only to find his doppelganger taking the opposite path. Lin Ku remembered an experiment by a university professor in his past life. Within just a few months, the professor successfully brainwashed students into a saluting party by creating rituals, a unified symbol, and slogans. Even in a world that had suffered the painful lessons of World War II, the students failed to notice the shift in their own thinking. In comparison, his doppelganger's ability to incite might not match that of the psychology-focused professor, but this world had not experienced similar ideological trials. People were less vigilant, and with more time and extreme methods at his disposal, the outcome was almost inevitable. Lin Ku watched the simulation of those impassioned students and realized they were already beginning to succumb. More frightening was the Salvation Society's powerful ability to assimilate, causing new members to quickly become corrupted. The fervor Qi Wuxia felt was just the beginning of this process. The subsequent simulation confirmed Lin Ku's fears. The Salvation Society's power was like an uncontrollable ideological beast, and his doppelganger wielded it with reckless abandon, harnessing a force capable of changing the entire world. Under the doppelganger's control, the members of the Salvation Society exhibited a spirit markedly different from other societies. They became more confident, more united, but also began to show a concerning exclusionary mindset. They started to discriminate against members of other societies and those in lower-tier professions who hadn't joined, always acting superior even to classmates of the same level and talent. However, what his doppelganger did not anticipate was that the Salvation Society's abnormal behavior went unnoticed by the school's leadership. This indifference undoubtedly sowed the seeds for even greater future troubles. In the eyes of the school authorities, the strength and pride of the Salvation Society are only natural. This top-tier society has dominated the annual school competition since its inception, and its members take pride in their affiliation. They are exempt from paying hefty society taxes and can participate in large-scale monthly team battle events for free, reducing their financial burden and enhancing their overall capabilities. Within the Salvation Society, there is a strong sense of unity, with frequent collaborations among small teams, forming a unique circle. This cohesion inevitably leads to a certain disdain for outsiders. Moreover, they have recruited the stellar talent Qi Wuxia, whose potential rivals that of Zhong Hong, the former top student of Donghua University. It is widely believed across Donghua University that the Salvation Society will soon replace the Iron Blood Society as the strongest society. In this context, a bit of arrogance among the Salvation Society members is hardly surprising. The school authorities not only accept this, but also actively support the continued cultivation of the Salvation mindset. The principal is particularly pleased, considering the decision to entrust the society to a capable leader is wise, as it not only nurtured two geniuses, but also fostered a vibrant student organization. With the school's indulgence, the leader's efforts in shaping the Salvation Society increasingly resemble those of an influential movement from the past. Unlike other societies that are limited to a single classroom or floor, the Salvation Society occupies a 7-story building, leased through voluntary donations. This black and red building is adorned with flags bearing a black swastika on a red background, resembling a dormant lion from afar. Inside, the first floor features a lecture hall over 600 square meters in size, with red and black flags lining the walls. The second to fourth floors house independent offices for various affiliate teams, with deep red carpets in the corridors and an array of weapons displayed on the walls. Every few meters, the Society's membership declaration and founding principles are prominently displayed. The overall atmosphere of the premises is intense, akin to a mini United Nations Assembly Hall. Even the most steadfast socialist fighter might find themselves influenced over time. Ordinary visitors often feel overwhelmed by the powerful ambience. Those who have been immersed in it for years have already become fervent saviors. At the end of the 12th year of the Awakening calendar, the grand competition of societies at Donghua University once again reached its peak. The Salvation Society claimed first place with an overwhelming advantage, marking their 11th consecutive victory. However, unlike previous years, the venue was exceptionally lively, crowded with young people wearing red cloaks with black symbols. As the instructor announced the results, the entire venue erupted with deafening cheers of Shihai. These fervent supporters were mostly first-year freshmen who had recently joined the Salvation Society. Though unable to participate in the competition, witnessing the society effortlessly defeat other groups 1 against 20 filled them with an undeniable sense of pride. The university leadership attempted to quell this fervor, but to little avail. Yet, when your doppelganger number 1 stepped onto the stage and merely raised a right hand, the noisy hall fell into an instant silence. In this breathless quiet, doppelganger number 1 suddenly shouted Shihai. And immediately, the entire venue exploded with a thunderous response, as if it could shake the very ground. This scene profoundly shocked everyone present, especially the university leaders. For the first time, they realized the terrifying influence of the Salvation Society, which far exceeded that of an ordinary student group. The next day, Donghua University underwent dramatic changes. Over 2/3 of the second-year societies announced their dissolution, with members flocking to join the Salvation Society, including former society presidents. The Salvation Society maintained an open-door policy, allowing nearly anyone with a silver-level talent to join without barriers. This ultra-low entry threshold, combined with a highly efficient organizational structure and an attractive dual-free management model, made the Salvation Society like a powerful magnet, drawing more and more students. By the last day of the 12th year of the Awakening calendar, the Society's membership had exceeded 1,500, encompassing nearly all silver-level or higher talents from the first and second years at Donghua University. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the university president urgently sought a conversation with your doppelganger. His lips trembled with shock as he questioned, "Are you forming a student society or an army?" The president pointed out that even in a level battle group would typically have just over 1,000 fighters. Yet, the Salvation Society, as a student group, boasted 1,500 members, all of whom were elite with silver-level talents or higher. This scale and quality far surpassed that of a typical student society, raising doubts about its legitimacy. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence. Lin Ku's clone stood there, expressionless, as he listened to the principal's lengthy speech. However, within him, a storm of thoughts was raging. 1,500 individuals with silver-level talents or above, the clone sneered inwardly. This is just the beginning. His gaze swept over the variously expressive faces of the board members in the room, and he was already plotting a grander scheme. The geniuses of Donghua University were merely the first step. His ambitions extended far beyond that. Reduced to 500 in 3 months, he scoffed internally. Once I advance to the senior years, the entire elite of Donghua University will be within my grasp. He envisioned the future, the Salvation Society swelling to 3,000, then 10,000, eventually spreading like a virus to influence the entire federation. The principal continued to drone on about the perils of standing out, but the clone's thoughts had already drifted to more distant horizons. He recalled the art student who had once slept under a bridge and, in just a few years, spread his ideas nationwide. I am already standing on the shoulders of giants, the clone thought smugly. Conquering a top university is merely the start. The path ahead will be even smoother. The principal's words became background noise as the clone's mind sketched an even grander blueprint. He knew this seemingly impossible task was, to him, a simple matter. When the principal finally concluded and looked at him expectantly, the clone merely offered a faint smile. He knew he would not abandon this easily attainable victory just because of a few words. This game had only just begun. The clone decisively rejected the principal's unreasonable demands, slamming the door as he left without hesitation. This action shattered the principal's illusion of being in control. With a grim expression, the principal immediately called a meeting with campus leaders to urgently discuss how to handle the increasingly unmanageable Savior Society. Meanwhile, aware that the school administration would soon take action after the breakdown in negotiations, the clone did not sit idly by. He quickly divided his forces and headed straight for the presidents of the senior student societies. These presidents had long lived under the shadow of dominant societies, first under the 2-year reign of the Iron Blood Society, led by Zhong Hong, and then under the sudden rise of the Savior Society, led by the clone. They had repeatedly petitioned the school to limit the Savior Society, but their requests had gone unanswered. When clone number 1 requested a meeting, the suppressed curiosity of these society presidents got the better of them, and they agreed to come. In a regular meeting room at Donghua University, 20 or 33rd and 4th-year society presidents gathered, waiting for the influential leader of the Savior Society to speak. The clone got straight to the point. I want you all to disband your societies and join the Savior Society. This simple statement was like a bolt from the blue, causing an uproar among the gathered presidents. A few hot-tempered presidents burst into laughter out of anger and slammed the table as they stood up. You called us here for such a ridiculous proposal? We're leaving. However, the clone's next words stopped these presidents in their tracks. I will establish 15 council seats within the Savior Society and share the power with you, the clone calmly stated. I don't need to explain what the Savior Society represents. Even the most confident among you, like the Luosha Society, has less than a 20% chance of successfully advancing to the rank of war after graduation. The power of the Salvation Society is not to be underestimated. They boast over 1,500 meticulously trained silver-level talents, and have Chi Wuxia, a future leader with star-level talent. Soon, the Salvation Society will undoubtedly rise to become a super battle group. Even holding just 1/15 of its power is enough to surpass the leader of an ordinary battle group. Especially with your addition, the Salvation Society will become an unprecedented force with over 3,000 silver-level professionals. Luocha Society President Lu Liang interrupted the first clone. This 4th-year student, possessing sky-level talent, bluntly asked, let's talk in detail about how one can secure one of those 15 seats. After all, there are 24 of us here. Meanwhile, the second clone left Donghua University and headed to a tavern in the city center. He was going to meet another important figure. The person sat in the corner, with striking red hair and a face with bold features that formed a cold expression. Even while sitting still, he exuded a powerful aura that was intimidating. Pleasure to meet you, Senior Zhong Hong. The second clone greeted, revealing the other's identity. It turned out that the first and second clones were acting separately, meeting with the presidents of senior societies and Zhong Hong, who had graduated but still remotely controlled the second university society at Donghua University, the Iron Blood Society. Zhong Hong, with an impassive face, got straight to the point. No need for unnecessary talk. You said you would assist me in establishing a battle group, right? The second clone nodded in confirmation. That's correct. You should be aware of the Salvation Society's situation and know that we are more qualified than the Iron Blood Society to become a battle group. Once we become a battle group and you haven't yet obtained permission, we can use our influence to help you establish the Iron Blood battle group. What are the conditions? Zhong Hong asked directly. The second clone carefully recalled the first clone's instructions and repeated them verbatim. The conditions are simple. You just need to order the Iron Blood Society members who have not yet graduated from Donghua University to merge with our Salvation Society, and our deal will be complete. This is not a difficult price for you to bear. After all, the core strength of the Iron Blood Society graduated with you, and the remaining members at Donghua University are just your reserves. Compared to the qualification to form a battle group, this contribution is insignificant. Surprisingly, Zhong Hong agreed almost without hesitation. This deal is very advantageous. I agree. This caught the second clone off guard, as he had prepared a plethora of arguments to counter potential rejections or hesitations. But this was Zhong Hong's style. If the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, he wouldn't overthink it and wasn't worried about being deceived. After reaching an agreement, Zhong Hong pondered briefly and added a seemingly unnecessary comment. The current situation of the Salvation Society is too unusual. Based on my understanding of the school authorities, they should soon take restrictive measures against you. I hope this won't affect your commitment to me. The second clone immediately assured him. Rest assured, we never let our clients suffer losses in business. Just as the school authorities were preparing to convey the decision to disband the Salvation Society to its members, an even more shocking piece of news exploded like a thunderclap. A total of 25 senior student societies, including the once prestigious Iron Blood Society of Donghua University, collectively submitted applications for dissolution. Their reasons were strikingly similar. They couldn't bear the high society taxes and intended to merge entirely into the Salvation Society. In the school meeting room, the atmosphere turned heavy in an instant. The middle-aged head instructor with a receding hairline slammed his fist on the table, his face livid. Even the 3rd and 4th-year societies want to join the Salvation Society? There's no room left for any other societies. At this rate, we might as well rename ourselves Salvation Society School. The president of Qinglong Academy, the man who had once been beaten by clone number 1, immediately chimed in. We absolutely cannot approve these dissolution applications. The society ecosystem we've spent years building would be devastated. Besides, the consequences of these senior students joining the Salvation Society are beyond what we can bear. Following the statements of the head instructor and the Qinglong Academy president, other senior school officials also voiced their agreement. Some were motivated by self-interest, others claimed it was for the public good or the school's benefit, but everyone reached a consensus. The Salvation Society must not be allowed to grow any further. Throughout the discussion, the principal remained silent, his face gloomy. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the wooden table in front of him, as if deep in thought. After all opinions were voiced, the principal took a deep breath, closed his eyes for a moment of contemplation, and then made his decision. First, stop the dissolution of the senior societies. As for disbanding the Salvation Society, we'll address that after dealing with these unruly senior students. The principal's reasoning was clear. Facing pressure from both sides would be too burdensome for the school authorities. They couldn't afford to position themselves against the entire student body, as that would be a futile effort. However, when the school authorities hastily issued notices to the 25 senior societies, forbidding their dissolution, their plan backfired spectacularly. This move only planted the seeds for an even greater upheaval to come. The school authorities, who assumed they could easily control the students and that no one would dare defy their orders, were taken aback by the unexpected response from the 25 student societies to their uncompromising rejection notice. That evening, the campus of Donghua University was buzzing with excitement. The presidents of over 20 societies, accompanied by their core members, marched en masse towards the headquarters of the Salvation Society. The 600-square-meter hall quickly filled to capacity, with more students crowding around the area. Meanwhile, a live broadcast was taking place on the school forum, showing a society president passionately reading the Salvation Society's mission statement. Shihai. With this resounding shout, hundreds of students simultaneously donned the Salvation Society's iconic red capes, or robes, with the emblematic symbol. This powerful scene seemed to declare to the entire school that the administration's orders were nothing but a piece of scrap paper in their eyes. The upperclassmen were particularly resolute. For them, the days left in their academic journey were numbered, while the Salvation Society symbolized limitless potential. This emerging organization, like a unicorn poised for flight, promised to influence not just the Federation but possibly transform all of human society. Joining now was akin to being an angel investor in a future global top 100 company. Thus, right under the administration's watchful gaze, an unprecedentedly large student organization was born. The Salvation Society brought together nearly all silver-tier and above talented individuals from Donghua University, forming a group of unparalleled size and strength. The lineup of this super society was astounding. One absolute genius at the stellar level, 7 sky-level talented professionals, over 100 earth-level professionals, and more than 200 gold-level professionals. This meant the Salvation Society could form several powerful teams, including an elite team of sky-level and above talents, 10 earth-level teams, 20 gold elite teams, and over 250 silver-tier formal squad members. Such a luxurious configuration almost reached the standards of an A-level battle group, lacking only the complete potential of its members and the leadership of an absolute planetary-level powerhouse. On this exhilarating night, your avatar stood in the crowded hall, addressing the sea of people with a brief yet powerful speech. His words were simple but full of vigor. From this moment forward, all who refuse to succumb to ordinary fate, stand up from today. This statement was like a clarion call, resonating deeply with every member of the Salvation Society. From this moment, a new era, belonging to this group of extraordinary young individuals, officially began. The establishment of the Salvation Society was just the beginning, as this large student organization faced numerous challenges. The reaction of society, the attitude of the school authorities, and internal conflicts all threatened to tear apart this forced coalition. However, under the control of the Avatar, the Salvation Society demonstrated an astonishing level of stability. The Avatar not only mastered the dissemination of the Raise the Hand Party's ideology, but also understood the workings of Reedism deeply. The powerful mental control of the Raise the Hand Party could transcend class and wealth disparities, uniting all those dissatisfied with the status quo. In a world pressured by the emergence of awakened ones, the Raise the Hand ideology found fertile ground to thrive. Yet, mere ideological unity was not enough. History has shown us that even someone as talented as the Little Mustache could not withstand the iron flood of the Red Alliance. Only the combined strength of ideology and power could forge an indestructible collective. In terms of enhancing strength, the Reedism system exhibited unparalleled advantages. Lin Ke suddenly realized the severity of the situation, bursting out. I've always said learning this wasn't for you to engage in illegal activities. As a transmigrator who had once delved into philosophical and sociological theories to compete for a position as a selected student, Lin Ke was well aware of the explosive potential of these ideologies when left unchecked. He initially thought the Avatar in the simulation could at most create a terrorist organization, But now he realized he had underestimated himself and the Avatar's capabilities. If the Avatar continued to develop unchecked, it could even overthrow the federal government in the simulated world. Although the Avatar currently only controlled a student organization like the Salvation Society, seemingly insignificant compared to the mighty Federation, history reminds us that ideologies are relentless. Once a certain ideology is widely accepted and spread, even the most powerful weapons may become obsolete, or worse, turn against their original masters. In this world, where flesh and blood wield absolute power, this is even more true. An enemy that seems invincible could, in an instant, become a loyal follower of the Avatar due to a change in ideology. However, the most terrifying aspect is not just this. Link stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection, his mind echoing with the ideologies he had absorbed in his past life. Red ideology, the will to rise, liberalism, colonial theories, a century of reforms, thoughts of great minds, the rule of subservience, commercial empires. The essence and the flaws of human civilization were all crammed into his mind without exception. Damn it! Link slapped his forehead in frustration. Why have I only learned things that could bring chaos to the world? He looked out the window at a world that seemed peaceful under the sunlight, but was secretly turbulent. Those avatars, inheriting his knowledge, were currently experimenting recklessly in the simulated world, and it was uncertain when they would gather enough experience to challenge the order of the real world. Furrowing his brow, Link imagined the avatars overthrowing the real world. He muttered to himself, if one day the avatars truly succeed, how should I, the original, face this world? A shiver ran through him. If the weather turns cold and they drape a yellow robe over me, should I wear it or not? Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Link's mind. He jumped up and paced the room. Wait, could the simulation system have chosen me precisely because of the knowledge in my head? Link recalled the thousands of system stories he had read in his past life and realized he had never seen a system that genuinely regarded its host as a person, let alone one that wanted to exploit the host. Meanwhile, in the simulated world, the Salvation Society was thriving. Avatar number 1 boasted to Avatar number 2, "We have a great original, who has given us infinite wisdom." Hearing this, Link stomped his foot in frustration. "Ay, damn it! Who's willing to give you anything?" He ruffled his hair in annoyance, feeling that the merit he had accumulated in his past life couldn't compare to a single simulation by the Avatars. Yet, the Avatars did not cease their actions. Number 1 began implementing the Red System, an extremely idealistic method of societal operation. Its core lay in concentrating the power of an entire nation or ethnicity, functioning like a precise industrial machine led by a wise leader, to allocate resources and roles efficiently so that everyone could maximize their potential in suitable positions. Number 1 recalled the memories inherited from the original. Under this system's influence, a certain Red Alliance had surpassed the century-long accumulation of capitalist and colonial societies within just a few years, becoming the world's strongest organization. Later, an Eastern nation took only a few decades to reverse centuries of weakness and rise again as the Eastern Dragon. The Avatars believed that by implementing this Red System, the Salvation Society's development would be unparalleled. They swiftly took action, selecting a few capable individuals and began compiling data on every member's talents, professions, levels, ages, and personalities. Using this information, they carefully assigned each person the most suitable teammates and leaders, like playing a complex card game. This seemingly simple personnel adjustment could exponentially increase each team's combat effectiveness. Even more cleverly, this move disrupted the existing team structures, severing the control of certain local powers over the teams, particularly those from higher-grade academic societies newly merged into the Salvation Society. Although these societies had joined as a whole, they still maintained small internal groups, and the influence of the original leaders often surpassed that of the Avatars. Through this ingenious restructuring, the Avatars not only enhanced overall strength, but also weakened the influence of these leaders within the Salvation Society, reducing the risk of internal division or factionalism. Watching all this unfold, Link couldn't help but feel both proud and vaguely uneasy about the vast and efficient organization he had inadvertently created. Absolute efficiency and resource integration. This is the essence of the Red System and the reason behind the astonishingly rapid growth of the Salvation Society. On the campus of Donghua University, the influence of the Salvation Society is spreading like a tidal wave. The once ordinary buildings and roads on campus are now painted in somber black and red hues. On each street, the Society's swastika banners flutter in the breeze from the streetlights. Even those with lesser talents, who were previously marginalized, are now making their own red swastika-emblazoned clothing in hopes of joining this powerful organization. The Salvation Society has almost completely taken over the university's administrative functions. When officials from the Donghua City federal government and visitors from outside come, they are accompanied not by school leaders, but by cadres of the Salvation Society. The entire campus is enveloped in an atmosphere of zeal. 300 teams of professionals bustle around the campus, exchanging strategies and combat techniques. Everyone can find the battle team that suits them best. Even the tricky issue of wealth disparity has been cleverly resolved by having rich and poor team up separately, avoiding any loss of efficiency. However, despite the society's extreme organization and combat power enhancement, the avatars remain unsatisfied with the pace of progress. They are eager to find more and faster ways to improve overall combat strength. It is well known that a professional's combat power is mainly determined by two factors: talent and gear skills. The gap in talent is often insurmountable. For example, those with awakened golden level talents are typically stronger than those with silver level talents. This gap mainly stems from the percentage attribute boosts that talents provide, directly affecting the power of skills. For instance, a talent like the steel balloon, which increases damage resistance, can give Avatar 1 a significant advantage in battle. Without corresponding damage-boosting talents or rare equipment, an opponent's attack power is greatly diminished. Equipment and skills, on the other hand, can be acquired with money. While they cannot change the talent gap, powerful equipment and skills can indeed help bridge this gap to some extent. Powerful equipment and skills are like a sharp, double-edged sword, capable of bridging or even eliminating gaps in talent on the battlefield. High quality, high-level gear not only offers a rich array of attributes, but often includes percentage-based increases in damage or other stats. This is why individuals with only silver-level talent can still achieve a mid-to-high combat rating after ascending to a gold-level profession. Their equipment is extremely luxurious, and their skills are of high rank and level, allowing them to demonstrate formidable strength among peers of the same level, despite having only silver talent. When talent is evenly matched, acquiring more money to purchase stronger gear and rare skills becomes the main way for professionals to enhance their combat power. Guilds are composed of these professionals, and their strength directly determines the guild's power. Thus, it can be concluded that the most crucial factor in a guild's strength is whether it has sufficient financial resources. However, relying on a single wealthy individual to support an entire guild is wishful thinking. Take the Salvation Society as an example. This massive guild has 3,000 members, all of whom are elite professionals with at least silver-level talent. Even the world's richest person, with a fortune exceeding hundreds of billions, could not single-handedly sustain such a large organization. The guild must have its own revenue streams and be self-sufficient. Only with a stable source of income can the guild leader's avatar avoid funding the guild from their own pocket while also profiting from their position. Nonetheless, this method of profiting is far from simple and cannot rely solely on dungeon raids or pioneering. According to federal statistics, a rank battle group incurs annual maintenance costs exceeding 100 billion federal credits, covering equipment upgrades, daily expenses, and compensation. Such enormous expenses cannot be covered by pioneering income alone. Therefore, organizations capable of maintaining a rank battle group often have significant backers, corporate guilds supporting the group, or even entire cities providing financial support. Lower rank battle groups face even greater challenges. Their risk resistance is lower in high-risk endeavors like pioneering, and a single misstep can lead to significant losses. Thus, they require more external financial support than rank groups. For example, the Platinum Star Battle Group, affiliated with Donghua City, receives an annual subsidy of up to 50 billion federal credits. For a crank battle group, this funding is enough to offset annual maintenance costs, turning pioneering income into pure profit and enabling steady growth. Although the Salvation Society established by the Avatar is not yet a battle group, operating such a large organization relies on more than voluntary donations from wealthy members. Moreover, the Avatar intends to derive substantial profits from it. From any perspective, both Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 agree that the Salvation Society must have its own financial backers or stable revenue channels. Only then can the organization ensure long-term development and the Avatar's personal interests. When the topic of making money was brought up, Link's duplicates 1 and 2 fell silent. Despite inheriting a wealth of knowledge from Link, they lacked the methods to earn money. This might explain Link's past financial struggles. Faced with this awkward situation, Link frowned and said, "I've really embarrassed you with my poverty." Feeling puzzled by the simulation system, Link asked, "What do you mean by this simulation system? Is it my fault that the duplicates resort to such crude methods to earn money? Just because they didn't learn money-making skills from me, they have to use the most primitive means? Can this blame really be shifted onto me?" Link, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "I studied to be a civil servant. Why would I need to learn how to make money? To become a corrupt official?" As soon as he spoke, he realized he might have voiced a dangerous thought. Duplicate 1's eyes lit up, sincerely praising. "Becoming a corrupt official is a great idea. The Federation is so wealthy. I heard about a mayor who was investigated for corruption and owned over 20,000 properties." "Deputy Mayor," Duplicate 2 interjected, correcting 1 and reminding him of the main point. Duplicate 1 glared at 2, feeling he was being too pedantic. Link shook his head helplessly and commented, I think you're quite talkative too. He continued, exasperated. And do you think becoming an official is that easy? With you two having nothing to your names and no background. Even if you topped the class, at best you'd end up as mediators in a township judicial office. Thinking of the downfall of a certain predecessor, the duplicates quickly dismissed the idea of becoming corrupt officials, deciding that developing the Salvation Society was a more promising path. However, how should the Salvation Society be developed? The duplicates pondered for days, but couldn't come up with any striking ideas. The vast scale of the Salvation Society was daunting. Small businesses couldn't sustain it, and even smuggling wouldn't support such a large group. The lucrative businesses were already dominated by other factions, and attempting to seize them would be a fool's errand. They needed to find a new path, one that wasn't conventional business. Slow returns weren't an option, and there was always the risk of losses. The duplicates wanted to engage in no-capital ventures, avoiding any business that required investment and risk of loss. But did such a lucrative business exist? While the duplicates were at a loss, one day, as one of them passed by the team office, they overheard some subordinates discussing an intriguing piece of gossip. Did you see the news? The legitimate heiress of the Xiantian group, Chuya, returned from overseas the day before yesterday, one officer said enthusiastically. Another officer chimed in. I heard that after Chu Tianxiong's illegitimate daughter died, he held on to Chuya, freezing all her assets, forcing the legitimate heiress to return home to contest for power. A third officer commented with a smirk, I think Chu Tianxiong is really losing it, going after his legitimate daughter over an illegitimate one. Does he think Chuya and her mother are pushovers? Now, with two tigers fighting, one is bound to get hurt. Internal strife is a taboo for businesses, and I doubt Xiantian Group can maintain its title as the top private logistics company. The atmosphere in the room lightened up with a joke. A staff member laughed and said, too bad all the global stock exchanges are down. Otherwise, this would be a great opportunity to short Xiantian Group and make a quick buck. His laughter froze on his face as he glimpsed through the door crack and saw the figures of clone number 1 and number 2, almost jumping out of his seat in excitement. However, the two clones paid no attention to his reaction. They pushed the door open and walked straight to the first staff member who had spoken. Clone number 1 got straight to the point. Did you say that Chuya, the heiress of Xiantian Group, has returned to the country and plans to compete with Chu Tianxiong for control of the company? The staff member was about to respond, but froze when he turned and saw the two clones. He immediately straightened up, slapped his right hand on his left chest, and loudly declared, Greetings, President, Vice President. The other staff members quickly followed suit, eagerly saluting clone number 1 and number 2. The two clones merely raised their hands slightly in acknowledgement. Clone number 1 continued to press. Is the information you mentioned reliable? About Xiantian Group. The staff member answered nervously, reporting to the president, the information is absolutely reliable. Not only has the news of Chuya's return spread all over the internet, but a senior member who works within Xiantian Group has also confirmed that Chuya is preparing to join forces with the conservative faction to impeach Chu Tianxiong. Clone number 2 curiously asked, do you think Chuya has a chance of successfully seizing power? Seizing the opportunity to showcase his analysis, the staff member immediately replied, with all due respect, the chances are slim. Although Xiantian Group was founded by Chu Tianxiong and his original wife Xian has long since stepped back from the spotlight. While some veterans still support her, they hold no sway within the current Xiantian Group, nowhere near enough to challenge Chu Tianxiong. If they had any real power, they wouldn't have allowed Chu Lian, the illegitimate daughter, to enter the group and take Chu Ya's place as heir a year ago. Hearing this, clone number 1 suddenly understood. In this simulation, since Chuya hadn't connected with him and clone number 2, she had already lost the heir battle a year ago and fled abroad. Now, the situation was even worse. Not only had Chuya failed to secure her position as heir, but she also stayed abroad for a whole year after her defeat. During this time, Chu Tianxiong must have consolidated his power, and the forces supporting Chuya were likely purged. This meant that Chuya's situation within Xiantian Group was even more difficult than in the previous simulation. Clone number 1 initially intended to support Chuya, the financial backer, to gain Xiantian Group's sponsorship. However, now he was having second thoughts. He wanted to reap the benefits without any risks and was unwilling to truly side with Chuya against Chu Tianxiong, especially when Chuya was at a significant disadvantage. This went against clone number 1's investment philosophy of only pursuing sure bets. Number 2 had a different perspective. He leaned in close to number 1 and whispered, Boss, the rougher the seas, the more valuable the fish. This isn't taking advantage, it's adding icing on the cake. Number 1 frowned at first, glaring at number 2 and scolding him, Fool. It's not taking advantage, it's called providing timely help. If you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them. It's embarrassing. However, his expression softened, and he patted number 2's shoulder with a hint of approval in his voice. But you're right, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. I've been too conservative in my thinking. Sometimes I envy your empty-headedness. The less you think, the less you fear, and the bolder you become. Witnessing this, Link couldn't help but mentally criticize. You have the nerve to talk about number two? Unfortunately, the avatars in the simulation ignored his internal complaints and continued their conversation. A glint of ambition appeared in number one's eyes. He decided to intervene in this father-daughter conflict, but his ambitions extended far beyond helping Chuya seize control of the Shantian group. He was brewing a grander, more terrifying plan in his mind. A few days later, number one finally completed his preparations. He logged into his long-dormant seafood market account and found the equally inactive chat window with the profile picture of a scruffy man. After a moment of thought, he began typing. Miss Chuya, I can solve the predicament you're facing. If needed, contact me at my phone number 13xxxxxx020. Awaiting your message. After carefully checking the accuracy of the number one hit send. Confidently, he imagined that the beleaguered Chuya would be eager to contact him upon seeing the message. With that expectation, number one closed the seafood market's back end and awaited Chuya's call. However, time flew by, and 2 days passed without the anticipated call. On that day, number one and number two led 4 awakened sky-level talent golden tier professionals from the Salvation Society into the level 30 dungeon, Fallen Forest. These formidable professionals were mostly former presidents of the 3rd and 4th year societies. Since these two societies merged into the Salvation Society, these exceptionally talented presidents naturally joined the avatars, forming an elite team centered around number one and number two. It must be said that those who awakened sky-level talents were truly astonishing. Recalling the last simulation, where Chu Lian, who awakened the sky-level talent, Sun's offspring, single-handedly ensured the survival of over 30 professionals. At that time, Chu Lian hadn't even completed her second job change and was merely a bronze-tier professional. Now, number one and number two's team had 4 such formidable teammates, all of whom had completed 3 job changes and advanced to golden-tier professionals, their strength now unparalleled. Clones 1 and 2 were like huskies among a pack of wolves, well-equipped and highly skilled, yet barely able to keep up with the pace of the team. In the face of this formidable lineup, envied by even the most elite battle groups, not even a level 40 final boss in a level 30 dungeon could withstand the fierce onslaught of 4 sky-level talent professionals and 2 premium class players. The dungeon was swiftly conquered, and both clones 1 and 2 reached level 33. The other 4 elites were overjoyed, marveling at how joining the Salvation Society had transformed their gaming experience. No longer did they need to worry about positioning, luring enemies, or managing aggro. With their staggering attributes and the terrifying combat power from their talents, they could charge Hedon, holding their ground against the boss solo for 2 minutes without needing any coordination. Someone suggested tackling a level 35 dungeon next time, as challenging higher-level dungeons would yield additional experience bonuses. Everyone agreed. Even Clone 2 thought it was worth a try. Only Clone 1 seemed distracted, clearly preoccupied by the lack of a phone call from Chuya. 2 more days passed, making it 4 days without any response. Clone 1 could no longer wait, and checked the back end of the seafood market, only to find his message still unread. He chuckled at himself, realizing he didn't need to resort to such low-level tactics to connect with her. He was no longer a mere silver-level professional, but the president of the Salvation Society, a colossal student organization. Clone 1 immediately summoned his right-hand woman, Shangwan Lingwei, who had successfully advanced to a silver-level professional, and instructed her to invite Chuya to visit the Salvation Society. Within half a day, Clone 1's phone rang, and Chuya's voice, trembling with excitement, came through. Is this Mr. Lin Ko? I've received your invitation. When would you be available? This was the influence of power and status. When you invite someone over, they call to check your availability first. Clone 1 felt immensely satisfied. His anxiety from the past 4 days vanished in an instant. He calmly replied, I'll be available tomorrow afternoon. I'll come by before 5 p.m. tomorrow. Chuya responded immediately. All right, Clone 1 replied, then hung up. On the other end, Chuya listened to the dial tone, momentarily at a loss. Shangwan Lingwei smiled reassuringly and said, Our president is just like that. Once you meet him, you'll understand he's actually a very accommodating person. Phew, that's a relief. You have no idea how nervous I was on the phone. Chuya sighed with relief, then excitedly grabbed Shangwan Lingwei's hand, eager to learn more about the legendary president who was not only a prominent figure at Donghua University, but also widely recognized by professionals throughout Donghua City. On March 5th, year 13 of the Awakening Era, Donghua University hosted a grand ceremony to welcome the arrival of Chuya and to showcase the immense power of the Salvation Society. Your alter ego mobilized nearly all available members of the organization. They gathered around the newly constructed palace-style headquarters of the Salvation Society, a magnificent 500 square meter building located at the most beautiful and central spot of Donghua University. The Salvation Society now has complete control over Donghua University, able to requisition any land without rent and freely modify or rebuild it. This new headquarters was erected after demolishing 2 staff dormitories, standing proudly among the many academic buildings, highlighting the special status of the Salvation Society. Bright red banners lined the roads leading to the headquarters, and atop the building, a towering flagpole bore a massive flag waving in the wind, its black emblem stark against the red background. In front of the headquarters, a dense formation of over 1,800 Salvation Society members stood in orderly rows, creating the illusion of an endless sea. They were uniformly dressed in robes and long coats bearing the emblem, with the tall warriors, knights, and swordsmen in the front exuding an imposing presence. Amidst this spectacular scene, Chuya, led by Shangguan Lingwei, walked down the red carpet, passing through the sea of flags and people, to stand before Alter Ego 1 and Alter Ego 2. Perhaps due to nerves or the significant difference in appearance between the alter egos and their real-world counterparts, Chuya failed to recognize the individuals she had dealt with 2 years prior. At this moment, all she felt was reverence for the party leaders, as if she were being received by national leaders, and she immediately bowed deeply in respect. Alter Ego 2 glanced expressionlessly at the calm demeanor of Alter Ego 1 beside him and sighed internally. This guileless woman has been completely overwhelmed by the grandeur of the Salvation Society and the legend of Alter Ego 1. Chuya's posture clearly indicated her readiness to be at their mercy. Knowing Alter Ego 1 well, Alter Ego 2 was certain that Alter Ego 1 would mercilessly exploit Chuya. Alter Ego 1's behavior only confirmed Alter Ego 2's suspicions. Number 1 greeted Chuya with remarkable enthusiasm, personally leading over 100 team leaders from the Salvation Society on a guided tour. During the 2-hour visit, Chuya gained a comprehensive understanding of the layout of the Society's headquarters. Afterwards, Number 1, accompanied only by Number 2 and a few trusted associates, led Chuya to an underground meeting room. After some brief pleasantries, Number 1 got straight to the point. He candidly admitted that the Salvation Society was at a critical stage of growth and required substantial financial support. Unwilling to impose a membership tax, he was compelled to seek assistance from powerful external investors. Hearing this, Chuya's heart skipped a beat, followed by a surge of excitement. She realized this was a golden opportunity. In the current situation with Xiantian Group, Number 1's choice to collaborate with her instead of the chairman, Chu Tianxiong, spoke volumes. Although she knew the society's demands would be significant, Chuya found herself with no alternatives. Losing the battle against Chu Tianxiong would not only mean financial ruin, but potentially imprisonment as well. Chu Tianxiong was convinced that Chuya had hired someone to murder Chu Lian, and if she lost her defensive position, he would have countless ways to incriminate her. After weighing the pros and cons, Chuya unhesitatingly promised that if the Salvation Society helped her become the chairman of Xiantian Group, she would dedicate all the group's resources to becoming the society's most reliable sponsor. Upon hearing this, Number 1 immediately produced a 3-year donation contract valued at 100 billion federal currency, asking Chuya to sign it as a director and legal representative of Xiantian Group. The staggering 12-figure sum left Chuya stunned. She had never anticipated such a steep demand from Number 1. Although Xiantian Group's market value exceeded 300 billion, its annual net profit was only a little over 10 billion. After necessary investments, the distributable profit was minimal. Raising 100 billion without affecting the group's growth would take 70 to 80 years without any dividends, inevitably causing a plummet in market value and triggering a chain reaction. Grinding her teeth, Chuya tactfully expressed that even if she became chairman, raising such a vast amount would be challenging. However, Number 1 nonchalantly reassured her. Don't worry, this contract merely provides a legitimate reason for the Salvation Society to get involved with Xiantian Group. Just sign it. Do you really think I expect you to pay that much? Even if you can't, I won't make things difficult for you. Chuya's hand trembled, yet she still managed to sign her name on the donation contract that would effectively sell Xiantian Group to the Salvation Society. Her movements were slow and heavy, as if each stroke drained her of all her energy. Your alter ego watched coldly, feeling nothing. From the moment Chuya accepted Number 1's invitation and stepped into the headquarters of the Salvation Society, this outcome was inevitable. This is the ugly face of capitalism, like a ravenous beast preying mercilessly on those too weak to fend for themselves. To Number 1, Chuya's cherished dreams, sentiments, and hard work were nothing more than trash to be trampled on. The essence of capitalism is to exploit opportunities, to extort those at their weakest. Number 1 organized his chaotic thoughts, his gaze fixed on Chuya. She had just finished signing the contract, and it was as if all the strength had been drained from her body, leaving her slumped in her chair. A smug smile played on Number 1's lips as he gestured for his subordinate to have the contract, which could essentially take over Xiantian Group, kept safely by Number 2. With the contract legally binding, the Salvation Society, this predatory wolf, could now rightfully meddle in the internal affairs of Xiantian Group. As for any objections regarding Chuya's authority to represent Xiantian Group, or her not being the actual legal person in charge, Number 1 couldn't care less about such details. To him, everything depended on power. If the opposing side lacked the strength to resist, they had no choice but to swallow their grievances. When Number 1 accompanied Chuya to the board meeting of Xiantian Group, the room was thrown into chaos. Number 1 unceremoniously slapped the contract for a 3-year, 100 billion federal currency donation onto the table, leaving every board member, including Chu Tianxiong, speechless with shock. An enraged board member stood up abruptly, pointing at Number 1 and shouting, "Chuya is neither the legal representative nor the chairman of Xiantian Group. Her decision wasn't approved by the board, and your donation agreement is invalid." Number 1 sneered, casting a glance at the board member as if he were an idiot. "What does that have to do with me? I'm not part of your company, so how would I know who makes the decisions? All I know is that Miss Chuya is a major shareholder of Xiantian Group and has the right to represent you. If you can't manage your shareholders, that's your problem. I have a contract, which gives me the right to demand compliance." He held up the contract for all to see, his voice rising sharply. "Look closely. This is a contract in black and white. You think you can just say Chuya isn't in charge and get away with it? Are you out of your mind?" His gaze swept the room, sharp as a knife. "Listen up. I don't care how chaotic things are internally, but no one can promise to donate to the Salvation Society and then back out. Whoever is in charge, you must adhere to the contract. By the end of this year, the first installment of 35 billion federal currency must be transferred to our account. Can't do it? Then you're playing games with the Salvation Society, and we have the right to retaliate against Xiantian Group." As Number 1 finished speaking, the meeting room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone realized they were trapped in a nearly inescapable predicament. The words of clone Number 1 hit the board of directors of Xianyuan Group like a hammer, leaving them speechless. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and reluctance. It wasn't the sharpness of his words that stunned them, but the powerful force behind him, the Rescuers Guild. Chu Tianxiong's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. He pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes flickering with a complex light, yet he refrained from making any childish retorts. In contrast, the other shareholders reacted like cats whose tails had been stepped on, jumping up to try and reason with the clone. Clone Number 1 cast a cold gaze over the agitated shareholders, secretly amused. To him, they were merely throwing impotent tantrums. The real threat lay in the silent Chu Tianxiong. The clone knew that this old fox would not easily accept the donation contract that could lead to the disintegration of Xianyuan Group. However, this was precisely what the clone hoped for. Whether Chu Tianxiong chose to submit or resist, it would pave the way for the clone's ultimate goal to completely take over Xianyuan Group. In the end, Chu Tianxiong took a deep breath and calmly stated that he would discuss the matter with the board and promised to inform the clone of the decision, regardless of the outcome. The clone did not apply further pressure, merely shaking hands with Chu Tianxiong and saying meaningfully, "I look forward to you making the right choice." After leaving Xianyuan Group, to prevent retaliation against Chuya, the clone decisively relocated her to the Rescuers Guild's base within Donghua University. Although school regulations did not allow outsiders to reside long-term, these rules were rendered meaningless, given that the Rescuers Guild had already taken control of the school's administration. In the days that followed, the life of clone Number 1 returned to normal, completing a dungeon every 7 days and initiating a large-scale raid once a month. Meanwhile, under the meticulous planning of the Rescuers Guild, the members' strength steadily increased, far outpacing ordinary individuals. The Rescuers Guild was now thriving. First-year members had mostly completed their first job change, becoming bronze-level professionals. More than half of the second-year members had undergone a second job change. The strength of third and fourth-year members had significantly increased, with the lowest level exceeding 25. Among them, there were over 30 gold-level professionals, more than half the number of gold-level students in the entire Donghua University before. All these changes highlighted the burgeoning power of the Rescuers Guild, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. The development of the Salvation Society is thriving. On the surface, it exudes an endless potential, with members full of energy and activities bustling with excitement. However, only your avatar and a few core leaders of the Salvation Society know that this vast organization is facing an unprecedented development bottleneck. The root of the problem lies in the lack of money. As members of the Salvation Society advance to their second or even third career transitions, their demand for equipment and resources has shown a staggering growth trend. In the conference room, Shangwan Lingwei frowned as she presented a detailed financial report to your avatar. The densely packed numbers clearly highlighted the current predicament of the Salvation Society. Without the Salvation Society, Shangwan Lingwei explained, these students would most likely sign contracts with their squads or societies, and with war bands, federal agencies, or civilian organizations in exchange for funds to maintain their growth. Her finger traced the report, pointing to the alarming figures. But now, they are members of the Salvation Society. We have 3,000 official members, and no warband or civilian organization in the entire Federation has the financial capacity to incorporate us. As a tuition-free society, the Salvation Society's funding relies almost entirely on voluntary donations from its well-off members. Shangguan Lingwei sighed. This amount of money is barely enough to keep daily operations running, let alone support the development of our members. The atmosphere in the conference room became heavy. Your avatar looked around and saw concern etched on everyone's faces. Currently, the entire Salvation Society is essentially in a state of self-sufficiency, with each team figuring out how to sustain themselves and earn money for equipment. Although they appear cheerful on the surface, the slowdown in their power growth has become undeniable. At this moment, Shangguan Lingwei suddenly proposed a bold idea, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. We can organize members to venture into the wilderness for pioneering, she said with a hint of excitement in her voice. Though it's dangerous and there might be casualties, it's currently our only way to acquire funds. She continued, the most important thing is, as a mutual nonprofit organization, there's no concept of working for someone or having a boss. Casualties during pioneering won't be classified as work injuries, and as the society president's avatar, you won't need to pay compensation or medical expenses. Shangguan Lingwei's tone turned calm and calculating. Unlike formal warbands that are prone to losses due to such expenses, our pioneering can be said to be a sure win. Hearing this, Avatar number 2 couldn't help but gasp. He sneaked a glance at Shangguan Lingwei's gentle and lovely face, thinking that this seemingly delicate woman was even more ruthless than he and his brother. Shangguan Lingwei didn't seem to notice Avatar number 2's reaction and continued, pioneering in advance can also help us accumulate experience for promotion to a warband. The only cost we have to bear is the sacrifice of personnel. Her gaze swept across everyone present, and the Salvation Society has no shortage of people. The conference room fell into silence. Avatar number 2 looked at Avatar number 1, knowing full well that Avatar number 1 would never agree to organize pioneering at this stage. The proposal was too risky for now, but they both understood that if a solution to the financial problem wasn't found soon, the future of the Salvation Society would be in jeopardy. Both number 2 and number 1 were acutely aware of a mysterious group known as the Raphaeli lurking beyond the wilderness. This enigmatic force, whose origins were unknown, was like a sword hanging over their heads, compelling them to act with caution. With number 1's extreme cautious nature, he wouldn't dare step into the wilderness without being absolutely certain he could handle the Raphaeli. However, what number 1 said next left number 2 astounded, once again showcasing his brother's breathtaking bottom line. With a slight smile, number 1 revealed his plan. Although they couldn't personally venture into the wilderness, other members of the Salvation Society could. Seizing the advantage of the newbie protection period, which required no compensation for death benefits or medical fees, number 1 immediately agreed to Shangguan Lingwei's proposal to organize a wilderness expedition by the Salvation Society members. In the meeting, number 1 clearly stated that the third-ranking member of the Salvation Society, nicknamed Eagle of Salvation, Chi Wuxia, would serve as the chief commander, leading a large-scale expedition. Though Shangguan Lingwei didn't understand why number 1 wouldn't lead the team himself, the all-powerful image of number 1 had been deeply ingrained in her mind, making her instinctively believe that every decision he made had its own rationale. Soon, Shangguan Lingwei, on behalf of number 1, gathered all the captains and members of the Salvation Society and officially announced the decision at an internal meeting. This news ignited the enthusiasm of all members like wildfire. They didn't realize they might be treated as expendables, but instead were excited to participate in the honorable mission of expansion. Unlike small teams hunting ordinary monsters, expeditions typically required a large warband composed of over 20 professional teams. Their goal was to clear monster nests and slay the lords who continuously emitted bioenergy, creating wilderness monsters, thus expanding the territory for human civilization. The rewards for success were substantial. Not only were there huge bounties for slaying these lords, but there was also the unparalleled honor that accompanied it. In this world, undertaking expeditions was almost every professional's lifelong pursuit. Even the most morally bankrupt professionals would display the courage to face death in this mission imbued with a sacred sense of purpose. Even Lin Qingyu, known for her selfishness, aimed to join the warband for an expedition, indicating the powerful allure such missions held for professionals. The Salvation Society's expedition order received an enthusiastic response. All members above level 20 who had completed 2 or more job changes eagerly signed up. In less than 24 hours, the number of participants reached 2,460. If not for the requirement of reaching silver rank, this number could have increased by more than 400. However, just as the Salvation Society's morale soared and the expedition force was assembled, an unexpected twist occurred. Number 1, who had orchestrated it all, suddenly ordered the cancellation of the expedition. The reason for the cancellation was simple and straightforward. The news that the Salvation Society was preparing to form a pioneering army inevitably leaked. As the target of the hunt, Xiantian Group could no longer sit idly by, realizing their precarious situation. In this world, pioneering holds an indescribable sacredness. If the Salvation Society completes the pioneering endeavor, even as an academic organization, they will gain rights comparable to a true battle regiment due to the supreme honor of expanding territories for humanity. They might even be directly granted battle regiment status, elevating from an academic society to a professional battle group. This would be a catastrophe for Xiantian Group. Although Xiantian Group is a top-tier private enterprise in the Federation, with its leader Chu Tianxiong and the board possessing vast wealth and connections, it remains just a private enterprise. Battle regiments, even those at the level, enjoy special treatment and extraordinary rights. They can largely ignore federal laws, and even officials and mayors risk being harmed if they anger a battle regiment. As a top commercial organization, Xiantian Group naturally has allied battle regiments for protection. However, this protection comes with conditions: they must not offend other battle regiments or leave themselves vulnerable. Only then will the battle regiment behind Xiantian Group have a reason to mediate and shield them from persecution by other regiments. However, the Salvation Society is a unique professional organization that even the battle regiment backing Xiantian Group cannot meddle with. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, the Salvation Society holds a donation agreement with Xiantian Group. Regardless of how absurd the agreement may be, it is a formal donation agreement. For battle regiments heavily reliant on local support or private donations, defending the recognition of donation agreements is a shared interest. Thus, even regiments allied with Xiantian Group dare not rashly dismiss this agreement, lest they become the common enemy in the regiment circle. Many regiments receive donations that are somewhat unreasonable, involving coercion, extortion, or even overt robbery. Compared to these, the Salvation Society's approach is relatively restrained. Secondly, the Salvation Society is vast, with members from complex backgrounds. For instance, Qi Wuxi's father is the leader of the Platinum Star Regiment. Shangguan Lingwei is the daughter of a high-ranking federal official. Additionally, there are many members with significant backgrounds, whose networks are far more extensive than those of Xiantian Group. Although the Salvation Society cannot actively utilize its vast network of connections, this invisible web reveals astonishing power in the face of threats, especially when the safety of its second and third generation members is at stake. Because of this, even a giant like the Xuantiang Group dares not easily eliminate it in its infancy. Who would dare to recklessly oppose such a potential-filled super societe monopoly on a top 100 university, with 3,000 official members of silver-level talent, and a future that could very well see it rise to an A-level battle group? Before the Salvation Society becomes an official battle group, the Xuantiang Group can still rely on some influential figures to limit its actions. However, once the Salvation Society ascends to a battle group and even achieves pioneering merits, the situation will completely reverse. At that point, with a seemingly insignificant donation contract, the Salvation Society could openly plunder the Xuantiang Group without fear of repercussions. This is the vast difference between a society and a battle group. Chu Tianxiong, the chairman of the Xuantiang Group, is well aware of the stakes and is determined to resolve the troublesome donation contract before the Salvation Society completes its pioneering efforts. He first eased tensions with Chu Ya and then repeatedly contacted Number 1, attempting to buy forgiveness at a minimal cost. However, Number 1 is no ordinary person and cannot be measured by normal standards. Faced with Chu Tianxiong's naive attempt to offset a 100 billion federal currency donation contract with a mere 10 billion, Number 1 ruthlessly rejected the offer and again threatened Chu Tianxiong to raise the funds within the stipulated time or face the consequences. Desperate and out of options, Chu Tianxiong, finding his pleas in vain, finally resorted to reckless measures. At this moment, Number 2 suddenly burst in, his left arm broken and bloodied, a look of terror on his face. He cried to the bewildered Number 1, "Big brother, I was attacked by a notorious professional. If it weren't for the flash staff I escaped with, it would have been more than just a broken arm." Number 1 was stunned but quickly realized. "Wait, are you saying Chu Tianxiong colluded with notorious professionals to attack you, my best brother, the vice president of the Salvation Society, and the second mentor of the Raising Hand Will, Mr. Linnark?" Filled with rage, Number 1 made an immediate decision: declare war. "I will avenge you." On October 16th, year 13 of the Awakening Era, the cold winds of late autumn swept through, lifting the dry, golden leaves that tumbled across a crimson carpet marked with a black swastika emblem. 2,460 members of the Salvation Society stood ready, originally prepared to enter the Forbidden Zone and pioneer the wilderness. Now, they were fully armed and assembled, their eyes fixed intently on the tall figures standing on the platform ahead. Clone Number 1 stood proudly, draped in a robe emblazoned with the swastika. Though he bore your likeness, he had endured decades of simulated battles, cultivating an imposing aura. Enhanced by the red robe with its prominent swastika, Number 1's presence was magnified, resembling an emperor of an empire. In the fervent gaze of over 2,000 Salvation Society members, number 1 neither used a microphone nor referred to the speech meticulously prepared by Shangguan Lingwei. He simply stood straight, hands clasped behind his back, under the society's flag, letting the autumn wind billow his robe. This silence did not breed impatience. Rather, it, combined with the solemn red swastika flag, stirred a growing sense of honor and belonging in everyone present. They proudly realized, we are part of the Salvation Society. Across the entire Federation and even the world, no other institution can compare to us. The strength of the Salvation Society was not only in its vast numbers and strict order, but, more crucially, in the pure will transmitted by the mentor. Under the swastika flag, they believed they possessed the power to overturn the world and change everything. This belief transcended origin and material wealth, carried instead by will and thought. It was this belief that enabled the society to amass such immense power. Yet, no one noticed that this belief was rooted not in the pursuit of an ideal, but in a near-blind personal worship. At this moment, the members of the Salvation Society had never felt more willing to give everything for number 1. This feeling was so intense because, in the past, there was no distance between number 1 and them. They often had close interactions and even conversations with number 1, which masked the dazzling leadership aura he possessed. But now, as each person became just one among the 2,460, while number 1 stood alone on the distant platform, everything changed. People could no longer easily approach number 1 as they once did. They could only look up to that isolated figure. With this sense of distance, the leader's charisma number 1 had deliberately hidden finally burst into everyone's view. In this moment, standing under the swastika flag, number 1 seemed to shed his mortal guise and become something extraordinary. Thus, without any speech, just this image was enough to captivate everyone present, making them willing to follow the figure on the platform, even if it meant facing the most daunting challenges. Clone number 1 stood silently, his gaze like a piercing laser sweeping across the members of the Salvation Society. Their hearts seemed gripped by an invisible hand, their fervent emotions threatening to break free from the shackles of reason. As his eyes moved over them, the crowd surged like waves, their breathing growing more rapid. Amidst this nearly uncontrollable fervor, clone number 1 spoke, his voice booming like thunder. Today we stand here, our feet planted on the fertile ground of the Salvation Society, standing on the hallowed ground of Donghua University, a place imbued with our sweat and convictions. Behind him, the red flag of the Salvation Society fluttered vigorously. Clone number 1 continued. This flag flies here because of you, the brave souls willing to brave any danger to change the world. His voice grew more passionate. Do you remember our mission? Indeed, we strive relentlessly to save this world. We have honed ourselves with mad dedication, overcoming countless obstacles to gather under this great banner. Clone number 1 looked around, his gaze burning. We are numerous, powerful, possessing the limitless potential that those who have exhausted their talents, who wait helplessly, do not have. We could even form an army to counter the doubts cast upon us student soldiers, to show those who deem themselves our elders, who see us as naive, that this era belongs to us. His voice reached a fever pitch. We can achieve all this, because we are ready, prepared to prove our strength through action. All 2,460 of our comrades in the Salvation Society know the dangers ahead, yet they march fearlessly. We are worthy of the Alliance's nurturing and the responsibility of our roles. Clone number 1's tone suddenly shifted. Barring any unforeseen events, we should have set out this morning to embark on this grand pioneering journey, fighting for humanity's survival space. However, his voice suddenly rose, almost to a scream. Comrades, an unforgivable incident has occurred. This anguished shout swept across the entire square. Without a microphone or pre-written script, clone number 1 seemed like a persecuted leader ready to resist, pouring all his emotions into every word. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, yet it only added to his persuasiveness. The members of the Salvation Society present were deeply moved, their heartstrings tightly gripped by the clone's speech, rising and falling with its rhythm. Pride, anger, emotion, and fervor played out in quick succession through his brief words. At that moment, clone number 2 took the stage. Number 2, with a stoic expression, stepped onto the platform, his empty left sleeve fluttering gently in the wind. In a chillingly calm tone, he recounted to the gathered members of the Salvation Society an infuriating tale. The chairman of Xiantian Group, Chu Tianxiong, a man who once made promises, has now become a treacherous betrayer. Though number 2's voice was steady, his words were sharp as knives, painting a picture of how Chu Tianxiong, in a bid to rescind his donation contract with the Salvation Society, went so far as to send red-named mercenaries to kill number 2 and seize the contract. In number 2's narration, the Salvation Society appeared as the most innocent victim in the world, while Chu Tianxiong emerged as the deceitful villain willing to stop at nothing. As number two's words concluded, a terrifying emotion began to brew within the already numb hearts of the Salvation Society members. Everyone's gaze instinctively focused on number two's severed arm, as if it embodied all the evidence of wrongdoing. Number two simply stepped back a few paces, standing once more behind number one, and the crowd's attention shifted to number one. At that moment, number one erupted with an earth-shattering roar. War. His voice was filled with anger and determination. We will make those who dare harm our comrades pay. Let those deceitful scoundrels who betrayed us bleed. Let there be no place for Xiantian group in this world. Each of number one's words was like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of every Salvation Society member. He continued to shout loudly. Comrades, this is not retaliation, nor revenge, but something we must do to defend our dignity. Long live the Salvation Society. See hi. Almost the instant number one's voice fell, the entire base square erupted in a deafening roar. 2,460 arms raised in unison, the densely packed swastika armbands glinting in the sunlight, resembling a forest of steel. The members of the Salvation Society were flushed, their eyes burning with fervent fire. With all their strength, they let out the loudest roar of their lives. See hi. The sound was earth-shattering, as if pouring all their anger and determination into it. A surging tide of red-clad figures, like a stampede of wild horses, poured out from the gates of Donghua University. At the forefront was number one, draped in star-level armor with a red robe emblazoned with a myriad of symbols, closely followed by dazzling gold-rank professionals and hundreds of team captains. Behind them stretched an endless sea of silver-ranked professionals, their numbers staggering to behold. Under number one's lead, this formidable force marched openly towards the headquarters of the Xiantian group. Onlookers were struck with terror, scrambling to get out of the way. Even the federal police, tasked with inquiries, could only retreat to the roadside, trembling and wide-eyed, as this unprecedented army of professionals thundered through the streets. The news spread like wildfire, and the phones of countless influential figures rang almost simultaneously across Donghua City. The police chief of Donghua City was one of the first to receive this startling news. An experienced officer in his 50s who had missed the wave of professional awakenings, he urgently called the private number of the Donghua University president, his voice tense with inquiry. His alarm was not without reason. The lineup of the Salvation Society was truly daunting. Over 2,400 silver-rank professionals and above. In stark contrast, Donghua City's police force only boasted a team of 10 silver and gold-rank professionals. Even with the addition of the professional special forces stationed in Donghua City, their total would barely reach a few hundred, only about 1/7 or 1/8 of the Salvation Society's strength. If the Salvation Society harbored any ill intentions, the fate of Donghua City would hang by a thread. Even the emergency deployment of the two great brigades, the Platinum Star and After Tomorrow, stationed in Donghua City, would be unable to stop this massive force in time from wreaking havoc. Moreover, who would dare to recklessly oppose a student movement? History has shown us that even warlords with formidable armies 100 years ago could not suppress student movements, much less a mere city police chief like him. When the mayor's urgent call came in, demanding that he quickly quell this large-scale professional movement, the chief felt an urge to peer inside the mayor's head to see what was going through it. How could he, an ordinary person and a city police chief, possibly quell a large-scale movement of thousands of silver-rank professionals and above? It was utterly absurd. Just as the chief's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, the response from the Donghua University president finally brought him some relief. Their target was the Xiantian group. In less than a year since being taken over by a proxy, the Xiantian group had evidently accumulated enough public resentment. The principal's voice was filled with exhaustion and weariness, as if he had aged overnight. He slowly revealed a shocking piece of news. The chairman of Xianyuan Group had colluded with red-name professionals in an attempt to assassinate Lin Erk, the second-in-command of the Salvation Society. Although the attempt failed, it sparked the immense fury of the Salvation Society. The overwhelmed director was so focused on the information itself that he didn't notice the unusual tone in the principal's voice. When he realized that the target of the Salvation Society's anger was Xianyuan Group and not an uprising, his heart finally settled back into his chest. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, as long as it's not aimed at the federal government or him personally, it doesn't matter. The director sneered internally, causing such public outrage. Not even a divine figure could escape unscathed. However, something felt off. Had Chu Tianxiong lost his mind? How could he dare to collude with red-name professionals? Not to mention the severe consequences if discovered. What was he thinking hiring those notorious rats to assassinate a high-ranking member of such a colossal organization like the Salvation Society? Even if, by some miracle, they succeeded, how could his Xianyuan group withstand the wrath of the Salvation Society? Relaxed, the director couldn't help but let out a gloating chuckle. Yet, as he laughed, he gradually realized something was amiss, and his smile froze. As the head of the Donghua City Police Department, he had met the chairman of Xianyuan Group, Chu Tianxiong, several times. Chu Tianxiong had always struck him as a shrewd and capable entrepreneur, meticulous in speech and behavior, not someone who would do something so foolish. The director fell into contemplation. Could it be that you never truly know someone? Or was Chu Tianxiong really a fool? He tried to convince himself, emphasizing to the principal on the phone, "We must proceed with caution and not jump to conclusions." Meanwhile, a storm was brewing at the headquarters of Xinyuan Group. "I told you it wasn't me." Faced with a torrent of questions from the shareholders, Chu Tianxiong felt a splitting headache as he incoherently defended himself. "I only hired someone to retrieve the illegal donation contract from Lin Erk. I hired legitimate scouts. I never ordered anyone to harm or kill anyone. Before the operation, I specifically instructed the scout not to harm the target, just to steal." "Then what about Lin Erk's arm?" a shareholder asked furiously. "Would he cut off his own arm just to frame you?" Chu Tianxiong felt dizzy. Lin Erk, as the second-in-command of the Salvation Society, had a promising future. Although advanced skills or items could regenerate limbs, to high-level professionals, a new limb was fundamentally different from the original. If Lin Erk really wanted to frame him, he could have chosen a less costly way without self-harm. "How the hell would I know?" Chu Tianxiong felt at a loss. "I've confirmed it countless times with the person I hired. Lin Erk had a special piece of equipment that allowed spatial teleportation. The person I hired barely touched him and didn't even reach into his pockets. So how could they have cut off half his arm?" "None of that matters now," the shareholder interrupted coldly. "The student army of the Salvation Society is on their way, and they'll be here in no more than 5 minutes. Since you started all this, you must find a way to resolve the situation." Desperate, Chu Tianxiong looked around, searching for a glimmer of hope. The once friendly alliances wouldn't answer his calls, and the bureaucrats he used to call brothers had vanished. At this moment, who besides the shareholders tied to Xuantian Group's fate could save him from this crisis? Who could help him quell this obvious frame-up and assault? Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Tianxiong. With trembling fingers, he dialed a number. It was his daughter Chuya, whom he disliked intensely because she resembled his wife Zhang Xian both in looks and personality. Chu Tianxiong broke down in tears, confessing his regrets. Despite Chuya's inner conflict, trying to convince herself that her father was reaping what he sowed, she couldn't ignore his plea. She took a deep breath and told him, "The purpose of the Salvation Society is merely to seize Xuantian Group's wealth. The situation is set, and they are unlikely to back down. However," she paused, "you are not completely without options. If you are willing to cooperate with the Salvation Society and hand over all assets and properties of Xuantian Group, I can use that as leverage to save your life." Hearing this, Chu Tianxiong seemed to age decades in an instant. His hands fell limp, his eyes vacant. To give up the enterprise he had built with his life's blood? How was that any different from giving up his life? For Xuantian Group, he had endured unimaginable hardships, even marrying someone he despised and fathering a daughter he never wanted. For someone with Chu Tianxiong's peculiar sense of pride, this was the most brutal torture imaginable. He had endured it all for 20 years to create the Xuantian Group, his life's work. Chu Tianxiong gritted his teeth and roared, "I'd rather die than let those robbers from the Salvation Society have their way." Just 5 minutes after he spoke, a suffocating red and black army swarmed around the Xuantian Group building like a dragon. Number 1 led Number 2, Qi Wuxia, Shangguan Lingwei, and dozens of other elite fighters straight to the building's main entrance. A security guard, unaware of his fate, reached out to question them. Bang. With a dull thud, the guard was sent flying, crashing into a wall dozens of meters away, reduced to a heap. Qi Wuxia expressionlessly withdrew his fist, and Number 1 didn't even blink as he walked into the building. The other high-ranking fighters followed, and no one dared to stop them. Number 1 and his group took the high-speed elevator to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, they poured out and headed straight for the chairman's office. However, when Number 1 pushed open the office door, he was stunned to find that Chu Tianxiong was not there. In a spacious and luxurious office, a young female secretary dressed in office attire sat alone. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, with a delicate face and an aura of vulnerability. Her expression turned to panic the moment a doppelganger suddenly appeared. "Where is Chu Tianxiong?" Number 1 asked bluntly, his voice as cold and hard as iron. The secretary clearly knew the truth, but chose to cover for Chu Tianxiong. She replied timidly, I don't know," her voice quivering slightly. Her pitiful demeanor not only caused the stern young man, Qi Wuxia, to have an unusual look in his eyes, but even Shangguan Lingwei's face darkened as she nervously glanced at Number 1. However, Number 1's expression remained unchanged. He said coldly, "Then you're useless." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he strode over to the secretary. In the secretary's terrified gaze, Number 1 grabbed her by the neck and gave a gentle push. The glass wall shattered on impact, and the secretary screamed as she plummeted from the 52nd floor of the Xiantian building. A few seconds later, a loud crash echoed as her body slammed into a black sedan below, crushing it into a heap of scrap metal. No one paid attention to the gruesome scene. Members of the Salvation Society continued to surround the Xiantian building tightly. Number 1 turned and sat in the chairman's seat of the Xiantian group, issuing orders calmly under the fearful eyes of over 30 senior core members of the Salvation Society. Bring Chu Tianxiong to me. He let out a cold laugh and continued. Escape? Don't be ridiculous. The entire Xiantian building is under a tight net. Not even a fly could escape, let alone a living person. Upon receiving the order, the senior members of the Salvation Society sprang into action. A large number of reconnaissance scouts spread out like a tide, beginning a thorough search. Even if Chu Tianxiong was a high-level professional, it would be difficult to escape such an intensive search. In less than 2 minutes, Chu Tianxiong, disguised as a company employee, was dragged out by a senior member of the Salvation Society. He was roughly forced to the ground in front of the doppelganger, his face filled with despair. Number 1 looked down coldly at Chu Tianxiong, who was pinned to the ground. The chairman of Xiantian Group was in a miserable state, his face flushed and struggling to breathe. His small frame, dark complexion, and modest height of only 170 centimeters were accentuated by the cheap suit of an ordinary employee he wore. This appearance was a stark contrast to the image of a titan at the helm of a billion-dollar business empire that Number 1 had in mind. Before Chu Tianxiong could respond, Number 1 waved his hand. The senior members of the Salvation Society, who were holding Chu Tianxiong down, immediately understood and dragged him by the collar towards the glass wall. The strength of a gold-level practitioner left Chu Tianxiong as powerless as a chick, unable to slow his steps no matter how much he struggled. Soon, Chu Tianxiong was dragged to the broken glass wall. As he looked down through the gap, the cold wind at 52 stories high rushed at him. Suddenly, Chu Tianxiong realized he wasn't as brave as he thought. Wait, he shouted in terror, revealing his fear of heights. The senior members of the Salvation Society instinctively paused, turning to look at Number 1. Without even turning his head, Number 1's intention was clear, and the senior members immediately pressed down on Chu Tianxiong's neck. No, don't kill me. Chu Tianxiong blurted out in panic. I am willing to surrender all the assets of Xiantian Group, willing to hand over Zana. His words were cut off by a sudden scream. Chu Tianxiong plummeted from the 52nd floor, and 6 or 7 seconds later, a dull thud was heard, followed by the piercing alarm of a car below. Fool, by eliminating you, all of Xiantian Group's assets are mine anyway, Number 1 said calmly, unmoved by the commotion outside. From the moment he decided to act against the Salvation Society, Chu Tianxiong was already a dead man in his eyes. Death is irreversible. It's a fact no one can defy. Chu Ya and Chu Tianxiong naively believed that surrendering their wealth and fully submitting would save their lives. But this was always just their wishful thinking. Ultimately, they were still viewing the situation from a human perspective. In human conflicts, the victor often grants the defeated a sliver of hope to show mercy. This stems from a habit formed under the long influence of human civilization leaving a way out. This habit, to some extent, is to ensure that if they fail in the future, they might receive the same mercy. Therefore, when the outcome is decided, many are willing to offer a bit of compassion. In reality, such acts of mercy rarely cause trouble for those who extend them. The common trope in novels and TV shows of the enemy's child growing up to avenge their father is almost non-existent in real life. On the contrary, examples of taking the enemy as a father, submitting to them abound. However, the clone is not human. Its way of thinking cannot be judged by ordinary standards. For a clone that is fully aware it exists only within a simulated reality, the concept of leaving a way out for oneself doesn't exist at all. Rather than risking even the slightest chance, the clone prefers to eliminate the threat entirely at its inception. Moreover, this operation involves framing someone. If Chu Tianxiong were to let something slip, it could undermine the clone's authority within the Salvation Society. Given Number 1's cold and ruthless nature, how could it possibly allow Chu Tianxiong to continue living? It would be entirely detrimental. Stop trying to justify it. It can't be washed clean. Lin Ku, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. Just let it be. No one will blame a virtual person in a simulation. He kindly intervened on behalf of the simulation system, which was attempting to defend the clone. The simulation system paused momentarily before continuing the simulation. Successfully eliminating Chu Tianxiong and taking over the vast Xianyuan group was a monumental achievement for both the clone and the Salvation Society. However, this victory also brought numerous challenges. Pressure from the Federation, internal resistance from Xianyuan group, and accountability from the Guild of Professionals, all issues that the clone and the Salvation Society had to confront. Fortunately, clone Number 1 held Chu Ya's personally signed donation agreement for Xianyuan group, and clone Number 2 had genuinely lost an arm. Chu Tianxiong had indeed hired scout professionals and had indeed issued orders against clone Number 2. Now that Chu Tianxiong was dead, no one could dispute Number 2's testimony as the victor, and whether the order was an assassination directive was no longer relevant. The real challenge lay in Xianyuan Group's asset issues. With Chu Tianxiong's death and the Salvation Society's forcible takeover, The corporate structure of this business empire had collapsed. The informed executives of the group were all on edge, filled with anxiety about the future. Externally, numerous investors had lost confidence in Xianyuan Group. The group's asset ratings were consistently downgraded, and the original valuation of 300 billion federal coins for Xianyuan Group plummeted by a full 100 billion after this upheaval. Now, Xianyuan Group's total value had fallen to less than 200 billion federal coins. If the situation continued to deteriorate, with public confidence shaken and market share eroded, Xianyuan Group's value would keep plummeting. This was an outcome the clone could not tolerate. They did not seize Xianyuan Group to run this large freight enterprise. With Xianyuan Group's meager annual profit of just over 10 billion federal coins, the clone lacked the patience to wait slowly. Their ultimate goal was to sell Xianyuan Group at a high price, to rapidly amass wealth, and to provide substantial funds for the growth and development of the Salvation Society, nothing more. The directive from Clone Number 1 to convene a full board meeting of Xianyuan Group detonated like a bomb among the shareholders. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with faces marked by anger and resentment. Their eyes were filled with a hatred so intense it seemed almost tangible, fixed upon Clone Number 1, who had taken over the entire Xianyuan Group. In the corner, the assistant Chuya sat with her hands clenched, her knuckles white. However, beyond their hatred for Clone Number 1, the shareholders were deeply shocked by the power displayed by the Awakeners' core, which far exceeded their expectations. Reflecting on it, the history of the Awakeners was surprisingly brief. Even in simulated time, it spanned only 13 years. Many older individuals still vividly remembered the Blue Star era as if it were yesterday. Yet, the swift government control over awakening orbs deprived most people of the chance for legal awakening. In reality, awakening orbs had vanished. Countless people were filled with regret, much like those who missed out on the virtual currency boom, left only to slap their thighs in frustration. Fortunately, the establishment of the Federation and the formation of the professional guild brought order and restraint to this new era. Under the threat of law, the vast majority of professionals dared not act recklessly. Even those of sky-level strength refrained from acting with impunity on Federation territory. Individuals like Clone Number 1, who resorted to mass violence, were rare. The power of professionals, akin to firearms in the past, granted the ability to kill, but few dared to misuse it. They understood that crossing the line meant a dead end. This order meant that before the Awakening era, ordinary people were not obsessed with gaining the power of Awakeners. To them, even a minor fight resulting in a week's detention was a major issue, so who would risk a 10-year sentence for illegal awakening? It was more practical to rob a bank. Meanwhile, those capable of awakening in the upper echelons were often extremely cautious with their lives. They could not endure the life-and-death struggles that professional fighters faced in dungeons and the wilderness. Even if they awakened, the power gained was negligible. This is why top tycoons like Chu Tianxiong maintained their ordinary identities. In most people's minds, the privileges of the professional core and the terrifying power of professionals seem to exist only in distant legends. Yet today, in the Xianyuan Group's conference room, this legend suddenly became a chilling reality. Everyone knows the warrior core is not to be trifled with, possessing the capability to slaughter mortals at will. However, instances of the core abusing their privileges are rare, and events where ordinary professionals massacre mortals are even more uncommon, scarcely seen globally in a year. Yet now, the power of a force comprised of over 2,000 professionals is fully unveiled, intimidating the entire federal region. The doors of the local council remain tightly shut, not daring to make a sound. A leading entrepreneur, whose company is valued at over 300 billion, falls in broad daylight before his office building. The perpetrator remains unscathed, without any accountability, and even the media is silent, not daring to report on the incident. Shareholders exchange glances, finally realizing the vast disparity among professionals. The difference between a team of professionals and the core is immense, and between the core and a super core, it is even greater. The Salvation Society, a super organization possibly at the pinnacle of the professional hierarchy, can act almost without restraint. As long as they do not commit treasonous acts that threaten the state, no one can balance them. This is the privilege that transcends the mundane, an existence that can disregard mortal order. In comparison, the social status and wealth that shareholders pride themselves on are but fleeting clouds. The takeover by the Salvation Society taught these elders of the old era a vivid lesson. Gentlemen, the times have changed. This phrase echoes in the heart of every shareholder. Apart from resentment towards the Salvation Society, an unexpected emotion arises among the shareholders. They yearn to become part of this powerful group, or at least to rely on such strength. Only then can they maintain their status in the new era. At the command of the first clone, these once high-ranking shareholders rush to attend, with none absent. Their personal attendance is a spectacle that even Chu Tianxiong could not achieve during his tenure. Clone 1 quickly discerns that the atmosphere is not as tense as anticipated. He suppresses the original plan of strong deterrence and instead throws out a few topics to test these suit-clad directors. Soon, he confirms that they are merely opportunists who sway with the wind. Your clone feels secretly pleased, swiftly devising a new fool harvesting plan. Before convening the board meeting, to secure a good price for Xiantian Group, Clone 1 had already investigated the director's assets. He knows well that they are a group of fat sheep with a total worth of at least 700 billion federal currency. Previously, he only had Xiantian Group as leverage and could only look up to these big fish. But now, these fat sheep have voluntarily come forward. The clone displays a deeply emotional, slightly regretful expression and slowly begins. In truth, we never intended to use such means to bring about today's situation. In fact, the Salvation Society is one of the few professional organizations that treat donors like gods. As long as Xintian Group under Mr. Chu Tianxiong's leadership fulfills the donation agreement, our Salvation Society will become the most reliable ally of Xintian Group and Mr. Chu Tianxiong. Anyone daring to oppose Mr. Chu Tianxiong or your esteemed group, even if it's the core, will face our unwavering retribution. He pauses and continues. It's just unfortunate that Mr. Chu Tianxiong was too short-sighted. For a mere 100 billion federal currency, he not only chose to abandon our friendship, but also committed some unforgivable and vile deeds to void the donation contract. For the situation to escalate to this point, I can only express deep regret and hope you all believe that our Salvation Society is a team that greatly respects its donors. When the phrase, "a team that respects donors," was uttered, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of the shareholders in the meeting room. They all simultaneously entertained the thrilling thought that if the Salvation Society not only respected them, but also dared to challenge other competitors, it would be quite exhilarating. After all, the Salvation Society had just disregarded worldly influence and directly removed the chairman of Xintian Group, clearly showing they were not a conventional organization. An enticing idea began to take shape in the shareholders' minds. If they could establish a good relationship with the Salvation Society, could they leverage its power to achieve things they would normally not dare to imagine? With this in mind, someone cautiously inquired, if we become donors to the Salvation Society, how exactly will we be respected? Is it just a verbal respect? Clone number 1 calmly explained. Those who donate over 1 billion federal credits annually can become honorary core members of our Salvation Society. If you donate over 10 billion, you can be promoted to honorary speaker. Anyone who dares to act against our honorary members is declaring war against the Salvation Society. And those who dare to oppose an honorary speaker are opposing the entire Salvation Society. An honorary speaker can even request warfare assistance from the Salvation Society. Before the words had fully settled, an elderly man with white hair stood up abruptly. I am the chairman of Tianyuan Investments, and I am willing to donate 10 billion federal credits annually to the Salvation Society to become an honorary speaker. Immediately, a chorus of voices followed. Me too. Count me in. I'll donate 10 billion as well. Chuya watched this scene in astonishment. She vividly remembered how Chu Tianxiong had struggled to raise 50 billion federal credits, visiting countless people before barely succeeding. Yet here, these individuals were scrambling to donate large sums freely to the Salvation Society. Clone number 1 smiled as they arranged for someone to record the donation amounts while reiterating the core agenda of the meeting, to resell Xintian Group to the shareholders present. Upon hearing this, the shareholders' expressions turned sour. Someone couldn't help but lash out. What kind of madness is this? First, you seize our Xintian Group, and now you want to sell it back to us? How can anyone say such a thing? To this, clone number 1 calmly responded, one thing at a time. We respect the donors of Xintian Group, but we equally despise fraudulent donors. Xintian Group fell into the hands of the Salvation Society because they failed to fulfill their donation commitments. We seized their assets not out of greed for Xintian Group. The ownership issue of Xintian Group has finally been settled. Your alter ego stands by the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room, overlooking the bustling cityscape with a slight smile. Turning to face the board members, whose expressions varied, he speaks in a calm yet persuasive tone. Ladies and gentlemen, as the largest freight company in the Federation, Xintian Group's value is far beyond what it seems. Our association with the Salvation Society will open new avenues for Xuantian's growth. 200 billion Federation currency might seem steep, but in reality, it's a guaranteed investment. The board members whisper among themselves, some frowning in thought, others nodding in agreement. Your alter ego continues. I understand that raising funds takes time. We can allow a month's preparation period. Meanwhile, I hope you can also arrange for the donation funds to be ready by then. The meeting concludes, and the plan is set into motion. A month quickly passes. By mid-November, Xintian Group's funds flood into the Salvation Society's account. Your alter ego immediately orders the procurement department to take action. The procurement team of the Salvation Society eagerly sweeps through major auction houses, trade fairs, and professional item exhibitions. High-quality equipment, rare items, rare skill books, and even powerful war weapons. Virtually every premium item available in the market is snapped up. These valuable resources are first supplied to your two alter egos, followed by core members with sky-level talents and above, such as Qi Wuxia, Shangwan Lingwei, and Lu Liang. The rest are carefully stored in the Society's warehouse, available for other members to purchase at discounted prices or exchange for points. Meanwhile, mass-produced artificial profession suits also arrive at the Salvation Society. Although these bronze-level suits are not top-tier in their class, they are highly coveted by ordinary members. Each set of level 20 bronze suits, costing 450,000 Federation currency, is lent to all official members free of charge. Moreover, all members of the Salvation Society can receive a full set of bronze-level skill books for their respective professions at no cost. Even silver-level skill books, which are priced at hundreds of thousands in the market, can be purchased at less than half the market price. Such a benefits policy is unheard of in other battle groups. In contrast, most battle groups not only do not provide benefits, but also charge members extra for expedition profits. To outsiders, the Salvation Society's approach seems almost charitable. However, all of this is just the beginning of your grand plan. With the funds in place, the Salvation Society is on the brink of unprecedented growth opportunities. Your alter ego has a comprehensive strategy in mind, and before implementing it, he won't miss any chance to enhance his own strength. Although certain restrictions prevent deeper exploration into the wilderness, the Academy's dungeon training remains an excellent training ground. After 2 years of diligent practice, by early November of year 13, both of your alter egos have successfully reached level 35, significantly boosting their strength. All these developments signal the Salvation Society's imminent and remarkable ascent. And this is merely the beginning. The rise of the Salvation Society was like a meticulously planned chess game, with each move carrying profound strategic significance. The backbone of this vast organization was its 3,000 official members, equipped with top-tier gear valued at 1.4 billion federal credits, ready for action. However, the real highlight was the Society's treasure-like warehouse. Inside the warehouse, an array of equipment was neatly arranged according to profession and level, ranging from level 10 to 50. It included silver, gold, earth, sky, and even rare star-level gear, amassing an investment of over 88 billion federal credits, each piece radiating immense power. Supported by this massive investment, the Salvation Society developed a unique contribution system. Members needed only to focus on completing missions to earn contributions, which could be exchanged for equipment and skill upgrades, freeing them from daily financial concerns. This system was essentially a modern interpretation of the workpoint system, cleverly aligning personal interests with organizational goals. The leadership of the Salvation Society had a keen understanding of human nature. They realized that when personal survival and combat effectiveness were secured, and the concept of money became blurred, members' sense of identity and loyalty to the organization would reach unprecedented heights. However, this system was a double-edged sword. If the leadership became corrupt or betrayed the organization, the entire structure would collapse instantly, making it difficult to rebuild. The clones' advantage lay in their lack of concern for the distant future, focusing solely on the rapid expansion of the Salvation Society in the short term. Their ruthlessness became an asset, coupled with the deification of the uplift will effect, allowing members to overlook the clones' moral shortcomings. Thus, an extreme organization with an outwardly vibrant and internally cohesive structure was miraculously established. In the 14th year of awakening, the Salvation Society emerged like a dark horse, rising swiftly. It not only absorbed the Xintian group, but also gained substantial financial support through it. Now, the Salvation Society has officially stepped out of the campus, venturing into broader realms. The first batch of graduates has begun applying for battle group qualifications, while the uplift will continues to attract people from various sectors, whether professionals or ordinary individuals, drawn to this dynamic organization. The reach of the Salvation Society is quietly extending, heralding the dawn of a new era. In this year, the influence of the Salvation Society expanded rapidly, like a wildfire spreading across the land. In Donghua City, branches of the Salvation Society sprang up like mushrooms after a rain, with dedicated commissars spreading the word about its teachings and mission. Meanwhile, Clone 1 and Clone 2 embarked on a new chapter as third-year students. With the Salvation Society's growing power and influx of funds, the clones' lives had reached the highest standards. Money was merely a meaningless figure to them. Their equipment and skills had reached the pinnacle that money could buy, clad in dazzling sky-level sets, complemented by rare star-level individual pieces. As for the legendary planet-level gear or the more powerful star-level divine weapons, they were monopolized by top sky-level warriors and elite battle groups, unattainable even with vast wealth. Through relentless effort and careful nurturing, Clone 1 and Clone 2's abilities advanced by leaps and bounds. They not only mastered every available skill, but also used various rare attribute-enhancing items to increase their attributes by 85 and 81 points, respectively. This remarkable growth catapulted their combat ratings to the level of Senior Gold Level Warrior and Senior Gold Level Mage. As the college entrance exam season approached, the Salvation Society once again demonstrated its formidable strength and precise strategic vision. Through online promotion and early planning, they successfully attracted 17 top scorers from various federal provinces to choose Donghua University by offering an astounding 2.8 billion in ongoing scholarships. Although exam scores don't fully predict a person's talent potential, the federal exams are quite effective at identifying gifted individuals. The awakening results of these 17 prodigies were impressive: 2 with star-level talent, 8 with sky-level, and 7 with earth-level. While they didn't achieve the coveted planet-level genius, for the well-funded Salvation Society, spending 2.8 billion federal credits to secure 2 star-level talents to form an elite team was a remarkably high return on investment. As time passed, the Salvation Society continued to grow. By the end of the 14th year of the Awakening era, Shangwan Lingwei, now a gold-level professional, reported the latest developments to the clones. The society had 4,500 official members ready for battle group training, with 3,700 from Donghua University and 800 from the public and other branches. The number of trainee professionals reached 19,800, with Donghua University contributing 13,500 and another 6,300 from the public and branches. Most notably, the society's followers, ordinary citizens who joined, had surpassed the million mark, making up 1/7 of Donghua City's total population. However, the society's development was not flawless. A lack of high-level combat power remained a significant shortcoming. Currently, the strongest member is Lu Liang, a sky-level talent who only recently completed his 4th job transition to become an earth-level professional. Meanwhile, core members like Qi Wuxia, Clone 1, Clone 2, and Shangwan Lingwei, though impressive, were still at the gold level. Faced with this severe power shortage, the clones felt tempted to act but decided to hold back, choosing to give the Salvation Society another 1 to 2 years of development, waiting patiently for the right moment. Link was deep in thought. His avatar in the simulated world had reached unprecedented heights, and logically, he had already gained all the rewards he could. The path ahead seemed clear: focus on enhancing his abilities, aiming for higher levels, and preparing for the next simulation. However, the avatar apparently had other plans. Still looking for trouble? Link couldn't help but ask, what exactly do you want? Are you planning to overthrow the Federation and rule the entire Blue Star? The avatar's response surprised Link. It turned out there were many unknown treasures on Blue Star, top-tier equipment hoarded by major core and elite professionals, high-level dungeon portals, items that could restore shelter value or increase attributes, and even mysterious resources needed to break through to the star level. What was even more shocking was that Link learned through the simulation and Raffles' words that it was no longer possible to break through to the star level on Blue Star through conventional means. An unseen god, from light years away, had locked the power of the star level. Are you after Raffle and Lofa? Link speculated. After all, these two held the secret to breaking through to the star level. The avatar sneered. Raffle and Lofa? They're just pitiful creatures trapped on Blue Star. Surpassing them is no big deal. Our target is God. Link was stunned. The avatar continued to explain. If Raffle's prophecy was true, and God would indeed descend onto Blue Star to wipe out all life, then they wanted to witness firsthand just how powerful this so-called God was. If God's strength was not formidable, they would defeat him and see if they could loot rare items. If God was invincible, they would escape into the stars with the main body. To achieve this grand goal, they needed to reach a level capable of contending with God. However, limited by their silver-level talent, reaching the pinnacle of professional power was nearly impossible. Therefore, they turned their attention to another path: power and influence. As everyone knows, the avatar confidently declared, a leader doesn't need to possess great strength personally, as long as they can garner the loyalty of the strong. And in this simulation, we have the chance to achieve that. Link tried to dissuade him. I think we could wait until the next simulation to observe. We aren't really missing out this time. However, the avatar, already intoxicated by the taste of power, was deaf to his advice, much like a king in the field, no longer bound by the main body. Link could only watch helplessly as the avatar continued his journey filled with surprises and unknowns. Under the guidance of your avatar, the Salvation Society expanded across Donghua City like a storm, growing at a remarkable pace. The city government was the first to notice the gravity of the situation. The urban landscape, once dominated by shades of cement white, was gradually overtaken by black and red hues. Around the city, the federal flags were quietly replaced by red flags with swastikas, and even the city hall was painted in contrasting red and black. The solemn melody of the Salvation Song overshadowed the school broadcasts, and an astonishing 70% of television and radio news covered the activities of the Salvation Society. Shockingly, the highly esteemed radio star, a top-tier gold medal host, raised an arm in salute during a live broadcast, exclaiming "See Hi." The audience and crew responded with fervor, uniformly raising their arms. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Over time, the Salvation Society's influence permeated every corner of society. Street vendors and customers instinctively extended their arms during interactions. "Hello" was replaced by "See Hi" as the common greeting, and shops were required to display the Salvation flag or face poor business. Most disturbingly, even federal employees began to adopt the Salvation salute in place of traditional greetings. Within a mere year, the practices and rituals of the Salvation Society became deeply embedded in the daily lives of ordinary citizens, gaining widespread acceptance. This phenomenon understandably threw the upper echelons of Donghua into a state of intense panic. The actions of the Salvation Society blatantly violated the extraordinary separation agreement, jointly signed by the Federation and the Practitioners Guild in the first year of the Awakening calendar. The influence of practitioners was infiltrating civilian society, akin to a military coup. However, the Donghua city government found itself powerless against the vast Salvation Society. To address this situation, they could only appeal to the higher provincial authorities or even the federal headquarters. But doing so would be tantamount to admitting the existence of a large-scale insurrection within their jurisdiction, implicating everyone from the mayor to the ordinary clerks. Losing their positions would be the least of their worries. The primary culprits might face forced accountability. As Donghua City teetered on the brink of following in the footsteps of Donghua University, the mayor, after weighing the pros and cons, made the difficult decision to report the situation. Little did he know that his hard-won resolution was already too late. "I understand," the deputy governor of the Eastern Province said, expressionless, as he hung up on the Donghua mayor. He then dialed another number. "Donghua City has begun reporting. I can only delay them for 12 hours at most. You must act quickly. I didn't expect it to be so soon," came the calm voice of number one on the other end of the line. "I understand. Ensure your own safety. All for the Salvation Society, See Hi," the deputy governor solemnly responded. See Hi. On July 18th, year 15 of the Awakening calendar, a large-scale protest erupted in Donghua City, demanding that the city government address pollution issues. At 9:43 that evening, the Donghua mayor was fatally struck in the forehead by a stone thrown by angry protesters while attempting to quell the unrest. Unexpectedly, it has come to this. Your avatar stands with hands clasped behind its back, overlooking the devastation of Donghua City from the top floor of the Salvation Society's palace. The scene below is chaotic. Thick black smoke billows upward, flames reach skyward, and the air is filled with screams, protests, and the clamor of chaos, painting a picture of apocalyptic disorder. The unexpected death of Donghua City's mayor has left the city leaderless. Salvation Society followers flood the streets, seizing the spoils they fought for without restraint. Crowds wearing red armbands with swastikas roam the streets, storming any shop not displaying the Salvation flag and looting them completely. This is only the scene in the city center. On the outskirts, the situation is even more dire. Non-members of the Salvation Society are like lambs to the slaughter, becoming spoils for the ordinary believers. Those who failed to align themselves in time are enduring hellish torment. However, not everyone can accept such brutality. Particularly, the students who joined the Salvation Society recently and haven't been completely indoctrinated strongly oppose the Society's actions against the Federation and the consequent harm to civilians. Unfortunately, their voices are too weak to compete with the mainstream opinion. Both the top decision-makers, led by the Avatar, and the ordinary believers insist on using this opportunity to cleanse Donghua City completely. These members of the Salvation Society either no longer see non-believers as humans or are so consumed by personal desires that they ignore any attempts at persuasion. The Avatar harbors no compassionate thoughts. Over the past nearly 2 years of ideological dissemination, those who could be recruited have mostly joined the Salvation Society. The remaining stubborn individuals not only fail to benefit the society, but might also pose a threat. After all, they are about to face the entire Eastern Province's crackdown. Although the Salvation Society's influence has reached the Federation's central government, their power is still too weak to sway the Federation's decisions. This is why the Avatar is surprised they didn't expect to face the Federation so soon. The Society's strength is far from sufficient, especially lacking in high-level combat power, making it impossible to force the Federation into compromise. The Salvation Society's leaders are equally anxious. Despite their faith-driven support for the Avatar's decision to take Donghua City, the disparity in strength between the Society and the Federation is undeniable. The Society's strongest members are only at the Earth level, while the Federation boasts numerous sky-level powerhouses. The Society has tens of thousands of practitioners, but the Federation has hundreds of thousands. This vast difference makes the impending confrontation even more daunting. In addition to numerous professional warrior groups that follow the Transcendent Division Agreement and can be hired by the Federation at any time to participate in wars, The power gap between the Federation and the Salvation Society is like that between an elephant and an ant, with the Salvation Society theoretically having no chance of victory. However, the Federation's territory is vast, and each major group must guard cities, making it difficult to mobilize enough troops. This gives the Salvation Society a breathing space, temporarily not having to worry about being outnumbered, but the gap in high-level combat power remains a significant concern for them. The gap between the Earth level and the Sky level is not significant, but crossing from the Earth level to the Gold level is a qualitative leap. Earth-level professionals undergo a second talent awakening, often doubling their power, not only suppressing the Gold level in terms of attributes and level, but also completely overwhelming them in talent. Although the Salvation Society has 6 or 7 Earth-level experts like Qi Wuxia and Lu Liang, their number is far from enough to support the entire battlefield. They urgently need more high-end combat power to counter the impending Federation army. On July 19th, the Salvation Society learned that the Eastern Province had dispatched a professional army and gathered several groups to head to Donghua City. That morning, your clone ordered the Salvation Society to delay the Federation army as much as possible while leading all Earth-level professionals and hundreds of elite Gold-level members into the wilderness. The clone instructed others to wait at a designated location, while he and clone number 2 ventured deeper into the wilderness, deliberately creating loud battle noises. In the afternoon, a familiar figure appeared in front of the Clonia red-clad swordsman carrying a signature greatsword. "Hello," he said with a smile. "I am Raphael. I know who you are." Clone number 1 suppressed his killing intent, pretending to be profound. "Great savior Raphael. I've been following the prophecy to find you for a long time, and finally here you are." Raphael paused slightly, his crimson eyes scrutinizing the two clones closely. "You know me?" "Of course," clone number 1 continued. "I am the chosen one by your future self, your loyal servant to assist you in saving the world. Lord Raphael." Before he could finish, Raphael's greatsword struck ferociously at the clone. Despite being blocked by Gold-level fighting spirit and equipment, the terrifying force still sent clone number 1 flying, only stopping when he crashed into a large tree. The second clone on the field, seeing the first one's awkward state, quickly and skillfully waved the green staff in his hand. An arc cut through the air, instantly forming a green, eggshell-shaped magical shield around him. This move was fast and precise, clearly meant to prevent Raphael from repeating his previous tactics. Meanwhile, the first clone, who had been knocked away, was shaking his head and staggering to his feet. Covered in grass and dirt, he looked quite comical. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that Raphael's attack hadn't caused any real harm. This scene suddenly stirred a hint of unease in Raphael, who had been brimming with confidence. Although he was just a mental projection at the moment, with power far less than a fraction of his peak, as an Earth-level professional with powerful rare skills, defeating a Gold-level professional should have been easy. Yet, the current situation was completely unexpected. Raphael focused intently, locking his gaze on the first clone as he stood up again. As his eyes scanned the armor, boots, bracers, and various ornaments hanging from the clone's chest and ears, he almost cursed out loud. "Are battle groups this wealthy now?" Raphael suppressed his anger, finally understanding why the opponent could easily withstand his attack. He sneered and questioned. "A mere Gold-level professional, and you dare wear so much star-level gear? Which battle group are you from?" In response to Raphael's questioning, the first clone just chuckled and shook his head. He stated that he didn't belong to any battle group, but was following the guidance of prophecy to assist the savior. The clone seemed somewhat puzzled and curiously asked, "Is there a flaw in my words? Why did you attack me?" Raphael smiled faintly and answered matter-of-factly. "It's simple. You didn't show me the respect I deserve. How can someone who disrespects me become my follower?" For that reason alone, the first clone was slightly taken aback. Raphael spread his empty left hand, his tone filled with arrogance. "Do I need another reason? I am the sole possessor of a stellar-level talent, the only savior designated by Aleia, Saint Raphael. All beings must revere me as a father. If you follow the prophecy to assist me, how can you not show humility?" These words left the first clone completely shocked. He had imagined countless ways Raphael might see through him, but never expected that his exposure would be due to Raphael being an egotistical person. Lin Ku, hearing this, was also stunned. The legendary strongest swordsman was an egotist? But on reflection, perhaps it wasn't so far-fetched. An orphan from humble beginnings, who rose through a war-torn country, awakened the only stellar-level talent globally, and became a hero who saved the nation and the world's strongest professional. Such a life of extraordinary achievements could easily lead one to believe they were destined. The clone took a while to reluctantly accept this unbelievable truth. Realizing that he could no longer deceive Raphael in this simulation, he decided to drop the pretense and abandon his disguise. The doppelganger candidly told Raphael that although he wasn't a servant guided by destiny, he was indeed there to help Raphael achieve his goals and bring hope to humanity in the impending apocalypse. Raphael sneered arrogantly, declaring he needed no help, just their bodies that were free from destiny's grip. With that, he attempted to seize the bodies of Doppelganger 1 and 2 once more. Well, you really don't know what's good for you. Doppelganger 1 sighed resignedly. Seeing the negotiations fall through, Doppelganger 2 unhesitatingly fired a signal flare into the sky. In an instant, a wave of Salvation Society warriors surged towards the Doppelganger's location. Simultaneously, Doppelgangers 1 and 2 launched a fierce attack on Raphael. Thunder crackled, energy surged, and the dazzling effects of high-tier equipment enveloped Raphael. Despite being a mere thought form, Raphael's strength as the once strongest warrior was intimidating. Facing the joint attack of two upper-level golden warriors, Raphael handled them with ease and even began to gain the upper hand. However, Doppelgangers 1 and 2, with their superior equipment and perfect coordination, managed to hold Raphael at bay. Though they weren't his match, they couldn't be easily defeated in a short time. Worse still, Raphael, realizing the unfavorable situation, found himself unable to break free from their entanglement and was forced into a prolonged fight. In less than a minute, top-tier fighters like Qi Wuxia and Lu Liang from the Salvation Society arrived on the battlefield, turning the tide instantly. 6 formidable Earth-level warriors surrounded Raphael. Armed to the teeth with resources, each one of these elites had the power to take on Raphael alone. Compared to Doppelgangers 1 and 2, who could barely keep Raphael occupied, these gifted and well-equipped geniuses treated Raphael like a plaything. At this moment, Raphael truly understood the saying, 2 fists can't beat 12 hands. Despite his vast experience, the coordinated assault by the 6 Earth-level warriors left him no room to escape. Resilient warriors clung to him like glue, nimble knights harassed him relentlessly, agile scouts flitted in and out, ready to assist, vigilant priests stood prepared, while mages bombarded him from afar, and warlocks continuously inflicted debilitating status effects. Under this relentless barrage of skills and strategic maneuvers, Raphael was constantly on the receiving end. Even so, Raphael refused to surrender. His indomitable will and pride as the world's strongest warrior drove him to resist in this dire situation, unwilling to concede defeat. However, his last hope was soon shattered. When a massive battalion of hundreds of golden-level warriors finally arrived, the battlefield became overwhelmingly crowded. A seemingly impenetrable shield wall of warriors, swordsmen, and knights was erected. Countless mages and archers raised their staffs and bows, aiming their magic and arrows at Raphael. More daunting was the fact that agile scouts had already hidden themselves along every conceivable escape route. Facing such a desperate situation, despair washed over Raphael's face as he slowly lowered his weapon. Raphael's despair didn't stem from the power of the Salvation Society. In his days of glory, he had faced the onslaught of hundreds of Earth-level professionals, let alone a mere few hundred gold-level ones. What truly filled him with despair was the deeper meaning behind the appearance of these gold-level professionals. Bound tightly and stripped of his powers, Raphael glared fiercely at number 1 and number 2, who were surrounded by members of the Salvation Society, and demanded, "When did you discover me? Which battle group do you belong to? The Light Sanctuary? Vanitas? Olympia? Or Taichu?" A string of renowned A-level battle groups spilled from Raphael's mouth. In his view, only an A-level battle group could coordinate so many gold-level and even Earth-level professionals to besiege him. The presence of an A-level battle group meant his plan had been exposed to the eyes of the Professionals Guild and Lofa. His scheme had already failed. Raphael was well aware of the power of Lofa and the Professionals Guild. With them on guard, completing his plan for resurrection was nearly impossible. However, what number 1 said next left Raphael stunned. Number 1 looked at Raphael sincerely and said, "We haven't deceived you. We are neither the Light Sanctuary nor Binatas, nor Olympia and Taichu. We are not in a level battle group, not even a true battle group in the conventional sense. We are an organization formed to save this world alongside you. You can call us the Salvation Society." The Salvation Society? Raphael's eyes widened as he quickly scanned the members of the Salvation Society around him. He was shocked to find that the futures he once perceived for these people had all turned gray, replaced by a mist filled with endless possibilities. Raphael's worldview was severely challenged, and he began to question the validity of his role as the sole savior. Seizing the moment, number 1 quickly took advantage of the situation to explain to Raphael the scale of the Salvation Society and their confrontation with the Federation. When Raphael heard that the Salvation Society had tens of thousands of professionals and millions of followers, even controlling a human city, only lacking a powerful enough leader to lead them in conquering the world, he suddenly perked up. "I see," Raphael sneered. "You angered the Federation and now face their wrath. You can't fight the Federation, so you want me to help you. You talk about having me lead you, but you're just lying youngsters. Do you think I'll fall for it?" Raphael sneered and said, "Don't kid yourself. Even though I'm in your hands right now, I don't mind telling you that this body is just one of the hundreds of thousands of my consciousness avatars. It doesn't matter to me at all. You can't threaten me. However, Avatar number 1 smiled warmly and spoke slowly. Oh, really? If you're so confident, then I suppose it won't matter if we inform the Adventurers Guild that you're still alive and have split into consciousness avatars. Raphael's expression turned rigid immediately. After a long silence, he said expressionlessly, "Ask them to leave. Let's talk privately. But you'd better not try any tricks." Avatar number 1 grinned and gestured for the people around them to leave unceremoniously. Then, he and Raphael engaged in a private conversation. During this discussion, Avatar number 1 gathered several crucial pieces of information. Firstly, Raphael currently lacks the power to assist the Salvation Society against the Federation. While he has indeed fragmented his soul into hundreds of thousands of consciousness avatars, each avatar's adventurer level has been reset to 0. Worse still, his stellar level talent, Fate's Eye, has degraded to a gold level during the fragmentation, losing its most potent causal effects, and now only vaguely glimpses the fates of others. Secondly, Alea's power is severely restricted by divine intervention, suppressing her strength below the stellar level. This means that adventurers on Earth who rely on Alea's power will be unable to advance to the stellar level through their adventurer panel once they reach the sky level. To break through this bottleneck, they must find alternative methods. Although these methods are varied, they essentially involve achieving a qualitative change through sheer quantity to force a breakthrough. Raphael's initial god-making plan aimed to collect subpath items and equipment formed from Alea's power, reconvert them into Alea's essence using special devices, and then concentrated on 10 individuals to help them break through to the stellar level. However, after the failure of the god-making plan, Raphael had to adopt a second strategy, splitting himself into hundreds of thousands of consciousness avatars to gather experience worldwide. He intended to refuse these avatars once they accumulated enough power, achieving a breakthrough to the stellar or even planetary level. However, reality proved much harsher than his ideals. Raphael's consciousness avatars suffered heavy losses during their growth, leaving only a few remaining. The consciousness avatar standing before Avatar number 1 was already one of Raphael's strongest. Even if Avatar number 1 could help him merge with all surviving avatars, Raphael's power would only recover to the sky level, falling short of the intended stellar level breakthrough. For Raphael, failing to break through to the stellar level equates to failure, so he would rather die than merge now. Even when Avatar number 1 threatened to reveal his survival to the Adventurers Guild, Raphael remained indifferent. Lastly, the primary reason the gods wish to eradicate humanity is due to the terrifying power of Alea. To humans, Alea is their source of power, the mother who nurtures and empowers them. But to the gods and other divine beings, Alea is a complete monster. She can distort the world's laws, converting the universe's matter into experience and power for her kinhumans to absorb and use. Under Alea's influence, humans can grow stronger by constantly engaging in slaughter, plundering cosmic matter to augment themselves. If left unchecked, some exceptionally gifted humans could grow from ordinary mortals into stellar-level adventurers capable of threatening the gods in just a decade. In the eyes of the gods or cosmic beings, the 10 billion humans on Earth are not people, but 10 billion void monsters created by Alea, disguised in human skin. They grow stronger rapidly through killing, meaning that if allowed to leave Earth and enter the universe, the entire cosmos would become their hunting ground, and the countless intelligent species within it would face a terrifying catastrophe. It is this fear of potential disaster that drives the gods to return from afar, determined to eradicate humanity and Alea. Link stood there, disbelief shining in his eyes. He finally accepted the idea that the gods might annihilate humanity, and this realization hit him like a sledgehammer to the heart. He couldn't help but put himself in their shoes. If he were a god, faced with a terrifying race nearly capable of cheating death and akin to an unstoppable force, he wouldn't tolerate their existence either. However, Link's clone was indifferent to the god's motives. His focus was entirely on the two crucial pieces of information he'd obtained from Raphael. First, that achieving this star level was a matter of quantity over quality. By collecting enough professional items, one could forcibly break through. Second, frustratingly, the current Raphael was a mere shadow of his former self, incapable of helping the Salvation Society turn the tide. This news was like a cold shower for the clone. Using Raphael's power for a comeback was almost his last resort. Without the aid of the former strongest swordsman, the Salvation Society's chances of resisting the Federal Army were nothing more than a pipe dream. Yet, clone number 1 did not give up. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, shamelessly selling Raphael's intelligence to the professional guild. Under Raphael's disdainful gaze, the clone quickly sent a letter of sincere apology to the provincial governor. Meanwhile, within the Salvation Society, he identified and scapegoated a group of disobedient members, falsely charging them with the attack on the mayor of Donghua, and executed them, giving the Eastern Province an excuse to back down. Simultaneously, those officials in the governor's office secretly bought by the Salvation Society began to act on the clone's orders. They fervently lobbied provincial departments to abandon military action against the Salvation Society. Their arguments were numerous. Primarily, the Salvation Society's size meant that even with the eastern province's strength, eliminating them would be a grueling battle, significantly hindering the province's development and exposing a massive rebellious organization under their governance, tarnishing the governor's record. Besides, since the Salvation Society had already shown submission and the deceased couldn't be revived, why create trouble with this behemoth and risk internal unrest? This lobbying, coupled with the clone and the Salvation Society's conciliatory stance, indeed disrupted the Eastern Province's military plans. The peace faction and the war faction argued incessantly at provincial meetings, leaving the governor unable to make a swift decision. At this critical moment, the clone's sacrifice of Raphael became the final leverage to preserve the Salvation Society. On July 21st, year 15 of the Awakening era, Li Yifu, the highest chairman of the Federal Professional Guild, personally arrived at the Salvation Society's headquarters in Donghua City. Under the clone's complex gaze, he took away Raphael, who had been furiously cursing the clone for an entire day and night. With Raphael's departure, an era seemed to have ended, while a new situation was quietly taking shape. On the 22nd, in the governor's office of the Eastern Province, a letter from the Federation branch of the Guild of Professionals lay on the desk. The letter elaborated extensively on the contributions of the Salvation Society to the Guild and world peace, assuring that the society posed no threat to the Federation's rule. The governor sat with hands clasped, brows furrowed, scrutinizing this letter that held the fate of the Salvation Society. After intense internal discussions, the governor eventually adopted the stabilization faction's suggestion, abandoning military action against the Salvation Society. This decision temporarily spared your avatars, but the society paid a heavy price. Although the Federation sheathed its swords, it imposed a series of stringent restrictions. The Salvation Society was prohibited from promoting its ideology to civilians, forbidden from establishing branches, and required to disband 90 of non-essential personnel, reducing its size to a standard battle group of about 300 members. Additionally, the Eastern Province would appoint a new mayor to Donghua City, whose safety the society had to ensure. Most painfully, the Salvation Society was forced to sever ties with Donghua University, losing a vital source of talent. The once glorious headquarters of the Salvation Society now stood empty and desolate. Your avatars 1 and 2 sat there, facing the few remaining loyal members like Qi Wuxia and Shangguan Lingwei. The bustling scenes of the past were now memories, with even Lu Liang and other council members gone, leaving behind this diminished organization. Yet, despite the severe setbacks, the Salvation Society retained its deep roots. With its battle group status and the strength of its high-level professionals, 3 years later, the society successfully became one of the 3 major battle groups in Donghua City. Qi Wuxia also achieved his ambition, replacing Avatar 1 as the new president, finally surpassing his father Qi Bodu's accomplishments. Time flew by, and it was now the end of the Awakening Year 18. By this time, Avatars 1 and 2 had reached level 39, but were gradually stepping back due to a lack of innate talent. They strolled through a street in Donghua City, their eyes fixed on a bowl-cut teenager among a group of hooligans ahead. Avatar 1 spoke coldly. "Hey, shorty up front." As he spoke, he drew a level 35 star-grade heavy sword from his waist, its blade glinting in the sunlight. He pointed at the bowl-cut teenager squatting on the ground, gesturing with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Yes, I'm talking to you. Bowl-cut, right? I've got a score to settle with you." A twisted figure struggled out of the shadows, accompanied by a piercing wail. It was a familiar demonic form, wings sprouting from its back, a face adorned with fangs, and the chilling name Mappus emblazoned across its forehead. This level 19 monster had effortlessly killed number 1, then only a silver-level warrior, during the second simulation, leaving no chance for escape. However, this was the 5th simulation. Number 1 was no longer the under-equipped, low-level silver warrior of the past. Now, he was a fully equipped, high-level 39 golden warrior, capable of standing against even Earth-level warriors. Alongside him was number 2, also a high-level golden mage. In Donghua City, their power was nearly unmatched. Nonetheless, number 1 did not take revenge personally. Number 2's clone struck first, using a lightning spell combined with a new golden-level skill, Explosive Shot, which took down half of Mappus's health. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the cunning demon abandoned its summoner and retreated back into the shadows. This scene greatly surprised Link. In both real-world theories and the simulations experienced by his clones, every monster faced by a professional fought to the death, never knowing the meaning of retreat except for when Raphael used unknown means to scare off lesser creatures. Yet, Mappus chose to flee after losing only half of its health, which was truly puzzling. The clone was equally perplexed. He captured the summoner of Mappus, referred to as Lid, and brought him to the Salvation Society's dungeon for interrogation. Through intense questioning, a startling piece of information emerged that could shake the entire Federation. Lid confessed that 5 years ago, he joined an organization called the Order of the God. By continuously sacrificing humans, especially human professionals, to the Order, he gradually gained the ability to command second-tier demons. These demons were not ordinary wild creatures, but servants of a god, essentially a cosmic intelligent species similar to humans. They could assess situations and choose to flee when facing insurmountable opponents. The doctrine of the Order of the God is to welcome the god's descent. They frequently hold various rituals to anchor the coordinates of Blue Star to the god beyond the heavens, accelerating the god's arrival on Blue Star. This astonishing intelligence would undoubtedly bring a tremendous impact on the entire Federation. Apart from him, the cult of the divine had hundreds of followers in Donghua City, but most perished in the Salvation Society uprising 3 years ago. Only he and a few clear-headed believers managed to switch to the Salvation Society's banner in time, ensuring their survival. Your doppelgangers, number 1 and number 2, exchanged a knowing glance, while the new member of the Salvation Society being interrogated looked bewildered, unaware of this history. The interrogation uncovered a long-hidden evil organization, a discovery that excited the Salvation Society members, prompting them to immediately suggest reporting it. Your doppelganger approved this request. Soon after, a group claiming to be from the professional guild headquarters took the suspect away, but the matter disappeared without a trace, causing no stir on Blue Star. In the 19th year of the awakening, your doppelganger lived a mundane life, occasionally joining the battle group for exploratory raids. However, a routine raid turned disastrous when a level 35 boss monster suddenly attacked the unprepared Salvation Society members, inflicting severe losses. Fortunately, Chi Wuxia, now a sky-level professional, intervened in time, allowing the team to regroup. After a brutal battle, the Salvation Society barely managed to slay the enraged boss at the cost of over 40 casualties. Your doppelganger number 1 lost his legs in the fight, but he was unconcerned. Salvation Society had items capable of limb regeneration, which would fix him upon return. However, the crisis was not over. On the way back, the Salvation Society battle group was ambushed again, this time by a level 45 boss monster, far exceeding the area's expected monster level cap. Sensing the dire situation, Chi Wuxia decisively ordered a full retreat. The legless number 1 refused help from Shangguan Lingwei, instead instructing number 2 to survive and gather more intelligence. Then, with determination, he joined the rear guard, using the recoil of his golden combat energy to charge at the level 45 ice dragon boss, like a moth to a flame. Witnessing this, Chi Wuxia and others were deeply moved, casting respectful glances at number 1. Only number 2, without any emotional burden, ran away swiftly. Your doppelganger number 1 sacrificed himself this way, dying on January 18th, in the 19th year of the awakening. Fortunately, number 2 safely retreated to Donghua City, and, citing the need to watch over number 1's spirit, refrained from joining future battle group expeditions. On February 10th, a shocking announcement arrived. Both the Federation and the Professional Guild issued urgent conscription orders. News reports stated that in just 1 month, the number of bosses in the wilderness had increased more than 50-fold. This alarming development indicated that an unprecedented crisis was looming. A massive wave of unrelenting Lord monsters pressed against the safe zones, as the Salvation Corps, under the command of the Federation, repeatedly engaged in battle, resulting in rapidly rising casualties. By February 26th, over 100 human cities had been reduced to ruins under the iron hooves of the lords. On March 12th, Doran, one of humanity's most powerful cities, fell. Inside sources revealed that traitors from the cult of the gods summoned a projection of an evil deity, destroying the city's defensive formations, which left Doran vulnerable to an attack by wilderness creatures. On March 18th, the Salvation Corps was ambushed by 3 lords. The leader, Chi Wuxia, and the deputy leader, Shangguan Lingwei, perished in a bloody battle, with less than a tenth of the members narrowly escaping back to Donghua City. By June, Donghua City was overrun, and it was shockingly discovered that someone was orchestrating the Lord Monster's assault. Your second persona, sensing the impending doom, successfully fled to the capital of the eastern province, Dongdu, before the city fell. By November 2019, second and third-tier cities worldwide had collapsed, with over 6 billion humans falling victim to the beast tide, leaving fewer than 30 megacities desperately holding on. At the end of the month, the Guild of Professionals president announced that the remaining global survivors should retreat to the Ark city of Noah and revealed his own advancement to a star-level professional. Your second persona, having received the news early, once again reached Noah ahead of others. In December, rumors spread that the supposedly dead strongest swordsman, Raphael, had returned as a star-level swordsman, aiding the migration of over 20 million humans to Noah. Upon hearing the news, your second persona cursed, "Rafa, the old dog, tricked me," while hastily concealing their identity, fearing retribution from Raphael. In the same month, the cult of the gods emerged, their ability to control lords and wilderness monsters causing human cities to fall rapidly. By February 2020, the last megacity outside Noah fell, and the remaining 550 million humans gathered in Noah. Under the determined resistance of star-level powerhouses Rafa and Raphael, along with numerous professionals, and relying on Noah's formidable defenses, the survivors finally managed to keep the endless beast tied at bay. The Guild of Professionals fully opened access to awakening spheres, allowing many ordinary people to become professionals, though those with exceptional talent were few. In August, a shocking announcement spread throughout Noah. 27-year-old Su Xin became the third star-level professional among humans. Although your second persona could not gather details due to maintaining a low profile, it was rumored that Su Xin was Rafa's disciple, with Rafa's backing behind his advancement. Su Xion's addition significantly bolstered Noah's defenses, sparking calls for a counterattack. However, harsh reality soon shattered humanity's hopes. On September 21st at 8:31 a.m., humans within the great city of Noah suddenly began to die en masse. Starting with the lowest rank of black iron professionals, it spread to bronze, silver, and even gold-level professionals. Your second persona experienced excruciating pain, feeling as if their organs were crushed by an invisible hand, with copious amounts of blood and organ fragments pouring from their orifices. In their final moments, your second persona saw an enraged Rafa ascend skyward. Your second persona died, marking the end of this simulation. The simulation finally came to an end. Lin Ku exhaled deeply, his eyes fixed on the prominent words "simulation ended" on the panel. It was the first time he felt a simulation was this long. The main reason was that his avatars were particularly active this time. Not only did the simulation duration set a new record, but the actions of the avatars also surpassed the sum of all previous simulations. Especially the establishment of the Super Society, the Salvation Society, which allowed the two avatars with only silver-level talents to infiltrate the core circle of the human camp. Lin Ku couldn't help but ponder that if Avatar number 1 hadn't died so early, and if Qi Wuxia, the chosen successor, hadn't been so reckless and died early in the disaster's onset, the influence and ideological spread of the Salvation Society might have enabled them to contest for, or even control Noah. Avatar number 2's ability to always stay a step ahead of the disaster and escape to safety in the later simulations owed much to the remaining strength of the Salvation Society. However, Lin Ku was relieved that number 1 died early. If that scoundrel had infiltrated Noah during such a tense time, who knows what kind of trouble he would have caused. As the simulation concluded, avatars number 1 and number 2 reappeared before Lin Ku. Looking at their blank, puppet-like expressions, he couldn't help but offer high praise. You did a great job this time. Even though the avatars always maintained their vacant expressions in reality, completely unlike their lively and mischievous selves in the simulation, Lin Ku knew they could hear him and had their own thoughts. They just couldn't be bothered to pretend to be human in the real world. Lin Ku wasn't concerned about their indifference. He took out paper and pen and began recording the crucial information gathered during the simulation. 1. The chubby Su Yi is actually the third son of Su Jin, the ace squad leader of the Tomorrow After War group in Donghua City, and lives in the same apartment as Chu Lian, the illegitimate daughter of Chu Tianxiong, chairman of the Xiantian group. Having been helped by an avatar, Su Yi harbors no suspicion towards Lin Ku. 2. Chu Lian will successfully rise to power in the first year of the simulation, while Chu Ya, the legitimate heir of the Xiantian group, will lose her inheritance rights and flee abroad. 3. Even if Chu Lian is killed, the Xiantian group would be unable to identify the true culprit, making her assassination low risk. 4. Chu Tianxiong is merely a mortal, and the shareholders of the Xiantian group are fickle. Possessing formidable strength could allow one to stand above the law to some extent, as the leaders of Donghua City would refrain from using force unless absolutely necessary. Lin Ku carefully documented these key pieces of information to prepare for his next moves. Link stared intently at the notebook filled with densely packed notes, his brow furrowed. He had just documented the critical information gleaned from this simulation, each detail pivotal to the future fate of Blue Star. The power structure of Donghua University floated through his mind, an elderly Earth-level principal for deans and directors of teaching with merely mid to lower gold-level strength. Link mused privately that such a leadership might easily capitulate when faced with a formidable threat. His gaze passed over the name Shangguan Lingwei, the daughter of a high-ranking federal official and the deputy governor of the Eastern Province, undoubtedly a reliable ally. Then, Qi Wuxia, soon to enroll, caught his attention. The son of the Platinum Star Corps leader, he was exceptionally gifted and worth nurturing. Link's thoughts turned to the once world's strongest swordsman, Raphael. This legendary figure had now declined, with most of his tens of thousands of split consciousnesses having perished. Even the one around Donghua City only retained Earth-level strength. The shadow of the apocalypse loomed over Link's heart. In the 19th year after awakening, a multitude of wasteland lords would emerge, controlled by a traitorous organization known as the Cult of the Gods. They would systematically destroy human cities and assault battle groups, inflicting severe losses on humanity. His pen paused on the name Guagai. In the second simulation, this individual had killed his avatar and would join the Cult of the Gods around the 14th year after awakening, gaining the ability to summon divine familiars. The following information puzzled Link. The feud between Rofa and Raphael was a facade. Moreover, Rofa would aid Raphael in advancing to a star-level professional, and Raphael would ultimately join the Human Alliance to help Rofa defend the Ark City of Noah. Link's eyes skimmed over other crucial information. Rofa's disciple, Su Exin, would become the third star-level professional. On September 21st, in the 20th year after awakening, at 8:31 a.m., a massive death event would occur in the giant city of Noah. Until humanity's extinction, the so-called gods would never appear. Finally, Link's thoughts lingered on the greatest enigma, Aleia. What was this entity that Raphael repeatedly mentioned? What kind of power did she possess? What was her stance toward humanity? Link took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to punch his two wooden dummy avatars. He turned to these two avatars, capable of effortlessly twisting him into knots, and asked, "Do either of you have anything to add?" The two avatars shook their heads in unison, clearly unwilling to expend more mental effort in the real world. Link took another deep breath, calming his emotions, and said, "Then let's begin the inheritance, with the gains from the fifth simulation." Link's gaze focused on the simulation panel in his mind, where two option tabs emerged beneath the dense information. He quickly skimmed over the first three options, thinking to himself that these were merely things already revealed in the simulation. Even though they included Earth-level skills, they were nothing compared to the achievements of his avatar in the fifth simulation. However, when he saw the equipment list for avatar number 1, Link couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The effects of the level 35 Celestial class defensive set, Kwafu Chasing the Sun, were simply astonishing. A shield that could stack up to 250 of his health, and an additional damage boost equivalent to 250 of his strength attribute. Link was amazed. No wonder an avatar with just a silver-grade talent could stand shoulder to shoulder with super geniuses of the sky and celestial classes without being outmatched. The effects of this set are so powerful, even a dog wearing it could probably take down an Earth-level genius. Link thought to himself, it's no wonder this top-tier warrior equipment, acquired by scouring the entire Alliance's auction houses and spending a fortune, is practically a divine artifact. Without hesitation, Link chose to retain all the rewards. Just one piece from Avatar number 1's equipment could easily be worth billions if sold, making it a hugely profitable gain. The system notification sounded, asking if he wanted to use one free retention opportunity and 18,200 simulation energy to keep these rewards. Despite feeling the sting of the energy expenditure, Link gritted his teeth and opted to pay. As 18,200 simulation energy was instantly deducted, Link's energy balance plummeted from 54,200 to 36,000. At the same time, the attribute panel of Avatar number 1 underwent a dramatic transformation, with the refreshed data filling Link with anticipation. Link stared at the shimmering attribute panel before him, the data dazzling like shooting stars. Strength 1378, Constitution 1503, Agility 290, Magic 124. Behind these numbers lies an accumulation of countless time and money. In the equipment section, the 35-level Achilles' Holy Sword radiated brilliantly, paired with the 35-level Sky Set Peach Blossom Paradise. The set of earrings, rings, bracelets, and necklaces not only increases resistance to control effects by 45, but also boosts all attributes by 15. The armor he wore was the 35-level Starry Set Kwafu, Chasing the Sun. Each piece, from armor to boots, bracers, and belt, exudes a powerful aura. This set not only converts 50 of base strength into constitution, but also generates a shield in battle every second, up to 250 of health. Additionally, the damage continuously stacks, with a cap at 250 of the strength attribute. The skills section was equally impressive. Shura Ghost Max, Imperial Sky Sword Max, Golden Battle Aura LV8, Jade and Stone Burn Together Max, Silver Battle Aura Max. Each one is enough to make ordinary professionals look up in awe. Overall rating, Upper Level Golden Warrior. Link took a sharp breath. Is this the power of a Padawan warrior? Is this the attribute of the head of the Salvation Society and the core of the battle group? Looking at these eye-blinding stats, he finally felt the vast difference between the battle group and the student party. It's no exaggeration to say that all the students at Donghua University combined would be no match for this avatar. Even Zongheng couldn't compare. If it came to a fight, Avatar number 1 could likely sweep through an entire team of golden-level university students single-handedly. This is a battle between two different dimensions. Link couldn't find the right words to describe this sudden sense of wealth. No wonder the battle group always seemed so superior. The depth accumulated through time and money is not something that can be matched by simple levels and talents. The only thing limiting the avatar from becoming the top-tier golden warrior is talent. Although a top-level golden professional might not have such luxurious equipment, they wouldn't be too far off. In such a scenario, the avatar's equipment advantage can't bridge the talent gap, preventing it from reaching the true top tier. Just like in simulations, when the avatar fought alongside those equally well-equipped elite teams of the Salvation Society, it always felt like he couldn't keep up. Link never expected that the talent, which should have been the avatar's greatest cheat, turned out to be the bottleneck limiting its potential. Ultimately, the avatar's rapid growth was the issue. Although this unscrupulous method doesn't hold up morally, its effectiveness is undeniable. Even if not the absolute top-tier golden warrior, in the world of golden-level professionals, Avatar number 1 strength is certainly among the best. In the realm of Donghua City, it's no exaggeration to say that Avatar number 1 is undoubtedly the strongest golden-level professional. Link's gaze focused once more on the simulation system, silently grateful that he hadn't overlooked clone number 2. The screen displayed the reward options for clone number 2, and although there was one less option compared to number 1, they were still enticing. Let's see, Link murmured, sliding his finger across the virtual interface. Level 39 attributes, learned skills, and acquired equipment are precious treasures indeed. He carefully examined each reward. The Earth level Storm's Arrival, the Gold level Thunder Spear, along with the Silver level Lightning Ray and Bronze level Thunder Strike, all powerful skills. The equipment was equally alluring, featuring the level 35 Stellar Staff, Heart of the World Tree, and the Eightfold Divine Might accessory set, complemented by the Xiaji Academy, Defensita Mage's Ultimate Dream. Taking a deep breath, Link chose to retain everything without hesitation. The system responded immediately with a crisp, pleasant notification sound. Ding! You have used one free retention opportunity, 1200 simulation energy, and 2400 simulation energy. Successfully retained the level 39 attributes, skills learned in this simulation, and equipment acquired, totaling 3 rewards for clone number 2. With the notification sound, clone number 2's attribute panel appeared before him. Found object, number 2. Level, 39. Mana, 258, 842, 5884 base, 17884 equipment 5000. Experience, 010000000. Class, Mage. Innate talent, Spell Specialization Gold level. The attribute section gleamed with impressive numbers. Strength, 80 base, 35 equipment, 45. Constitution, 135 base, 35 100. Agility, 95 base, 35 equipment 60. Magic, 1788.4 base, 772 equipment, 1016.4. In the equipment section, the descriptions of the Heart of the World Tree staff and the Eightfold Divine Might set were particularly striking, with the Elemental Soldier effect catching Link's eye. The Xiaji Academy set bonuses were not to be underestimated either, doubling mana recovery speed and increasing magic attributes by 20, a boon for any mage. The skills section was equally impressive, with the levels of skills like Storm's Arrival, Super Magus, and Thunder Spear reaching astonishing heights. Link nodded in satisfaction, muttering to himself, an upper gold level mage. That's no small feat, clone number 2. You've really made me proud. He exhaled softly, feeling immensely confident in his decision. Although there was one less reward compared to clone number 1, clone number 2's strength was in no way inferior. Link looked forward to the day when both clones would fight side by side, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Link stood in front of the mirror, gazing at his 2 duplicates, clone 1 and clone 2. Both had broken through level 30, reaching the impressive height of level 39. The sudden surge in power left Link a bit dazed. He took a deep breath to calm himself and, with trembling fingers, opened the options menu of the simulation system once again. As expected, with the increase in his clone's levels, new gold tier simulation privileges were now available to Link. However, when he saw the simulation cost, he was taken aback. 10,000 simulation energy points. His face turned pale as he muttered to himself, "Really? You're going with the decimal system? At this rate, Earth tier would be 100,000, Sky tier 1 million, and Star tier would need 10 million simulation energy." Link's mind raced, recalling the tenfold increase in simulation costs from Bronze tier to Silver tier. Although he had vaguely suspected this exponential trend, he still harbored a sliver of hope deep down. Reality, however, mercilessly shattered his illusions. As Link pondered, the system's prompt sounded. Please be aware, the stated cost is not the simulation fee, but the cost for purchasing talents for your clones during the simulation. If you do not wish to buy gold tier talents for your clones, you can opt for a silver tier simulation requiring only 1,000 simulation energy points, or even a free bronze tier simulation. The system continued to explain. This system does not force you to choose a simulation level. If your clones do not need to refresh talents or update to higher talents, You can select the simulation level based on your economic capability. Additionally, you can gain free access to higher-level simulations by increasing your own level. Link frowned, listening intently to the system's explanation. The system went on to detail the free simulation privileges at each level. Just as you gained free bronze tier simulation access upon reaching level 10, you will receive free gold tier simulation access upon reaching level 30 and completing the third job change. At level 40, you will gain free earth tier simulation access, and so on, until all simulation options are unlocked. After hearing this lengthy explanation, Link couldn't help but mutter, "So you're saying I have to keep striving?" The system promptly responded, "This system will not issue any mandatory tasks." Link rolled his eyes, thinking, "Here we go again. Where did you learn these manipulative tactics?" He felt a sense of powerlessness, as if being led by the nose by the system. Currently, the gold tier simulation fee wasn't too high for Link, just 10,000 simulation energy, equivalent to 50-something thousand federal credits. With the strength of his two high-level gold tier clones, earning that amount wasn't difficult. If he dared to take some risks and had the clones engage in some less conventional activities, the cost for future Earth tier, Sky tier, and even Star tier simulations wouldn't be a problem. But Link quickly realized the real challenge lay ahead. He began calculating the funds needed for higher tier simulations. For example, if Planeteer requires 100 million simulation energy, I would need to purchase dungeon trash worth over 5 billion federal credits. For 2 clones, that's over 10 billion. Such a scale of procurement would impact the global awakening market. Link fell into deep thought, realizing that as demand increased, the price of dungeon trash would inevitably rise. Scarcity increases value, and when dungeon trash is in short supply, my energy conversion rate can't always stay at 50 to 1. The exchange rate of federal credits to simulation energy is bound to depreciate. Additionally, the cost of purchasing simulation attempts was doubling, causing Link to worry. Eventually, the entire planet's supply capacity won't keep up with the system's demand. Facing this dilemma, Link contemplated solutions. Aside from ceasing high-tier simulations after acquiring high-level talents, there seemed to be only one surefire way to follow the system's suggestion and increase his own level. Determined, Link clenched his fist, resolved to fight for his future. Link sighed deeply and reluctantly got to his feet. The idea of giving up was shattered by reality, and he began preparing for the next round of simulations. The cost of simulating Avatar 1 had skyrocketed to 3,200 simulation energy points per attempt. To equip an avatar with a gold-level talent required an additional 10,000 points. This expense was unavoidable. Without advanced talents, the avatars would struggle to achieve significant breakthroughs in simulations. To purchase gold-level talents for both avatars, he needed a total of 20,000 simulation energy points. Link calculated that although his current reserves were just enough for another joint simulation, he would not have enough to redeem additional rewards for the avatars afterward. He decided to plan ahead and convert his remaining 2.8 million federal currency into simulation energy to prepare for post-simulation needs. However, this time he couldn't rely on Donghua University's internal trading network. Despite the long duration of 2 consecutive simulations, only a day had passed in reality. The inexpensive materials he had cleared out yesterday wouldn't be replenished quickly, so he had to look beyond the campus. Link hesitated. As a socially anxious person, he was a stranger in this world, knowing almost no one except for Lin Qingyu. Having been here only 4 days, the idea of leaving the familiar campus was daunting. Fortunately, the avatars in the simulations had provided him with considerable intelligence, including information on various factions and trustworthy individuals. After careful consideration, only one high-ranking person met his criteria: Chuya, the eldest princess of the Xiantian group, who was about to lose her power. Compared to characters he met in simulations through strength or charm, Chuya was one of the few contacts Link had personally encountered in reality. Instinctively, he felt that Chuya would be easier to manage. Of course, Link wouldn't risk contacting Chuya himself. While avatars and simulations could act recklessly, caution was essential in reality. As long as his true identity remained hidden, the avatars could take bold actions. Link turned to Avatar 1 and issued a command: "Bring Chuya to this location." Avatar 1 was silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating this bold plan. Link handed the phone to number 1, who glanced at the screen. The target location was an unfinished building on the outskirts of the city. Number 1 nodded silently, ready to take action immediately, but Link stopped him. "Wait, are you crazy?" Link whispered. "Kidnapping someone in broad daylight? We should stake out the place and wait until nightfall when there are fewer people around. Also, remember to wear a mask so no one sees my face." Link carefully went over the details. "Take my phone. Once the job is done, I won't meet with Chuya personally. At exactly 11 p.m., I'll call you. Hand the phone to Chuya, and after we finish talking, make sure to bring the phone back. We can't leave any traces. Understand?" Number 1 nodded, his eyes filled with confidence as if saying, "Leave it to me." However, his next move left Link astonished. Without a care in the world, Number 1 took Link's phone and casually walked to the roadside to hail a rideshare. What are you doing? Link was dumbfounded. Waiting for a car, Number 1 replied succinctly. Link's face darkened, but he quickly calmed down. Having Number 1 sprint down the street using his professional skills would only draw more attention. He swallowed his urge to criticize and continued to emphasize the precautions. Don't get dropped off too close to the target to avoid leaving a traceable rideshare record. Most importantly, make sure to hide your face. You can't be seen. I know what to do, Number 1 said confidently. I've grown a lot. You can trust me completely. Link nodded reluctantly. After all, in the 5th simulation, Number 1 had led the Salvation Society. Theoretically, his capabilities should surpass Link's armchair strategist self. The rideshare arrived quickly. Link said no more and simply waved as Number 1 left. Once the vehicle disappeared from view, he turned to Number 2 to buy a new phone. I have a question. Number 2 timidly raised his hand. Link smiled like a benevolent father. Go ahead. If you're not planning to meet Chuya, why kidnap her? Can't you just call her? Number 2 asked, puzzled. Link chuckled. That's where you differ from Number 1. He patiently explained. The purpose isn't to kidnap, but to make Chuya realize that I can end her life at any moment. Dealing with a woman like her, negotiation alone isn't enough. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can we earn her trust and cooperation. Just like in the 4th simulation, when Chuya hired you to assassinate Chu Lian because she valued your ability to intercept the Iron Blood Squad. Clone Number 2 showed a look of sudden realization, but quickly returned to a blank expression, silently following Lin Ku to the electronics market outside the school. There, they purchased 10 phones, one high-end foldable model worth 30,000 federal currency, and 9 basic phones, each costing just 200. This seemingly excessive purchase was actually a precaution to save the hassle of repeatedly running around for various operations in the future. As for the phone numbers, Lin Ku didn't care at all, as these numbers were only used to contact the clones and wouldn't leave any traceable evidence. After the purchase, Lin Ku casually chose a tea house with private rooms. He lazily reclined on a soft sofa, sipping tea and browsing short videos of attractive women on the newly bought foldable phone, leisurely waiting for the progress of Clone Number 1's mission. Meanwhile, Clone Number 2 sat expressionlessly across from him, uninterested in the videos of scantily clad women on the main body's phone, mechanically maintaining vigilance. While Lin Ku and Clone Number 2 were enjoying a relaxed day at the tea house, Clone Number 1 had already taken a ride-sharing service to a street 2 kilometers from the outskirts of Tianfu Manor. After efficiently paying the fare, he followed Lin Ku's instructions and went straight into a roadside shop to buy a hood. Under the shopkeeper's curious gaze, Clone Number 1 calmly put on the hood. Noticing the shopkeeper's strange look, Clone Number 1 glanced back, his gaze carrying an invisible pressure that instantly made the shopkeeper's hair stand on end, his life flashing before his eyes. In that suffocating moment, the shop door swung open, breaking the frozen atmosphere. A group of energetic young people burst into the shop, led by a 16 or 17-year-old boy who shouted before even entering, "Uncle Joe, get us some gloves for tree planting." As they entered, a strange gust of wind suddenly swept through, making the shelves in the shop clatter. Clone Number 1 quietly turned to leave, thinking, as long as the negotiations between the main body and Chuya go smoothly without alerting the police, this small loose end shouldn't matter. If the negotiations fail, dealing with it later wouldn't be too late. He brushed past the young people entering the shop, who remained oblivious to anything unusual, merely complaining about, where did that wind come from, before excitedly gathering around the shopkeeper, boasting about their second-place performance in the class-wide potential test for professionals. Without lingering to listen to their conversation, Clone Number 1 headed straight for Tianfu Manor. The seemingly imposing bronze-level professional guards were mere decorations in his eyes. He easily evaded the patrols, effortlessly leaping over the 7 or 8-meter-high wall, silently infiltrating the manor. Number 1 quickly discovered that Chuya was not at her residence. Standing at the door, he inquired with a kind-faced middle-aged housekeeper. The housekeeper informed him that it was Friday, and as a student at Nankai University, Chuya was naturally attending classes. Heading to Nankai University was a breeze for Number 1. Unlike the strict security measures at Tianfu Manor, this institution was remarkably open. Even as Number 1 boldly walked into the campus with a hood on, no one stopped to question him. However, a new challenge emerged. The vast Nankai University spans over 4,000 acres, and locating one person in such a large area was like finding a needle in a haystack. As Number 1 hesitated, a passing school's honor wall caught his attention. His eyes scanned the wall and landed on a piece of information. Chuya, Grade 1 Class 1 of Peach Blossom College, Student ID K1001, ranked 9th in the monthly exams, member of the Pretty Guardian Club. Seeing this, Number 1 dismissed it with disdain. How could an entertainment club called Pretty Guardian compare to Chu Lian's Chumin? Nonetheless, this information pointed him in the right direction. In front of the densely detailed campus map, Number 1 astutely found the location marked Pretty Guardian Club. It took him only 5 minutes to reach his destination. Through the club's glass windows, now a gold-ranked warrior, number 1 used his extraordinary vision to instantly lock onto his target. Chuya was sitting with a few girls around a round table, enjoying afternoon tea with a youthful smile on her face. Her appearance was entirely different from what he had seen in simulations or reality before. Now in her school uniform, she appeared both noble and vibrant. Her long wavy hair, dyed pink, cascaded like a waterfall past her hips, perfectly complementing the Nankai University JK skirt, embodying a pure yet alluring aura. In number 1's eyes, the other girls paled in comparison to Chuya, hardly worth mentioning. Quickly forming a plan in his mind, number 1 casually took a seat. The target was confirmed. Next, he only needed to wait until nightfall when the crowd dispersed to easily take Chuya to the location specified by the main body. This task, in number 1's view, was a piece of cake. As the minutes ticked by, number 1 waited patiently. The sun set, and the sky grew darker. After more than 3 hours of waiting, his patience finally paid off. Number 1 spotted Chuya and a group of lively female college students leaving the headquarters of the Sailor Moon Society. The good news was that Chuya didn't stay at the school. The bad news was that she wasn't leaving alone. She was accompanied by several club members in the same car. Number 1 realized he couldn't remain passive any longer. He glanced at the sky, noting the sun was about to set, meeting the condition of few people after dark, as instructed by the main body. He no longer concealed himself, and quickly began to pursue the car carrying Chuya. It was around 6:40 p.m., and though it was early autumn, the warmth of summer lingered. The sky wasn't completely dark yet, and the street lights hadn't turned on. However, the swift figure of number 1 went unnoticed by those inside the car. Chuya was engrossed in conversation with her companions, and the driver was focused on the road, unaware of the rapidly closing presence behind them. Pedestrians, however, did notice. According to the Federal Extraordinary Division Act, professionals were prohibited from displaying their abilities in front of ordinary people without an emergency, and causing panic was strictly forbidden. Violators faced administrative detention and hefty fines. Yet, number 1, darting through the crowd like a missile, caused a commotion. "He's a professional," came the shocked cries, as countless phones were raised to capture the scene. Number 1 glanced at the curious onlookers, but paid them no mind. With a powerful leap, he soared 100 meters into the air and then crashed down onto the black luxury car amid the traffic. With a thunderous crash, the tons-heavy luxury sedan was instantly reduced to scrap metal, careening out of control. Inside, Chuya and her friends, caught completely off guard, were thrown together, their screams echoing. With lightning reflexes, number 1 tore open the heavy car door and snatched the stunned Chuya. The vehicle crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, instantly claiming the lives of the driver and other girls inside. Chuya hadn't yet recovered from the sudden turn of events when she found herself firmly held by doppelganger number 1. Just as she was about to scream, the scenery around her began to blur rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, she was soaring 100 meters into the air. The wind howled, making it impossible for Chuya to utter a sound. On the ground, several patrolling professionals, whether police or members of another organization, attempted to pursue number 1. Seeing this, number 1, with Chuya clutched in one hand, drew a star-level holy sword from space with the other and mercilessly unleashed an emperor's shocking sword strike towards the river below. In an instant, a dazzling golden beam, hundreds of meters long, slashed out. To the shock of many onlookers, the enormous golden sword of light cut through the air, causing the entire river to explode with waves tens of meters high. The water surged into massive waves, crashing towards the banks, scattering tables, chairs, and even vehicles. The professionals who had attempted to pursue simply stood in stunned silence before turning and fleeing without hesitation. Leveraging the recoil to soar back into the sky, number 1 sneered and swiftly vanished into the dim dusk with Chuya in tow. Meanwhile, inside a tea house. "Sir, would you like to change your tea leaves?" A crisp voice jolted Lin Ku awake from his drowsy state. He blinked in confusion at the young tea house attendant before him and instinctively asked, "Did it work?" "What do you mean by that?" the attendant asked, puzzled. Lin Ku quickly snapped back to reality, patting his cheeks to wake himself up. He turned to doppelganger number 2, who sat nearby, and asked, "What time is it now?" "Sir, it's exactly 6:45 p.m., answered the tea house attendant. "So it's not even 7 p.m. yet." Lin Ku yawned, recalling that there were still 4 hours until the time he had agreed upon with doppelganger number 1. "Then let's change the tea leaves." The attendant nearly lost the smile on his face, thinking how these two had ordered only 2 cups of tea and sat there the entire day. "Would you like to order anything else? Maybe some nuts or snacks?" Whoa! Lin Ku suddenly spotted a familiar figure outside the window, looked at number 2 in shock, and signaled with his eyes. Number 2 nodded in confirmation it was number 1. Lin Ku rubbed his eyes, took out his foldable phone, and confirmed the time was indeed 6:45 p.m. He glanced outside at the still bright sky. Quickly sitting back down, he tried to mask his shock and said hurriedly, "Anything, just bring more. How old are you? Oh, what's your name?" Simultaneously, he gestured frantically at number 2 to investigate number 1's situation. Number 2 understood and immediately left the room. The tea house attendant was a bit taken aback by Lin Ku's barrage of questions, and only after number 2 had left did he reply. It's not convenient to tell you my age, but my name is Zhang Zhitiao, and I'm an employee here. Oh, Zhang Zhitiao. Lin Ku absent-mindedly responded, but quickly realized. What? Your name is Zhang Zhitiao. Zhang Zhitiao watched Link warily, thinking he was looking for trouble. Link quickly explained. No, I just think your name sounds nice. Although he unexpectedly encountered someone who had been supported by his avatar in the simulation, in reality, Link had not yet donated to his hometown. Moreover, with avatar number 1 possibly causing big trouble, he had no interest in reminiscing. Zhang Zhitiao suspiciously asked, Do you still need dried fruits and snacks? Not for now, and don't disturb me. Link replied impatiently, waving his hand. But there's an overtime fee for the private room. Zhang Zhitiao reminded him. Thanks, I have money. Link pulled out a few hundred federal coins from his pocket and tossed them on the table. This scene instantly changed Zhang Zhitiao's expression. She bowed respectfully and said softly, Then please enjoy your meal. With that, she backed away and, once out of sight, excitedly ran off. For Zhang Zhitiao, who was working part-time while studying, this amount of money was enough to cover more than half a month's living expenses. Link noticed her drastic change in attitude but didn't pay it much mind. Sitting in the private room, Link scrolled through news on his phone, waiting for a response from avatar number 2. After more than an hour, number 2 finally returned with a report. It's number 1. Number 2 immediately complained upon arrival. He hijacked Xiantian Group's heiress, Chuya, in front of thousands on the bridge outside Nankai University, injuring over 100 innocent people. The most serious issue is that several Nankai University students who were in the car with Chuya are now in the ICU. Luckily, they're professionals. Ordinary people might not have survived until the ambulance arrived. Number 1 injured over 100 people. Link was shocked. Although he had seen some footage and news clips, they mostly focused on number 1's formidable presence, with little detail on the casualties. Hearing about the injuries to over 100 people was like a bolt from the blue for Link. He quickly picked up his phone, searching for more details with the keywords Donghua City, Nankai University, and professionals. The internet erupted with a frenzy of videos showcasing the remarkable skills of a doppelganger. Number 1's performance was truly astonishing. His movements were swift and precise, his kidnapping technique was adept, and his calm demeanor during the retreat was impressive. The final scene, where he wielded the Huangji Jingtian sword to fend off pursuers, was so impressive that even a man like Link felt his blood pumping with excitement. The comment section was filled with people declaring their admiration, highlighting his immense appeal. However, this wasn't the crux of the matter. A professional of golden rank, who should have been exemplary among the extraordinary, flagrantly violated the Extraordinary Division Act. Engaging in combat in a densely populated city center resulted in over 100 injuries, with several people critically injured in the ICU, a situation far more severe than some officials' verbal threats. Link was well aware that once the incident gained traction, it would dominate the trending topics. Under public pressure, even if the Federation was reluctant to intervene in disputes among professionals, they would have no choice but to thoroughly investigate. With the Federation's capabilities, number 1's crude methods would inevitably be exposed. After weighing the pros and cons, Link realized that continuing to associate with Chuya would greatly increase his risk of exposure. Cursing under his breath, he decided to temporarily cut off this lead. He then tossed an old mobile phone to number 2, succinctly instructing, when the time comes, use this to call number 1 and tell him to release Chuya. Seeing number 2's puzzled expression, Link impatiently explained, if I make the call and it gets traced, what then? If the Federation gets serious, they can use all sorts of strange methods. While packing his clothes and personal items, Link continued to clarify, you're different from number 1. Even if you're caught, it doesn't matter. I can revive you, but I only have one life, so I can't be too careful. Link decided to retreat back to school, but didn't forget to instruct number 2. Don't let number 1's efforts go to waste. Releasing her is a must, but we also need to achieve our goal. That way, next time we won't need to kidnap her, just a letter will suffice. What goal? Number 2 asked, looking confused. To intimidate her, of course. Link patted number 2 on the shoulder. You don't need to worry about the specifics, just pass my message to number 1. He'll know what to do. With everything in order, Link grabbed a bag full of phones and headed for the door. Before leaving, he added, once the job is done, don't come looking for me. Lay low for a couple of days until things calm down. With that, Link slid the door shut and left without looking back. Inside the room, number 2 stood there, clutching the old phone, lost in thought. At precisely 11 p.m., the sound of police sirens pierced through the night. Clone number 1, holding Miss Chuya hostage, calmly arrived at an abandoned building on the outskirts. As he connected a call, before he could speak, a deliberately lowered voice from clone number 2 came through. Don't let number 1 make the trip for nothing. Chuya should be released. but our objective must also be achieved. Clone number 1 paused for a few seconds, frowning, and asked, "Did you hurt your vocal cords?" "No." Clone number 2 quickly returned to a normal tone. "It's the original's instructions." "What did the original tell you to say?" Clone number 1 was momentarily confused. "Where's the original? Why isn't he calling himself?" "The original won't be calling you anymore," Clone number 2 explained. "Because you've messed up. The original is scared, so he sent me to communicate." Clone number 1 fell silent. He looked around. The once desolate, muddy road was now crowded with armed police vehicles. The alternating red and blue lights illuminated the night like a dazzling dance floor. Hundreds of fully armed officers stood ready, completely surrounding the abandoned building. Even more daunting were the dozen or so stern-faced plainclothes operatives at the forefront, poised to launch an assault. Clone number 1 recognized these operatives. In the third simulation, they were known as the Tiger Squad, all members being silver or even gold-tier professionals, the most formidable legal force in Donghua City apart from the battle group and garrison. Though Clone number 1 wanted to argue that he hadn't messed up, the undeniable evidence left him speechless. As for the original making a quick getaway, that was hardly surprising. "So what does the original want you to communicate?" Clone number 1 asked. "I don't know," Clone number 2 replied. "The original only told me to relay his words, saying you'd understand. Now listen carefully. I have to repeat the original's words verbatim." Over the next 2 minutes, Clone number 2 meticulously relayed the original's instructions. After listening, Clone number 1 seemed to grasp what Linka meant. "I understand," Clone number 1 nodded. "This is exactly the kind of thing I'm good at. Don't worry, I'll flawlessly complete the original's task this time, without any more mistakes." "I have a feeling you didn't really understand the original's intentions," Clone number 2 muttered under his breath. "Hmm? Do you think you know the original better than I do?" "Rookie clone," Clone number 1 snapped. "Shut your mouth and wait for me to meet up with you." With that, Clone number 1 crushed the phone into powder and turned towards Chuya, who was tied to a pillar. Chuya looked terrified as Clone number 1 approached. In her panicked gaze, Clone number 1 tore through the ropes binding her. Having resigned herself to her fate, Chuya felt the restraints vanish and suddenly opened her eyes wide. "Miss Chuya, nice to meet you," Clone number 1 said with a slight smile. Before Chuya could react, number 1, wearing a bandit's mask, began to speak on his own accord. "I know you're curious about who I am and why I've brought you here. But none of that really matters. What matters, Miss Chuya, is that you have been chosen by us." Chuya's eyes widened, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She stared at number 1 in terror, her voice shaking as she asked, What? What are you talking about?" Number 1 merely smiled slightly at her reaction, leaning down to align his gaze with her fear-pinched pupils. He spoke softly. "You don't need to understand what I'm saying. Just remember that you have been chosen by us, by the Great Salvation Society, and that's all you need to know." With that, number 1 suddenly summoned a golden holy sword, and without hesitation, cut his own finger. Blood trickled down from his fingertip as he tore off Chuya's white inner garment, ignoring her terrified screams, and wrote a swastika mark on the fabric with his blood. "Remember this mark," number 1 said calmly. "Someday, you will see it again." Chuya stared blankly at the unfolding scene, her mind barely able to comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, number 1 paid no mind to her reaction and began summoning one piece of professional gear after another. In the blink of an eye, number 1 was fully armored, exuding an aura like that of a primordial beast. He was equipped with a level 35 Stargrade weapon Achilles' Holy Sword, a level 35 Stargrade defense Sekwafu Sun Chaser, and a Skygrade accessory Set Peach Blossom Spring. The immense attribute boost brought by the powerful equipment and set effects unleashed number 1's full aura as an advanced Golden Grade warrior, creating an almost suffocating sense of dread for Chuya. Number 1 sighed lightly. "I never expected my first direct confrontation with the Tiger Brigade would happen in reality." He lifted Achilles' holy sword and slowly walked towards the open balcony of the unfinished building, looking down at the armed crowd below. Suddenly, number 1 leaped off. In an instant, a chorus of desperate shouts overpowered the wailing of sirens, echoing through the night sky. Enemy attack. We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news from Donghua City, where a dramatic incident has unfolded on the Nankai Bridge. At 6:40 p.m. today, a violent confrontation involving a rogue professional erupted, causing chaos at the scene. Ambulances rushed by as medical personnel hurried to assist more than 100 injured people, several of whom were in critical condition. Shockingly, Chuya, the heir to the Xiantian group, was abducted in plain sight by a mysterious individual, and her whereabouts are currently unknown. The spokesperson for the Donghua City Police Department appeared solemn but resolute as he addressed the public. "We've deployed our elite Tiger Strike team and hundreds of Special Forces officers to pursue this audacious criminal. I assure the citizens that we will spare no effort to bring this lawbreaker to justice and safely rescue Miss Chuya." The camera then shifted to the headquarters of Xiantian Group, where Chairman Chu Tianxiong was being interviewed. Despite the peril his daughter faced, he remained composed, looking firmly into the camera. I have complete faith in the capabilities of the Donghua City Police and the Federation. Chuya will return safely. His calm demeanor exemplified the poise of a distinguished entrepreneur from Donghua City. An on-site reporter, with a slightly anxious tone, stated, "Viewers, we are now heading to the suspect's location with the Tiger Strike team. Let's connect with Deputy Captain Gao 1 for the latest updates." Deputy Captain Gao 1 spoke with determination. "Hello, citizens. I am Gao 1, Deputy Captain of the Tiger Strike team from the Donghua City Federal Police Department. We've successfully tracked the suspect's movements and pinpointed their location. Everything is under control, and we will ensure Miss Chuya's safety while apprehending this lawless criminal. Please rest assured." As time quickly passed, the reporter's voice grew more urgent. It's now 11:05 p.m. on October 5th, and the suspect has engaged in a firefight with the Tiger Strike team. The scene is chaotic. This is the terrifying power of a golden-level professional. Regular officers can't even get close. My God, the suspect's strength is unimaginably formidable, tearing through the Tiger Strike team's encirclement. The suspect has escaped. Apologies, we're experiencing severe signal interference, and this live broadcast must now end. The live feed abruptly cut to black. Lin Ke lay on his dormitory bed, calmly placing his foldable phone beside his pillow. He turned over, burying his face deeply into the pillow, muttering to himself, "I'm exhausted. Let it be destroyed. Whatever happens, happens. I'll just pretend this doppelganger doesn't exist." Over the next 2 days, Lin Ke maintained an indifferent attitude, as if nothing mattered. Unsurprisingly, by the next morning, the doppelganger's notorious exploits in Donghua City skyrocketed to the top of media headlines. Despite the Federation's attempts to suppress it, footage of the confrontation with Donghua City's elite Tiger Strike team continued to surface online. The reality was far more shocking than media reports suggested. Rather than narrowly escaping the encirclement, it was as if the doppelganger single-handedly challenged the entire Donghua City Police Department. In the videos, the Tiger Strike team appeared like clumsy infants, toyed with by the doppelganger. Despite being golden-level professionals themselves, they couldn't withstand even 3 moves from the doppelganger. The scene left viewers with a chilling sense of dread. Nearly 10 people, along with hundreds of ordinary citizens, couldn't contain just one person. Instead, they were beaten badly by a clone, leaving more than 2/3 of the officers incapacitated. The image of number 1 leaving arrogantly became the most authentic portrayal of the whole incident. Donghua City was instantly thrown into panic, with everyone talking about this super violent criminal professional. The 2 major factions, Platinum Star and After Tomorrow, urgently halted their exploration activities and deployed all their members to search for traces of number 1's clone. Wanted posters covered the streets and alleys, drones hovered in the sky, and the sound of sirens was constant. The scale of the operation was so large that even Lin Ke couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling that disaster was imminent. Lin Ke knew all too well that no matter how careful he was, it was inevitable that he would leave some traces. He lived in constant fear, worried that he might be caught at any moment. Eventually, he decided to let it all go and started living a carefree life, eating and drinking as he pleased. During these seemingly leisurely days, Lin Ke came up with a bold idea: starting a campus business. He went straight to Donghua University's student union to apply for a business dealing in replica materials. In the student union office, a sophisticated senior with a gentle demeanor and a curvy figure handed Lin Ke the business license with a smile. "Lin, your application has been approved. You just need to pay a deposit of 1,000 federal coins, and you can set up an online store on any legal e-commerce platform. You can also use the item transfer function at half price." As she spoke, she skillfully took out her phone and displayed a QR code. "Add me on Bubble Chat, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions on your entrepreneurial journey." However, Lin Ke's next words caused her smile to freeze. He took the license and said calmly, "Sorry, I don't add people on WeChat." With that, he dashed out of the student union, leaving the senior glaring at him with an almost murderous look. Getting the business license was a result of Lin Ke's deep reflection on the behavior of number 1's clone. He realized that although the clones were powerful, they lacked basic moral constraints. They inherited Lin Ke's memories but had little understanding of human society, often acting straightforwardly and recklessly. The clone's fearlessness might bring astonishing benefits in a simulated world, but in reality, it posed enormous risks. Lin Ke clearly understood that he could very well be ruined by these clones. After all, reality isn't a simulation, and there's no chance to start over. After much contemplation, Lin Ke decided to minimize his reliance on the clones in reality, aside from using them to level up. He reflected that perhaps watching too many simulations or having great power had unconsciously bred arrogance within him. Lin Ke understood that disregarding rules wasn't wrong. The mistake was having such a mindset without sufficient power. He recalled an old saying from his hometown: "When heaven wishes to destroy someone, it first makes them mad." A lack of reverence and abuse of power is a precursor to madness. If he could survive this ordeal, Link secretly vowed to learn from it. He would act cautiously and steadily until the day he truly had the power to defy the rules. Link's purpose for establishing a business company was clear and pragmatic. He wanted to utilize the power of his avatars for truly significant matters, rather than for trivial financial gains. With this in mind, he decided to earn funds or convert simulated energy through legitimate business channels. In his office, Link was deeply engrossed in studying the business plan. Although the profits from this approach couldn't compare to the illegal methods of his avatars, Link in reality didn't need to recruit rebels or purchase expensive equipment like in the simulation. His goal was simple: to earn enough funds to support his avatars in their simulations. In fact, the income generated from his avatar's farming was already sufficient to cover the current simulation expenses. Link quickly calculated numbers on paper, a confident smile appearing on his lips. The main purpose of starting a business company was actually to develop a new channel acquiring items and tools from dungeons and converting them into simulated energy. Although Link didn't have much experience in making money, he was confident he could at least break even. His fingers gently tapped on the table. The startup capital of 2.8 million federal currency was enough to support the company's initial phase. Next, he needed to recruit some ordinary employees to develop business channels. Link's gaze fell on a photograph, that of his hometown friend, Zhang Zhitiao. As a candidate for the company manager, Zhang Zhitiao was the only person in the real world whom Link could favor and recruit. As for her character, it would need to be assessed by his avatars in the upcoming simulations. Link frowned slightly, provided that the Federation wouldn't trace anything back to him. On October 9th, while busy with establishing the company, Link awaited the return of Avatar Number 2. Upon inquiring, Number 2 shook his head, indicating he was also unaware of Avatar Number 1's situation. He detailed the scene of delivering Link's instructions to Number 1 at 11 p.m. that night, after which he found a safe place to hide until he confirmed there was no danger before returning to find Link. Link paused in silence, glancing at his protection value, which had been restored for 2 days. With Number 1's whereabouts unknown, he decided not to wait any longer. He turned to Number 2. Take me into the dungeon. Let's first level up to 20. When choosing a dungeon, Link asked, how confident are you in soloing a dungeon of what level? Number 2 scratched his head and answered honestly, I'm a mage, not a warrior. I can't face the boss Hedon. In terms of soloing capability, I'm not as strong as Number 1. He pointed to a deep purple building in the dungeon square. If it's just for experience and not about defeating the final boss, the level 30 Forest of Corruption is a good choice. Link decisively said. Then let's go with the Forest of Corruption. Link made a decisive choice and stepped into the portal leading to the dungeon of the Fallen Forest. The familiar sensation of spatial transition swept over him, but this time, it felt entirely different from his initial foray into the bandit hideout. The scale of the Fallen Forest was astonishing, and its layout was mysteriously magical. Towering trees and twisted plants were everywhere, and even before the quest began, Link could feel the unique pressure of a high-level dungeon. However, this feeling of pressure lasted only a few seconds. With a whoosh, Link cast a fireball spell that ignited a massive tree, exploding it into splinters. Before he could even check the impressive gain of 15,000 experience points, Number 2 had already cast an arcane shield over him, saying, Master, you can just watch from the sidelines. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a terrifying surge of magical power erupted from Number 2. As he chanted his spell, the entire Fallen Forest was enveloped in a gust of wind. It took only seconds for a gentle breeze to escalate into a fierce gale. The powerful wind bent the forest trees, sweeping countless leaves, vines, and grass into the air. Under Link's astonished gaze, a colossal tornado that nearly obscured his entire field of view formed. The air was filled with the dying wails of countless monsters throughout the Fallen Forest. Meanwhile, Link's player interface was in a frenzy. Ding! You have slain a level 30 dungeon monster, the Corrupted Ancient Tree, gaining 3,000 experience points. Since the Corrupted Ancient Tree's level is more than 10 levels above yours, you receive an additional 500 experience bonus, amounting to an extra 12,000 points. Ding! You have successfully reached level 15. Ding! You have slain 28 level 30 dungeon monsters, Corrupted Ancient Trees. You have slain 10 level 30 dungeon monsters, mutated man-eating vines, and 4 level 30 elite dungeon monsters, tree sprites. Ding! You have gained 690,000 experience points. Your level has increased to 16, then to 17, and finally to 20. Ding! As you have not yet completed your class advancement, your excess experience will be stored until you complete the class advancement quest. Please complete it soon to continue leveling up. The numerous notifications from the player interface scrolled rapidly in Link's mind. He looked in awe at Number 2, who stood beside him, exuding terrifying magical energy and wielding disaster-like power over the entire Fallen Forest dungeon. At that moment, Link finally understood the origin of the title Mage. The power of such an all-encompassing spell was astonishing. He couldn't help but marvel that even a warrior advanced to the stellar level might struggle to achieve such large-scale destruction. The mage's weaknesses were also laid bare. Just moments ago, number 2 was like a god controlling a hurricane, with a towering tornado sweeping through the entire fallen forest, effortlessly wiping out all minor and elite monsters. However, when faced with the enraged dungeon boss charging at him, he remained unfazed and told Link, "I can't beat it." Link was stunned, struggling to reconcile number 2's earlier display of incredible power. "This isn't even the final boss. You can't handle a level 35 mid-boss." As he spoke, number 2 continued to cast minor spells on the boss. Each attack knocked off over 5,000 health points, dealing terrifying damage. Yet, against the boss's massive health pool of at least hundreds of thousands, this damage seemed insignificant. Knowing that number 2 never lied, Link immediately chose to abandon the dungeon. After all, his reserve experience was full, and defeating this boss wouldn't earn him more experience. Exiting now would only cost him some dungeon items and equipment. The moment Link left the dungeon, the system's prompt arrived right on cue. Beep beep. Host is detected to be nearing a second breakthrough of biological limits. This system is expected to update to the second version upon the host's job change completion. Please review the update details yourself. The anticipated update content is as follows. The second evolution of the system was here. Upon hearing this familiar prompt, Link shivered with excitement. Unlike the first update, where he worried the system might limit him, having gone through one update, Link understood that while the system was stingy with money, its functions were impeccable, always enhancing and never weakening. In Link's eyes, it was more like an evolution of the system. Even though he felt like he was already overpowered, whoever complained about being too strong when it comes to cheats? The more outrageous, the better. Link couldn't even wait to leave the dungeon square before he opened the update preview on the simulation panel and began reading it carefully, word by word. What caught Link's attention the most was the upgrade of the clone talent. For just 100,000 simulation energy points, he could elevate a clone to silver level, gain a third clone, and even enjoy free simulations. Most importantly, the clones could finally customize their appearance. Wow, that's exactly what I needed. Link was so thrilled he nearly jumped up. When his clones, bearing his face, went around causing trouble, he, as the original, felt immense pressure. Now he could finally rid himself of this burden. Even the feature allowing avatars to change their appearance alone was worth the 100,000 simulation energy upgrade fee for Link. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart raced. No doubt about it, this system's second evolution is incredible. Link thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If he had known this feature would be available, he would have waited to send number 1 into action until after the upgrade. If number 1 didn't look like him, he wouldn't be as anxious as he was now. Link eagerly continued to browse the list of permissions. The second feature caught his eye: remote monitoring of avatars and an avatar log. The system explained that 2 additional panels would be added to the simulation system, one for real-time monitoring and another for the avatar log. The avatar log would record the avatar's actions in the real world, allowing the host to review and understand their recent activities. Link stared in amazement at these features, then quickly turned to look at number 2 beside him. Without a word, he grabbed number 2's arm and hurried towards the awakening room. These newly available features were practically tailor-made for him. The ability to change an avatar's appearance, remote monitoring, issuing covert commands to avatars, and checking number 1's status were all capabilities he desperately needed right now. Link was anxious and couldn't wait to hunt down a boss in the wilderness to change his profession. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the awakening room of Donghua University. "I know, you're here to take on another profession change task, right?" Instructor Zhang Nanfeng immediately recognized the prodigious newcomer who had come late at night to take on a profession change task within just 3 days of starting school. He warmly handed over the key to the awakening room, but couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. "Go ahead, genius. Just remember, this is your second time using the awakening orb for free. After the third, you'll have to pay." "Huh? You have to pay for this?" Link asked in surprise. Zhang Nanfeng chuckled. "What did you think? Donghua University has never had a student who used the awakening orb 4 times during their university years to become a grandmaster-level professional. 3 times is more than enough for well-prepared students. But for you, it might not be. There's no need for you to worry about that." Link interrupted Zhang Nanfeng, heading straight into the awakening room. Without hesitation, he placed his palm on the surface of the awakening orb. Instantly, the familiar notification of successfully taking on a profession change task appeared on Link's simulation panel. The transfer tasks for bronze, silver, and gold tier professionals remained straightforward. Lin could face the first phase requiremento: find a silver level or higher item B effortlessly, spending 2,000 federal credits on the cheapest silver level item available on the campus trading network, easily passing this stage. The real challenge lay in the second phase, defeating a level 20 or higher boss. Lin Ku's protection value had been depleted upon entering the Fallen Forest, preventing him from entering dungeons to challenge easier bosses. To expedite his career change, he had to venture into the wilderness to hunt bosses. This was not inherently difficult, as he could either pay a battle group for the boss's location or intercept the level 20 titled boss, the River Turtle Chancellor, which Chu Lian used to complete her career change in the fourth simulation. However, the wilderness was not only home to monsters, but also potentially lurking dangers like Raphael. Although the simulation confirmed that Raphael, lurking outside Donghua City, was more bark than bite, he still possessed Earth-level strength, far beyond what number 2 could handle alone, and possibly even with number 1's help. Yet, if Lin Ke didn't enter the wilderness, would he have to wait 7 days for his protection value to recover before completing the transfer? This wait was too long for Lin Ke, who was eager to update the simulation system and track number 1's movements. After careful consideration, Lin Ke decided to take the risk. He patted the shoulder of the stoic number 2 and earnestly said, "I'm entrusting my transfer task to you. If you encounter Raphael, just run. Even if you can't escape, I can revive you." Number 2's eyes showed a hint of emotion, prompting Lin Ke to quickly explain, "Don't look at me like that. I only have 1 life. So naturally, the risky tasks should be yours. You're strong now, and even if you meet Raphael, you can escape. If you can't, I can revive you, so go without worry." Number 2 nodded in agreement and set off with his staff. He knew the location of the River Turtle Chancellor well, as he and number 1 had assassinated Chu Lian there in the fourth simulation. Despite the level 20 boss's formidable strength, number 2, at level 39 with excellent equipment, had a 19-level advantage, making the solo battle against the River Turtle Chancellor manageable. Watching number 2 leave, Lin Ke returned to his busy preparations for the upcoming challenges. Link logged into the procurement platform, his fingers swiftly gliding across the holographic screen as he searched for manufacturers specializing in dungeon materials and gear. These suppliers were actually various freelancer organizations and guild agents, holding large stocks of unsellable items. Unlike regular vendors, these institutions don't retail online, they only handle bulk transactions. Both buyers and sellers must have legal credentials recognized by the Federation and the Freelancer Guild, or they risk being accused of smuggling. Link glanced at the business license issued by Donghua University in his hand and felt a surge of excitement. He quickly scanned through the offers, his attention finally caught by a page from Tianyu Freelancer Affairs Company, Limited. This was essentially a gold farming group, and their offer was eye-catching. Materials under level 10 were priced at 45.5 Federation credits for black iron, 148 for bronze, and 500 for silver, with the price increasing by 3.5 times per level thereafter. Minimum order of 1 million Federation credits, dear. The friendly message from the customer service on the screen made Link smile. Without hesitation, he placed a large order of 2.6 million Federation credits, specifically requesting the cheapest items, nothing expensive. The customer service promptly replied with a list of considerations, and the phrase, "choose a spacious open area," stuck with Link. He replied briefly with, "Okay," and then began searching for a suitable delivery spot on the expansive Donghua University campus. Soon, Link chose a secluded lawn. Standing there, he thought, business isn't so complicated after all. Just then, a thunderous boom echoed from afar. Boom. In the wilderness of Donghua City, an intense battle was underway. A warrior clad in heavy armor, wielding a golden holy sword, was fiercely engaged with a middle-aged swordsman sporting a thick beard. Their massive swords clashed in the air, producing deafening metallic clangs. Their legs were deeply embedded in the earth, emanating auras of blood that formed the phantoms of a demon and a wild bull around them. The two formidable fighters were locked in a breathtaking contest of strength in the wilderness, neither willing to yield an inch. Their weapons seemed to be magnetically drawn to each other by some mysterious force, tightly entwined, neither able to budge the other in the slightest. On the battlefield, an intense duel unfolds. A heavily armored warrior, none other than Clone Number 1, who vanished after breaking through the encirclement of the Donghua City Police Department, is fiercely engaged with a middle-aged swordsman wielding a two-handed sword. For the past week, the battle between the clone and Donghua City has been relentless. Although Number 1 successfully evaded capture by the Donghua City Police during a national broadcast, embarrassing them, the Federation swiftly retaliated with a fierce response, as Lin Ke had anticipated. The middle-aged swordsman before him is one of the formidable individuals the Federation has called in from the northern province to support Donghua City. Despite being a lower-tier Earth-level professional, he poses a significant challenge to Clone Number 1, who only possesses golden-level strength. Number 1 is acutely aware that if he cannot quickly defeat this opponent and shake off his pursuers, reinforcements will soon arrive. Once surrounded by numerous strong adversaries, he doubts his ability to escape. Though not afraid of death, Number 1 is reluctant to lose his luxurious equipment and naturally refuses to resign himself to fate. However, defeating this opponent is easier said than done. The middle-aged swordsman is clearly a seasoned awakened one with a clear strategido delay number one and deny him any chance of a decisive victory. For an Earth-level professional to employ such a frustrating tactic against a golden-level opponent makes number one feel like he is battling a stubborn adhesive plaster impossible to kill or shake off, and utterly exasperating. Time is running out. Number one estimates that the reinforcements will arrive in no more than 2 minutes. Escape seems nearly impossible now, and the priority is to destroy any remaining information on him before the Federation captures him. He silently regrets that if his second golden-level skill slot hadn't been used for golden-level combat aura, he could have used a self-destruct skill, which would have been a spectacular end. At this critical moment, number one suddenly catches sight of a familiar water arrow whizzing past. In the next instant, the turtle-like middle-aged swordsman cries out in pain as the water arrow strikes his back, sending him flying with immense force. Before the swordsman can land, a bolt of lightning materializes out of thin air and strikes him. With a thunderous crash, the once vigorous swordsman is instantly battered and falls to the ground in agony. He anxiously looks toward the source of the attack, his pupils contracting sharply. Another mysterious figure wearing a hood has appeared. This new mysterious figure wields a staff, but both his build and aura are strikingly similar to the heavily armored warrior. The middle-aged swordsman is overwhelmed with shock, staring at these two nearly identical opponents. His chest was paralyzed by the lightning, leaving him almost powerless. The middle-aged swordsman clutched his chest in shock, a terrifying thought rising in his mind. However, that thought had already become meaningless. A barrage of devastating magical attacks followed, descending like a storm. Massive fireballs traced fiery arcs in the sky, water arrows whistled like blades, and lightning bolts and electric rays wove a deadly web. The swordsman stumbled and dodged desperately on the ground, trying to evade these lethal assaults. But ultimately, he couldn't overcome the burden of his injuries. The final lightning ray, the most dangerous strike, pierced through his chest directly. Boom! Lightning ravaged his body, causing him to convulse violently as his life force rapidly drained away. At that moment, number one, wielding the golden holy sword, seized the opportunity and leapt high. His figure appeared particularly cold in the electric light, and the holy sword in his hand drew a deadly arc. With a swift slash, the blade precisely severed the immobilized swordsman's head. Blood splattered, staining the wild grass of the wasteland. Thus, a renowned Earth-level professional fell in this nameless wilderness. Number one, expressionless, bent down and retrieved the most valuable weapon from the swordsman's corpse. Then, number one turned to look at the hooded mage behind him. This mage, his clone number two, gave number one a meaningful smile. Didn't expect to run into you here, number one. He began, but number one interrupted coldly. Save the chatter, number two, number one said icily. This isn't the place for conversation. Let's get out of here. With that, he walked straight into the depths of the wilderness. Number two nodded obediently, following closely behind, and they quickly disappeared into the dense forest of the wild. Just a minute later, several fearsome figures arrived at the scene almost immediately after. The leader saw the decapitated body of the middle-aged swordsman on the ground, and an indescribable sense of oppression filled the space. Never thought Huzi would fall in a place like this. The leader took a deep breath, crouching down. He solemnly cradled the fallen head, carefully placing it back onto the swordsman's neck. Then, he closed his eyes and silently mourned for a moment. Suddenly, the leader's eyes snapped open, and he let out a thunderous roar. They haven't gotten far. Pursue them immediately. Yes, Captain. The others responded in unison, their voices filled with grief and determination. An intense chase unfolded deep in the unknown wilderness on the outskirts of Donghua City. Although number one successfully eliminated the persistent middle-aged swordsman, he was well aware that the danger was far from over. The pursuers were less than a minute's distance away, and in this perilous wilderness, being caught was only a matter of time if the pursuers were too powerful. As number one swiftly maneuvered through the wilderness with number two, he contemplated a strategy. He decided to take a risk and venture into the deeper forbidden zones of the wilderness, where Lord-level monsters roamed. This was akin to seeking death, but in gaming terms, this strategy was known as tower diving, at least ensuring his body wouldn't fall into the pursuer's hands. I'm marked by some tracking method. Chances are slim for my escape, number one said to number two while running. First, tell me what task the main body assigned you, and I'll do my best to help you complete it. Without hesitation, number two replied. The main body has broken through biological limits for the second time and is now in the second phase of a class change mission, requiring a level 20 or above boss to sacrifice. My goal is to hunt a level 20 or above wilderness boss to complete the main body's second class change. Number one glanced at number two in surprise. The main body can change class again so soon? In number two's proud gaze, number one realized that number two had also grown and now possessed the ability to level up with the main body, just like him. A fleeting sentiment of the new generation surpasses the old crossed number one's mind. Feeling gratified, number 1 looked at number 2 and made a decision. I understand, and I'm aware of your and the main body's concerns. Leave it to me. I'll hold off the pursuers and Raphael. Use this chance to complete the main body's mission. But don't go after that river turtle chancellor. Its defense is too high, and its vitality too strong. You don't have enough time to deal with it. Rest assured, I'll find another suitable target. Number 2 nodded in agreement. The two avatars quickly reached an agreement and then set off in different directions. Within 10 minutes, number 2 heard the sounds of intense battle in the distance. Even from miles away, the sight of enormous sword light shattering in the barren mountains was clearly visible, and the ground trembled violently, drawing the attention of countless wilderness monsters. This was a situation number 1 had tried hard to avoid, but now, he was clearly using himself as bait. Number 2 had no time for sorrow, knowing well that number 1 wouldn't last long. He immediately sped up his search for a boss. As if fortune smiled upon him, it wasn't long before number 2 found a suitable target. Meanwhile, within Donghua University, a transaction message was quietly transmitted. Dear, please check your receipt. After standing alone on the lawn for several hours, Lin Ke finally made up his mind to click the download button for the goods. In an instant, as if by a miracle, a torrent of junk-like dungeon props and materials gushed forth from the void, piling up on the lawn to form a small mountain. Lin Ke dramatically extended one hand over the pile, pretending to stow the items into a professional's backpack. In reality, he was secretly communicating with the simulation system to issue a command to exchange for simulated energy. The system promptly responded. Ding. Detected a total of 57,143 items and materials of black iron grade, valued at 57,143 points of simulated energy. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Lin Ke's mouth twitched slightly. 1 item for 1 point, and not a single extra point of simulated energy from the system. Still, he knew that getting this much simulated energy for 2.6 million federal credits was quite a bargain. If purchased individually on major trading websites, acquiring the same amount of simulated energy would cost at least 3 million federal credits. Although the difference was only 3 to 400,000, it all added up to a significant sum. I choose to exchange, Lin Ke responded decisively. As the system's cold prompt sounded, the mountain of black iron materials vanished instantly. Meanwhile, the number on Lin Ke's attribute panel surged from 40,000 points to 97,000 points. However, Lin Ke's smile froze in place the very next second. 97,000 points? After all that trouble, it still wasn't enough to upgrade his talent? His mind was racing with frustration. Glancing at the 200,000 federal credits he had set aside for living expenses, Lin Ke gritted his teeth and reluctantly spent another 160,000 credits on the campus trading network to download 3,000 pieces of black iron junk. This barely pushed his simulated value over 100,000 points. But those 100,000 points were only enough to upgrade his talent. He still needed to find another way to cover the cost of further simulations. Just as Lin Ke was agonizing over the panel, pondering what valuable items he could sell to scrape together the simulation fee, an unexpected message popped up on his simulation panel. Ding, your clone number 1 has died. Before Lin Ke could react, his professional panel followed with a series of notifications. Ding, congratulations on successfully defeating the level 22 wilderness boss, Ghost General. You have gained 20,000 experience points. You have acquired the Earth-grade equipment Howling Ring and the Gold-grade equipment Ghost General's Skull Crusher. Since you have not completed the job transfer task, you cannot level up. Excess experience points will be stored for 24 hours. Please complete the job transfer task promptly. Ding, your stored experience has reached its limit and cannot be stored further. You have acquired the silver item Ghost General's Wraith and the silver-grade skill book, Summon Phantom Bride. Ding, the conditions for the job transfer task have been met. You successfully sacrificed the Ghost General's soul, excellently completing the job transfer trial. You have received an additional blessing, experience 5,000 points. Ding, congratulations on completing the silver-grade job transfer task. Link's level surged to 24 as he expended 100,000 experience points. With a flash of dazzling light, he felt a surge of power within him. The system's notification sounded, detailing the new equipment and skills he acquired. The Ring of Wailing, level 20, which boosts both magic and constitution by 25 points. It also comes with a powerful skill Soul Whale. Link thought to himself that this skill would certainly play a crucial role in battle. Next, the system announced he had obtained a silver-level skill book for summoning the Phantom Bride. Link's eyes lit up, realizing that his summoning abilities would be significantly enhanced. Even more exciting, he received multiple skill slots of varying levels all at once. 1 iron, 1 bronze, 1 silver, and even a rare gold-level skill slot. Before the joy of his successful class change could subside, the system delivered more thrilling news. 100 free attribute points were his to distribute. More importantly, as a priest, he would receive an additional 6 points in constitution and 4 points in magic with each subsequent level up. Link couldn't help but feel grateful for his choice. However, just as he was basking in his excitement, a question suddenly struck him. Why did the death of number 1 trigger the completion of his class change quest? This question hit him like a hammer, snapping him out of his euphoria. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in the wilderness, a fierce pursuit was underway. The leader of the Crank, Ironstone battle group, stared at the seemingly deranged number 1 before him, filled with conflicting emotions. Although furious over number 1's killing of his team members, watching him fight on relentlessly despite numerous wounds stirred a sense of admiration within the leader. Unable to hold back, the leader questioned, why would a young and promising gold-level warrior like you, adorned with invaluable gear, do such things? Is it for money? But your equipment is worth at least $1 billion, so you clearly don't lack wealth. Is it for the thrill? Yet your displayed willpower is far beyond that of any spoiled aristocrat. So who are you really? What is the true reason behind your actions? In response to the leader's barrage of questions, number 1 merely smirked coldly, standing firm with his holy sword as blood flowed from his wounds. The long-awaited answer the leader sought never came. Finally, a cautious member of the battle group approached number 1, nervously checking his breath. Swallowing hard, the member reported with a trembling voice, Leader, he's already dead. Dead. These two simple words hit the captain's heart like a heavy hammer. His eyes momentarily lost focus, and a tide of thoughts surged through his mind. For a week, the Federation had nearly exhausted its resources to capture this notorious warrior. The two major local battle groups of Donghua City, not to mention his own outsider Clevel battle group, were all mobilized for the task. Countless capture attempts, each believed to be foolproof, ended in failure. The captain's gaze fell on the still-standing corpse of number 1. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he found it hard to believe that such a formidable gold-level professional could fall so easily. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and slowly approached number 1. Just as he reached out to remove the hood from number 1, a deafening bang suddenly exploded. The captain felt a heavy blow to his back, causing him to uncontrollably topple sideways. Before he could react, a red figure appeared before him with lightning speed. The figure grabbed number 1's body, and like a nimble dragon, dashed towards the depths of the wilderness. The captain hit the ground heavily with a dull thud. It was only then that the other members of the Ironstone battle group snapped out of their daze and launched an attack on the red figure. However, it was too late. The figure not only moved with incredible speed, but was also intimately familiar with the surrounding terrain. In just a few leaps, it vanished without a trace under the eyes of 7 or 8 Earth-level professionals. Captain! The anxious cries of his team members rang out. I'm fine. The captain quickly got to his feet and immediately issued an order. The target has an accomplice. After them. Yes, Captain. The team members responded in unison, foregoing any rest as they rushed in the direction of the fleeing red figure. Meanwhile, at Donghua University, Lin Ku, unaware of the events that had just transpired, completed his class change task just as the system update was finalized. Ding system update complete. The system prompt echoed in Lin Ku's mind, followed by a detailed description of the update. The update includes the following. 1. Your clone talent can now be upgraded to silver level at the cost of a certain amount of simulation points. 2. The remote monitoring and clone log functions for clones are now available, appearing in your clone panel. Linka knew that speculating would be futile and that checking the clone log would be more practical. He quickly opened the system log for clone number 1 and flipped to the records after 11 p.m. on October 5th, reviewing them line by line. The following are entries from clone number 1's log. On October 5th at 11 p.m., I received a call from number 2, who conveyed the main body's thoughts. Indeed, this operation was not perfect, unexpectedly drawing too much human attention. Although these humans are not very strong, they are as persistent as flies and have exceptional reconnaissance abilities. Continuing with the plan and exposing more information about the main body to Chuya could indeed risk being tracked down. Link's clone, number 1, faced a tough decision. As a part of Link, he inherited Link's cautious and self-preserving nature. At this moment, aborting the plan and going into hiding seemed the safest option. However, he had more important tasks to accomplish. Number 1 scrutinized Chuya standing before him, contemplating his next move. Although he was confident that Chuya wouldn't easily divulge information after witnessing his power, there was still a risk of coercion. To thoroughly intimidate Chuya, number 1 decided to take a more aggressive approach. I am from the Salvation Society, number 1 said slowly, locking eyes with Chuya. Then, he swiftly cut his palm and drew a conspicuous swastika on the wall with his blood. This sudden act left Chuya speechless, her eyes filled with fear. Meanwhile, Link, observing everything through the system from afar, was nearly breathless at number 1's actions. What kind of thought process comes up with using blood to write as a way of self-incrimination? Link raged internally. Leaving the Salvation Society's mark, does he want to recreate it in the real world? Link hurriedly inquired of the system. System, does the clone have the same blood type as me? Is there any chance the Federation can trace me through the clone's blood? The system calmly replied, "Rest assured, host. The clone is not a biological entity. Although we've given him human-like characteristics for realism, he is essentially an elemental life form composed of carbon, calcium, sodium, and other basic elements. These elements are directly gathered from nature through the Alaya's will, lacking any biological traits. Even the most advanced instruments would only detect a cluster of elements, with no way to trace it back to you." Link sighed in relief, but quickly realized a new problem. Wait, wouldn't this be worse if it falls into human hands? He could already imagine the shock of Federation scientists discovering such impossible blood. Helpless, Link could only continue monitoring Number One's actions, hoping for no more surprises. Number One did not stop there. To deepen Chu Ya's fear, he abandoned the simple escape plan and decided to break through the Federation's encirclement Hedon. This wasn't out of arrogance, but was based on a calm analysis of the strength between the two sides. Surveying the surroundings, Number One noted that most of the Federation personnel surrounding him lacked the aura of true powerhouses. They were poorly equipped, with an average quality of only gold level, far inferior to himself. As members of a regular Federation institution, these individuals couldn't possibly have outstanding talents. Number One quickly calculated that even facing 10 opponents at once, he had a great chance of success. Once the battle began, Number One's assessment was confirmed. Members of the Tiger Squad, who had once intimidated him in the third simulation, were now no match for him. Not only were they lacking in equipment and talent, but their experience dealing mostly with minor criminals left them far behind Number One, who had been tempered by years of core profession warfare. Number One easily identified weaknesses in their formation. He could have quickly broken through after injuring a few, but to leave a deeper impression on Chuya, he chose to continue the fight. Ultimately, after taking down around 200 people, Number One casually left the battlefield, leaving chaos and countless stunned gazes in his wake. No wonder, Lin Ke read with a cold smirk. No wonder Donghua City and the Federation are so fixated on you. Those livestream videos online are just the mild versions. You clearly had the means to escape, yet you chose to stay and turn the federal police station into your personal stage. It's a blatant insult. He took a deep breath, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. If I were in the decision-making position of the Federation, I'd never let such an arrogant person roam free. This isn't just a slap in the face. It's forcibly instilling humiliation into the Federation. Even the infamous criminals of the century aren't as brazen as you. Lin Ke calmed himself and continued reading. The records indicated that after successfully breaking out in the early hours of October 6th, the person did not leave Donghua City. Instead, he began a meticulously planned cleanup operation. Taking advantage of the chaos outside, he first infiltrated the store where he had purchased a head covering during the day. In the quiet of the night, he not only destroyed the store's surveillance hard drive, but also ended the life of the sleeping store owner, making it look like an accident. "This is just the beginning," the log stated. "I know well that this kind of patchwork action has limited effectiveness. After all, besides this store that captured my face directly, countless surveillance cameras along the way have caught glimpses of me. Although these images aren't clear, for the Federation's keen-nosed hounds, tracing me through my clothing and physical features to the ride-hailing driver is only a matter of time. And once they find the driver, locking onto my identity through the order records will be effortless." Time was of the essence. He had to erase this trace before the Federation's investigation reached the ride-hailing service. On the morning of October 6th, he contacted the ride-hailing driver with his phone, cleverly arranging a meeting under the pretense of retrieving a lost valuable item. Initially, the driver was hesitant, but upon hearing about the 1,000 Federation currency reward, his attitude changed instantly. Pressed by the about-to-start work urgency, the driver arrived at the designated spot in under 40 minutes. After swiftly dealing with the driver and destroying the car's recording device, his sights turned to a bigger target: the regional office of the ride-hailing platform in the Eastern Province. This was a rare piece of good news. Due to the large volume of data, the ride-hailing company had independent data centers in each province, meaning he didn't have to risk going to the heavily guarded capital. On the afternoon of October 7th, he successfully infiltrated the Eastern Province branch of Ding Ding Ride-Hailing. To minimize risk, he patiently waited until most employees had left work before making his move. Perhaps because this place was located in the provincial capital, the years of peace had lulled them into complacency. The security at the Eastern Province branch was far from stringent. I slipped in like a ghost, effortlessly bypassing a few unremarkable professionals who hadn't even seen my shadow. Once inside the building, I quickly took 3 technicians working overtime hostage, forcing them to delete all driving data, recordings, and surveillance records from the past 7 days. To ensure there were no loose ends, I executed one of them on the spot as a warning, then physically destroyed various equipment before quietly making my exit. The unexpected occurred on October 8th when federal professionals launched a siege against me. They underestimated me, sending only 2 gold-level professionals to block my path, and I easily broke through. However, this was just the beginning. On October 9th, I faced 3 more rigorous pursuits. No matter how I concealed my whereabouts, they always found my location with precision. During the last pursuit, they nearly succeeded, but a rash and overzealous junior agent disrupted their blockade, allowing me to escape by the skin of my teeth. Realizing I might be tracked by some special means, I made a decisive choice on October 10th to flee into the wilderness, prepared to bury myself forever in that desolate land. This was to prevent my remains from falling into federal hands and avoid them uncovering my true identity through methods like skeletal reconstruction. As I entered the wilderness at dawn, the pursuers indeed followed closely behind. I soon realized that although they were numerous, none dared to fight me to the death. I seized upon one particularly injury-averse pursuer as a breakthrough point and successfully tore open a gap. As I pressed deeper into the wilderness, wave after wave of pursuers came. Many self-assured silver and gold-level professionals met their end by my blade, either arrogantly believing themselves to be gold-level masters or overconfident in their ability to delay me, ultimately paying with their lives for their hubris. Gradually, those lower-ranked professionals no longer dared to face me alone. However, in the early hours of the 11th, a special opponent emerged, a land-level swordsman bold enough to confront me solo. He was a mature man in his early 30s with a beard, markedly different from the previous rank-and-file pursuers. Even at a glance, I could sense his extensive combat experience, clearly a core member of some battle group. Although his gear wasn't top tier, I was confident I could kill him in a death match, but it was more likely that I'd be besieged by reinforcements before that. This seasoned swordsman was evidently well-versed in such tactics. He neither engaged me in a decisive battle nor allowed me to escape, cleverly using his speed advantage. Whenever I attempted to break through, he would swiftly close in, effectively delaying my actions. We were locked in this stalemate for several minutes as I anxiously calculated the arrival time of enemy reinforcements. Then, unexpectedly, number 2 appeared out of nowhere, delivering a fatal blow to the swordsman who was fully focused on me. Caught off guard, the middle-aged swordsman was precisely hit by number 2's spell and severely injured on the spot. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, I swung the Achilles' sacred sword in my hand, delivering a powerful slash that ended the formidable opponent's life. After killing the middle-aged swordsman, I knew we couldn't stay here any longer. Not only was the enemy's reinforcements about to arrive, but the powerful skills of number 2 were sure to attract many pursuers. I stopped number 2 from reminiscing, pulled him along as we sprinted deeper into the wilderness, and asked him why he was here. Number 2 explained as we ran that his main body had reached level 20 and was completing a second life breakthrough job change task, which required him to hunt a level 20 boss for a sacrifice. I immediately understood the predicament he was in. With number 2's strength, hunting the boss wasn't the problem, and the dangers of the wilderness were no longer a threat to us. The real challenge was avoiding Raphael, who lurked in the shadows and was extremely sensitive to any intense battles. Considering number 2's powerful skill set and the time needed to fight the boss, it was almost impossible not to alert Raphael. At that moment, I realized the final value of my life could finally be realized. I decisively instructed number 2 to move in the opposite direction to hunt the boss and complete his job change task. Meanwhile, I ventured further into the wilderness, deliberately creating a large commotion to draw the pursuers and the lurking Raphael. Soon, my plan worked, and an elite squad surrounded me, including a newly promoted Sky-level regiment commander. Facing such a lineup, I knew escape was impossible, but I couldn't fall easily. Fortunately, despite their ability to kill me easily, their obsession with capturing criminals alive and trying them gave me room to maneuver. As long as I didn't pose a threat to their lives, they hesitated to kill me outright. Thanks to this mercy, I managed to evade them for quite some time. Although I was constantly being beaten, my goal was achieved. The figure of the red-robed swordsman appeared, and the mentally projected Raphael, though no match for the elite squad, possessed many bizarre and extremely troublesome skills. Combined with his eyes that could briefly see into the future, his escapability was unmatched, despite his lack of direct combat strength. In the 5th simulation, even when the entire elite squad of the Salvation Society was deployed and had the advantage, they struggled to capture him. Ultimately, it took an army of hundreds of gold-level professionals to completely cut off Raphael's escape routes. At this moment, the elite professional squad he faced, though led by a Sky-level regiment commander, paled in comparison to those Salvation Society Earth professionals armed to the teeth with wealth. On the battlefield, there was no disciplined army of elite professionals to block the way, which played right into Lin Ku's hands. He had already calculated that Raphael was lurking in the shadows, and if he made a sudden move, there was at least a 90% chance that this elite squad could seize his body. Raphael would never miss this opportunity, Lin Ku thought to himself. At this point, Raphael's spirit was severely damaged, retaining only one of its peak power, and even he was uncertain about completing the plan. Faced with a body that could help him break through to the star level, how could he not be tempted? As it turned out, Lin Ku's judgment was spot on. Despite the twists and turns, he not only completed the task assigned by his main body, but also perfectly handled all subsequent issues. Ding! The system notification sounded. Your clone number 1 has died. The log ended there. Lin Ku fell silent, then turned to check the log of clone number 2. After confirming that number 2 had completed its mission and was on its way back to Donghua University, he asked, System, how much simulated energy is needed to resurrect clone number 1? Ding! Clone number 1 is level 39 gold grade, and the cost of resurrection is 39,000 simulation points. 390,000. Lin Ku sighed, thinking that this price was not actually expensive. Considering number 1's performance in the simulation, not to mention the power shown in the real log, even 390,000. Not 390,000, it's 39,000 simulation points. The system corrected promptly. After reconfirming the resurrection cost, and finding it to indeed be 39,000 and not 390,000, Lin Ku was taken aback. How can it be so cheap? The system immediately displayed a detailed price list. Black iron level, 1 simulation point per level. Bronze level, 10 simulation points per level. Silver level, 100 simulation points per level. Gold level, 1,000 simulation points per level. The system explained further. Since the simulated materialized equipment and items are bound to the clone, they cannot be traded or dropped. Once a clone dies, its equipment loses all abilities. This rule was announced when the resurrection function was first introduced. Resurrection includes only the clone's attributes and skills before death, excluding any external items. No wonder it's so cheap. Lin Ku realized. It's well known that the strength of number 1 and number 2 largely depended on their luxurious equipment, aside from their pain-resistant nature as clones and rich combat experience. Without the equipment, number 1 might not even reach a fraction of its peak power. However, this was not a major issue. Lin Ku believed that with number 1's capabilities, regaining those pieces of equipment in the simulation would not be difficult. After all, equipment is external. True strength is what really matters. System, I want to revive clone number 1. With Link's command, the simulation points, which had just surpassed 100,000, plummeted to 61,000. In the next moment, a figure materialized in front of him. Clone number 1 stood there in simple casual school attire, completely intact. The system immediately displayed number 1's detailed data. Found object, number 1. Level, 39 experience, 01000000. Class, warrior gold level. Talent, innate talent iron balloon silver. Basic attributes. Strength, 403. Constitution, 398. Agility, 65. Magic, 49. Skill configuration. Azura Ghost / Max. Emperor Sky Shattering Sword Max. Golden Battle Aura, LV8. Jade and Stone Together Max. Silver Battle Aura Max. Rage Burst LV4. Bullying Max. Great Massacre Max. Life Return Max. Charge Max. Heavy Strike Max. Roar Max. Block LV5. Equipment, none. Overall rating, lower gold warrior. Link looked at the penniless clone in front of him and couldn't help but rub his temples. The rating had dropped from upper to lower gold warrior, and there wasn't a single piece of equipment left. He took a deep breath, resisting the urge to flick the clone on the forehead. You little rascal, do you dare to be so reckless again? Number 1, however, remained unfazed, staring blankly ahead as if he hadn't heard a word. Link let out a cold laugh. You don't need to rebel. Once the face customization feature is available, as long as you don't wear my face, let's see if I care whether you live or die. With that, he put his hands in his pockets and started walking towards the dormitory. Come on, let's wait for number 2 to return. Number 1 silently followed in his footsteps. While waiting for number 2's return, Link began sorting through the loot number 2 had collected from defeating the wilderness boss, the Ghost General. Despite the distance between them, since number 2 was Link's summoned creature, the items he collected could appear directly in Link's inventory. However, this convenience had limitations. It only applied to items below the star level. Equipment at the star level and above had energy too powerful to be transmitted through the system. Similarly, skill books starting from the gold level could only be exchanged via mail or in person. Fortunately, this time the loot was within the transmission range. The most valuable item was an earth-level ring of wailing. Ring-type equipment usually came with special skills, like the Ring of Light the clone obtained in the first simulation. Because of this, the price of rings could vary greatly. A level 5 ring with excellent skills might sell for over 10 million, while a level 50 ring with mediocre skills might only be worth a few million. Link carefully examined the attributes of the Ring of Wailing, frowning slightly. The Ring's soul wailing skill was rather disappointing. Though it was a group defense-reducing ability, its mere 10-second duration paired with an astonishingly long cooldown only made it worth a little over 800,000 Federation credits. On the other hand, the silver-tier skill book for summoning the Spectral Bride was quite decent. It was competitive among skills of the same level, fetching around 550,000 Federation credits. As for the other loot, their value decreased progressively. The gold-tier skull crusher was only worth a little over 300,000, even less than some powerful single pieces of silver-tier sets. The remaining materials barely amounted to 30,000 to 40,000. He calculated quickly. The total yield from a Ghost General boss was about 1.7 million, but considering the discount for quick liquidation, the actual income was roughly 1.5 million. This amount could only be exchanged for 30,000 simulation points, not even enough to cover the cost of reviving number 1, let alone upgrading the avatar's talents and covering future simulation expenses. Link rubbed his temples and continued to inventory his bag. First were the items obtained by Avatar number 2 from the level 30 dungeon, Forest of Corruption. Since the boss wasn't defeated, the value of these items, dropped from minions and elite mobs, was pitiful, only worth 1 to 2 million Federation credits. Next were the spoils left by the intercepted, named Boss Duraniel. Aside from the 2-star tier equipment pieces already sold, there was a high-grade gold-tier priest skill book, Blessing of the Dragon. Originally, Link intended to keep this skill book for personal use, but given the current situation, it seemed wiser to convert it into urgently needed simulation energy rather than learning a skill useless to a level 39 avatar. Unfortunately, despite its impressive name, the skill book's actual value was quite average, with a market price ranging from 1.2 to 1.5 million, making it a lower-end item among gold-tier skills. The inventory continued. Duraniel's reverse scale was worth 60,000, and for the thrifty Link, this expensive material would never be used for completing a class change quest. Dragonkin blood, being a key ingredient in the popular Dragon Blood potion, was valued at 300,000. All in all, the items left by Duraniel were worth over 1.6 million. No wonder the Iron Blood Guild suffered such a significant loss and was eager to settle the score with him. This also strengthened Link's resolve to deal with the River Turtle Chancellor if a level 10 named boss, like Duraniel, could drop items worth over 6.5 million. Then a level 20 River Turtle Chancellor could easily exceed 10 million. Of course, this was contingent on first dealing with the troublesome Raphael. Thinking of Raphael, Link's expression darkened. The worst outcome of this operation was Raphael obtaining number 1's body in reality. This meant that in every subsequent simulation, the avatar would face a Raphael who had control of number 1's body, and the impact of this variable was yet to be determined. While praying internally that number 1's body wouldn't significantly enhance Raphael, Link efficiently listed the stock from his bag in his newly opened online store. He was unconcerned about exposing his identity considering the vast sea of online stores. The chance of being discovered by the Iron Blood Guild was slim. Even if he were discovered, so what? He could easily disguise himself as an ordinary merchant, who could prove that a weak, Iron-tier ability user could intercept a named boss. Without any overt evidence, there was no need to worry about covert threats after all. Everyone knew how formidable his bandit avatar's strength was. The competition in the market for professional goods is fierce, with pricing being the key to victory. Lin Ku understands this well and offered his products at an enticing 15% discount below market price, which proved highly effective. In just half a day, his store's items were completely sold out. The only exception was a rare Dragon's Blessing skill book, which couldn't be transferred and required an in-person transaction, extending the settlement process to 2 days. In the end, after deducting various fees, Lin Ku's total cash earnings amounted to 4.1 million federal currency. Technically, not all of his assets were liquidated, as he still held on to a valuable Itima Star Grade, level 25 greatsword. This sword had a unique origin, having been seized by number 1 from a middle-aged swordsman and entrusted to number 2 before they went their separate ways. Some might wonder why an Earth-level swordsman above level 40 would use a mere level 25 weapon. This highlights the reality faced by ordinary professionals. Not everyone has the luxury of managing billions in assets and freely upgrading top-tier equipment. Even ace members of a battle group need years to accumulate a star-grade piece of gear. This level 25 star-grade greatsword is valued at over 50 million federal currency. No wonder number 1 didn't forget to secure it during such a critical moment. Unfortunately, this sensitive weapon couldn't be sold openly without risk, essentially equating to walking into a trap. Lin Ku had no choice but to temporarily store it, waiting for the right opportunity to sell it on the black market or overseas. If necessary, he might have to reluctantly sell it to the simulation system for energy. With 4.3 million federal currency in hand, 4.1 million from liquidated assets, and 200,000 from existing savings, Lin couldn't hesitate to place another large order for dungeon scraps with the Tianyu Gold Farming Group. The size of this order clearly pushed the limits of their inventory. Typically quick to respond, the customer service took half an hour to confirm the order this time. Please hold on. Due to the enormous size of your order, we need some time to arrange the goods. The tone of the customer service representative was noticeably more respectful than during their first interaction, reflecting their admiration for a client who placed 2 orders totaling over 7 million in just a few days. In response to the courteous attitude, Lin Ku replied curtly with just 2 words: as soon as possible. Please hold on. The customer service representative promptly replied. In less than 2 hours, Link received a notification on his professional panel. After converting all the items from the Tianyu agency into simulation energy, the value skyrocketed to 140,000 points. Staring at the unprecedented 6-digit number on the simulation panel, Link, who had been working towards this for a whole week, unhesitatingly activated the simulation system. System. Ding, I'm here. Enhance my clone talent. Ding. Consuming 100,000 points of simulation energy, your bronze level talent clone has successfully been upgraded to silver level. From now on, your clones can have their own appearances. Ding. Following the power of an ancient contract, you can now summon a third clone. Would you like to summon it immediately? Yes. With Link's decisive answer, the shadow behind him surged and quickly formed into a vague humanoid shape. After a brief hesitation, this figure began to twist and transform, eventually becoming a woman approximately 170 centimeters tall. Her skin was smooth like cream, her hands delicate, yet her face was cold as ice, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance. At the same time, the appearances of Link's first and second clones also changed. The first clone transformed into a noble young man with broad shoulders, sharp features, and a commanding presence. The second clone became a sunny boy with tousled hair, who, upon meeting Link's gaze, flashed a bright smile. What? You don't like my face? Link asked, eyes wide as he looked at the three clones. Why did you ditch my face as soon as the customization feature was available? Especially you. Number 3. What are you trying to do? Responding to the host, the third clone replied in a cool, authoritative tone. I simply believe that my form can better conceal the host's identity. You didn't have to become a woman, the first clone said coldly. How are you going to fight with those 2 burdens on your chest? The third clone didn't even glance at the first one and said directly, for humans, those burdens are actually the most lethal weapons. From the host's memories, I've learned of number 1's actions. Host, I believe number 1 is a failed clone and should be recycled. Number 3, watch how you talk to Big Brother. The second clone quickly intervened, grabbing the first clone, whose expression had darkened further. You need to recognize your place. Number 1 is the Big Brother. I'm the second brother, and you're a waste too. The third clone retorted sharply. The second clone was left speechless. Link fell silent, realizing that the issue was more complicated than whether the clones liked his face or not. Link frowned, engaging in a silent conversation with the simulation system. System, I've noticed something strange. After customizing their appearances, these avatars seem to have become too human-like. They were already intelligent, but now they resemble real people even more. The system's response appeared in his mind immediately. This is because the customization process allows the avatars to develop unique personalities that match their appearances. These personalities naturally create distinctive auras, making them appear flawless to outsiders. Previously, the avatars possessed intelligence comparable to humans but lacked individuality, often mimicking the original. Now, they are truly becoming independent entities. Doesn't that mean they're essentially becoming real people? A chill crept up Link's spine. He vividly remembered the chaos even the personality-free avatars had caused before. If each avatar now had its own personality, the consequences were unimaginable. The system's voice remained calm. The ultimate form of an avatar indeed approaches that of a real human. The closer they get to the essence of humanity, the more likely they are to break through the cosmic limits with creativity. But rest assured, no matter how human they seem or even believe themselves to be, they can never truly cross that boundary. It is their eternal fate. Before Link could dwell on these cold, harsh words, the system posed a question that immediately changed his expression. Host, have you ever considered that the avatar's previous earth-shattering actions might have been due to imitating your personality? Hey, that's slander. Link retorted instantly. I am a law-abiding model citizen. In my original world, I could easily produce a spotless record for 3 generations. Saying this, he decisively closed the simulation panel and noticed the 3 avatars in front of him were already at odds. Enough, Link commanded sternly, quickly asserting control with the authority of the original. You are siblings, born from the same source. You should love and support each other, not be at each other's throats. Come on, shake hands and make peace. Whether in the simulated world or reality, you need to work together and support one another. Humph. Avatars 1 and 3 exchanged glances, simultaneously huffing and turning away stubbornly. Seeing this, Link could only mask his embarrassment and continue persuading. Fine, if you don't want to shake hands, but remember that we're all family and need to learn to tolerate each other. Especially you, 3, don't you need the help of 1 and 2? Looking at the inherently incompatible 1 and 3, Link decided not to waste more words. He resolved that after spending 10 years in the simulated world, he would make sure these avatars recognized each other's importance. Link sternly reprimanded them before speaking in a serious tone. Get ready for the simulation. Number 1. This is your 6th simulation. Number 2. Your 3rd. and number 3. This will be your first. Before he finished speaking, he quickly brought up the simulation panel, focusing on the joint simulation option. This time, in addition to the familiar presence of number 1 and number 2, the figure of the new number 3 was added. Without hesitation, Link selected all options and initiated the command. The system prompt immediately announced, joint simulation mode selected. Participants, number 1, number 2, number 3. Number 1 lacks simulation attempts. Would you like to purchase one for 3,200 simulation points? Yes. 3,200 simulation points deducted. Number 1 receives 1 simulation attempt. Number 2 lacks simulation attempts. Would you like to purchase one for 400 simulation points? Yes. 400 simulation points deducted. Number 2 receives 1 simulation attempt. Number 3 has 1 free simulation attempt. No purchase necessary. The system confirmed. 1 simulation attempt deducted from each participant. Joint simulation is now open. Please choose the simulation level. 1. Bronze level joint simulation, free. 2. Silver level joint simulation, free. 3. Gold level joint simulation, 30,000 simulation points. 4. Earth level simulation, not available. The system added, note, this is a joint simulation for 3 participants, and the energy consumption will be 3 times that of a solo simulation. Link glanced at the remaining 36,000 simulation points and gritted his teeth as he chose the gold level joint simulation. Ding! 30,000 simulation points deducted. Gold level joint simulation initiated. With the deduction of 30,000 simulation points, the 3 figures of the avatars vanished from the real world. The elaborate simulation panel switched to a simple information interface, first displaying the talents acquired by the avatars in this simulation. On October 14th, year 11 of the Awakening era, the 3 avatars simultaneously awoke from slumber, realizing they had been sent into the simulation space by their original self. The system prompted, your avatars have received gifts from you. Number 1 has acquired the gold level talent, Hexagonal Warrior. Effect: each point of base constitution increases agility by 1, and each point of base strength increases magic power by 1. Number 1 immediately replaced the previous Iron Balloon talent with this new one. Number 2 has acquired the gold level talent, Dragon Speech Arcana. Effect: all skills can be cast using Dragon Speech, doubling the chant time, but increasing power by 300, ineffective on non-chant skills. Number 2 decisively replaced the spell specialization talent. Finally, the system displayed. Number 3 is selecting a career inclination. Career inclination determined. Acquired gold level talent, Life Exchange. Effect: gains the special skill Life Exchange, usable up to 3 times to swap life points with a target. Link's gaze swept over the talent information of the 3 awakened individuals one by one. The talents of number 1 and number 2, while not quite T0 level golden talents, were decent enough for their chosen professions of warrior and mage. However, when he saw the talent of number 3, his brow furrowed slightly. Life Exchange. This unfamiliar name plunged Link into deep thought. As a student at Donghua University, he was thoroughly familiar with the Encyclopedia of Practitioner Talents. This textbook, jointly compiled by the Federation and the Practitioners Guild, detailed every talent awakened by humans over the past decade, including their characteristics, potential assessments, and best professional matches. Among students, talents were meticulously categorized into T0, T1, T2, and sewer levels. For instance, Link's own duplication talent, as well as the initial awakening of number 1's reinforced charge, were considered sewer-level abilities in the Iron tier, with practical value far inferior to talents of the same level. In contrast, talents like Life Resistance and Iron Balloon, which directly enhance attributes or reduce damage, were often classified as T0 level. Although his predecessor's talent was mediocre, his theoretical knowledge was solid. He was well-versed in the characteristics of almost every talent, from the most basic Iron tier to the most powerful known to humanity a planetary tier. Yet, in his vast memory, there was no record of the Life Exchange golden level talent. The system's prompt sounded timely. To answer the host, number 3's chosen profession is Scout. Life Exchange is indeed a golden level talent, but the number of people who have awakened it is extremely rare. Link stroked his chin, deep in thought. Considering it was a consumable talent with only 3 uses, its rarity to the point of not being officially recorded was not impossible. However, the talent's characteristics caught his attention if used correctly. Its power could potentially surpass even stellar-level and planetary-level talents. But this talent had a significant drawback. When not in use, the possessor was no different from an ordinary person. This meant that number 3, who had awakened the Life Exchange talent, had to rely on others to truly unleash its power. Thinking of this, Link couldn't help but smile wryly. Number 3, who evidently harbored resentment towards number 1 and number 2, ironically needed their help to grow stronger. This situation was indeed intriguing. Link eagerly turned his attention to the simulation information panel, anticipating the sparks that would fly between the three avatars. In that brief moment, the panel had already refreshed with a long string of information. Avatar 3 stared at her talent display, her expression freezing instantly. Beside her, Avatars 1 and 2 openly showed their schadenfreude, with Avatar 2 even going so far as to taunt her. Looks like in this simulation, you'll need us useless ones to back you up. Avatar 3 clenched her fists, her expression shifting. After a moment's consideration, she decided to temporarily concede. I was wrong before. In this simulation, I'm willing to unconditionally follow your lead. Faced with Avatar 3's concession, Avatar 1 put away his mocking demeanor. Although this new avatar's attempt to challenge his status as the leader was indeed naive, he quickly saw the immense potential in Avatar 3's talent. He gestured for Avatar 2, who was about to continue mocking, to stop, and said in a more conciliatory tone, "Welcome aboard." In line with the original's expectations and the principle of mutual assistance among avatars, we will do our best to help you grow. I don't need your unconditional obedience, but there's one condition: you must use your life exchange talent according to my instructions. Avatar 3 pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement to Avatar 1's proposal. The three avatars quickly reached an agreement and officially embarked on their simulation journey. In this simulation, Avatar 1 inherited Link's identity, but with a starkly different status. Unlike in reality, where he was merely an iron-level talent awakener, in this simulation, Avatar 1 had awakened the hexagonal warrior, a gold-level talent, making him a renowned prodigy at Qinglong Academy. Even his muse, Lin Qingyu, couldn't understand why they had parted ways and had been sending him messages of reconciliation for 10 days straight. Avatar 2, as Avatar 1's twin brother, also awakened a gold-level talent, Dragon Language Arcana. The two brothers were famous at Qinglong Academy, with invitations from professional teams and student associations piling up. Avatar 3 chose a completely different identity, an orphan with no family. She awakened an unprecedented gold-level talent, Life Exchange, at Donghua University, causing a sensation. The school and numerous talent researchers were intensely interested in this new talent, applying pressure through various means to understand its specific effects. This was the real reason Avatar 3 decisively yielded to Avatars 1 and 2. She knew her talent was most lethal when unexpected. Once its effects were revealed, its power would not only diminish but could also attract unwanted attention. Beneath the surface of a peaceful world, undercurrents swirled, and in the face of the enormous benefits brought by level 50 and 60 boss raids, the life of a gold-level awakener seemed insignificant. In such a perilous situation, Avatar 3 only trusted Avatars 1 and 2, her fellow avatars, and dared not trust anyone else. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.